M, Happy Face, KM9I95I9QFT I9 Art ISB I9JB.IJP I9LRKVGS3SI8 ATIP AVNFIB asterisk AVNFI NTG NTAVVTFG Li %A Percent 55% 8-YBU slash VIWL asterisk I slash VY slash YRR slash TCV 7 CTEEC slash EC and YCT EMWO 9 V RUALT slash CCTAII slash dot TJ slash IE slash CRATTACXTY Happy Face YEOICL asterisk CLEY slash comma JAOAM if Y slash E slash IM slash YTA slash FS slash History of the Pieces A Parsi Mother and Her Children. History of the Parsis including their manners, customs, religion, and present position by Dosabai Framji Karaka, CSI Presidency Magistrate and Chairman of Her Majesty's Bench of Justices, Bombay late Member Bombay Legislative Council, late Chairman of the Municipal Corporation, and late Sheriff of Bombay author of Travels in Great Britain, etc. with colored and other illustrations in 2 volumes Vol. 2 Elon Tyon Macmillan and CO 1884 The right of translation and reproduction is reserved. Number of I contents. Chapter I Distinguished Parsis of Gujarat. Early opinion of Parsis Their settlement of Nafsarif Furji Rana the Desai's Changa Asa Removal of the Sacred Fire Du Peron's Travels the Rava Yets Manaksha Desai Translations of Persian Poems, Temilji Desai Divisions of the Priesthood Manjurji Clear Sheji First British Connection with Baroda Parsi Services Expulsion of Arab Mercenaries Parsis at Surat Their Good Qualities European Factories at Surat Parsi Brokers Rostam Manak His Visit to Orang Zeb Rostam Services A Turkish merchant in distress Rostam and Sir Nicholas Waite The claims of Rostam's family persecution Naorazji Rostamji sails for Europe obtains justice in England The first native of India to visit London A dispatch of the East India Company The suburb of Rostampura Manakji Seth The first Parsi entailed estate Manchurji Seth Nanabai Punjab high ancestor of the Modis Bhimji Kavarji Imperial Firman Sarabji Kabasji His mechanical knowledge Consequences of repairing a clock The Sarabji family A Mahdi death of a Parsi Firasha Danjisha His popularity His public funeral A Ardashir Danjisha His great services Famine and flood Piratical confederacy Ardashir receives a gold medal Public Darbar's false charge against Ardashir His exoneration Grand Darbar Dada by Nasser Vanji Modi Rathanji Manakji Anti-Pilji Image to Mecca The Bubnagris Nasser Vanji Koyayar Khr Sheji Koyayar Lieutenant Birdwood Clear Sheji Modi Intrigues at Pune Mani R Parsi His visit to England The guest of Edmund Burke's letter to Raghunath Rao Bhikaji Barda Manakji Damanvala. Pages 1 to 46 Chapter 11. Distinguished Parsis of Boiba. First Parsis in Bombay The Portuguese rule cession to England Kar Sheji Pochaji Ponde The old fortifications Doyabji I Estanab High Val. 2H6 Coxtents. The early revenue of Bombay Rostamji Durabji His heroic character Great service to the English The title of Patel A romantic episode Kavasji Rostamji Parsi passes Herji by Rostamji Baji Limji The first Parsi traders with the Far East The first Parsi merchant in Burma in Calcutta The Modi family contractors to the company Importers agents and bankers The honest shopkeeper The Riyadh money family trading with China Its profitable character Sarabji Rakata money grants of land to Parsis The Kama family The Wadia family Parsi shipbuilders The first dockyard at Bombay The master builders of the East India Company family of skillfield shipwrights Sir Thomas Trowbridge on Parsi built men of war Sir Edward Pellew's opinion The Sals at the Minden The master builder of the present day The benevolence of the Wadia family The first Parsi High Charidra of Bombay The memorial fountains of the city Parsi Agents to France Letters from French government The Dadazit family Their good work Jamshedji Jajibhai His birth His first journey to China His later journeys captured by a French vessel His letter describing his adventures His return to Bombay His success and charity The monuments of his generosity The first Parsi night addresses on the auspicious occasion Further honors freedom of London His Cosmo Gialata charity Baron Housemans Letter his statue Lord Elphinstone's speech Lady Jamshedji the Malayan Causeway the opening ceremony created a baronet his descendants Framji Kavasji Banaji his good service his agricultural taste official report on the subject first present of mangoes to the Queen the Bombay Times now the Times of India the Calcutta Parsis the UKG family their extensive operations their connection with the Nizam relations with Chandu Litlasur. Bankruj Ajatsi Sala Jung indemnifies them Kar Sludgy Manakji Shroff family jars Jajildiye Dadabai Manakji Nasarvanji Peti Dinshaw Jayanakji Peti Dinshaw's benevolence Nasarvanji Manakji Peti Mervanji Framji Pandey the Kolaba Sanitarium Kavasji Jangir Reed Oani Mr Wuhir's statue of Himadalji Framji Alblas Framji Nasarvanji Patel Karsheji Fardunji Perak the Flora Fountain IU Bombay. Pages 47 to 145 Chapt Eli High. Zoroaster, the Parsi faith its most flourishing period the reformer Ardashir date of Zoroaster account of his life the earliest possible date the Avesta NND cuneiform languages origin of name of Zoroaster his miraculous birth attempt to destroy Lumahipors at court the sacred fire a iniglity gathering his first address his first disciples his sons and daughters the Avesta language 2 dialects Sanskrit and Avestadli ancient books the 21 volumes the meaning and significance 146 to 164 contents. 7 Chapter 4. The Parsi Creed, a book of prayers the Vendidad the Yasna the Yasparad the Corday Avesta the 5 Gazdanishes the Yashts their importance the Afrinans the Padits prayers of repentance an exhaustive list of sins the Afrins the Prophet's own prayer the earliest copies of the Parsi books Professor Westergaard's texts the Pahlavi language conjectural meanings connected with Parthi a list of Pahlavi works some of the more important. The Pazand language what is the Parsi religion? Zoroaster's mission monotheism Ahura Mazda the one god Zoroaster's theology the account of Herodotus of Dr. Hogg Zoroaster's philosophy the resurrection of the body Zoroaster's moral teaching Ardashir Babekin calls an assembly the vision of Ardavir of 2 foreign critics on the Parsis expression of regret at the decay of the old Parsi religion pages 165 to 208 Chaptek v monotheism and fire reverence. The Parsis are monotheists fire temples respect for fire the best symbol of the Almighty the purification of fire 9 times purified repudiation of idolatry the antiquity of fire reverence the Roman Flamens Bishop Murins W.I. Idingstein Prito on the Parsis Ainquitil du Peron further evidence in favor of Parsi religion the a name of fire worshippers unmerited poet's opinion Parsi fidelity a firm but not bigoted Parsi. Toleration Parsi Martyr Innovations a Religious Reform Association a successful essay religious books a translations into Gujarati the Parsi priesthood hereditary Profzion educating the priests the present Dasturs the Darshanam ceremony the dignity of Navar the induction of a priest. 209 to 241 Chapter 6. Progress and present position. Parsi qualities the Bania the commerce of Bombay extent of Parsi enterprise Parsi bankers cotton mills a large engine old Parsi weavers the construction of railways Parsi share in them Parsi shipwrights the China trade Jews v Parsis the share mania some of the staple trades commercial morality of Parsis Parsi officials the salt of the Bombay community Parsi benevolence special cases the 8 contents. Public works of Bombay female doctors Hindu charity Parsi mendicants Parsi loyalty. Prayers during Crimean War speech of Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai the Indian mutiny the Queen Empress the royal family the Prince of Wales his serious illness prayer for his recovery Parsi Thanksgiving Day the Prince of Wales in India his reception in Bombay the national anthem the Gujarati text Parsis a well-behaved Parsi converts period of excitement drive Wilson the present position of Parsis. Pages 242 to 295 appendices. A. The Parsi Chattels Eel Act, Act 9 of 1837. 297 JJ. The Parsi Marriage and Divorce Act 1865, Act XY of 18G5, 298 C. The Parsi Succession Act, Act XXI of 1865. 316 D. The Jamshedji Jajibhai Baronetcy Patent. 320 List of illustrations. A Parsi J Fox Her axt her children. Zoroasteh. Frontis, Peace to Face Imj Laq Chapti I Distinguished Parsis of Gujarat. Early opinion of Parsis. Their settlement of Nafsari Merjiina the Desai's Chainga asa removal of the sacred fire du Perron's travels the Ravayes Manaxlia Desai translations of Persian poems Temilji Desai divisions of the priesthood Manchurji Karsheji first British connection with Baroda Parsi services expulsion of Arab mercenaries Parsis at Surat their good qualities European factories at Surat Parsi brokers Rostam Manak his visit to Aurangzeb Rostam services a Turkish merchant in distress Rostam and Sir Nicholas Waite the claims of Rostam's family persecution Naorazji Rostamji sails for Europe obtains justice in England the first native of India to visit London a dispatch of the East India Company the suburb of Rostampura Manakji Setli the first Parsi entailed estate Manchurji Seth Nanabai Punjab high ancestor of the Modis Bhimji Kavarji imperial firman. Sarabji Kabasji his mechanical knowledge consequences of repairing a clock the Sarabji family Ahmadi death of a Parsi Firasha Danjisha his popularity his public funeral a Ardashir Danjisha his great services famine and flood piratical confederacy Ardashir receives a gold medal public Darbar's false charge against Ardashir his exoneration Grand Darbar Dada by Nasser Vanji Modi Etanji Manakji Yodi pilgrimage to Mecca the Bubnagris Nasser Vanji Koyayar Karsheji Koyayar Lieutenant Birdwood Karsheji Modi intrigues at Pune Mani R Parsi his visit to England the guest of Edmund Burke's letter to Raghunath Rao Bhikaji Barda Manakji Damanvala. After their exodus from Persia the Parsis lived, as we have seen, at Sanjan for about 600 years in tranquility and in the full enjoyment of their religious rights under the government of the Hindu Rajas at that place. They chiefly occupied themselves Vol. 2b History of the Parsis. Chapter I in Agricultural and Industrial Pursuits. Not only did they change the face of the territory they occupied from a dreary jungle into a fruitful, refreshing, and life-giving garden, but they enjoyed considerable prosperity more especially if taken in comparison with their neighbors. Unfortunately there is no record of any interesting or important event during this long period of 6 centuries. A traveler of the 12th century speaks of them as rich, warlike, wandering, and clever, qualities seldom associated before or since. The dispersion of the Parsis of Sanjan after the overthrow of the Hindu government in or about the year 1315 was, as might naturally be expected, followed by a century of national depression. They had again to leave the houses they had built and the lands they had rendered fertile, and, destitute of resources, once more to seek a new life and fresh lands in another part of Gujarat. There they settled, despite their indigent circumstances, with a high character for valor, fidelity, and loyalty to the kings who had given them and their ancestors a kindly welcome when driven from their own home. The Parsis even to this day retain a grateful remembrance of the kind reception they met with at the hands of the Hindu king and his subjects. The result of the campaign against the invaders of the Panna of Sanjan's country was disastrous to the Parsis who took so prominent a part in it, the reputation they acquired by their Gal Chapai. The first chief Dastur 3 Lanta tended to greatly improve their condition and status, and dramated the interests of their small colonies with the ruling powers wherever they happened to establish themselves. In this chapter we propose, therefore, to notice some of the distinguished Parsis of Gujarat, as well as the interesting events with which they were connected. As the Parsis grew in importance at Nafsari, and as, unfortunately, the members of the priesthood began to be continually at difference among themselves, it was considered advisable to elect a suitable man as chief dastur or high priest, who would not only be the head of the sacerdotal caste but also the chief advisor and controller of the religious affairs of the entire community. The choice for this office, made on the 12th of March 1579, fell unanimously upon a pious and learned priest named Mirji Rana. By his piety, learning, and irreproachable character he not only gained the esteem of his fellow countrymen but his fame spread far and wide, even to the ears of the Emperor Akbar the Great, and he was summoned by that wise ruler to Delhi, that he might explain to him the tenets of the Parsi religion. It is said that the emperor was favorably impressed with the religion of Zoroaster, and bestowed upon the Dastur a free grant of 200 acres of land at Nafsari, as a mark of his royal favor. In the year 1595 Akbar for History 0 the Parsis Chapter I ordered a further free grant of 100 acres of land at Nafsari to the Dastur's son, Kaiko Badmahayar, who had succeeded his father on his death. That Akbar was very anxious to know all he could learn about the Parsi religion is further shown by the fact that a Parsi Dastur from Kerman, in Persia, had visited Delhi in 1597 to unfold to him the mysteries of the Zoroastrian religion. The emperor learned from him and Mirji Piao the peculiar terms, ordinances, rites, and ceremonies of the Parsi religion, and ordered his faithful minister, Abu Fazal, to build a temple in which the sacred fire was to be kept constantly burning day and night. The emperor is also said to have assumed the Sudra and Kusti, the badges of the Zoroastrian religion. From the commencement of the 15th century the career of certain Parsis at Nafsari was most distinguished. They were known as the Desais of Nafsari. They were farmers of large territories, and enjoyed great influence under the successive Musalman and Maratha governments. Changa Asa, a wealthy Parsi of Nafsari, was the first Desai. He was appointed to that office in the year 1419, and his influence with the authorities was so great as to be practically unbounded. He was a man of eminent piety, and spared neither time nor resources in promoting Sukli ol, jeks as he considered were calculated to better the social and religious condition of Chap. Changa Asa. Lee's countryman. It was by his encouragement and support, as Wheelie of Alreed stated, that an Indian Parsi was JNRST sent to Persia to obtain information on certain religious and social questions concerning Bis race. It was under Bis auspices Tbat TB Sanjan sacred fire was safely removed to Nafsari from Bansta. He represented to Bis fellow citizens that it was difficult to go to adore TB Adasib Bebram at Bansta, for TB feast connected with its wars Bip came on TB 9th day of TB Mont Badar, Bike was TB time of TB rainy season. He afterwards made Tibum fully aware of TB benefit Tibay derived from bathing TB Adasib Bebram in Tibayr town, and induced Tibum to bring it Tibayr. TB people applauded Bis proposal, and TB Adasib Bebram was brought with great pomp from Bansta to Nafsari. Spanga Asa Bad, T. Brogged Bis wealth and influence, also obtained from TB Hindu Rajas immunity from TB tribute as foreigners TB were required to pay. TB fame of Bis piety, liberality and goodness of Bert Bad spread all over Gujarat, and even into Persia. Ainquitil du Peron, in Bis account of Bis travels in India, says of Spanga Asa Batbi was a faithful observer of TB Zoroastrian law. He distributed Bis wealth among TB poor, provided TB Parsis with Sudras and Custis, and endeavored Pikliaji Adalji Kangas translation of Ainquitil du Peron's travels. 6 History of the Parsis. Chapter I to Brins, back those Ubam ants and trouble had led into many deviations from the exact practice of the Zoroastrian law. To attain this latter object he consulted the Dasturs of Kerman on different points of the Zoroastrian religion that had been neglected in Gujarat. In course of time, when doubts arose, the Dasturs of India, following the example of Changa Asa, wrote to their co-religionists in Iran, and their answers form the work which is known by the name of Ravayets, which signify his stories, traditions, or reports. At his death Changa Asa was succeeded as Desai by his son Manaksha. He was a worthy son of an exemplary father, and, like him, he labored for the good of his countrymen. He was so deeply imbued with the love of his religion that he had the art of Viraf Nama translated into a Persian poem by a learned Persian named Kavas Fribaraj, who had arrived at Nafsari from Persia. The Desaiship remained in Changa Asa's Bliak Haj Adalji Kangas translation of the travels of Ainquitil du Peron. 2 Manaksha Klianga Asa built in year 1591 at Nafsari a Eloknia of stone. Before this there was in Tliat town Adakama built of bricks at the expense of a Parsi lady, Jalauak Bai, wife of one Granjithra, but the Zoroastrians of Persia having informed their co-religionists in India that Adakama should not be built of bricks but of stone, in accordance with the injunctions of their religion, Manaksha caused a new Dakama to be built of red stone, which is still to be seen in that town. Manak Bai's name is still venerated in Nafsari. It is nicknamed in all religious ceremonies and jesans by the priests of that town. This book is noticed at some length in a later chapter. Chap I. The Gaik Wars. Family till the year 1595, when it passed to Kakobad, son of Merjiina, the chief priest of Nafsari. In the year 1714 one Temutji Rostamji Survey purchased a large share of the emoluments derived from the office of Desai. He was the most distinguished of all the Desai and had a natural bent towards the highest form of politics. He placed himself in communication with Pilaji Eaogakor, and induced him to establish thanas or posts in the Surat Athavizi. He was also entrusted with the management of the collection of the revenue of the thanas. During his Desaiship the Nafsari priesthood became greatly divided, and the quarrels among them were frequent, but by judicious awards he gradually established peace and concord among them. His name is still held in the highest veneration at Nafsari. In the year 1800 Manchurji Karsheji, the grandson of Desai Temulji Rostamji, appears to have made himself very useful to the British authorities, who in that year formed their first connection with Baroda. When Mr. Duncan, governor of Bombay, visited Surat in order to treat with Govind Rao Gakor for an exchange of territory and the cession of the Surat Chowth, Manchurji was employed in the negotiation, and he exercised much tact and displayed great zeal in the performance of the task entrusted to him. Chowth, or Dlifwa Urdi. Part, means the / a share of the land revenue. History of the Parsis. Chapter I. He also shared in the secret negotiation in 1802 between Kayaji Apaji Anandreo Gakor and the Bombay government, which resulted in the extrication of the Gakor from the domination of the Arabs, who formed a mercenary force that had acquired such great influence and power in the state that when its pay fell into arrears it seized the city of Baroda and kept Anandreo Gakor confined in his own palace as a prisoner. This service rendered against his own army naturally caused the extension of the influence and the increase of the control possessed by the British in the AFL heirs of the Baroda state. For these services the Desai was granted in 1817 by the Court of Directors a pension of 200 rupees a month for 3 lives. At the present day the family of the Desai, which consists of about 100 souls, are nothing more than landholders. Socially they occupy a high position in the Zoroastrian community of Nafsari. It was at Surat, however, that the Parsis laid the foundation of their real prosperity. Though the Parsis, in leaving Persia, had fled from Musulman tyranny, it could not be said that in India, which then became their home, they were regarded with the same hatred by the Indian Musulmans as they had owned by Tliask in their own country. By their pleasing manners and able disposition, as well as by their industrious habits and their character for Chapai. Parsi brokers. 9. Sobriety, intelligence, and honesty. Tli soon acquired considerable influence and a secure position in Tlia's flourishing city of the Mughal. The establishment of European trading companies at Surat at once brought them to the front, and from that date commenced the true era of Parsi prosperity and importance. Either the Parsis had the knack of ingratiating themselves in the favor of Europeans or they were selected by them for their intelligence, business habits, and integrity, for certainly the closest confidence and most cordial relations were soon established. The Portuguese, French, Dutch, and English factories all employed Parsis as their chief brokers, and without them it may be said that they found it almost impossible to conduct their trading and banking operations. One Rostam Manak, who was born at Surat in the year 1635, gained a high reputation as chief broker of the English factory at Surat. He was a man of great ability and excellent character, and had been most useful in advancing English interests in that place. He often smoothed over the difficulties which did not fail to arise between the English and the officers of the Mughal, with whom also he possessed great influence. In the year 1660 many impediments were thrown in the way of the English by the Nawab or ruler of the city, and Rostam Manak took the bold step of going for redress, accompanied by the head of the English factory at Low History of the Parsis. Chapter I. Surat, direct to the court of Aurangzeb at Delhi, when he addressed the emperor in somewhat the following terms: this Englishman has come to Hindustan for trading purposes, but your Majesty's nobles are throwing many obstacles in his way. The English gentleman, now with me, is a good and noble man, and seeks your royal favour, and solicits that he may be permitted to settle at Surat and be allowed to establish a factory there for trading purposes, and that he may be protected in his business by your imperial commands. Kastam Manak was most successful in this mission, for Aurangzeb not only forbade any impediments to the establishment of the English factory at Surat but made a free gift of land for building a factory, with strict injunctions to his officers at Surat not to molest the English in any way, and to allow their goods to be imported free of duty. Kastam Manak was useful not only to the English at Surat, but he furthered the general interests of that city. Whenever an occasion arose he sided with the aggrieved, and assisted to his utmost in obtaining redress wherever a wrong had been inflicted. As some proof of this his action may be described when a ship belonging to a Turkish merchant named Usman Kalebi was most unwarrantably seized by a Portuguese man of war. Tly Turk, being unable to obtain redress for his wrongs, applied to Kastam Chapai. Rostam Manak 11 Manak for assistance. Hastarn at once went with Lee's accustomed boldness to Goa, and appealed for justice to the Portuguese Governor-General Senhor Vizrael, and the outcome of his effort was satisfactory to both himself and his client. His relations with the English factory remained friendly till 1690, when a circumstance arose which led to his retirement from the office of broker to that factory. This was through a disagreement with Sir Nicholas Waite, formerly head of the English factory at Surat and then governor of Bombay. The heads of the Surat factory, however, were not in favour of his dismissal while he, Sir Nicholas Waite, was president at Surat. Rostam, whom, from his first arrival, he had employed as broker, continued, from interested motives, attached to his views, but after he assumed the office of general at Bombay, this cautious native, discovering that his object was to make that island the centre of trade, explained to Mr. Bonnell and Mr. Proby, the English company's servants at Surat, that Sir Nicholas Waite had promised to give him 50,000 rupees to use his influence with the governor to keep Sir John Gayer confined, which sum was to be paid to him individually, by advances on the prices of the company's goods to that amount. When Sir Nicholas Waite was informed of this conduct of Rostam, he dismissed him from the English company's employment, notwithstanding the United Trade was then indebted to him 140,000 rupees, and the separate companies 550,000 rupees, and if the Surat Council had not prevailed on the merchants to take their bills, the whole property of the English would have been seized. This state of affairs, between Sir Nicholas Waite and Mr. Proby, could not but produce animosities. The former began with protesting against the conduct of the latter and of Mr. Bonnell, and they retaliated by declaring in their letters to the court that it was impracticable to procure regular investments under the contradictory orders which Sir Nicholas Waite sent to them, and, in fact, it was impossible to execute them, and therefore, unless Rostam should be restored, they neither 12. History of the Parsis. Chapter I. Whether Kastam Manak was restored to his appointment or not is now unknown, but it appears from authentic papers in the possession of his descendants that after his death in 1721 a dispute arose between his sons and the officers of the English factory as to the amount due by the latter to Rostam's estate. Great pressure was brought to bear upon Rostam's heirs to forego their claim, and Mr. Hope, who was then head of the English factory at Surat, and after him his successors, Messrs. Cowan and Courtney, induced Momin Khan, the Nawab of Surat, through the influence of Governor William Phipps of Bombay, to imprison Framji Rostamji, the eldest son of Rostam, and to put Rostam's house under attachment. Framji was also fined by the Nawab Rs.50,000, and made to pay Rs.200 daily for the supply of food to the members and servants of his family. This unlooked-for oppression filled the family with dismay, for it seemed a hard return for the valuable services it had rendered to the English. Framji's younger brother Bamanji went therefore to Bamel, to seek redress from the governor, but, instead of getting the justice which he expected, he found himself placed under surveillance and unable to go anywhere beyond the limits of the island. Seeing no chance of obtaining redress from the Kudlai responsible for the company's property nor their own liberty. Bruce, Anna of the East India Company, Vol. 3 p. 595. Chap. First native in England. I-13 authorities there, ne Orozji Eastamji, the youngest of the brothers, sailed for Europe in the man of war Salisbury, in the hope of obtaining it in London. Ne Orozji reached England in April 1723, and was received most kindly by the Court of Directors. English sense of justice at last prevailed, and all claims in dispute between Castam's family and the English factory were referred by mutual consent to the arbitration of Messrs. Matthew Decker, Josias Wordsworth, Edward Harrison, and John Heathcote, who awarded to the heirs of Eastham Es. 546, 790, to be paid in 3 installments. The first installment of Es. 170,000 was paid on the 1st of February 1724, and the second and third, each of Es. 18,8,395, on the 1st of February 1725 and 1st of February 1726 respectively. After the settlement of the dispute, ne Orozji Eastamji was presented by the Court of Directors with a dress of honor before he returned to Bombay. He was thus not only the first Parsi but the first native of India who went to England, and he came back to his native land deeply impressed with a sense of English justice. Dispatch was sent by the original award, which is written on parchment, is in the possession of Mr. Kaikos Ru Eastamji Abisthna, one of the descendants of Rostam Manak. To London, the August 19, 1724. Our President and Council of Bombay, we the Court of Directors of the United Company of Merchants of England trading to the East Indies, send this to acquaint you that by the King George XIV History of the Parsis. Chapter I. The Court of Directors, under date 190 Li August 1724, to the President in Council at Bombay, apprising the Government of the settlement of the dispute, and expressing their opinion on the case. We lately arrived, and the Stanhope which came in some time before, have received your several packets and advices giving us an account of our affairs under your management with the reasons of your IROE seatings. Observe in your letters by King George that the Governor of Surat and the merchants think it very reasonable that the late brokers should give us satisfaction as to all just demands upon them, which as you have wrote us is what you desire, and old be content with the proof of even from their own books and accounts, and to submit any matters of difference that may arise to the determination of the merchants of Surat to be mutually chosen by the said brokers and you for them to conclude and settle the same. We find in the letter by the King George that Framji is in custody at the Surat Durbar and Bomanji remains confined to his house at Bombay. Former letters gave us your reasons why you did not then think it proper to let him go off the island. The Salisbury man of war, which arrived at Spithead the latter end of April last, brought Nauroji from Surat. He is since come up hither and hath laid before us several papers and accounts which are ordered to be perused and taken into consideration. Among other papers he gave us one intituled The Case of Framji in Close Prison at Surat, wherein he represents that this was occasioned by the English chiefs, Mr. Hopes, and afterwards Messrs. Cowans and Courtney's, applications to Mumin Khan, the Surat governor, and by a letter delivered to him wao'd by Governor Phipps, on which Framji was at first confined. Then guards set on Lee's father Ustamji's house. After this Framji was forced to pay Mumin Khan at times 50,000 rupees and also 200 rupees a day for leave to supply the people in the house with provisions and water, and besides all these hardships he has undergone corporal punishment. We are apt to think this case is greatly aggravated, or at least that the governor proceeded the rigorous treatment, to oblige Framji to come to a fair account according to the custom of the country, which was at first civilly desired to be done without any compulsion, and ought to have been complied with. Chap I. An official dispatch. 15 Ne Orozji, by the creditable way in Uliakli he conduct the difficult negotiations in England, gained the esteem of all those who came in contact with him / of his father Rostam Manak. It should be but however tly case be, we live at Nauroji's request consented and agreed, and do hereby direct and order that you do give leave to Bomanji, if he do jet remain at Bombay, to go to Surat whenever he please without delay, and that you do your endeavour by proper application to the Governor of Surat to get Framji released from confinement, and the guards taken off from his late father's house, our desires being to end all differences amicably, for we would not have him oppressed. We have at Nauroji's desire given him 6 letters all of the same tenor, with this, that as he intends to send them overland, if any should miscarry, the rest may come safe and earlier than by the shipping directly from hence, for they will not sail till the proper season, by which you may expect an answer to your letters now before us. Are, your loving friends, Edw. Harrison, Chairman. Abra. Adams, Deputy. Josias Wordsworth, Senator John Drummond. John Gould, June Wilm. Ollie's Labby. John Eccleston. W. M. Billers. Edw. Owen. W. M. Goslin. John Bance. Eached. Bolton. Bald Saraldell. Robt. Hudson. Francis Child. Josias Wordsworth, June Matthew Decker. One gentleman, who had then lately retired from the factory at Surat, wrote to Nauroji's brothers thus: I have advised Mr. Nauroji, and so have several gentlemen here, that you 3 brothers should live amicable and peacefully in all your affairs, because in a very short time it's to be hoped that the honorable company will employ you all jointly as their broker, as is promised by my own, and Nauroji's good friends here, but any disjay, you'd happens among you, then you will ruin your business. Since Nauroji's coming to England he hath been very ill, but he hath taken great pains in this business, and everybody here hath great value and esteem for him, because he hath managed this affair to the satisfaction of the 16 history of the Parsis. Chapter I courted that Lai was a man of great probity and high character. He was as liberal in his expenditure and his assistance of the deserving as his wealth allowed him to be. Through his influence with the officers of the Mogul, he had saved his own countrymen from many an oppression. He built bridges and roads for the convenience of wayfarers, wells and tanks for the thirsty, and dharmshalas, free rest house, for weary travelers. In fact, he was unanimously regarded as the greatest benefactor of his city. On his death the whole community mourned for him and deplored his loss. The suburb of Surat, now known as Rostampura, in which he lived, was named after him. It is perhaps not less noteworthy that he owned nearly the whole of the property within its limits. His son Nauroji, after his return from Europe, settled in Bombay, and the numerous Parsi families known as Setli Khandans are his descendants. The hill now called Nauroji Hill / situated to the west of the Prince's Dock in Bombay, was purchased by and called after him. He was one of the first members of the Parsi Panchayat, with the foundation of which the beginning of his career was almost contemporaneous. Nauroji had a son named Manakji, who was born honorable company, and for the good and interest of Li's brothers and family, therefore you ought to make him a handsome present for his long and fatiguing voyage and good services. 1. From this hill is quarried the best blue basalt obtainable in Bombay. Chap I. Manakji Seth. 17 Tatsarat in 1688, and whose name is memorable in the annals of Bombay. He came to Tibat city in 1730, engaged in extensive mercantile operations, and opened a branch firm in Mysore. The small fire temple in Bazar Gate Street, still known as Manakji Seth's Adaran, was built at his expense in 1733, and the wadi called Manakji Seth's Wadi, was also the creation of his generosity and charitable disposition. In 1747 he built a Tower of Silence at Surat. In Bombay the Parsis are also indebted to him for a Tower of Silence. He and his sons largely contributed towards the building of that place of burial. He was the first Parsi who entailed his estate in favor of his eldest son, and of the eldest heirs male of his body lawfully begotten. On his death he settled a portion of his projrti in trust as a permanent endowment for the charitable institutions he had founded, and which he had supported during his lifetime. He was the head of the priestly caste in Bombay, and commanded great influence. Henniversisms occurred among the priests. His opinion was tantamount to law. At the present day, however, though his heirs are duly recognized, the headship of the family is little more than nominal, as we have given this short biographical account of Eastham Manak, The broker to the present inheritor of the entailed estate is Mr. Jalbai Ardeshir Seth, a young man of intelligence and considerable promise. Last year he travelled in Europe and America. Vol. 2 C18 History of the Parsis. Chapter I The English Factory at Surat, and his descendants. It is only right to also notice prominently the name of Mansurji Seth, who was broker to the Dutch factory at the same place. Mansurji Seth was born at Surat in the year 1715. He was of humble origin, having been in the service of Manakji Naorozji Seth of Bombay. In his latter days he was largely engaged in commerce, and conducted an extensive business as broker to the Dutch factory at Surat. He possessed great influence with the Nawab of the city, which he invariably employed for its good and for that of its inhabitants. His fame reached Delhi, which city he visited twice. He was more than once admitted to audience by the emperor. He built a large dharmshala at Surat for the benefit of his co-religionists, and handed it over to the trustees of his community. He contributed most towards the building of an exceptionally large tower of silence with 476 pavas or receptacles, and built one at his own entire expense for the use of the Parsis of Nargal. He founded many charitable institutions, and built a number of wells in and around Surat, and was altogether a very liberal and charitable man. In fact, he bestowed blessings on all connected with the city by his liberality. His name is therefore still held in the highest respect in Surat. Mansurji Seth was the head of the Shihenshahs in the Kabaisa controversy Chapai. The Modis of Surat. 19 with the Kadmis. His contemporary Danjisha Manjisha, the head of the Kadmis, was an extensive Jagirdar. He also traded largely with Bombay and China, and owned a great number of ships, besides many country craft called badalas, which were used for the coasting trade. In 1667 there died at Surat Nanabai Punjab Bhai, who was the head of the Parsi community of that city. The Modis of Surat are his descendants. Nanabai was in the highest sense of the term a charitable man, while his building Adikama at Surat testified to his religious feelings. Since Nanabhai's time his descendants have been the heads of the Parsi community at Surat. All representations from the Parsi community, formerly to the Nawab and latterly to the English authorities, were made through their medium. When Bhimji Kavarji was the Modi of Surat, he represented to the Nawab Hyder Ali Khan the grievances of the Parsis in being impressed by the Mahomedan officers of the Nawab for various kinds of labor, among which the most disagreeable was the digging of graves for dead Mussulmans, and the Nawab was pleased to issue a firman exempting the Parsis from such impressment. In former times as well as at the present day the Parsis levied small dues upon marriages among their co-religionists for the benefit of the funds for the amelioration of the poor belonging to the 20 History of the Parsis. Chapter I Parsi community, but the Qazis, magistrates, of Surat had forced the Parsis to pay the contribution to them. This firman prevented the Qazis from appropriating these dues, and directed the Parsis to apply the funds to the purposes of their caste alone. Give here a literal English translation of the firman. To the Asim of affection, possessor of nobity, Modi Bhimji Kavarji, the Davar of the caste of Parsis, may you be protected. Your Vakil presented a petition to the royal presence which is full of luster, representing that the Mudasyudis, clerks, meaning the Nawabs, Talukdars, district officers, and other Mussulmans, regard Parsis lightly, and by reason of religious hostility and in an arbitrary manner impress them for the purpose of digging the ditches of the fort and the walls of the city of Surat, as well as the grave pits for the interment of their dead, which is not allowed in the religion of the Parsis, and far from purity, and further, that from days of yore you have been in the habit of collecting fees from the Parsis on occasions of marriages and remarriages according to the usage of your caste, and appropriated the same to the wants of your community, but that the Qazis of the seaport city of Surat and of other places also, taking advantage of their influence, collect from the Parsis large sums of money on occasions of marriages and remarriages, in the same manner as they take from Kunbis, Kachayas, and other low classes of the Hindu community, and also interfere in matters affecting the Parsis, religion, society, and caste, matters which are connected with the office of Davar. Having made such a representation, he, your vakil, applied for a sublime firman or mandate for the discontinuance of the above-mentioned works, imposition, and excesses. In these days we have been honored with a sublime mandate under the seal of Kutbul Mulk Yamanul Daola Zafar Janyaru Wafadar, the Prime Minister, of the Emperor, and orders have been issued to all Mussulmans to the effect that they should refrain from the practice of excesses and from chap the Nawais firman. 21. I improper behavior, that they should on no account impress Parsis for work hereafter, that they should not practice those things which are likely to injuriously affect their religion, that none of the Kazas of the town of Surat, and all other places within the talukas or districts included in the Subah or province of Ahmedabad, should levy fees upon Parsis on occasions of marriages and remarriages, and that they should not interfere in matters affecting their religion, society, and usage of the caste, matters with which the Parsi community and their Davar are connected, that is have to deal. Yon are therefore informed that you may rest assured that such arrangements as were necessary have been made, that no person will in any manner annoy the Parsis, and that should any person disregard this sublime order, he will meet with due punishment. These few words have been written down in the shape of a parvana, or order, in order that it may be used whenever there may be an occasion. Dated the 29th Zilhij and Hohiji I 1127, AD 1710-11. The present Modi of Surat, Eastamji Clearsliji, now in the enjoyment of green old age, succeeded to the Modiship when very young, with the express consent and sanction of the government of Bombay. He has shown himself a very loyal subject of the British Crown, and, whenever circumstances required it, his influence in his community at Surat has always been beneficially asserted at the request of the authorities. He has lately been honoured by the Government of India with the title of Khan Bahadur. In the year 1697 there was born at Surat Sarabji Kavasji, ancestor of the well-known Khan Bahadur Ardeshir Danjisha of that city, an account of whose life will be given on subsequent pages. Sarabji 22 History of the Parsis. Chapter I possessed considerable knowledge of mechanics, and A was a man of real talent. Lucky circumstance laid the foundation of his future success. It so happened that a clock, which had been presented to the Emperor of Delhi by the Sultan of Turkey, got out of order. Many persons tried to repair it, but failed to put it right. The Emperor thereupon sent orders to the authorities throughout the length and breadth of his dominions to find out and send to Delhi all persons competent to repair the clock. Sarabji's fame as a mechanic was not unknown to the Nawab of Surat, and, in obedience to the imperial commands, he sent him to Delhi in the year 1744. He was entrusted by the Emperor with the work, which he performed most satisfactorily to the astonishment of the Emperor and his nobles. This achievement gained for him the title of Neksant Khan, or Lord of the Auspicious Moment. By the Emperor's desire Sarabji remained at court for some time, and while there taught many persons, without remuneration, the art of repairing watches. The Emperor was much pleased, and bestowed many favours upon him. Among other honours he conferred upon him the title of Sardar of a force consisting of 2,000 infantry and 500 cavalry. At the same time his two sons received the titles of Bahirmand Khan and Taliar Khan. He also gave him the right of collecting the custom dues of Surat, besides several jaggers chapai. Soyabji Neksant Khan. 23 In the Parshal, Klirazi and Dabalai Parganas, administrative subdivisions, of Tli Surat Zilla. Being thus established in high estimation at Delhi, he naturally became still more respected by all classes of his own community, and there is no doubt that by means of his exceptional influence some valuable privileges were obtained for the English at Surat. On his return from Delhi in 1760 to his native place Sarabji was appointed controller of the Surat revenue, and entrusted with the important charge of the presentation of kilats, dresses of honour, to the Honourable Charles Crommelin and Mr. John Spencer, the heads of the English factory at Surat. On the 2d of May Sarabji Neksant Khan was presented, in full darbar, with a dress of honour by the representative at Surat of the Honourable East India Company. He died in 1772 at the ripe age of 75. He was a man of charitable disposition, and gave free sites of land for religious institutions. After his death his two sons, Bajanji Sarabji Bahirmand Khan and Pestanji Sarabji Taliar Khan, in addition to the administration of their father's jagirs, as well as the farming of the custom duties, engaged themselves extensively in trade in cotton, piece goods, and silk. Sarabji Neksant Khan had a grandson, Danjisha, who was not less distinguished for good sense and public spirit than his ancestors had been. After the death of his father, in the year 1791, Danjisha 24 History of the Parsis. Chapter I was appointed Mamlatdar, Chief Divisional Officer, of Olpad, Karad, and Walwood, and in 1800, when the Honourable East India Company took Surat from the Nawab, he was appointed native agent of the small neighbouring states of Sachin, Bansta, Manvi, and Dharampur. One of the most striking acts of his life was the courage with which he joined a detachment of English troops ordered to bring to bay a false prophet who had proclaimed that he was the Mahdi foretold by Muhammad. His courage was conspicuous, and rendered his early death at the age of 40 during the operations the more sad. This pretended Mahdi appeared in the year 1810 in the small town of Bodleian, belonging to the Ija of Manvi, and about 15 miles from Surat. He wrote to the chief of Surat, desiring him to accept the religion of Muhammad or to fight the matter out. The chief of Surat, Mr. Crow, who was a man of courage and resolution, at once saw that if one to Alcoy, Ensilers and the Hakim of Surat, be it known that Thursday Imam Muldin, of the end of the world, or Imam Murti, has now published himself, and the name of this Durabash is Ahmad, and that in the Lindavi they call him Ejanukluk. Be it further known to you that if the Islam, the Mohammedan faith, is accepted, it is better, otherwise empty the town, or, on the contrary, you may prepare for battle. This fakir is now come down from the fourth sky with 4 bodies, combining Adam, on whom be peace, Esali the son of Mariam, Jesus the son of Mary, and Ahmad, on whom be peace, and they have all 4 come up in one place. They have no guns nor muskets with them, but a stick and a handkerchief are with me, be yourself prepared. Dated 11th Zilhij, corresponding with the Itali January 1810. Briggs's Oyes of Gujarashtra. Chap I. A false prophet. 25 energetic steps were not taken to seize the false prophet, the spark of fanaticism would spread and serious consequences might ensue. He therefore resolved to invest the mosque where Abdul Rahman had taken up his quarters with about 75 Arabs, and this he proceeded to do with a troop of dragoons. Dhaujisha Bahirmand Khan accompanied the force in his capacity of native agent. The dragoons arrived about daylight at Bodan. Danjisha was among the first to cross the river, and he endeavoured to prevail on the fakir to surrender himself without a vain resistance. The Mohammedan was obdurate, and Danjisha was killed in this attempt, together Wdth the Raja's Vakil and some others near him. Thus did the brave Danjisha lose his life at the early age of 40, and the government of Bombay generously bestowed upon his widow a pension of Rs 3,000 per annum in recognition of the valuable services of this gallant officer. The following extract of a letter addressed by Mr. Crow, the agent at Surat, to the governor in council at Bombay shows the manner in which this Mahdi was disposed of. 2 boras of Bodan were sent to me by the Qazi with a letter they had brought to him from the fanatic, and one to me, desiring me to accept the religion of Muhammad, retire, or fight. The best part of this and the following day was taken up in collecting information, which all bespoke the determined resolution of the fanatic and the hardy concurrence of his brother Mohammedans to try a revolution here, when I resolved to take the sudden step of seizing him. 2 troops of cavalry were ordered to proceed by night to Bodan, in order to invest the place and get hold of him if they could. 26 History of the Parsis. Chapter I. Danjisha Baliramandklian left 2 sons, Pliurazizlia and Ardisliur. Tli also greatly distinguished themselves in Tli service of the British government, and no history of Surat would be complete without a short account of their distinguished careers. Firasha attained to a high position in the British judicial service by the zealous and efficient discharge of his public duties. Commencing life as a clerk in the local Chief Court of Justice under Mr. Crow, he was appointed in succession to the posts of Mamlatdar, of native political agent for the Bombay government in Bansta, Dharampur and other districts, of Principal Sadar Emin of Surat, and finally to that of or bar his departure till the arrival of 4 companies of Infantry / Captain Cunningham, who commanded the infantry, Danjisha Baliramantklian, a vakil of the Raja of Mandvi, and 4 scouts attended them. The dragoons arrived about daylight at Bodan. Danjisha was among the first over the river and endeavored to prevail on the fakir to surrender himself, but was killed in the attempt, with the Raja's vakil and some others near him. A furious engagement ensued betwixt the people and troops, in which the former had recourse to every species of sorcery and madness, and left nearly 200 dead on the field. The cavalry lost a corporal and 2 privates, and several horses, and saw the town in flames when they came away. Shortly after their departure the infantry, under Captain Cunningham, renewed the attack to the destruction of many more, and amongst them the fanatic himself, Abdul Rahman, who had been wounded by the dragoons, and taken refuge with several more in a blacksmith's hut. The Raja had been 2 or 3 days confined by him, but had made his escape the morning of the attack, it was not known whither. The 56th Regiment was ordered on to Mandvi, and the religious commotion was by the death of Abdul Rahman totally allayed. Chap I. A public funeral. 27 native judge Intliatzilla, all which appointments he filled with honor to himself and unqualified satisfaction to the government of Bombay. These services were well requited by the authorities of the presidency, who, in the person of the governor, the Honourable Mount Stuart Elphinstone, accorded him the honour of a public darbar, at which, in addition to the gift of a costly dress, he was presented with a substantial jagir, consisting of half a dozen villages, introducing a gross annual income of Es. 12,000. He continued to discharge his duties as a judicial functionary until his death in June 1843, when public respect unanimously conceded to him the tribute of a funeral demonstration such as has not fallen to the lot of any native in this country. The annals of the Parsi race record nothing more touching or impressive than the universal regret with which the sad event was received by every section of the local community, or than the eagerness with which all classes vied with each other in rendering due homage to the memory of one who had been so beloved. From the Rince to the peasant, from the highest government official to the smallest shopkeeper, all ranks united in accompanying the remains of the departed to their last resting place, while the pomp and solemnity of the disjale were enhanced by the general adoption of mourning tokens and the vast proportions of the melancholy cortege. Immediately behind the bier, says a local chronicler of 28 History of the Parsis. Chapter I. The scene, came a numerous assemblage of Zoroastrians, consisting of the whole of the laity, the dasturs, clavars, and spiritual heads, of the community, numbering in all upwards of 15,000 persons. Then followed an array of court officials, including judicial functionaries of every grade, Kazis, Muftars, Nazirs, Amins, vakils, agents, and writers. These were succeeded by an imposing body of horsemen, headed by the Ina of Dharampur and his staff of personal attendants. Next followed a detachment of the Nawab's horse, under the command of the Diwan, Mirza Muhammad Ali Beg Khan, then an immense throng of Hindu residents, comprising bankers, money-lenders, tradesmen, and shopkeepers, nor was there absent a representative muster of Mussulmans, of the and lower ranks of Armenians, of Moguls, Jews, and other races, making up in all some 3,000 persons. Lastly came a miscellaneous crowd of Khalis, or people of the fisherman caste, and Kunbis, or cultivators, with the latter of whom the deceased had been a great favorite. All this motley crowd, diversified by race and speech, costume, and complexion, accompanied the bier from the private residence of the deceased at Salabatpur to the limits of the Tower of Silence, where the non-Zoroastrians, debarred by Parsi custom from nearer approach, awaited the completion of the ceremonies, at the close of which they fell into the procession again, and marched back in the same chap I. Ardeshir Kotbal. 29 Orderly fashion to the place of starting. This last homage which was paid to this distinguished public servant shows how highly he must have been esteemed during life, and how greatly he was honored at his death, both by the people and by the government. His name, even at this day, is remembered with affectionate regard by the people of Surat. Firash's younger brother, Ardashir Danjisha, was not less distinguished. He was a man of rare energy and ability, and won his laurels as Kotbal, native superintendent of police, of Surat. His long and checkered career as a meritorious servant of the British government is well worthy of record. By his deeds, courage, and endurance he fully merited the title of Bahadur or Brave. Ardashir began life as a clerk in the Chief Court of Justice at Surat, and rose by successive steps to be principal Sadar Emin of that city. Throughout his career he was distinguished by a strong sense of public duty and an untiring zeal for the welfare of his fellow countrymen in Surat. In 1822, when that ill-fated city was visited by a terrible inundation, his exertions, involving imminent risk to life and limb, and extending without remission over 6 days and nights, were beyond all praise, and resulted in the preservation of thousands of lives. These vigorous and unselfish efforts were appreciated at their true value by the government, who, in the person of Mr. 30 History of the Parsis, Chapter I. Omer, Gge of Surat, bestowed on him in public darbar a costly dress of honor and a richly caparisoned charger, besides a handsome acknowledgment in writing of his daring and meritorious activity during a period of general calamity. But water was not the only foe from whose ravages Ardashir exerted himself, and not unsuccessfully, to rescue his unfortunate fellow citizens. Fire and water have for many decades past been alternately desolating the ancient city of Surat, and the extensive conflagration of 1837 would have proved much more disastrous in its consequences than it was had it not been for the indefatigable energy and timely efforts of this distinguished public servant. Besides combating these dangers and mitigating their evils, the subject of our sketch had to organize means, in conjunction with his British superior, for the destruction of a vast and skillfully conducted confederacy of pirates and plunderers who infested the city and river of Surat. Quote here some remarks which occur in this connection in Tonxss cities of Gujarat's litera, to form any idea of the state of Surat at this time, and to appreciate the exertions of Ardashir. It must be borne in mind that both the city and the river were plagued with robbers and pirates equally daring and adroit. The indolent avariciousness of the citizen was exposed to the rapacity of his needy neighbor, at whose means the villainous Koli of Gujarat could be introduced into his dwelling, and the nature of such felonies was a piratical confederacy. I-31 frequently rendered more atrocious by the commission of murder, but the stealthiness and security with which such feats were performed wholly defeated the aim and the ends of justice. Nor was the system of piracy any half-handed measure. The gifts of the ocean, the happy sobriquet, were shared from Cambay north as far southward as Daman by a leagued fraternity, whose emissaries were too frequently the servants or friends of the enterprising merchant. It was nothing unusual to learn of singular storms and stranger shipwrecks, yet Swaley Nest or the Rehole had received many hundred bales of cotton or richer spoil, both unsoiled by the sea and unknown to any voyage but that of the river. The gains were equally distributed. Afhish permitted the existence of the band such a series of years. But even this nefarious, audacious, and extensive plot perished under proper vigilance and due discrimination. Mr. Anderson, lately Governor of Bombay, a man of severe thought and determined principles of action when Session Judge of Surat, had bestowed some attention on this subject, but was at fault as to the means of extirpating these evils, and he bent his eye upon a young and adventurous instrument for accomplishing the required purpose. His penetration of character found in Ardashir the willing engine. From this period are to be dated the extraordinary exertions of Ardashir for Surat. Instantly diverting his notice to the amount and nature of the existing sore, he probed their extent, and then resorted to remedial steps. Ardashir was the fortunate recipient of many marks of distinction. Frequent public darbars were held under government instructions to do him honor, one under the immediate direction of no less a personage than Sir John Malcolm, then Governor of Bombay, who invested with his own hands the brave Ardeshir with a costly Kleelat, and conferred upon him the title of Bahadur of which he was so justly proud, in addition to the gift of a 32 history of the Parsis. Chapter I Horse Riklila caparisoned with gold and a Jaguar of 4 uajs in Gujarat, yielding a collective revenue of Rs 3,000 a year. A gold medal was subsequently presented to him at a public darbar by Mr. Sutherland, the Judicial Commissioner. It bore the following inscription: "This medal is presented to Ardeshir Dalanjasba Bahadur, Kotwal of Surat, in token of the high sense entertained by the Bombay government of the diligence and fidelity with which he has performed his public duties, both as an officer of police and in other capacities." Nor were the public at large, Udiam Ardeshir served in a truly self-sacrificing spirit, unmindful of the many obligations under which he had placed them. His magnanimous efforts were directed not only to the rescue of their lives and property from fire and flood, and from the violence and depredations of Bhils, Pindaris, and other robber tribes, but also to the elevation of their intellectual and social condition by the creation and endowment of institutions of public utility. On numerous occasions was this heroic benefactor of Surat presented with public addresses in grateful acknowledgement of his great worth as a public servant and as a personal friend of the thousands of citizens whom he had from time to time benefited. At such times the public enthusiasm always ran very high, and the demonstrations of heartfelt appreciation and goodwill made Chapai a meritorious official. ZZ by the populace must have filled Ardeshir himself with some surprise mixed with gratification. The darbar held by Mr. Anderson, Judge of Surat, on February 12, 1849, under government auspices, was the last public tribute of respect paid to this popular favorite, at the same time that it marked the close of his honorable and prosperous career as a government official. The reception accorded to him on this occasion was as warm and spontaneous as former assemblages of the same kind had been. The speech of Mr. Andrew, the President, delivered to a mixed assembly of natives and Europeans, dwelt in glowing terms on the incidents of Ardeshir's praiseworthy career, and before its close the representative of the British government conveyed to the principal Sadar Emin the warm acknowledgments of government and their high estimation of his character and worth as a public servant. Ardeshir replied, expressing his thanks in appropriate terms. At the termination of the proceedings the entire assembly formed themselves into a procession, and escorted the hero of the day to his residence. The only incident that, for a time, threatened to obscure the luster of Ardeshir's fame took place in 1844, when he was charged by Mr. R. D. Lewid, a judge, with complicity in a conspiracy alleged to have been entered into by him with others for the Vol. 2d34 History of the Parsis. Chapter I Purpose of ruining one of the most respectable firms at Surat, and with other acts unbecoming an officer of his high repute and standing. With these painful charges hanging over him, the principal Sadar Emin was suspended from his office, and a searching investigation as instituted, which happily terminated in a complete and honorable acquittal. This satisfactory issue of the inquiry, ably and impartially conducted by Mr. Emington, assistant resident at Baroda, was readily acknowledged by the government at a darbar held under the direction of Mr. Andrew, the official representative, for the purpose of publicly exonerating the accused, and reinstalling him in his office of principal Sadar Emin with due pomp and ceremony. The words employed on this occasion by the presiding officer, and quoted below, convey in fitting terms the opinion of government as to the result of the inquiry, and their unfeigned gratification at its issue. As the best consolation I can offer you for all that you have suffered, I would suggest to you my conviction, that you will hereafter not regret the painful prosecution and anxiety to which you have been subjected, for the glorious result in which they have issued under such peculiarly disadvantageous circumstances must have the effect of disabusing the most skeptical of any doubts and suspicions they may have hitherto entertained of your conduct and character, and in that another opportunity has been afforded to government to honor you in the eyes of the community. It now only remains for me thus publicly to present to you the orders for your resuming charge of your offices of Kotwal and Chapai. An honorable acquittal. 35 Principal Sadar Emin, which I do with the full assurance that you continue, by your zeal and fidelity, to maintain the high rank you have obtained for yourself in every department of the public service in which you have been employed. The honors accorded to Ardashir at this darbar, and the numerous congratulations he received in token of the public gratification at his acquittal and reinstatement, were minutely recorded in the newspapers of the time, and an extract from one of them will form an appropriate close to our sketch of this Parsi celebrity of modern times. The late Principal Sadar Emin was escorted from his own residence to the Adalat or chief courthouse by the collectors and judges' body guard and by a throng of Kabdars and leading citizens of all classes, he himself being gorgeously attired in the robes of honor conferred on him by Sir John Malcolm, and riding in palanquin with girded sword, also the gift of the same governor, and his breast adorned with the gold medal commemorating his valor. Guard of honor consisting of a detachment of the 19th NI, with band and colors, awaited his arrival at the courthouse, on reaching which he was ushered into the presence of a brilliant assembly, which was adorned by the presence of the leading inhabitants, native and European, of the Baxi and the Nawab of Surat, of the Ija of Dharampur, and other visitors of rank and distinction. After the government resolution, exonerating him from all suspicion of misconduct and restoring him to his rank and honors, had been read out and translated, a congratulatory address from the whole of the residents, bearing many thousand signatures, was presented to Ardashir, amidst vociferous shouts of triumph and rejoicing. When the darbar broke up, the assembly accompanied him in procession to his residence, its ranks being swelled by the enthusiastic crowd which awaited without. Body of mounted police went in front, succeeded by a miscellaneous throng of musicians, who played with the zeal and energy characteristic of 36 history of the Parsis. Chapter I. Those who were bent upon doing the renowned Kotval all the homage required by the occasion. Behind these went the collectors and customs bodyguard, closely followed by the garrison band, the palanquins of the Principal Sadar Emin and his son, of the Nawab's son-in-law, and that of the Baxi, and far in the rear came the cavalcade, headed by the Kaya of Dharampur. The procession, on reaching the limits of the fort, was greeted with the thunders of cannon, roaring out their welcome from on board the mercantile fleet on the neighboring river. As it passed down to the riverside, flower sellers, who with baskets full of flowers lined the road, cast their floral offerings in the direction of Ardashir's palanquin and along the thoroughfare, in lavish abundance, perfuming the air all round. Thousands flocked to participate in this magnificent ovation, and the air resounded with the cries of victory to the Kotval, the Almighty bestow on him long life and prosperity, etc. After his retirement in 1846, Ardashir ceased to take part in public affairs, and led more or less a secluded life until his death in 1856. The name of Dadabai Nasirvanji Modi, who was born at Surat in the year 1760, will ever be remembered by the Parsi community at that place. He was a merchant, and had amassed considerable wealth. He was still more a benevolent and charitable gentleman. It was Dadabhai's earnest desire to build before his death an Adishbiram in his city, but he unfortunately died ere this long-cherished wish could be accomplished. His widow was, however, as charitable and generous as her departed husband, whose wishes she carried out by building on November 19, 1823 the sacred edifice and commemorating his name by associating it with the Adishbiram. Dadabai left Chapai, a JV enterprising merchant. 37 no lie heir, and Lee's family became extinct, but the Adishbiram is a lasting monument to Lee's memory as well as of his wife's tender love and respect. The man who builds an Adishbiram or chief fire temple is sure to live long in the memory of the Parsis, for it is the principle of their sacred places. The more religiously inclined pay daily visits to them to offer up their prayers to God. Besides those whom we have mentioned in this chapter, there were many old Parsi families whose names are still held in high esteem at Surat, but it is impossible to notice them all at any length. One Etanji Manakji Enti, who was born in the year 1733, deserves however to be mentioned for his commercial enterprise in distant parts of the globe. He was the first Parsi who went to Arabia in pursuit of commerce, and visited Mecca and Jeddah. He travelled through different JAITs of Arabia, and on his return to Surat opened an extensive trade with that country. Etanji was also a man of an exceedingly charitable disposition. He built Adakama at Somari, near Surat, and a large dharmshala for the use of the Parsis in that city. He also greatly distinguished himself during the dreadful famine which scourged Gujarat in 1790 by his indefatigable exertions in superintending the feeding of the poor, and in making arrangements for the cheap supply of food to the famished population. At that time a new coin 38 History of the Parsis. Chapter I was introduced in Gujarat, and Lai resolved not to sell grain for any other but the new coin, whereupon Lai was surnamed Enti, or the Obstinate, and the new rupees began to be known in Surat as Intishai rupees. In an account of the distinguished Parsi families of Surat the Bhavnagris may be mentioned. Jamusji Framji Babnagri, 1744, was a wealthy Jagirdar, and he caused to be built at his own expense a large tank of solid stone for the use of the public at Bhavnagar. Another very wealthy, influential, and public-spirited citizen of Surat, who deserves mention in these pages, was Nasirvanji Koyar, who died in 1797 at the age of 80. He was the agent of the Dutch factory at Surat, and carried on an extensive business in maritime insurance as the representative in his city of an eminent firm of Bombay merchants. He traded on his own account, among other countries, with Persia, which he twice visited. He was of a deeply religious nature, and his public work, which mostly took a religious form, survives to this day in a fire temple which he established at Yezd in Persia, and for which he sent the sacred fire all the way from Surat by land, an especially hazardous and difficult undertaking in those days. He endowed this fire temple with jagirs, and instituted in connection with it an annual Rili to Iyas feast which is still known as Koyar's Gahambar. He also built a fire temple at Chapai, the Kabir Panth, 39 Surat, and revived among his co-religionists in India the ancient Persian institution of the Jamshedi-ne-Oraz, or the feast of the vernal equinox. Towards the persecuted Zoroastrians of Persia who sought a refuge in India, or who came there in quest of an opening for their talents, his hospitality was unbounded. Nor were his sympathies confined to his own race or creed. He was versed in the tenets of the Kabir Pantli, or the philosophico-religious sect founded by the well-known Hindu reformer Kabir, for whose teaching he had a great predilection. He was well read in the Persian and Arabic languages, and he was one of the most enlightened citizens of Surat of his time. He was succeeded in his business by his son Karsheji, who died in 1852 at the age of 77. While carrying on the family business of maritime insurance, Karsheji extended his dealings to China, sending his eldest son Fardunji to that country in 1815. Having met with reverses in business, and losing the remnants of his fortune in the Great Fire at Surat in 1837, when the family mansion was burnt down, Karsheji devoted the latter portion of his life to literary pursuits. He was well known as a student of Oriental literature, and was considered an authority in all matters pertaining to the Zoroastrian religion. In his character as a scholar he enjoyed the esteem and friendship not only of his own people, but for the history of the Parsis. Chapter I also of Messrs. Eomer and Anderson, who successively held the post of judge at Surat, and took a deep interest in Oriental researches. He was well versed in the Persian, Pahlavi, Zend, and Sanskrit languages, and his library of Oriental manuscripts, especially of those bearing on the religion and history of the Parsis, which were for the most part destroyed in the fire of 1837, was considered one of the best of its kind in western India. He had 5 sons, all of whom entered the British service and rose to such offices of trust and responsibility as were open to the natives in their times, and the eldest of them, Fardunji, was the first to establish in the city of Broch, about the year 1831, a reading room and also a scientific society known as the Scientific Maktab, which Lieutenant Christopher Birdwood, afterwards Commissary General of Bombay, looked upon not only as one of the many proofs which the Parsi community had already given of their enterprising and liberal spirit, but also as an evident sign of the times. The name of Karsheji Jamshedji Modi, who had attained a high position in the service of Bajirao Peshwa, deserves a record here. He was originally a resident of Cambay, and joined the office of Colonel. The people of Bombay will always cherish the memory of the late General Birdwood, a man of singularly pure and blameless life, and superior to all prejudices of caste, color, and creed. He was called Maharaja by his many native friends. Chap Native Court Intrigues. I-41 Close, the Kesident at Pune, where his abilities were soon perceived, and he was raised to the position of native agent. He was a person of comprehensive judgment and great address. In the above capacity he frequently came into contact with Bajirao, who not only consulted him on all important questions but also appointed him with a large salary to the post of Sar Subha or Governor of the Carnatic, a post which he held at the same time as he filled that of native Ascent under the English resident. It is almost impossible in any native government for an alien to hold high office without exciting the envy of the officers of the state, and one of the Peshwa Sardars, Sadasib Bhamankeshvar, preferred charges against Karsheji of corrupt practices in the affairs of his government. But the Peshwa took no steps to investigate them. Another of Bajirao Sardars, named Trimbakji Danglia, informed Mr. Elphinstone, who was then resident at Pune, that Karsheji was conspiring with Bajirao against the English. The intrigues of a native court were thus to bring this Parsi into trouble. Mr. Elphinstone then considered that Karsheji's position at the residency was incompatible with his appointment as governor of a Maratha province, and he was called upon to resign the one or the other. Karsheji knew what was good for an honest man, and he stuck to his less lucrative post in the English service, and resigned the higher office under the 42 history of the Parsis. Chap I Peshwa. The intrigues were renewed in different forms, and he was at length removed from the Kezidency, but with a handsome provision for him in his native country. Before he could leave Pune, however, he died, 1815, of poison, but whether administered to him by others or taken by himself was never ascertained, although a long and strict investigation was made. A short notice of one Maniar, who, after Naorozji Seth, was the second Parsi to visit England, 1781, will be both interesting and appropriate. His messian was of a political character. He and a Hindu gentleman were deputed to England by Kagunathro Peshwa for the purpose of obtaining from the East India Company and the British government the assistance of their troops. Both these gentlemen seem to have lived in England in the most orthodox style of their native land, and were they to rise from their graves and see how the Parsis and Hindus of the present day now live and board in England, they would be struck with horror and dismay, and we are afraid they might consider that nothing short of eternal perdition would be their doom. On the return of Hanmantro and Maniar, the Peshwa thanked the Right Honourable Edmund Burke for the kindness and attention he had shown to his Atu Ents 1 following is from Burke's Life, Vol. 3 p. 46, Hanumant Rao, a Brahlinan of high caste, and Maniar Parsi, arrived in England as agents of Egunath Rao, who had some business to Chapai. Burke's letter. 43 Avenue may bring our consideration of the distinguished Parsi families of Gujarat to a conclusion with a short account of a Parsi family which greatly distinguished itself at Daman, a small town still in the possession of the Portuguese government. Transact with Lightly East Lydia directors and British government. They were found by Mr. Burke under very unpleasant circumstances, examined by their peculiar modes of life, and the obligations of their religion, with the attention to strangers for which Ivir. Burke was so remarkable, he took them down to Beaconsfield, and it being summer, gave them up a large greenhouse for their separate use where they prepared their food according to the rules of their caste, performed their ablutions, and discharged such other duties as rites of their religion and their customs required, and as circumstances permitted. They found great pleasure in IR and MRS, Burke's society, and where they were visited by many distinguished people whilst they sojourned at Beaconsfield. In AI, Tum they set out on their return to India, and on their arrival there, Egunath Eao wrote to thank Mr. Burke for his kindness to his agents. The fragment of Burke's reply, which is here given, was written probably at the end of the year 1782. Mr. Burke's reply to Egunath Eao's letter of thanks was as follows: "You may set too much value on the few and slight services that I have been able to perform for your agent Hanumant Eao, and his assistant Maniar Parsi. It was nothing more than a duty one man owed to another. Hanumant Eao has done me the honor of being my guest for a very short time, and I endeavored to make my place as convenient as any of us are able to do, for a person so strictly observant as he was of all the rules and ceremonies of the religion, to which he was born, and to which he strictly conformed, often at the manifest hazard of his life. To this I have been witness. Have, however, Sir, derived one benefit from the instruction he has given us, relative to your ways of leading, that whenever it shall be thought necessary to send gentoos of a high cade to transact any business in this kingdom, on giving proper notice, and on obtaining proper license from authority for their coming, we shall be enabled to provide for them in such a manner as greatly to lessen the difficulties in our intercourse." 44 History of the Parsis. Chapter Ibleakliaji Barkla, Tli great-grandfather of Tli present head of the family, Mr. Manakji Kavasji Damanvala, was the head priest of the Zoroastrian community at Tarapur in the years 1745 to 46. The family had from early times been settled at this place, and enjoyed some influence with the Darbar of the Peshwa at Pune. Bhikaji Barda enjoyed also the reputation of being a wealthy man. He could not hope, however, to escape from the marauding expeditions of the Pindaris, who were the pest of the country, until Lord Hastings curbed their pride and put an end to their exactions. On one occasion, when the Pindaris had carried away the whole of his possessions, even to the ornaments of his daughters, he is said to have stopped them, offering them more gold, which he had secreted in the hollow of the legs of his bedstead, if they would only return his daughters' ornaments, because, as they belonged to their husbands, he only held them in trust. The Pindaris, while they marveled at the extreme simplicity of the old man, feigned acquiescence with his request, and to render as tolerable as possible to them a country, where there are scarcely 6 good months in the year. The suffering these gentlemen underwent at first was owing to the ignorance, not unkindness of this nation. I am sorry, sir, to inform you that I can give you no sort of hope of your ever obtaining the assistance of the troops you require. It is best at once to speak plainly, when it is not in our power to act. Hanumant Rao is a faithful and an able servant of yours, and Maniar Parsi used every exertion to second him. If your affairs have not succeeded to your wishes, it is no fault of theirs. Chap I. Trade in opium. 45 Only with the intention of taking away the secreted gold as well as what they had already plundered. This they did without compunction of conscience. After this affair the family removed to Udvada, and some time later made Daman their principal place of residence. Bhikaji's son Biramji applied himself from an early age to trade, ingratiated himself into the favor of the native Rajas of Manvi and Dharampur, farmed the revenue of several of their villages, and in course of time amassed a large fortune. In those days the route of all the opium traffic from Malwa passed through Daman. Biramji, and after him his sons Bhikaji and Kavasji, possessed a large interest in this trade, being the agents of most of the principal opium merchants of Bombay, and they also possessed many ships of their own plying between Daman, Bombay, Mozambique, and China. In consequence of the change in the route of the opium trade to Bombay, Daman lost all its commercial importance, and sank into insignificance. The opium trade of the family ceased, and the present Mr. Manakji Kavasji has confined himself to the administration of the villages and lands granted to his family in perpetuity by the aegis of Dharampur and Manvi, and by the Portuguese government. With the power to exercise the revenue and judicial control in the villages granted by the Dharampur state and held under the guarantee of the British 46 History of the Parsis. Chapter I Government, with Tlianas and a police force of liaison, and with armed Arab and Makrani sepoys for watch and ward, Mr. Manakji almost possesses the state of a little chief. This picture of individual importance, unique of its kind, is as gratifino to the felinos of Parsis as the more numerous examples of prosperity exhibited by the merchant princes of Bombay. Even Army police stations. Chapter 2. Distinguished Parsis of Bombay. First Parsis in Bombay. The Portuguese rule cession to England clear Sliji Pochaji Ponde. The old fortifications Durabji Nana by the early revenue of Bombay Eastamji Durabji. His heroic character a great service to the English. The title of Patel romantic episode Kabasji Rostamji Parsi passes Herji by Rostamji Banaji Limji. The first Parsi traders with the Far East. The erst Parsi merchant in Buimag in Calcutta. The Modi family Conti. Actors to the company importers, agents and bankers. The honest Choi keeper. The ready money family trading with China. Its profitable character Sarabji. Read 3 Ramoni grants of land to Parsis. The Kama family. The Wadia family. Parsi shipbuilders. The first dockyard at Bombay. The master builders of the East India Company family of skillful ship W. Tights. Sir Thomas Trowbridge on Parsi built men of war. Sir Edward Pelew's opinion. The Sals et the Mind the master builder of the present day. The benevolence of the Wadia family. The first Parsi High Sheriff of Bombay. The memorial fountains of the city. Parsi agents to France. Letters from French government. The Dadist family. Their good work. Jamshedji Jajibhai. His birth. His first journey to China. His later journeys captured by a French vessel. His letter describing his adventures. His Ritmui to Bombay. His success and charity. The monuments of his generosity. The first Parsi night addresses on the auspicious occasion. Further honors freedom of London. His cosmopolitan charity. Baron Houseman's letter. His statue. Lord Elphinstone's speech. Lady Jamshedji. The Mahim causeway. The Oj. Enning ceremony created a baronet. His descendants. Framji Kabasji Banaji. His good service. His agricultural taste. A official report on the subject. First present of mangoes to the Queen. The Bombay Times. Now the Times of India. The Calcutta Parsis. The Vakaji family. Their extensive operations. Their connection with the Nizam. Relations with Shitulai. Their bankruptcy. Salah Jung indemnifies them. Karsheji Manakji Shroff family. Jars Jajibhai Dadabai Manakji Nasser Vanji Peti Dinshaw Manakji Peti Dinshaw's benevolence. Nassar Vanji Manakji Peti Mervanji Framji Ponde. The Kolaba Sanitarium. 48 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2. Kabasji Jangir Ready Money. Mr Woolner statue of Hinadalji Framji Alblas Framji Nasservanji Patelkamrasheji Fardunji Parakli. The Flora Fountain in Bombay. The Parsis came and settled in Bombay, Baleara. They are mostly congregated at the present day, a little before the island was ceded to the British by the King of Portugal as the dowry of Catherine, Princess of Braganza, when she married Charles II of England in the year 1668. There is no doubt on the point that they arrived in Bombay before the British had taken possession of it, because we find that in 1665 one Karsheji Pochaji Ponde contracted with the Portuguese authorities for the supply of men and materials for the building of the fortifications. The extensive nature of the contract can only be judged by those who have seen these fortifications and the fort walls. After the lapse of 2 centuries they were considered by the British government to be useless for offensive or defensive purposes. The walls round the fort were pulled down only 20 years ago to afford increased accommodation to the city. The stately public buildings which now stand on the esplanade and add to the grand and beautiful appearance of Bombay occupy the site of the old rampart walls. Following the plan adopted in the last chapter in this gentleman was the great-great-grandfather of Mr. Irvanji Framji Ponde, of whom a notice will be found hereafter in this chapter. Chap 2. Revenue of Bombay. 49. Describing the Parsis of Gujarat, we now proceed to give a sketch of some of the earlier Parsis who distinguished themselves in Bombay by their commercial spirit, enterprise, and benevolence, after they had settled in that city. Durabji Nawabhai, the head of the Patel family, was one of the earliest residents, if not the very first Parsi settler in Bombay. It is uncertain whether there were any Parsis in that city before his arrival, but he was certainly a resident of Bombay before the cession of the island to the English, and was employed by the Portuguese government in transacting miscellaneous business with the natives of the place. He continued to perform this duty after the transfer of Bombay, and as the new rulers were ignorant of the manners, language, and customs of the people, he was frequently consulted by the English about their affairs. In the year 1668 the population consisted chiefly of fishermen, and it having been found necessary to raise the revenue of the place, the new authorities levied a body tax upon them, and entrusted its collection to Durabji Nanabai, who is said to have carried out his orders smoothly and without any friction, whereby he became exceedingly popular among the people. It may interest our readers to know that the total amount of the revenue of Bombay in the first year of the English government was about £6,500 and was, as given by Ball. 2e50 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2. His death. In the year 1689 he was succeeded by his son Rostamji Durabji in all the offices which he had held under the English. There is one trait in their character for which the Parsis are remarkable, and that is loyalty to their government. Their readiness to rise or fall with its fortunes has been more conspicuously demonstrated since their contact with the English, and it has always been exhibited whenever occasion has rendered necessary such an exhibition of devotion. The powerful British government in India is fully cognizant of the fact that at one period of its history the city which now in point of population ranks as the second in the Mr. Bruce in his work on the East India Company, derived from the following sources: Rent of Mazagon Chap 2. The cities of Janjira. 51 British Empire, and Oleakli Lias become a highway between Europe and India and a great emporium of trade, was prevented from being lost to it by the loyalty and courage of a Parsi. Like the valiant Ardeshir who fought for his Raja against the aggressions of the Mahomedans, Istamji Durabji Patel fought for the English government against the cities of Janjira. In the year 1692 a severe plague broke out in Bombay, when most of the Europeans of the place and the soldiers in the garrison fell victims to the disease. Taking advantage of this unfortunate circumstance, the cities of Janjira, who were then a powerful and independent people, organized bands of pirates along the Malabar coast, and invaded Bombay with a large force. They took possession of the island and Dungri Fort, now called Fort George. The few Englishmen who had survived the plague were so exhausted as to be quite unable to drive the cities away. But Istamji Durabji, who had in his veins the blood of the ancient warlike Persians, undertook to repel the enemy. He raised a militia from among the fishermen of the population, fought the invaders, and defeated them. He then dispatched messengers with the news of the victory to the chief of the English factory at Surat, who soon after arrived in Bombay and took charge of the government. For these invaluable services Istamji Durabji was honoured with the hereditary title of Patel, Lord or Chief, of Bomb 52 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2b. He was also placed at the head of the fisherman caste from which he had formed his little army, and invested with the power of adjudicating civil and religious disputes among them, an authority which up to this day is enjoyed by his descendants, though not in the same deo, as before. On the death of Istamji Durabji Patel, which took place on April 12, 1763 at the venerable age of 96, he was succeeded in his various offices by his son, Kabasji. Istamji's wife, Firoza, was an Irani lady, and her marriage with Istamji was brought about under such romantic circumstances that we are tempted to give an account of them here. Her father and mother resided in Persia, and, being unable to withstand the persecution of the Mahomedans around them, were forced to embrace the Islami religion. They had 2 lovely daughters, whom, however, they wished to keep as Zoroastrians. They therefore brought them up secretly in their original faith, and were in search of an opportunity to send them to Bombay, where they could be married to persons professing their cherished religion. At this moment, as luck would have it, Firoza's parents came across a German traveler who bore the reputation of being a good man, and they implored him to take charge of their 2 daughters, and to hand them over to the care of some respectable Zoroastrian in Bombay. The good and gallant German was willing and ready to oblige. Both the girls were exceedingly modest and prepossessing in appearance. One of them captivated the heart of the German, who made no secret of it to her parents, and proposed to marry her if they permitted him, and to take her sister to Bombay. Firoza's parents agreed to this proposal, for they would rather wed their daughter to a Christian than bestow her upon one of the persecutors of their race. The girl, too, was willing to bestow her hand and heart on her and her sister's savior, and they all came to Bombay. The German then took his affianced to Europe, where they were married, and are said to have lived happily for many years. The other dog litter, Firouzah, was entrusted by the German traveller to a respectable Parsi shopkeeper, Pikaji Biramji Pandey, to be given in marriage to some respectable Parsi. In those days there was Chap 11. Kabasji Patel 53 Eastamji, who gave so much satisfaction that Governor Hornby invested him with a kilat or dress of honor in the year 1775. In those days government found much difficulty in providing tonnage for transporting troops from one place to another, and Kabasji Patel was therefore entrusted with the work of supplying boats and vessels for the public service, which duty he performed very creditably and most satisfactorily. When the British took Thana and Bassein from the Maratha Sardar Raghunathro Dada Saheb, Kabasji Patel was appointed to an important post in the former place, where he established a number of Parsis as a colony, and built out of his own purse places of worship and other charitable edifices. No Parsi was allowed to go to Thana without a pass from Kabasji. Near the old police court in Forbes Street a large tank, by the side of which the Parsis used to resort for recreation in the afternoon, and Pikaji used to take Firouzah there that she might select a husband of her own choice, and give her hand to whomsoever she pleased. Young Eastamji Darabji was the fortunate winner of the heart of the lovely Firouzah. The following is a copy of the pass as found in the records in the possession of the Patel's family. To Andrew Imse, Esq sir, please to permit to pass the bearer Herji Parsi going to Thana. I am, sir, your most obed. Humble serve. Signed, Kabasji Eastamji Patel. Bombay, ISF/I, Vel 1775. 54 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Large tank at Ketwadi in Bombay, quickly up to this day bears his name, was the gift of his generosity. It was built in the year 1776, and in those days supplied a want by which thousands of poor people were benefited with the blessing of one of the greatest necessaries of life. This large tank was repaired at the expense of the Patel's family up to 1834, from which year the government voluntarily undertook its maintenance. The well-known street in the fort of Bombay, Kabasji Patel Street, was named after him. Kabasji died in the year 1799, and was succeeded in the title of Patel and his other offices by his son Sarabji. Herji Bhai Rostamji Kabasji Patel, a name not unknown in the highest circles of London society, was the last of the distinguished members of the Patel family. He was one of the most extensive merchants in China, and went at a later period to England to press upon the English government some claims which he fancied he had against it for losses during the China War. After the Patels, the Banerjee family next claims our notice. Banerjee Limji was the founder of this distinguished family. He was born in the village of Bagbadandi, near Surat, and came to Bombay in the year 1990. At first he accepted employment in the commercial establishment of the Honourable East India Company, but being imbued with a spirit for Chap 2. Government contracts. 55 Mercial Enterprise Lai resigned the service and took to trading on his own account. He went to Burma and made arrangements for opening up a trade with that country. Banerjee was not only an enterprising merchant but a man of large-hearted benevolence. When he came to Bombay he had been obliged to take service, but his later commercial ventures proved so successful and brought him so much wealth that he was able to turn it to good use. He built an Adaran or fire temple in the fort, which still exists. The well-known Framji Kabasji of later years, and of whose high character and sterling worth some notice will be found in other pages of this chapter, was a descendant of Banerjee. Banerjee's grandson Dadabhai Biramji was the first Parsi who went to Calcutta for trading purposes. His talents and high character soon secured for him the notice and friendship of Mr. Cartier, the governor of Bengal, after whom he named one of his trading ships. Jajibhai Jamshedji Modi was the founder of the Modi family of Bombay. He amassed a good fortune through his contracts, 1738, with the English government for the supply of provisions and other articles to the troops in the garrison. After his death his son carried on his business. These contracts, owing to the want of competition in those days, were highly remunerative, but, owing to the difficulties in obtaining the necessary supplies, much depended on the 56 history of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Energy and honesty of the contractors, who in the old times were highly respectable and honest citizens. Jijibhai and his son Herjibai were held in the highest estimation by the government, and the latter was once highly eulogized and publicly thanked by the governor, the Honorable Stephen Law, for the honest and creditable manner in which he applied the necessities of the state. As the European population of Bombay increased, the most lucrative business which the Parsis could undertake was that of importing and selling English wines and liquors, and English provisions and other similar articles, and those who engaged in this line of business secured large profits. The Jayzavalas, the Pochajis, the Panthakis, and other well-known names in this trade are of more modern times. They also acted as agents and bankers to their customers. Bhikaji Biramji Pandey appears to have been the first to open this line of business among the Parsis, before the middle of the 18th century. The earlier Parsis were noted for their extreme honesty, and Bhikaji Biramji was generally known among the European officers and merchants as the honest shopkeeper. The well at the corner of the new post office on the Esplanade in Bombay was built at his expense, a spot at which Parsis may be seen every morning and evening at prayers after washing their faces, hands, and feet. He was a member of the Parsi Panchayat of his day. Chap 2. The Ready Money Brothers. 57 We now come to the Ready Money family. Three brothers Manchurji Jivanji, Herji Jivanji, and Te Mulji Jivanji were all born at Navsari. They came to Bombay in the early part of the 18th century and settled there for purposes of trade. Herji, the second of the brothers, was the most enterprising of the three. He went to China and there opened a house of business. On his return to Bombay his brother Manchurji went to look after the China firm, and although they possessed only a small capital at the time of their arrival in Bombay they acquired considerable wealth through their trade with China. Much of the wealth of the Bombay Parsis has been derived from their trade with China, and to Herji and Manchurji Ready Money are due the honor and credit of opening this new field of commercial enterprise, which in subsequent years brought immense prosperity to the Parsis of Western India. The Ready Money brothers owned several trading ships, one of which was named Hornhi after the governor of Bombay, and the other was called the Royal Charlotte. They derived their surname of Ready Money on account of their wealth, and also from their readiness to advance money to those who were in need. One small tower of silence which is visible on Tly Road leading from Chowpatty to Malabar Hill in Bomlai was built by Manchurji for the disposal of his body after death. Before this time no Parsi had built a tower of silence for the disposal of his own individual body. It is said that when Manchurji returned from China to Bomb 58 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2. Manchurji had a son named Sarabji Olio gained for himself a still more honorable name than either his father or uncles. He has left an imperishable reputation among the Parsis for his benevolence of character and charitable disposition. During the great Gujarat famine thousands of starving persons came to Bombay from that province in search of food, and Sarabji fed these people twice a day for nearly a whole year. There was no charitable institution in the city which did not benefit by his purse, and his name was associated with many acts of benevolence. He was a merchant by profession, and had two ships of his own, the Shalmino Clier and Slyoji Kaikoshru. He traded extensively with China, in partnership with Muhammad Ali bin Muhammad Hussain Iaga. In the year 1757 a Parsi named Biramji Humji was rewarded by the Honourable Mr. Borshia, Governor of Bombay, with a free grant of land in recognition of some important services rendered by him to the East India Company. He was an influential man in his bay, an Armenian who was a fellow passenger, and who pretended to have a knowledge of astrology, informed him that if after Li's death he allowed his hones to mix with those of any other person his wealth and his family would soon be extinct. He therefore ordered a tower of silence to be built for himself, but it so happened that Li died before its completion. His body was therefore covered and deposited on the hill for a month, by which time the tower was ready, and it was then placed in it with due ceremony. One grandfather of Mr. Muhammad Ali Iaga. Chap 2. Trade with China. 59 Community, and a street in the fort of Bombay has been named after him. By Jamshedji Gamadia, the grandfather of the well-known and venerable Faraji Nasirvanji Patel, was born at a place called Tina, near Surat. His ancestors were Patels of the place, and Dadabai by his business habits soon raised himself to a good position. He was a member of the Parsi Panchayat, and built a fire temple at Mazagon for the use of the residents of that district of Bombay. Kamaji Kavarji, who died in 1773, laid the foundation in Bombay of the well-known Kama family. He came to that city from the village of Tina, near Surat, in the year 1735, at the same time as Lavji Nasirvanji, the pioneer of shipbuilding in Bombay. He was employed in a position of trust and responsibility in the government treasury. His two sons, Manchurji Kamaji and Adalji Kamaji, however, engaged themselves in trade with China during the lifetime of their father, and their descendants have continued to do so up to this day. The Kama family has been well distinguished for its commercial enterprise, honesty, and uprightness in Bombay, and the city boasts of a good Bali Humji Street, Buliakli crosses Tly Elphinstone Circle and Bazargate Street. To the well-known citizens, Manchurji Framji Kama, Pestanji Hormasji Kama, and Karshedji Nasirvanji Kama, are descendants of Manchurji, and Manchurji Hormasji Kama is a descendant of the Yayanjur brother Adalji. 6. History of the Parsis. Chapter 2. Number of respectable citizens among the descendants of this family, notices of some of whom will be found elsewhere. We now come to the founder of the Wadia family, which is widely known and has produced many members whose names have been deservedly popular and respected in the Parsi and other communities. Lavji Nasirvanji was born at Surat in the year 1710. He was educated as a shipwright, and took employment in the East India Company's dockyard there. The trading ojade creations of the Honourable Company had necessitated the building of ships, and a dockyard seems to have been built at Surat during the early years of the establishment of the company's factory there. As in Bombay the master builders of Her Majesty's dockyard have up to this day been Parsis, so were those at Surat. In 1735 one Dhaujibhai was master builder at Surat, and, it having been found necessary in that year to build a ship for the East India Company, Mr. Dudley, then master attendant at Bombay, was sent there for the purpose. Lavji Nasirvanji was employed there as a foreman shipwright, and his ability, skill, and intelligence in the art of shipbuilding attracted the attention of Mr. Dudley. How Lavji Nasirvanji came to Bombay, and the circumstances which led to the establishment of the dockyard in that city, and its subsequent extension, are well described in a report, dated 28 Sept. Chap. 2. Bombay Dockyard. 6 September 1810, written by Mr. T. Money, Superintendent of Marine, for the Government of Bombay. Prior to the year 1735 there was no dockyard at Bombay. Surat was the principal biking fas on this side of the peninsula, and it may be said in all India. In that year Mr. Dudley, the master attendant, was sent by the government of this presidency to Surat to agree with the builder there, Danjibhai, to build a ship for the Honourable Company's service, to be called the Queen. In the construction of this vessel Mr. Dudley was so much pleased with the skill and exertions of the foreman, Lavji Nasirvanji, that after the launch he endeavoured to persuade him to proceed with some artificers to Bombay, where the government were desirous of establishing a building yard, but his fidelity to his engagements would not allow him to yield to Mr. Dudley's solicitation till his master's consent could be procured. This was at length obtained with great difficulty, and in the year 1735, with a few shipwrights, Lavji arrived at Bombay, and selected for the place of his future operations a small part of the present dockyard, which was then occupied by the dwellings of all the principal officers of the marine, the habitation of the Lascars, and by the common jail of Bombay. The avenues to these buildings rendered the yard open to the public, but, on the other hand, it may be observed that the Resi 62 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Denke of the officers of Tly establishment on the spot afforded a security to the property deposited there. As shipbuilding increased with the prosperity of the place, in the year 1754 the superintendent of the marine proposed the construction of a dry dock, which was acceded to by government, and with the assistance of Lavji it was completed for the moderate sum of 12,000 rupees. Lavji had two sons, Manakji and Bamanji, who were brought up in their father's profession, and of them Mr. Dudley, in the aforesaid report, said that Lavji, encouraged by the success of his undertaking and the countenance of government, brought up two of his sons, Manakji and Bamanji, to his own craft, and by his instructions rendered them so proficient in naval architecture that, by their united exertions, the reputation of the Bombay dockyard became universally known in India, and their business was so much increased that in the year 1760 it was found necessary to construct another dock. The abilities of Lavji in his profession, and his great integrity in the purchase of materials for shipbuilding, had now in more than one instance attracted the particular notice, approbation, and reward of the honorable court, but his skill and exertions in repairing HM Squadron about this period called forth their distinguished commendation, and they emphatically say that such essential services should not be passed. Chap 2. Parsi Shipbuilders. 63 over without some particular mark of their favor, which the government were directed accordingly to confer. In reward of the merits of these worthy sons of Lavji, the government awarded, and the court of directors in 1776 AJ approved of, an increase to their pay, and to the elder, Manakji, the court directed a silver rule and a shawl to be presented in their name, as a testimony of their approbation of his past services, and to encourage him to behave with the same diligence and fidelity as his father. Lavji died in the year 1774. 2 years before his death he was presented, by order of the court of directors, with a silver foot rule as a token of their appreciation of his meritorious services, with the inscription, Memorial from the East India Company of the long and faithful services of Lavji, their master builder at Bombay, anno 1772. On Lavji's death his eldest son, Manakji, was appointed master builder, and he and his younger brother, Bamaji, who was appointed assistant master builder, gained by their skill and ability the highest approbation of the government and the directors of the East India Company. They received more than one special thanks from the court of directors, and were each presented in the year 1783 with a gold medal by Vice Admiral Sir Edward Hughes, K.B., with a suitable inscription on one side and a model of the super on the reverse, as a mark. 64 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 of Lee's appreciation of services rendered by them to the vessels of His Majesty's Navy. The government also, under a sanad, gave them a substantial reward in the shape of a jaguar in perpetuity in Sals et. These two brothers built 20-9 ships during their tenure of office, besides repairing many ships of His Majesty's squadron visiting Bombay. Bamanji, the younger son of Lavji, died in 1790 at the age of 70, and the elder son, Manakji, in the year 1792. On their deaths their sons, Framji and Jamshedji, won. This is to certify that Vice Admiral Sir Edward Hughes, K.B., and Commander-in-Chief of His Majesty's ships and vessels in the East Indies, having by letter, under date the 10th day of March 1783, pointed out the great services rendered the nation at large, and the United East India Company, Manakji Loji and Bamanji Loji, the two master builders at this presidency, and having also strongly recommended to us to confer on them a certain portion of ground on this island, which will yield annually 40 moras of taka bati. This is to certify that the said Manakji Loji and Bamanji Loji have accordingly been put in possession of certain bati grounds in the district of Parel, with their foras and putanias of the side grounds, which will yield the above quantity of taka bati, and that they are to be kept in possession of the same, without molestation, until the pleasure of the Honorable the Court of Directors is known. Given under our hands, in Bombay Castle, this 29th day of December, in the year of our Lord 1783. Signed, W. Hornby. RHBODDAL. R. Gambir. John Torles. Robert Sparks. C. Borgia. R. Church. James Morley. Alex. Kallectar. Chap 2. A government present. 65 were appointed master builders in their fathers' places, and their services to the state were as valuable as those of their predecessors. They were equally appreciated by the government. In the year 1804 they were each presented by the Honorable the Court of Directors with a silver rule, U230N, which was engraved a suitable inscription. The services of Jamshedji Bamanji proved exceptionally valuable. He W as the first of the Parsi master builders to be entrusted by the Lords of the Admiralty with the building of men of war in India. About this time numerous offers were sent to the Admiralty for building line of battle ships, but Rear Admiral Sir Thomas Trowbridge, who held at one time the command of His Majesty's squadron in Indian waters, had a very poor opinion of the people who had to perform the work, and also of one too. Presented by the Court of Directors of the United East India Company to Framji Manakji, one of the master builders in their dockyard at Bombay, in testimony of their approbation of his continued fidelity and long-tried services, and in encouragement to him and his family to persevere in that line of conduct which has so often called forth the approbation of his superiors. At London 1804. The Honourable Wilm. Elphinstone, Chairman. Charles Grant Esq., Deputy Chairman. Jonathan Duncan Esq., Governor of Bombay. Engraved on the hinges. Britannia Sir Edabard Hughes, Bombay Cornwallis Mornington. A similar testimonial was presented to Jamshedji Bamanji. Vol. It. F66 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2. The Pagutik with which ships were constructed in Bengal. He strongly recommended the Lords of the Admiralty to cause the work to be done at Bombay under the entire supervision of Jamshedji, without any European aid or direction. The reputation of Bombay-built ships had forcibly attracted the attention of the Lords of the Admiralty, who, having seen and admired the CM Nivalis, a frigate of 50 guns built at Bombay, determined on the construction of men of war in India. It was at first suggested to their lordships to send out a European builder and shipwrights, but Sir Thomas Trowbridge, who was then a member of the Board of Admiralty and was intimately acquainted with the character and merits of Jamshedji, pledged his word to the government that he would build not only frigates but ships of the line to their perfect satisfaction without the least European assistance, and orders were accordingly issued for the construction of 2 frigates and a 74. The Superintendent of Marine at Bombay reported to the Bombay government the execution of the orders of the Admiralty in these ords. The masterly execution of these orders has nobly redeemed the pledge which that distinguished admiral gave in England. The frigates of 36 guns each have been highly approved of, and the 74 rides in this harbour a proud monument of Jamshedji's skill in naval architecture, and the Chap 2. A Parsi achievement. 67 Admiration of all professional men. In England likewise the opinion about the vessels built by Jamshedji was highly gratifying to him and exceedingly creditable to his merit and ability. Vice Admiral Sir Edward Pellew, Baronet, wrote to the Superintendent of Marine at Bombay to beg him to tell Jamshedji that he ought to be proud of his frigates. He said, "The Sal's et sails as well as any of our frigates, stands up better, and had any other ship but her been frozen up in the Baltic as she was for 9 weeks, she would not have stood the buffeting of the ice one day, whereas she came off unhurt. It was wonderful the shocks she stood during heavy gales." The men of war Minden built by Jamshedji also excited the admiration of all who saw her in England. Captain Thomas M. Arthur Lowe, who commanded the ship, told to Jamshedji as follows: "I must acknowledge I have been remiss from my having first hoisted the pendant on board the Minden, and continued to serve in her ever since. You might have expected that I would by an earlier opportunity have made known to you the opinion formed of her in England. That opinion, as we all expected, was highly favourable. She was taken into dock, carefully measured, the plank taken off in many places, and timbers strictly examined. The workmanship and materials throughout the whole structure were admired." The report made by the surveyors of the 68 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2. Navy will not, I believe, note one fault, for they were not only satisfied but muchly gratified by the inspection. Being much on board, I had opportunities of hearing the opinions of most people belonging to the King's Yard at Portsmouth. They all, common shipwrights as well as their officers, expressed approbation. I have heard many of them declare that no ship so highly finished or composed thoroughly out of material so good had been launched from any of His Majesty's dockyards, or any yard in England, during the last 50 years, nor was the scarcity of good timber likely to admit such selection of that article for any one ship as was observable in the Emden for many years to come. We have found her in all circumstances answer extremely well, in my opinion better than any ship in which I have sailed hitherto. The Minden excited general attention, and had many visitors of distinction on board while at Portsmouth. The great order in which she was kept by Captain Hore drew flattering encomiums on himself and officers, and contributed not a little advantageously to the exhibition of this first grand and interesting specimen of the resources we have for the support of our maritime superiority in the forests of Hindustan. After this testimony to his ability, Jamshedji might well be proud of his work. The Lords of the Chap 2. The first men of war. 69 Admiralty were not backward in expressing their sense of their high approbation of his labours. They not only thanked him in the handsomest manner but presented him, through Mr. J. Johnstone, Commissioner of the Navy, with a silver cup bearing a suitable inscription. On receiving the approbation of so high and competent an authority, Jamshedji's heart was naturally filled with joy and just pride, and he acknowledged it in the following fitting terms: deeply impressed as I cannot fail to be with the strongest feelings of gratitude and respect towards the high authority from whence has emanated the distinction now conferred upon me through your hands, I am but ill able to express the pride and pleasure derived to myself and family on the present occasion that the first ship of 74 guns ever built for His Britannic Majesty in this part of the world should have been constructed by me was in itself a matter of great gratification, but that my humble efforts in that work should have obtained not only the approbation of many respectable professional men in India, but also that of the high authority which presides over the whole British Navy, cannot fail to make a lasting impression on my mind, and be carefully transmitted to latest posterity. Since the construction of the Minden of 74 guns, I have built under the auspices of the respectable government of this presidency the Corn 70 Histawai of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Ivalis of 74 guns, and nearly completed Tly Wellesley of 74 guns, and it will add to the pleasure I now feel under their lordships' high aged probation, if these latter works are considered not inferior to the first. Under Jamshedji's supervision 16 men of war and 40 large ships were designed and built. For these valuable services he received numerous testimonials of approbation and commendation from His Majesty's Navy, from the Lords of the Admiralty and the Court of Directors, and from every Admiral and Commander-in-Chief in India. By the Government of Bombay his services were not less appreciated. On their recommendation the Court of Directors presented him a few days before his death with a Jaguar, yielding an annual income of Rs. 6,000. Since his death, as had been the case for him, the post of Master Builder of Her Majesty's Dockyard has continued to be held by members of the same family to the complete satisfaction of government. During this period, extending over a century and a half, they have built 335 new vessels, including many men of war, besides repairing innumerable ships. The enlightened members of this family were not ignorant of the great improvements which were being made in England in the art of shipbuilding, and they sent 2 of their ablest young men who had Chap 2. A family of master builders. 71 been employed as assistant master builders in Tly Government Dockyard to make themselves acquainted with the latest changes and improvements. These were Messrs. Jahangir Naorozji and Hirji Bhai Mervanji. They returned from Europe after a stay there of 2 years, with the high testimony of the Court of Directors as to their professional acquirements, but the fame of Lavji's descendants was not confined to the shipbuilding line. Several of them who did not follow that profession made themselves famous by their commercial enterprise, and the judicious and benevolent use to which they turned the wealth they acquired. Lavji Wadia's grandsons, Pestanji Bamanji Wadia and Hormasji Bamanji Wadia, were not only well known for their large commercial operations, but also for their public spirit and great liberality. Pestanji Bamanji, besides being a partner in one of the English firms of Bombay, carried on a very extensive trade with Europe, China. One Mr. Jamsliji Dalanjiblier is the last of a long line of distinguished builders, and being about to retire from the service, the post of master builder will, it is believed, be abolished. Mr. Jamsliji has during his tenure of office superintended the construction of 42 vessels. For his valuable services the title of Khan Bahadur was conferred upon him by the Government of India in the year 1877. He received the thanks of government for the admirable arrangements made by him in the dockyard on the occasion of the landing in Bombay of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh and His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, and also for the efficient manner in which the transports were fitted out for the Abyssinian, Malta, and Egyptian expeditions. 72 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 And several cities of Asia, and owned the following ships, the Balimaniyar, Milford, and Hero, and the Tajhikas. During the Gujarat famine of 1790 Pestanji caused thousands of poor families to be fed for 10 months. He built dharmshalas for travellers in many places in Gujarat, as well as a doklima or tower of silence for the Parsis at Ankleswar. It is said that he was the most public-spirited native citizen of his day. He always espoused the cause of the weak against the strong, and was ever ready to withstand the authorities on behalf of any poor man who he thought had been unjustly harassed or oppressed. Hormasji Bamanji Wadia, the other brother, as one of the most popular Parsis of his time. He was connected in business with the old house of Forbes and Company, of which Sir Charles Forbes, a great friend and well-wisher of the natives of India, was the head. Hormasji's noble character had gained him the intimate friendship of Sir Charles Forbes and the respect and esteem of all the Europeans with whom he came into contact. The chief Parsi fire temple of the Shehenshai sect was built by his sons Bamanji, Ardeshir, and Eastamji, in accordance with the expressed wish of their father. Hormasji's two sons Bamanji and Ardeshir were both worthy of their father. As a citizen, Bamanji was highly respected for Chap 2. First Parsi Sheriff. Tz Li's public worth and private virtues. He was one of the first native justices of the peace, a member of the Government Board of Education, a member of the Parsi Panchayat, a commissioner of the Okal Court of Equists, now constituted a court of small causes, vice president of the Bombay Association and of the Parsi Law Association. In recognition of his worth he was appointed by Government High Sheriff of Bombay in the year 1859. In social life he was affable but plain-speaking, and contributed in a variety of ways to the happiness and welfare of his fellow creatures. In the year 1856 he endowed a charitable dispensary at Kurla, a suburban village near Bombay. His death in Bombay at the comparatively early age of 50-5 caused universal regret among all classes of the community. On the day following his death all houses of business, shops, schools, Her Majesty's dockyard, and other places were closed. Shortly afterwards a public movement was set on foot to commemorate his name, so that it may be handed down to posterity in a durable form. Subscriptions were accordingly raised, and an influential committee formed, which resulted in the building from an excellent design by Mr. Kienza Walton, executive engineer to the Municipal Corporation of Bombay, of a colossal memorial fountain bearing the name of Bamanji Hormasji Wadia, with an illuminated clock tower, in the busiest and central part of the fort, and 74 histawai of the Parsis. Chapter 2 also of 6 smaller fountains in other districts of the city. These public monuments have all been made over to the municipality, and Mr. E.C.K. Olivant, the present municipal commissioner, in acknowledging the munificent gift to the corporation, added the following graceful tribute to the memory of the deceased gentleman. The monument is an acquisition to the city and worthily commemorates the esteem in which Mr. Bamanji Hormasji Wadia was deservedly held by all sections of the community. In erecting to his memory this and other fountains, and thereby conferring a great boon on the poorer classes, the committee have, if I may be allowed to say so, chosen a form of monument that will be most appreciated and be a fitting record of the name of one who was in his lifetime, like others of his family, always ready to further every charitable object. His younger brother, Ardeshir Hormasji, is well known to the present generation of Parsis, as well as to the other races inhabiting Bombay, by his unostentatious benevolence and generosity. After the crash which followed the share mania, Ardeshir supported many worthy Parsis who had suddenly been reduced from a state of opulence to poverty. Another of Lavji Wadia's grandsons was Nasirvanji Manakji Wadia. Besides extensive commercial opera chap 2. Agent for French government. 7 Shins Lai had 4 slips of his own, and was agent in Bombay for the French government. His son, Jahangir Nasirvanji Wadia, greatly extended his father's trade, and became broker to several European mercantile firms of his day, among which was that of Messrs. Nicole and Company, which lived to a recent date was one of the most flourishing in Bombay. He was also agent to French vessels of trade and men of war which visited that port. His services in this capacity were highly appreciated by the French government, who honored him with a handsome medal engraved with the effigy of His Majesty the King Louis Philippe. The following is an Inglisla translation of Tli letter which was addressed to Jahangir Nasirvanji Wadia, Paris, November 28, 1839. Sir, I have reported to the King the interest you have taken in favour of our traders at Bombay, and likewise the zeal and generous disinterestedness with which you have received His Majesty's men of war which visited Bombay. His Majesty has ordered me to express to you his high satisfaction for such honourable conduct, and to offer you, as a testimony of his regard, a medal engraved with his royal EFLBGY. I am happy, sir, to be, in this circumstance, the interpreter of the King, and I have entrusted Mons. Adolphe Barad, Consul General for the Philippine Islands, who on his way to Manila has to visit Bombay, with the flattering mission to you, to put in your hands the medal which is destined for you. My issue, sir, the assurance of distinguished consideration. Signed, Marshal Duke O. P. Dalmatia, the Minister Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. President of Council. To Jahangir Nasirvanji Wadia, Merchant. 76 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2. Jahangir Nasirvanji Wadia was also a very charitable man. He built for the use of the Zoroastrians a fire temple and a tower of silence at Diu, as well as a tower of silence and a dharmshala at Gopipura in Surat. On his death, a flight took place at Bombay on the May 19, 1843, a local English newspaper wrote thus. His kindness of heart, his generosity and his benevolence, that almost every one of his acquaintance and relations feels as if they had been deprived of a father or a brother. In him the Parsis have lost one of the principal members of their tribe, and the world a good man. Another member of the same family, Ardeshir Framji Wadia, was also honoured by the French public in the year 1851, for the services which he had rendered on various occasions to the French Navy, by the award of a medal of the first class in gold. The famille of Dadist is not less famed in the French public. Parts, 22 RF July 1851. Sir, according to Tli account Oliacli has been submitted to me of the services which you have rendered on various occasions to the French Navy. I have awarded you a medal of the first class in gold, with a view to perpetuate the memory thereof. You will find, enclosed herein, this honourable evidence of the recognition of the government of the Epiblic. My issue, sir, the assurance of high regard for you. The Minister of the Marine and of the Colonies, signed, D.K. Shahsalu Labad. Mr. Ardeshir Fkamji, Bombay. Chap 2. The Dadist Family. 77 History of the Parsis of Western India. Its founder was Dadabhai Nasirvanji. His grandfather, Humji Biramji, came from Surat and settled in Bombay early in the 18th century. His father, Nasirvanji Humji, did business as freight broker in partnership with his brother Biramji Humji, of whom we have spoken before. Dadabhai Nasirvanji soon raised himself to the position of a wealthy merchant, shipowner, and jagirdar. He traded extensively with Europe and China. He had 5 ships of his own, the Shah Ixlashir, King George, Friendship, and the Brios William and David Scott. He was the first enterprising native who established at Bombay a screw for pressing cotton bales. He was a man of great simplicity of character, remarkable good nature, and unbounded benevolence. In company with Pestanji Bamanji Wadia and Nasirvanji Manakji Wadia he caused, during the great famine of 1790, hundreds of Parsis to be fed, in addition to a very large number of people belonging to other races. In the year 1783 he built in Bombay the chief fire temple, which bears his name. His will, after giving some valuable advice to his son, concluded with this characteristic passage: if anyone did you harm, you should repay evil with good. Dadabhai had a son named Ardeshir who was as good and benevolent as his father. In the Indian famine of 1805-6 he fed for several months at his own 78 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Expense, from 4 to 5,000 persons every day. In 1808 he built a fire temple in Persia at a place called Mubaraka. He also built an Adaran or fire mjadal in the fort of Bombay in memory of his father. For his noble character and many excellent virtues he was held in the highest estimation by all classes and races of the people of Bombay, who manifested the greatest grief at his death. The Honourable Jonathan Duncan, Governor of Bombay, on learning that he had breathed his last, went to St. Thomas's Cathedral, which is opposite the street in which Ardeshir lived, and remained outside to view the funeral, ordering the cathedral bell to be tolled while the cortege passed down the street. But the man who shed the greatest lustre on the Parsi race in India was Jamshedji Jajibhai, a name widely known throughout the whole of the civilized world on account of his numerous munificent public benefactions. He was born of poor but respectable parents on the 15th of July 1783 at Navsari, in the territory of the Gakwar of Baroda. He came to Bombay at an early age and lived with his father-in-law, whom he joined in business after he had served his apprenticeship to him. Of a restless and adventurous disposition, he found his energies fettered in Bombay. He therefore sought other fields for the exercise of his commercial spirit, and in 1799, when he had scarcely completed his 16th year, he chapped to Jamshedji Jajibhai. 79 made his first voyage to China in the service of a Parsi merchant, who happened to be a relative of his. After a short stay there he returned to India, but he had seen too much of the vast field open to commerce in that country to remain long in Bombay. He left the service of his father-in-law, and for the second time started for China to trade on his own account. Returning thence with a sufficient competency, if not with wealth, he made 3 other voyages to the country of the Celestials. His 4th voyage proved singularly adventurous. Owing to the war which was then going on between England and France, the vessel in which he was a passenger, the Brunswick, was captured by a French man of war. He consequently was compelled to remain for a time a prisoner in the hands of the French. We give here a literal translation of a Gujarati letter written by Jamshedji to a friend in Bombay in 1806 during his captivity on board the ship Brunswick, which was captured by the French on her way from India to China. Even at this distant date this letter will be read with interest, not only on account of the event which was sufficiently rare in that period of the decline of French naval power and for the incidents it relates, but because of the illustrious person who wrote it, and who in later years proved to be one of the greatest benefactors not only of his race but of mankind at large. 80. History of the Parsis. Chapter 2. On Tli June last, at 2 o'clock, we embarked on board Tli skip Brunswick, and sailed from Bombay, and anchored off on Dai and Dai. On July 1st we set sail again. On Teak 4 TK of Teak same Mont K Teak skip James Drummond parted our company, and Teak Cambrian on Teak 6 TK Teak Sarah joined us, and on Reaking Point de Gaulle on Teak LLTK we sighted 2 Frank men of war, Teak Marengo of 70-4 guns and Teak frigate Belle Poyd, 44 guns. Teak Brunswick made a signal, but it was not answered. Teak Sarah was signaled to OQ to score, but Teak Frank men of war prevented Lyre doing so. At 12 o'clock Teaky fired 5 guns, but Teak Brunswick could return only 2. We were Teaken boarded, Book and Captain Grant lowered Teak colors, and delivered teak skip over. At teak same time teak man of war and teak Frio 8 took formal possession of teak Brunswick Tiki Teak and turned towards teak Sarah, but SKE soon went out of Sionite, and Tiki had to come back unsuccessful. It was said at teak time teak at teak Sarah struck against a rock and was broken up. At night a close watch was kept on us. On teak morning of teak 1-2 TK teak Katane, teak officers and teak crew were carried on board teak man of war, leaving teak Eve mate, teak doctor, Mr. Barrow, Mr. Morris, and teak passengers, in teak Brunswick. At 2 o'clock a friend captain, ski J mates, and a number of crew came on board teak chap 2. Captured by the French. 8 I Brunswick and took charge of her. The French men of war and the Frio 8 sailed towards the south of Ceylon. On their way they met an American vessel, which spoke of 5 British ships as cruising about the Mauritius. The French squadron thereupon followed us and overtook us on the 29th. When the French captured us they inquired of us here the James Drummond and Cambrian had proceeded, and were told that they and the Brunswick and Sarah had started with the intention of sailing for China. There were some French prisoners on board the Prime, who were sent to the Mauritius. In consequence of this information the French man of war and the frigate stayed at Ceylon for a further period of about 15 days. There was no water on the Brunswick. The French, however, supplied water. A sealed letter was delivered to the French captain, with verbal instructions to open it when parting their company, and to follow the directions therein given. In latitude 22 degrees, longitude 78, we sighted 11 English ships on the August 9th. The weather was then cloudy and the distance at which we saw them great. The wind was blowing very hard, and owing to the clouds one ship could not be distinguished from the other. One vessel, however, came forward and made a signal, to which the French did not reply. The Brunswick WS signaled, however, to continue her course. The English and French vol. 2G82 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Vessels then took their course towards the Brunswick. But the wind was so strong that they could not face it. At 6 o'clock, however, the French and English fired against each other for about half an hour, the result being that the French lost 7 men who were killed, and 15 wounded. At night they furled up the sails and anchored. The next morning the English fleet formed up a line, 5 of the big ships in front, and the remaining 6 in the rear. The French were dismayed at the formidable array of ships, and, thinking these ships carried 80 and 74 guns respectively, turned back. But the English men of war chased for 2 hours. The Brunswick, as directed, continued her course, and arrived at Madagascar, a Sedes country, on the 2 August. Here we took provisions and water, and again set sail on the August 31st. On the September 16th we sighted the Cape of Good Hope, and at midnight we let go 2 of our anchors in False Bay, 35 fathoms deep. The wind being strong, both the cables broke, and a third one was then cast. At 6 o'clock on the morning of the L7th we cut the cable and went away. We entered the Table Bay River and sent a large boat to the men of war for a cable, but the boisterous weather swamped the boat, and we could get no cable, though we fired every moment a signal gun. The Brunswick went ashore in the river, and at 9 o'clock struck the ground, and was chapped too. Interesting narrative. 83 A good deal shaken. Thank God. There being no wee rock, but only sand, the vessel was not injured. Asked the captain to let us go ashore, but he said the admiral's orders were not to permit anyone to land. We passed the night in a very sad mood. When we were captured at Ceylon we asked the French captain to allow us to go on shore, but he gave us hopes that he would permit us to land at the Mauritius and return the passengers their goods and articles. The following day the admiral himself came on board, when we entreated him to restore us our goods. That high functionary informed us that our personal luggage and provisions, but not the goods of trade, would be given back to us. The captain thereupon directed us to bring our things, which we did. He searched our kit, and he seized 2 pieces of agahana, a kind of thin stridge, ed mulmul, bags of rice, and a case of liquor, belonging to me, but allowed me to keep a small trunk with my wearing apparel. I asked for a bag of rice, but it was refused. Things were all put into a boat, and we were sent on shore. Here we met Captain Grant, before whom we all cried for our sufferings and privations. He consoled and comforted us. We thanked God for having freed us from the hands of the French. There was an Englishman with us named Mr. Turner. He had on board an American boat $3,000 on account of the Honorable East India Company. The Officers 84 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 and crew of the Brunswick were sent to Sessantilts, where Mr. Turner resided. On the recommendation of Captain Grant, Mr. Turner took me to his house. At the time there was a great scarcity of rice, and even for $35 or $40 one could not get a bag of rice. There was an order that each man was to eat half a pound of rice a day, wheaten cakes and apes 3 days in a week. Sheep's meat is cheap, but the rest of edibles dear. On our voyage to Madagascar we were ill-treated by the Lascars, who were sent from the men of war on board the Brunswick. The French captain was informed that a conspiracy was laid by the Parsi, Mussulman, and the 4 Englishmen to murder him. Thereupon he put us all under arrest, and we were threatened with still worse treatment. But amongst the 4 Englishmen there happened to be one who knew French, and who explained the circumstances and got our kit searched, and on finding no dangerous instruments with any of us, the captain again set us at large. Our troubles in this respect were inexpressible. When we arrived at Sessantilts we found a Danish ship ready to sail for Bengal. Captain Grant told us that he would send us to Bengal by that ship. The commander of that vessel said he had no berths available. I said that I would be willing to be stowed away in any part of the ship. The commander asked EIE and jail $100 for the Parsi and chap 2. Accumulated misfortunes. 85 Mussulman passengers, stating that such was the order of the owners. Captain Grant contended that he carried passengers for ES.400 ahead from Bombay to China, and that as these people were robbed, there ought to be some concession made. But the commander was inexorable. I argued that as we did not want to sit at the table, nor ask for liquor or wine, why such an exorbitant sum as $800 was demanded. Captain Grant persuaded us to accept the offer, as no other vessel would be available during the year, and if one was at our service, the passage money would not be a jot less. Even if we remained, the scarcity of food was so great that starvation stared us in the face. There was only sheep's meat obtainable, and during the captain's absence we would be neglected. I implored Captain Grant to conclude the bargain one way or the other. Eventually it was arranged that I should give a bill of exchange on myself for 800 Sikar rupees, payable in Calcutta, the whole passage money for all of us being Ks 1,600. At False Bay we requested Captain Grant to get 1 bag of rice from the Admiral, and the latter officer gave a note for my things, but the French captain flung it away. On the September 21st we sailed from False Bay with 100 pounds of rice purchased with $30, and half a bag clandestinely taken by me. Before proceeding to St86 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2. Helena. Captain Grant recommended me to Captain Fasto of the Danish ship. On board his vessel we used to get 1 biscuit ahead in the morning, and at 4 or 5 o'clock some hickory or boiled rice. In this manner we struggled on, bordering on starvation. The Danish captain, for 1,600 Sikar rupees, gave us such miserable berths that they were worse than those on a country craft which we get for Ks.50, L. Ut. There was no help, as our necessity was paramount. He gave 1 pot of water between 9 men both for cooking and drinking. For about 15 days after we left Ceylon, till we reached Achin, the cold was severe, severer than that experienced in China. Sufferings and privations were such as I had never before experienced, and I am unable to express them in writing. When the Brunswick struck on shore she made 17 feet of water. The pump was constantly at work, day and night, but the quantity could not be lessened. The cargo, consisting of shark fins, bales of cotton, and sandalwood, was more or less damaged. At the Cape, there being only 2 or 3 merchants, they thought they would be able to buy up the goods at a low price, the rigging, cordage, masts, etc., being serviceable for the men of war. The merchants at the Cape conjectured that, as there were no purchasers, the ship and cargo would hardly fetch $50,000 to $60,000. But had the ship been to Chap 2, a French privateer, 87th Mauritius, the goods would be sold at high prices, as it was the entrepot whence ships sailed with goods for China, but they could not sail for that island, as English men of war and frigates were cruising off Mauritius. There they were taking on provisions and water, and were awaiting the arrival of 2 frigates from the Bay of Bengal. At the time we sailed from False Bay we sighted something like a frigate entering the river, but where she went we do not know. On the November 26th, while we were approaching the Bay of Bengal, a French privateer, carrying 14 guns, steered towards us. Within the preceding 7 days she had captured 3 English ships, with their captains, officers, and men, numbering 100 in all, who were put on board an American vessel. The said privateer spoke to us and went away. On the November 28th we anchored off the harbor of the Bay of Bengal, waiting for a pilot to steer us home. On the 2 December a boat came alongside, in which were Captain Macnallans of the ship Waldegrave, on his way from China to Bengal, and Captain Dundas of the Phoenix. Both these gentlemen came on board of our ship to ask for something to eat. But there was scarcely anything with us. However, the captain gave them some ham, beef, and biscuits. Captain Macnallans in reply to a C.J. Euston informed me that the first fleet that had sailed from Bombay was safe in China, and the last met him 88 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Near Malacca. Everything in China was very dear at the time, so much so that it baffled description. On the 3 December we took the pilot, and on the 5th at midnight we safely landed at Calcutta. After a short stay at Calcutta Jamshedji returned to Bombay. Shrewd, sagacious, and observant, with a natural bent of mind for commercial pursuits, the experience that he acquired during his repeated visits to China, and the knowledge he possessed of the chief traders in that country, proved of incalculable value to him. This experience he brought to bear on the extensive transactions which he subsequently had with China, Europe, and other parts of the world. In his commercial transactions he was always guided by strict integrity, industry, and punctuality, and his example contributed to raise the reputation of the Bombay merchant in the most distant markets. His whole life was a practical illustration of the truth of the proverb that honesty is the best policy, and fortune smiled upon him and favored him abundantly in all his successive commercial ventures. It is not surprising that he became in consequence very wealthy. But it was not the mere possession of wealth that made his name memorable. It was the distribution of that wealth with unparalleled benevolence and an enlightened desire to attain the height of usefulness, which was equally rare, that rendered him Chap 2. Unparalleled benevolence. 89 famous. His charitable acts began to be publicly noticed in the year 1822, from foliage time until his death in the year 1859 scarcely a year passed in which he did not display in some signal manner that spirit of liberality which called forth the blessings and regard of his fellow men, and earned for him unprecedented honours from his gracious sovereign. The capital of western India, Surat, Navsari, and other places in Gujarat, and Khandala and Pune in the Deccan bear testimony to his liberality, philanthropy, and public spirit. If a stranger landed on the shores of Bombay and inquired what were the works by which Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai had acquired so much renown, it could not be long before he found them out. In the words of the Honourable Mr. Anderson, who spoke at the meeting for the purpose of erecting a public statue to which we shall hereafter refer, he would only need to glance around in order to see hospitals which, besides the tender offices they have performed for the afflicted, have in conjunction with the Grant Medical College procured for India the inestimable advantage of possessing a body of skilled native medical practitioners. He would also behold schools for the education of poor Parsis. He would see a school of design by which a new impetus has been given to the native mind by developing another vein of talent. He would behold tanks, by which, to adage, The Express 90 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Su of Edmund Burke, the industry of man carefully husbands the precious gift of God. He would see, and not only in Bombay, but also at Navsari in the north and Khandala in the south, Dharmshalas, the homes of charity, in which the houseless and the wanderer find refuge and relief. He would behold the noble causeway which unites the islands of Bombay and Salsette. He would see the waterworks at Pune, the Bordeaux, at Urla Parla and Bartha. He would see roads, wells, aqueducts, and reservoirs. These, however, are public benefactions patent to the world. The extent of his private chantas nobody can tell. Nor were his charities confined to his own caste or race. He gave indiscriminately without reference to caste, color, or creed. No matter how distant the land or how different the race of people, his sympathetic heart was always moved by their misfortunes, and his purse was opened in order to relieve them. So widely had the fame of his munificence spread that in 1842 he received the honor of knighthood from our gracious and most beloved Sovereign and the Queen and Empress Victoria, an honor which then for the first time was conferred upon a native of India. As such it was highly gratifying to Sir Jamshedji himself, and the Parsi community felt exceedingly proud that the first native of India who was considered deserving of this honor should be one of themselves. They presented him with the following address of Conchap to the first Parsi knight. 91 great elation, and showed in a substantial manner their appreciation of the high honor which their kinsman and co-religionist had received at the hands of the great Queen of England. The general community felt highly pleased, inasmuch as this act of their beloved sovereign proved that they were not unthought of, and that their loyalty and devotion were appreciated on the throne of England. This feeling and conviction no doubt led to much good, and acted as a spur and incentive in other breasts to follow the example of the benevolent Parsi knight. To Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, Knight. Sir, we, the undersigned Parsi and Hindu inhabitants of Bombay, would not be doing justice to our feelings, and the feelings of the community to which we belong, were we, on an occasion likely present, to withhold the expression of our deep sense of the gracious condescension and benevolent regard evinced by Her Majesty the Queen towards her most faithful subjects in this country, by conferring on a native of India the rank, dignity, and privileges of a knight of the British realm, or were to omit offering to you our sincere congratulation at your receiving so honorable a token of Her Majesty's approbation of your well-known public spirit and generous application of the means placed by Providence at your disposal on works of public utility and objects connected with the comfort, welfare, and happiness of Her Majesty's subjects under this presidency. Though you are the first native on whom such a high honor has been conferred, and though this is the first instance of the acts and conduct of a native of British India attracting the favourable notice of our sovereign, it is impossible not to concur in the justness of the sentiment of which has already so generally manifested itself that Her Majesty's present act will strengthen and confirm the feelings of loyal attachment towards her garrison and government of her native subjects throughout the length 92 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 and breadth of this her extensive Indian Empire, while a strong incentive will be created, of Heakley we are convinced will be generally felt, to emulate those good deeds for which you have been so distinguished. When we consider that but a few years ago, when it was proposed to render natives eligible to serve on the grand jury, and to hold commissions as justices of the peace, the measure was opposed at the India House by all the directors except the late excellent Governor Sir James Carnac, our much esteemed and lamented friend Mr. John Forbes, and the present chairman Mr. G. Lyle, and was at length carried only by the untiring and philanthropic exertion of the then President of the Board of Control, Lord Glenelg, aided by other tried and distinguished friends of India, and contrast this with, what I understand to be, the fact that the proposal to confer on you the honour of knighthood was unanimously supported by that honourable body, we cannot but rejoice at the change of feeling from that then we evinced towards the natives of this country. Hail it as the harbinger of a brighter day for India, when Britain shall no longer view her dominion here as a means of aggrandizement for her own sons, but as a sacred trust, of which the paramount object is the able fare of the children of the soil, and the improvement and elevation of their moral and social condition. We shall not expatiate upon your princely donation of a lakh and Ks.50,000 towards a foundation of a hospital for all classes of the community, your munificent offer to government to contribute Rs 50,000 towards the construction of a causeway or villard at Mahim to connect Bombay and Salsette, the construction of a spacious building at Khandala, on the high road to the Deccan, for the accommodation of travellers, nor upon the prompt and liberal relief which, from your own purse and through your personal exertions, has been afforded to your fellow creatures in distress, especially on the 2 occasions on which the city of Surat was visited with extensive and calamitous fires. While in your private charities your hand has ever been ready to alleviate the sufferings of the widow and orphan, the unfortunate, and the destitute, there are few public institutions at this presidency which have not shared largely in your bounty. Chap 2. A remarkable address. 93. Neither is it necessary to dwell upon the benefit which the trade of this port has derived from the enterprise and magnitude of your commercial operations, nor to point out the great extent to which you have availed yourself of the means of doing good, derived from your mercantile knowledge and experience, joined to a conciliatory disposition and the probity of your character, as well as from your position in the native community, by arranging differences and settling disputes, so as to save the parties from the evils of a tedious and expensive litigation. But we would allude to these circumstances merely to show the grounds of the high estimation in which you are universally held, and of the feelings which have induced them to express our gratification at the distinction which has been conferred upon you, a gratification which derives no small addition from the consideration of your being one of the principal members of our community. To commemorate this auspicious event we request your permission to apply a sum of money which we have subscribed in forming a fund to be designated Sir Jamshedji Jajib High Translation Fund, and to be vested in trustees for the purpose of being appropriated in defraying the expenses of translating into the Gujarati language such books from the European and Asiatic languages, of either ancient or modern, as may be approved of by the committee, to be by them published and distributed gratis, or at a low price, among the Parsi community, in furtherance of the education of our people, of which you have ever been a warm friend and zealous patron. We subscribe ourselves with sentiments of esteem and respect, Sir, your faithful and obliged servants. To this address Sir Jamshedji replied, My dear friends, I feel deeply gratified to you for the address which you have just presented to me. So distinguished a mark of the esteem of my fellow countrymen is an honor of which I, and those who are most dear to me, may justly be proud. To have been selected by my sovereign as the native through whom she was graciously pleased to extend the order of 94 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Knighthood to her Indian subjects was, and ever must be, a source of deep personal gratification to myself. But to receive the congratulations of my fellow countrymen in a manner at once so kind and flattering to have this auspicious event commemorated by the creation of a charity, to be connected with my name, and in the objects of which I so cordially concur, is a source of inward pride and satisfaction, which, rising higher than the gratification of mere worldly titles, will live with me to my dying day. Your too kind and favorable mention of my acts of charity has much affected me. The only merit I have a right to claim for them is that they proceeded from a pure and heartfelt desire, out of the abundance with which Providence has blessed me, to ameliorate the condition of fellow creatures. With this no unworthy motive was mixed, I sought neither public honors nor private applause, and, conscious of a singleness of purpose, I have long since had my reward. When, therefore, Her Majesty's most gracious intentions were communicated to me, I felt deeply gratified that I had unconsciously been the means of eliciting so signal a mark of the good feelings of England towards the people of India, and it is in this light that I prefer to consider the distinguished honour Her Majesty has conferred upon me, and that also which I have received at your hands this day. Nothing could please me more than the purposes to which you propose to devote the funds that have been submitted. I shall ever wish my name to be connected with every endeavour to diffuse knowledge amongst our people, and the surest way to incite them to elevate and improve themselves, to fit them to appreciate the blessings of the government under which they live, and to deserve those honours which have now for the first time been extended to India, is to spread far and wide amongst them, gratuitously or in a cheap form, translations into our own language of the most approved authors. Connected with this subject is a scheme that I have long contemplated for relieving the distresses of the Parsi poor of Bombay, Surat, and its neighborhood. You know full well the state of misery in which many of our people are living, and the hopeless ignorance in which their children are permitted to grow up. Object is to create Chap 2. A noble scheme. 95. A fund, the interest of which shall be applied towards relieving the indigent of our people and the education of their children, and I now propose to invest the sum of Rs 300,000 in the public securities, and place it at the disposal of trustees, who with the interest shall carry out the object I have mentioned, and this trust I hope you will take under your care. And now, my dear friends, let me once again thank you for your kindness. There is nothing I value so highly as the good opinion of my countrymen, nor anything I more anxiously desire than their welfare and happiness. The patent of knighthood was publicly presented to Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai by Sir George Anderson, Governor of Bombay at the time, in the following appropriate terms. He said, Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, Her Most Gracious Majesty the Queen, having been graciously pleased to confer upon you the dignity of knighthood of the United Kingdom, the patent has been transmitted to me to present to you, and both Lord Fitzgerald, the President of the Board of Control, and the Honourable the Court of Directors, in transmitting this instrument to me for this purpose, have expressed their high gratification at your having received this distinguished honour. The dignity of knighthood has ever, amongst the natives of Europe, been considered as most honourable. To attain this distinction has continually been the ambition of the highest minds and noblest spirits, either by deeds of most daring valour or by the exercise of the most eminent talent. 96. History of the Parsis. Chapter 2. You, by your deeds for the good of mankind, by your acts of princely munificence to alleviate the pains of suffering humanity, have attained this honour, and have become enrolled amongst the illustrious of the land. This honour, of which you may be so justly proud, cannot fail at the same time of being highly satisfactory to your fellow countrymen, who in this distinguished mark of Her Majesty's gracious favour to you must see how equal is the consideration Her Majesty extends to all classes of her subjects, and that when deeds worthy of honour are done, upon all will honour be conferred, however different the race, or distant the country of her realm. To me, who have so long known you, and have so long and fully appreciated your truly estimable character, it is most pleasing that it should have fallen to my hands to present you with this patent of knighthood. I present it, congratulating you most sincerely upon the distinction and honour which your worth has achieved. The next year, 1843, Sir Jamshedji Jajilji was further honoured by the presentation of a medal from the British government. It bore on its face the image of Her Most Gracious Majesty the Queen encircled with diamonds. On the reverse was inscribed, Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, Knight, from the British government in honour of His Munificence Chap 2. A Medal of Honour. 97. And his patriotism. It was forwarded to the Governor of Bombay by the President of the Board of Control for presentation in whatever manner might appear to him to be most proper. In accordance with the instructions, this beautiful medal was presented to Sir Jamshedji in the presence of the members of the government and of Sir Jamshedji's friends by Sir George Arthur, the Governor of Bombay, and, on handing the medal to Sir Jamshedji, Sir George delivered the following address: I could not, with perfect satisfaction to myself, perform the pleasing task which has devolved upon me without instituting some inquiry as to what was the area of munificence and what the deeds of patriotism to which the inscription refers. I learned after very careful inquiries that the sums you had publicly given, and which were mostly expended in useful works for the general benefit of the country, amounted to the amazing sum of upwards of Rs 900,000, or more than £90,000 sterling. Well indeed might Her Majesty's government designate such liberality as acts of munificence and deeds of patriotism. Some men hope to distinguish themselves by their courage and conduct in the field, and seek military glory, others to obtain honourable distinction by their exertions in the Senate and the Vol. It. H. 98. History of the Parsis. Chapter 2. Cabinet. You, sir, have sought to distinguish yourself by your philanthropy, your munificence, and your patriotism, and you have, sir, your reward. This beautiful medal, thus publicly presented to you by Her Majesty's command, the esteem and approbation of which this medal is a token, these, sir, are your rewards, the rewards of your munificence and of your patriotism. I could have wished, however, that to these 2 awards Her Majesty's government had added that of benevolence. In inquiring what were the instances of public munificence by which you had distinguished yourself, it was impossible for me to avoid gaining an insight into your acts of private charity, and according to the best information I have been able to procure through inquiries made with every desire to avoid hurting your feelings, I have learned that your private charities, though so bestowed that many of them are unknown even to the members of your own family, have been nearly as unbounded. For these acts of benevolence, sir, you may look for another and a still higher reward at the close of your spent life, when you shall lay your head on your dying pillow. The remembrance that you have so used the wealth with which Providence has blessed you will be your greatest and best comfort, and the thoughts of your numerous deeds of Bani Chap 2. Fidelity and loyalty. 99 Yolance and charity will at that moment be your highest consolation. In acknowledging this high honor, the following characteristic words of Sir Jamshedji among other expressions of grateful thanks are worth recording in these pages. I shall hand down this medal to my children's children with pride and reverence. I shall teach them to look upon it with feelings of veneration towards the high source under whose sanction it has been conferred, to consider it as a token that our gracious sovereign and her government take a deep interest in all her distant subjects, and that occasions are sought to prove it. Taught that fidelity to the British first duty, loyalty the first virtue. They shall be crowned. Is there another signal honor which was conferred for the first time on a native of India was the presentation of the freedom of the City of London to the munificent Parsi Neo-Ht. At a common council held at the Mansion House, by the Lord Mayor of the City of London, on the 14th day of April 1855, it was unanimously resolved that the freedom of the city be presented to Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai of Bombay, in the East Indies, Knight, as a testimonial of the high estimation entertained of him by the Corporation of the City of London, and from respect for his justly renowned character as a princely benefactor of Lu history of the Parsis. Chapter 2 His Country and Mankind, a noble example of blameless private life and public worth as a citizen of Bombay, and of spotless commercial integrity as a most eminent British subject and merchant in India. We have said before that Sir Jamshedji's benefactions were not confined to his own race and country. There are several instances on record in which he rendered timely assistance when distress or calamities occurred in other parts of the world. When the bones of thousands of heroic men, Europeans, and sepoys, were whitening in the snows of Kabul, when famine decimated the highlands of Scotland, when a mysterious dispensation of Providence deprived the poor Irishmen of their daily food, when the widows and the orphans of the brave men who died for the right at Alma and Inkerman stretched forth their hands for aid, none evinced a more generous sympathy, none showed more alacrity in giving bread to the hungry and binding up the wounds of the broken-hearted than the benevolent Parsi knight. We give prominent insertion here to a letter of Baron M. F. Houseman, the prefect of the Seine, addressed to the Lord Mayor of London, on the receipt of a donation from Sir Jamshedji of £500, for the benefit of the sufferers from the inundations in France in 1856. Chap 2. Inundations in France. Loy, you have been kind enough to inform me that Sii Jamshedji Jajildai, merchant of Bombay, had sent you a sum of £500 for the benefit of the victims of the inundations in France, and which you had directed Messrs. Rothschild to pay into my hands. I have read with lively interest the letter which Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai has addressed to you, and I congratulate myself in the name of my native country upon the cordial sentiments which the alliance of France and England has awakened, as well in your great colony as in the mother country. Such generous proofs of sympathy call forth the entire gratitude of the French nation, and, in addition to the political alliance which unites the two governments, such emanations of sympathy create new bonds of friendship between the two POJs at large. I beg you, my lord, to be kind enough, in my name, and in that of fellow citizens, to thank Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai for his assistance. I am happy to pay this debt of gratitude to a gentleman who has received from your gracious Queen and from the corporation such honorable distinction. Acts such as these undoubtedly create durable bonds of friendship between different nations. Sir Jamshedji's grateful countrymen were not, however, behindhand in recognizing and publicly testifying their respect for the good qualities which distinguished this great man. In the month of June 1856 a public meeting, organized by the native population of Bombay, and cordially supported by the Europeans of the city, was held in the town hall. The object of the demonstration was to vote a statue to the venerable knight, an honor then unprecedented in the history of India. Lord Elphinstone, the governor of Bombay, who lent I02 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 all his influence and support to the undertaking by presiding at the meeting, made an eloquent and impressive speech. He thought it was a good sign when a community came forward of its own accord to do homage to real worth, and that in honoring Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai the community honored itself. He pointed out that Sir Jamshedji's claims to their respect and love did not rest solely upon the vast sums which he had contributed to objects of charity and other great undertakings of a public character. His lordship went on to remark that the extent of those contributions was almost incredible, his public benefactions alone amounting to £250,000 sterling, and asked in what age and in what country can we find another example of such princely munificence? But it was not the amount only of Sir Jamshedji's charities that most commanded Lord Elphinstone's admiration. He said, "True liberality is shown in the manner of distribution no less than in the amount. I will not go back to the Dark Ages, and cite the times when Christian monasteries and Buddhist wikaras were endowed by men who sought to gain the favor of heaven by renouncing their possessions and performing what they considered an act of charity, and which was certainly one of abnegation. I may, however, refer to those who founded our great collegiate institutions, and to the monarchs who built the Hotel des Chapteaux. True liberality. Lo, invalids at Paris and Greenwich and Chelsea hospitals near London. The former afforded education only to those who participated in the founder's faith, the latter were for the worn-out soldiers and sailors of the kings who established them. Far be it from me to undervalue these noble foundations, but I cannot help remarking that Sir Jamshedji's benefactions, with the sole exception, I believe, of the Parsi Benevolent Institution, are made to the entire community, not for Parsis only, but for Hindus, Jews, Christians, and Mahomedans. It is this Catholic character of Sir Jamshedji's benevolence, his sympathy for the poor and suffering of all castes and creeds, that has won for him the universal respect and esteem of all classes of the community." Adverting to the question of the Elphinstone said, "I hear that some object to a statue." Statue. Lord, it would be more consistent, they say, with the character of the man whom we seek to honor, to make our tribute assume the shape of a work of charity than a work of art. I am unable to concur in this view. In the first place, I would remark that Sir Jamshedji has anticipated us in every work of charity with which we might seek to connect his name. Have already hospitals, dharmshalas, educational institutions, tanks, causeways, and I know not how many other things, intended for the relief and instruction and convenience I04 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 of the people, called after him. Besides, I think we may well wish to perpetuate among the worthies who have a place in this hall, or our public streets, the likeness of a man who has conferred such great benefits upon the community, and who will leave behind him so bright an example of all the qualities which dignify the acquisition of wealth, and render its possession a blessing. Most civilized nations, both in ancient and modern times, have adopted this mode of honoring distinguished public virtues and services. At Athens we read that the porticos were crowded with statues, and at Iomi the number in the forum became so great that the censors, P. Cornelius Scipio and M. Papilius, removed all those which had not been erected with the sanction of the Senate and the people. It is not likely that such an accumulation will take place anywhere in modern times, least of all is it likely in India, but if it were possible, I would venture to predict that no future censor would be found to direct the removal of the statue of Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai from the spot where it is to be placed, and that it will remain to distant generations a monument of the civic virtues of the man, and of the gratitude of the community. The statue thus resolved upon was executed in marble by the famous Italian artist, Baron Marocchetti, at a cost of £4,000. It adorns the town hall of Bombay by the side of those of his old friends Sir Chaptu. The Mahim Causeway. 105 John Malcolm, Sir Charles Forbes, and Sir Bartle Frere. It stands there as an example to all India of what one of its noblest sons has done for its benefit, as well as in proof of the appreciation of his worth by his grateful fellow citizens. While we have thus dilated upon Sir Jamshedji's character for benevolence, we cannot omit to mention that Lady Jamshedji was no less of a benevolent disposition. To the poor and needy her helping hand was always extended. The Mahim Causeway, which connects Bombay with Salsette, and which was built at a cost of Es. 157,000, is a standing proof of her wise liberality. Before the execution of this useful work numbers of persons were drowned every year in the roaring current, which had to be passed through in crossing from one island to the other, and it is owing to her merciful heart that hundreds of lives have been saved since the building of that causeway. The speech which Sir George Arthur, Governor of Bombay, made at the opening of this causeway brought out Lady Jamshedji's character in such bold relief that we are tempted to give it here in its entirety. He said, "This is an occasion which affords me the highest gratification, and I would wish to preface my remarks with a few general observations. Some years back it was suggested to the government the desirableness of erecting a causeway between Mahim and Bandora, but IO6 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Owing to the state of its finances the improvement was abandoned, and for the present the matter fell to the ground. Some 3 or 4 years back the then government caused a survey to be made, and the estimate of the engineer was prepared and presented, but owing to a demand on its resources from other quarters they were compelled to postpone the consideration of the subject. In the year 1841 very great calamities occurred through the upsetting of from 15 to 20 boats while attempting, during the monsoon, to cross the river, occasioning great loss of life. Lady Jamshedji, on hearing of these dreadful accidents, inquired, "Why do not the government build a bridge across these waters to prevent such accidents?" And, on hearing that for the present the rulers of the land were not then prepared to carry out such projects as would prevent a recurrence of them, stated that she herself, out of her private fortune, would willingly defray the expense was she made acquainted with the actual outlay required. Upon this an estimate was framed, which, like the estimates of the engineer officers generally, was in the end found to be a very long way behind the actual cost. The estimate presented at that period computed that Es. 67,000 were sufficient to complete the undertaking, but after this sum had been expended it was found that it was in comparison scarcely 1/3 of what was absolutely needed. Lady Jamshedji then, rather Chaptu. Lady Jamshedji. 107 Then that the work should stop, increased her donation to a lakh of rupees, 100,000, and, on it being intimated to her that even this sum was insufficient to defray the expenses of items of outlay which had not been included in the estimate, contributed a further sum of Rs 10,000 shortly after her previous contribution. The court of directors were then applied to by the existing government, but Lady Jamshedji, fearing a delay in such an application, further added to her former subscriptions the several sums of Rs 4,000, Rs 6,000, and Rs 10,000, making a total gift to this most useful and most important undertaking of the sum of Rs 130,000. The reply of the Court of Directors, with the usual liberality for which they are famed, more particularly in any object tending to promote the welfare and prosperity of the natives of this country, acceded to the request that all further expense should be defrayed by them, and the work went on, advancing rapidly towards completion. Only the day before yesterday I heard that a handsome approach was suggested to the causeway, and that the want of further funds prohibited its being carried into execution. I have since been informed that on this circumstance reaching the ear of Lady Jamshedji, she, with her usual unbounded liberality, immediately consented to defray the expense, estimated at about Rs 22,000, in addition to a former Rs 5,000 required for the embankment, etc., Thus I08 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Making a grand total of the donations of this most liberal and generous lady amounting, for this useful undertaking alone, to the sum of Rs 157,000. Lady Jamshedji had frequently urged that, as the poorer classes of the community were concerned, it was no more than right and just that the rich should contribute to their wants. In thus noticing the liberality of her ladyship, I cannot but avail myself of the opportunity of mentioning circumstances which to some here present may be totally unknown. I allude, Sir Jamshedji, to the very great liberality of your family. From a memorandum that I made some 2 years back, and from what I have since been able to collect, though many of your deeds of charity are hidden from the sight of all men, I sum up that no less a sum than £100,000 has been subscribed by your family for public works. MD, when I come to place this sum in juxtaposition with the gifts of British merchants, I say, give me a Bombay merchant. It matters not to what creed they may belong, as they are created of one and the same God, and the act of benevolence and charity will, it is to be hoped, have its weight eventually. I shall now conclude by proposing the health of Lady Jamshedji, and that she and Sir Jamshedji and family may for many years be blessed with health and prosperity. Abe have referred to the H honor of Neo, Hliud which Sir Jamshedji received from her gracious Chaptu. The one Indian baronet. 109 Majesty, and the mark of distinction which he received from his grateful fellow citizens in the shape of a statue. But his honors did not cease here, for, shortly before his death, Her Gracious Majesty was pleased to raise him to the dignity of a baronet of the United Kingdom, which title has not to this day been conferred upon any other native of India. He died in 1859 at the patriarchal age of 76. The grief of the general community on that occasion manifested itself in an intense form. The banks, merchants' offices, and all the shops in the city were closed as a mark of respect to his memory. Sir Jamshedji left 3 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Karshedji, succeeded to the baronetcy and his father's entailed estate. He and his brothers inherited the spirit of their father. The Deccan College is a monument of the second baronet's enlightened liberality. He occupied his revered father's place in the community with equal dignity, and was honored and respected by all. Sir Seymour Fitzgerald, Governor of Bombay, conferred upon him the distinction of a seat in the Legislative Council. On his death, which took place in the year 1877, a public meeting of the inhabitants of Bombay, European as well as native, convened through the sheriff, and presided over by Sir Kickard Temple, the able, popular, the patent of Tlia's baronetcy. Uliakli will be interesting to Parsi readers, is given in Tli Appendix. No history of the Parsis. Chapter 2 An energetic governor of Bombay, was held in the Tuwayan Hall, when it was resolved to perpetuate his name in connection with some object or institution of public utility, and a large sum, amounting to nearly Rs 40,000, was at once subscribed for the purpose of carrying out that resolution. The second son, Rostamji, was also well known for his liberal and charitable disposition. During the American War he exported large quantities of cotton to England, and amassed a considerable fortune. It is said that his private charities were as unbounded as his gains had been large. Many of the poor of Bombay, Surat, Navsari, and other places in Gujarat were the recipients of his bounty. Many public works, such as dharmshalas, drinking fountains, and roads, bear testimony to his liberality. He established a charitable school and a dispensary at Goa, for which, and for many other benefactions in the Goa territories, he was honored by the King of Portugal with the dignity of a count. He gave contributions of thousands of rupees to the charitable funds of the Parsi community, and on his death, which took place in the year 1872, the Parsis of Bombay raised a sum of about Rs 0.25,000 in his honor, and made over the same to the Parsi Panchayat. Sarabji Jamshedji, the youngest of the 3 sons of the first baronet, was equally benevolent. He gave the government the handsome sum of Chaptu. The present baronet, in Rs 50,000 for the Purjay, Os of Ajwikliaga High School at Surat. He was a profound Persian scholar and author of 3 works in the Gujarati language. He died in the year 1881. The present baronet, Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, is the eldest son of the second baronet. He is a young man of the most amiable disposition, and, though young in years, has been elected by the whole Parsi community as its leader. His election to this position was an event in the history of the Parsis. About 3,000 Parsis assembled at Alblas Bag on the day of the meeting, and elected him unanimously and amidst great enthusiasm as the head of the Parsi community, a position which his father and grandfather had held, in their cases not by election but as natural leaders. He bears well and creditably the hereditary honor which our gracious sovereign has bestowed upon his family, as well as the additional distinctions conferred by his own community and the government. In all public movements he takes an enlightened lead, and is greatly respected by all classes of the people. He is a member of the Legislative Council of Bombay, and has recently been favoured by Her Majesty the Queen Empress of India /DTH the honour of a companionship of the most exalted Order of the Star of India. Next in eminence to the first Parsi baronet was the late Framji Kavasji Banaji. He commenced 112 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Business as a Merchant in the year 1790, and in 1795 had become agent for the Honourable East India Company. From an early age he showed high capacity for business, and during half a century he was one of the most enlightened, energetic, and honourable merchants. But his name will chiefly be remembered on account of his benevolence and high character as a citizen, and for his zealous and indefatigable exertions for the promotion of the moral and physical improvement of his countrymen. He was one of the most active of those who shared or assisted in the educational movement Durano, the administration of the Honourable Mount Stuart Elphinstone. He was a member for many years of the late Board of Education, to which had been entrusted by government the direction of education in Western India. On his death, which occurred in the year 1851, the board, of which Sir Erskine Perry, Chief Justice of Her Majesty's Supreme Court at Bombay, was president, expressed themselves to government as follows: Framji Kavasji, Esquire, resigned his seat, in consequence of his advanced time of life. The eminent and good citizenship, and zeal in supporting every measure for public improvement, which distinguished our late much esteemed colleague, are too well known to your lordship in council to need any notice from us, but in recording his death, which subsequently occurred, the board feel a melancholy pleasure in Chap 2. Framji Kavasji. 113 thus publicly expressing the respect in which they hold his memory. In reply the government, through its secretary, bore high testimony to Framji's worth in the following words: I am instructed to observe that the tribute which the board have aid to the late Framji Kavasji, Esquire, has been very properly rendered on this occasion to the memory of an excellent and servants man. The aged Honourable the Governor in Council gladly avails himself of this opportunity again to express the high opinion entertained by himself and his predecessors of the worth of the deceased, as one who perceived that he could best serve his country by encouraging education, and who acted up to his persuasion. Framji Kavasji also distinguished himself by his remarkable industry and a love for the extension of agriculture in India, and for his exertions in that direction he was justly styled the Lord Leicester of Western India. On his estate at Pavai, about 18 miles from Bombay, he introduced the cultivation of cotton and tea, and planted a great quantity of sugar canes, indigo and mulberries for silkworms, and a large number of other valuable products of the soil. Though he did not succeed to the extent of his desires, he converted the place from a forest into a fertile estate, yielding a net revenue of Es. 20,000 or £2,000 per annum. Among other improvements Vol. 2 I 114 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 He introduced the Mauritius sugar cane, which the government of Bombay with his cooperation sent out over the Deccan and southern Maratha country, where it has displaced most other varieties. The labours of this the greatest native improver of the soil in Western India will be best understood by a perusal of an extract from a minute by Sir John Malcolm, then Governor of Bombay. In his account of the Indian administration he thus speaks of Pave, under the head of improvements in Sals et, a grant was given to Framji of the fine estate of Pave, in perpetuity, at a moderate quit rent, on an understanding that certain improvements were to be made. My minute of the 30th of November 1830 fully explains how far that good and able man has realized these expectations. I shall therefore quote it as the best illustration of the consequences that have already resulted from the measures adopted to promote the prosperity of Sals et. I lately paid a visit to the estate of Framji Kavasji et Pave, and never was more gratified. This highly respectable native has laid out much money in a variety of useful improvements. He has sunk a number of wells, has built houses, made an excellent road, land the great quantity of sugar cane, indigo, and mulberries for silkworms. He has erected an excellent sugar mill, which I saw at work, and all the necessary buildings of an indigo manufactory. But what I was most chapped to, a country gentleman, 115 delighted with was the passionate fondness Framji appeared to have for his estate. His projected improvements of a tank, a garden full of fruit trees of every country, the erection of a bungalow for English travellers, and a sarai and stables at the spot where the road to his estate leaves the Thana Great Road, will be most useful to the public, as it is exactly halfway between Bombay and Thana, and mark the liberal spirit in which he has determined to fulfill the obligation of his lease. He evidently thinks less of profit than of being the first native improver of the soil on a scale that will match the science and enterprise of a European settler. His ambition is directed by the possession of this fine estate to the object of being a country gentleman, and, whatever be the pecuniary result to him of his speculation, he will gain much in health, reputation, and enjoyment, while government will eventually have 100-fold for any petty immediate or prospective sacrifices it may have made in the mere value of the land or its produce. I was so gratified by what Framji showed me of his actual improvements, and the plans he had in contemplation, that I regretted not having provided myself with an appropriate token of my marked approbation of his public spirit and of the benefits that might be derived from his exam J.L.E. To remedy this forgetfulness I presented him, on the spot, with II-6 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 My own valuable watch and Cleane, expressing at TB same time, before the gentleman who accompanied me and a crowd of the natives employed or settled on his estate, delight with what I had witnessed, and the gratification I should have in conveying to the board and to my superiors in England information of all I had seen, and sense of the value of such improvements as he had made and projected, both to the government and to the country. Framji Kavasji was delighted with the approbation I gave him. He would persevere, he said, whatever discouragement he might at first meet with in his plans. My watch, he added, should be preserved in his family, and he deemed the gift bestowed on the spot, and in the manner it was, as rendering stronger than ever the pledge he had given to government to improve in every way the lands they have granted him. The same distinguished statesman bears testimony to the intelligence and enterprise of the Parsis in the following words: there is no body of natives in India so remarkable for their intelligence and enterprise as the Parsis. Bombay has owed its advancement in a great degree to this class, and in the actual condition of this presidency it appears to me a political consideration of much importance to strengthen their attachment to government by new ties which are of a nature calculated to combine the chap to a tribute to Parsis. 117 Promotion of Trier interests with those of the state. Sals et is recommended to them by its vicinity to Bombay, its excellent roads, and security. It may not yield the profit they anticipate, but they will render it a garden, and free us from trouble and expense in its management, and, above all, it will give to the wealthy and public-spirited men that interest in the soil and that knowledge of the benefits of works like roads, canals, and bridges, which may be of the greatest use, both as it disposes them to embark in works that advance the interests of government and the general prosperity of this presidency. The feelings which will be inspired and the knowledge attained by men of this class being landholders in Sals et will gradually lead them to the Konkan and Deccan, where such persons are much required to promote plans of improvement, without which these countries will never pay the expenses of their occupation and management. Framji Kavasji was the first Parsi, we may safely say the first native of India, who sent a present of that sweet and delicious fruit, the Bombay mango, to Her Most Gracious Majesty the Queen. The following letter accompanied the present: to Her Most Gracious Majesty the Queen of England. May it please your Majesty, the improvement and extension of steam navigation have now happily brought your Majesty's dominions at home and your dominions II. History of the Parsis. Chapter 2. Framji Kavasji's high character and VU Tuesday were so deeply appreciated by all classes of his fellow citizens that on his death, which occurred at the ripe old age of 84, all classes of the community, Europeans, Parsis, Hindus and Mahomedans, joined together in a public meeting, convened by the sheriff in the town hall of Bombay, for the purpose of taking steps to preserve his memory. At this meeting Mr. P.W. Lageet, a judge of the then Sadar Adalat, Court of Appeal, presided. Framji's was the first instance in the history of Western India in which Europeans, as well as natives, joined together to do honor to the memory of a native of in the Eastern world, so closely together that I venture most humbly and most respectfully to lay at your Majesty's feet some specimens of the celebrated Bombay mangoes, in the earnest hope that this delicious fruit, which has never before been transmitted to Europe, may reach your Majesty in a state of preservation and prove acceptable. Such precautions have been adopted to preserve the fruit as appear most efficacious, but if the botanists of your Majesty's dominions at home can prescribe a preferable method, it shall be adopted in the transmission of further supplies of this or any other kind of fruit peculiar to the country, which has not hitherto been seen in Great Britain. Your Majesty's most dutiful and faithful Eastern subject, Framji Kavasji. Bombay, 18/I May 1838. In acknowledgement of this present, the master of the household conveyed to him the Queen's approbation of the zeal and enterprise evinced by him, and Her Majesty's gratification at the dutiful expression of loyalty by which his present was accompanied. Chap 2. Sir Erskine Perry. 119 India. It was resolved at the meeting to commemorate the name of Framji Kavasji by erecting to his memory a building which should contain a lecture room, laboratory, museum of art and industry, and library, and to call it after him. This mode of commemorating the work of this worthy Parsi was peculiarly appropriate. It was such as would have received the approbation of the worthy man himself, as everything which had for its object the improvement of the condition of his countrymen, either intellectually, morally, or physically, had always received his hearty support. Framji Kavasji's high character will be best understood from a speech delivered by Sir Erskine Perry at this meeting. He said, "I have been requested to second this resolution, and, tired as I am, having been sitting in court many hours today, I cannot be silent upon the subject of it. You, as his friend and as our colleague, Mr. Chairman, know how highly I estimated the character of our deceased friend. He was not a scholar, and for the last 10 years of his life he was not a wealthy man. Indeed, he had fallen into evil days, and yet he managed to secure the esteem and love of all who came within his influence, and the question which suggests itself is, what were the qualities which won the esteem and love which he possessed of all the inhabitants of Bombay? His eminent good citizenship. He 20 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 possessed that virtue, not common among people now, in an eminent degree. It is a virtue too little exemplified by our Hindu friends, Polio, I hope, will excuse me for so saying, nor is it universal among the Parsis, but it is more so among them than among other classes. Framji Kavasji exercised that virtue more than others of his countrymen. He was a steady good citizen, bold enough to speak out his opinion, and energetic to exert himself to do his country good. These virtues we are desirous to see universal. The institution thus founded to commemorate the name of Framji Kavasji is the Framji Kavasji Institute, now familiar to the citizens of Bombay, where public meetings in support of all laudable objects are held, and interesting lectures on scientific and other subjects are delivered. Framji Kavasji was one of the foremost among those who assisted in the establishment of a good English newspaper in Bombay. In chronicling his death, which took place in the year 1851, Dr. Buist, the editor, thus described in the Bombay Times, Now the Times of India, the circumstances which led to the establishment of that paper, and the interest which Framji took in bringing it into being, vast addition to the number of the European community and increase to the mercantile enterprise of the presidency having been occasioned by the operations Chap 11. A free press. 121 of the new charter, fostered as they were by the exertions of a succession of able and patriotic administrations in the period just preceding 1840, it became apparent that new lifeblood was wanted in the press, and that newspapers must from henceforth have much more important tasks to perform than the announcement of the reliefs of the army, the chronicling of the movements of the governor, or festivals at Government House, the accidents of the chase, or calamities of famine or conflagration. Free press was desiderated for the advocacy of public measures now that freedom of discussion had been permitted to newspapers and a public created for their perusal, while the opening up of the overland communication was beginning to permit the transmission of enlightenment to the people at home through the journals of India. To this, as to all other changes in the political sky, the subject of our notice was fully alive, and Framji Kavasji was one of the first of those who exerted themselves to bring into existence the journal which now chronicles his demise. The Framji Kavasji tank close to the Institute, and the reservoir on the Obelisk Road, for the purpose of securing a permanent supply of water to the public, are excellent monuments of Framji's Catholic charity and benevolence. Framji Kavasji also contributed a lakh of rupees towards building an Adishpuram or chief fire temple in Bombay, which is 122 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 called after his father's name. The other contributors to this good work were his brother Karsheji Kavasji Banaji and his nephew Dadabai Eastamji Banaji. Framji had two brothers, Eastamji Kavasji and Karsheji Kavasji, who were both men of mark. With that enterprising spirit which has always distinguished the Parsis, Eastamji Kavasji went to Calcutta to settle with his family. There he succeeded in establishing an extensive business as a merchant and shipowner, and through his activity and enterprise was well known throughout the East. The failure of the Union Bank, of which he was one of the largest shareholders, and which was an unlimited company, brought undeserved ruin upon him, and in his misfortune he had the sympathy of every man in Bengal where his benevolent and hospitable character was generally recognized. On his death, which took place in the year 1852, one of the leading Calcutta papers said that during his prosperity he sought European society, and, breaking through the restraints usual among his countrymen, did not hesitate to introduce the ladies of his family to his guests, among whom the Governor-General of India has more than once been present. Eastamji was extremely liberal while he had the means, and there must be many yet livino who have felt his kindness when it was of the utmost value to them. The Friend of India, then Chap 2. A merchant prince. Try foremost journal in India, said of him that he was remarkable not only for his enterprising spirit but for his freedom from the prejudices of the East, and for a European cast of thought peculiar to his countrymen among Asiatics. In the days of his prosperity he gave like a merchant prince, and sedulously emulated the example of his intimate friend, Dwarkanath Tagore. Kastamji left two sons, Dadabai and Manakji. The former was in his day one of the most extensive of the China merchants. The other, Ianianakji, is well known in Calcutta as a leading citizen, and holds the position of Persian consul in that city. He once filled the office of Sheriff of Calcutta. Framji's brother, Karsheji Kavasji, was a highly popular and respected member of the Parsi community. His business connections were as extensive as those of his elder brothers. He was broker to many European firms in Bombay, and possessed great influence among the highest officials in the presidency. He was possessed of one great desire which he carried out with all the means in his power. He wished to see his co-religionists employed in trade and industrial pursuits, and for that purpose he advanced large sums of money to many people with the view of giving them a start in life, never expecting the amount to be returned unless it was done voluntarily. Hundreds of Parsis are now blessing his 124 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Memory for what they enjoy. Karsheji Kavasji, like his brother Framji, gave a lakh of rupees towards building an Adishpuram, or chief fire temple, in memory of his father. The mantle of this branch of the family has fallen on his grandson, Mr. Manchurji Naorozji Banerjee, who has been for several years a member of the Municipal Corporation and Town Council of Bombay. Another Parsi family in which some of the best traits of character that have distinguished our race in the past generations, such as commercial enterprise, industry, integrity, benevolence, and public spirit, were most conspicuously shown forth, was that of the Vakajis. This family came originally from the small seaport town of Tarapur in the Tliana district, where several of its members still own considerable property. In the beginning of this century it was represented by the brothers Vakaji Mirji and Pestanji Mirji, and by their cousins Biramji Bhimji and Herji Bhimji, of whom the eldest and most enterprising was Vakaji. For several generations previously the chief occupation of the family had been agriculture, but these men departed from the traditional groove and added to their old pursuit a new career of usefulness for themselves, in which they attained, in an incredibly short time, an extraordinary degree of success. They began by farming the revenues of a small mahal, named Asari, in the Bassein district, under Chap 2. Native administration. 125 The government of the Peshwa. In course of time, when the late East India Company succeeded to the Peshwas of Pune, they were appointed farmers of the land and sea customs of northern Konkan. In 1836 they were the sole farmers of the customs of northern and southern Konkan and also of the land customs of the districts of Pune, Sholapur, Ahmednagar, and a part of Khandesh. Their management of these provinces was remarkable, on the one hand, for the magnitude of its area and the vastness of its resources, and, on the other, for a vigorous and well-organized system in the administration of its details. It was found to be so highly efficient that the Thana collector of the day, in his report to the Revenue Commissioner of Pune, dated the 31st of August 1835, wrote of Vakaji Mirji in these terms: he may well boast of never having given a single cause to regret there, i.e. the British government, having given to him, a private individual, the management of an extent of territory and a sum of money never before equalled in the records of any government. The solid results of this policy on UKG's part were that the state revenues of the provinces within the 7 years that they had been administered by him were more than doubled without at the same time appreciably adding to the burdens of the subject. Synchronously with their official connection with the state they also directed their 126 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Energies to Commercial Business. At the highest period of their prosperity in trade, which was from 1835 to 1845, they had their head office in Bombay, with branch firms and corresponding houses in every important town of the Bombay Presidency, and also in Calcutta, Singapore, and China. In 1825 to 26 they imported the first batch that ever reached Bombay of Berar cotton, in 500 bullock loads as an experiment, and this they subsequently followed up by numerous other efforts in the same direction, notwithstanding the 1001 difficulties which nature and the Nizam's officials created in those days of comparative ignorance and little or no communication. They were the first to erect cotton screws and presses at Khangam and in the neighboring cotton districts. They made various cart roads over the Ghats between the Berars and the Malabar coast, and built bridges over streams and rivers for the speedy transit of merchandise between Bombay and the Deccan. In a word, they were the pioneers and founders of the cotton trade between the Nizam's dominions and the Bombay Presidency, the value of which to England and India can in these days only be estimated by crores of rupees. In 1830 they were specially invited by the Nizam's minister, Raja Kliandulai, to open banking firms in his territories, and in this line of business they displayed such energy and tact that, within a Chap 2. The Nizam's government. 127 year or two of their connection with the Nizam's government, the firm of Pestanji Vakaji of Hyderabad became its principal banking house, lending to the government for state J.I.tosas, including the expenditure on military forces, several lakhs of rupees every year. From 1835 to 1845 their direct advances to the state amounted to the gigantic sum of 1 crore and 8 lakhs of rupees, £1,080,000, out of which no less than 83 lakhs were handed over to the East India Company for defraying the expenses of the contingent troops which the Nizam, under treaty, was bound to provide the means of supporting. For the liquidation of these advances the Nizam entered into a scheme or arrangement by which he mortgaged to them the revenues of the valley of the Beirars, together with the province of Aurangabad, which amounted to about 23 lakhs of rupees a year, and actually placed them, with the cognizance and approval of the British resident at Hyderabad, in charge of Balapur, Akola, Mikar, Parbhani, and other districts. They were also allowed to retain in their service a small armed force, and it is said that the Nizam received from them, as from his other vassal chiefs, the usual feudatory homage of Nazarenu. The state mint at Aurangabad was also entrusted to their charge, and since the advent of the Parsis into the country their 128 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 has perhaps been no other family that was permitted by the state to have its own initials or marks NA graved on the national coin. Silver coin was struck, probably at the Aurangabad mint, bearing the initial letters of Bakaji's younger brother Pestanji Mirji, and widely known after him as the Pestanji coin of the Nizam government. In 1845 Eja Chandulai retired from office, and with that event began the slow decline which ultimately resulted in the bankruptcy of the family firm. The new minister proposed a settlement of the claim of Bakaji Mirji, which amounted at that time to about 37 lakhs of rupees, on the basis of payment at the rate of 5 annas less in the rupee. This proposal not being accepted, the Peshkar Rajarambaks caused a peremptory sequestration to be made of the provinces which had up to that time been mortgaged to Bakaji Mirji and his brother. They presented petitions to the Nizam. They appealed to the Government of India, and ultimately to the late Court of Directors, and even to that last resource for relief, the British Parliament, but all without effect. The British authorities refused to lend their aid in the matter on the avowed principle that the subjects of the British government when advancing monies to native states did so at their own risk, and that it could not depart from its invariable practice of not interfering for the realization of such claims. Chap 2. Sir Sala Yung. 129 Though they were defeated at every stage in their efforts to enforce their claim on the Nizam's government, it is but fair to that government to state that its late minister, Sir Sala Yung, A.M.J. daily made up for the past acts of injustice by extending the liberality of his patronage to several members of the family, who were appointed to posts of trust and high emolument, and at the same time he made provision for the family out of the state exchequer in recognition of the very valuable services rendered by its founder to the Nizam in times past. The government of the East India Company, too, on its part, had, so far back as 1829, acknowledged in a most substantial manner the great benefits which the enterprise and public spirit of Bakaji Mirji had conferred on the trade of the presidency by making him a gift of the village of Parnali, in the vicinity of Wh. Bakaji Mirji had at his own expense constructed one of the most extensive and useful public works in that part of the country. He raised a dam across the Banganga River and erected other similar works in order to shut out the salt water tides from the river, the fresh water of which was thus rendered available for drinking and irrigation purposes. One of the collectors of the district, while paying an official visit, summarized to the Bombay government the result of his survey in these words: "The works are of great public utility in a humane vol. 2ki30 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 and financial point of view, as an ample supply of fresh water is ensured to the neighboring population and their cattle in seasons of drought, and a large tract of land made protective to the state, which, but for the improvement, would have remained sterile and uncultivated. Bakaji Mirji's charities to his fellow religionists were on an equally extensive scale. He built at his own expense no less than 5 darmares or places of worship at Tarapur, Balapur, Hyderabad, and Secondrabad, 4 towers of silence at Balapur, Hyderabad, Sholapur, and Aurangabad, besides establishing several small schools and other institutions. but his memory is still dearly cherished among his countrymen in the Mufassil in connection with the sinking of fresh water wells and the construction and repair of tanks, and more particularly for the building of numberless dharmshalas or rest houses for the use of travelers and the poor in various parts of the Bombay Presidency, for which alone he received the special congratulations and thanks of the directors of the East India Company. Khurshedji Manakji Shroff was a highly distinguished member of the Parsi community. He was born in the year 1764, and died at the patriarchal age of 81. He has been truly described as the people's friend. Though he had an extensive business with the commissariat as a contractor, he to a peacemaker. 131 devoted every day a good portion of his time to adjudicating civil and domestic disputes among the Parsis. The impartiality of his decisions made his home a court for all sorts of disputes among his own people. It is said that when parties went to his house in the morning, he went without his meals rather than leave his good work of mediation unfinished. Most of the quarrels which arose between Parsi wives and husbands in the latter not fulfilling oath promises made before marriage of bestowing upon their wives ornaments to the amount agreed upon, or through their appropriating them to their own use after marriage, or on account of their parents doing so. Occasions have occurred in former times where the wife's parents, in whose custody the ornaments were left, appropriated them to their own use, and these cases often resulted in a breach between the husband and wife and their respective parents. If the misappropriation took place by the act of the husband, the parents of the wife would not send her to his house until the ornaments were restored to her. In the latter case the husband or his parents would turn the wife out of doors and refuse to receive her back until her parents made good the loss of the ornaments. The difference, though trivial, always ended in inveterate hatred of each other, and required much tact and patience in reconciling the parties. Khurshedji Manakji was highly gifted with 132 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 These qualities. Altli he was not rich, he had a generous heart, and when he found that there was no chance of the misappropriated ornaments being produced, and that the injured party will never consent to receive the wife into his home, Khurshedji gave from his own pocket the equivalent in money to the sufferer, thus restoring peace to the disturbed home. This trait in Khurshedji's character made his name a household word among the Parsis. When he died it was said that the poor man's friend was gone, and no funeral in the Parsi community in Bombay was more largely attended than that of Khurshedji. Even at this day the Parsis exclaim when there is domestic trouble in a family, "Oh that we had a Khurshedji Manakji among us." Another Parsi who deserves a record in these pages was Jajibhai Dadabai, born in 1785. He was exceedingly popular in his own community, and well known to and respected by his own countrymen and the Europeans as well as by the other races on account of his extensive mercantile transactions. In the midst of his business as banker and merchant, which extended over a period of 40 years, he found time to assist and promote, by his advice, influence, and wealth, every undertaking calculated to benefit the public. His enterprising spirit assisted in the establishment of 3 banks in Bombay. It was through Lee's foresight and energy that steam navigation for Chap 2. Steam navigation, 133 commercial and passenger traffic was introduced on the western coast of India. He was one of the largest proprietors of the first steamer employed in this enterprise, viz. the Sir James Rivet Carnac. He managed the business of this undertaking so judiciously that in the course of 6 years he divided profits among the proprietors almost covering the cost of the original outlay. He was a guarantee broker to many European mercantile houses whose reputations were maintained by means of his capital. His mercantile transactions were conducted in various parts of the globe, and his name was well known in all the commercial centers of Europe, Egypt, and the East. He found employment for his capital in advances on coffee, sugar, coconut, and other plantation estates on the Malabar coast and Ceylon, and also in the island of Bencoolin, besides himself possessing a large coffee estate in Ceylon. We have already said that Jajibhai was a popular man in his own community, and for nearly 20 years he was also a member of the Parsi Panchayat. That body had in his day lost the respect of the community, but many Parsi families had their domestic quarrels arbitrated and settled by him. His independence and sense of justice gained him the esteem and respect of all those who had to submit to his decision. Blessed with wealth by a bounteous providence, he was not unmindful of the claims of 134 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 The Poor upon his purse. His subscriptions to the several public and private institutions were large. To the needy and distressed he always extended a helping hand in a private and unostentatious manner. He built an Ajari or fire temple in Bombay at a cost of Rs 50,000, and on his death bequeathed in trust the handsome sum of 2 lakhs of rupees for the maintenance of educational and charitable institutions. He left 4 sons, Mervanji, Bamanji, Sarabji, and Biramji, who for some years carried on the extensive commercial business of their father. The youngest, Mr. Biramji, was for 4 years a member of the Legislative Council of the Government of Bombay, and was made a companion of the most exalted Order of the Star of India in the year 1876. In the year 1880 he gave government a sum of Rs. 30,000 for a medical school for natives at Pune. He has established a charitable dispensary at Murmadabad in memory of his deceased wife. His son, Mr. Nanabai Biramji Jajibhai, has been a member of the Municipal Corporation and the Town Council of Bombay for many years, and is well known for the active interest which he has displayed in public matters. Manakji Nasirvanji Peti, the father of the well-known brothers Messrs. Dinshaw and Nasirvanji Peti, was a highly respected member of the Parsi community. He died on May 21, 1859 at the age of chap 2. Founder of the Petties. 135-57. He commenced life by going to Muscat as a diabash in charge of a cargo of rice. On his return thence he was apprenticed to a European firm, and his enterprise and business habits soon raised him to the first rank among the merchants of his day. He was one of the chief promoters of every project for the development of commercial enterprise, and many flourishing institutions owe their origin to him. He was the first president of the Parsi Law Association, as well as of the Persian Zoroastrian Amelioration Society. To the funds of the latter he subscribed most handsomely. As our readers will perceive hereafter, he was the pioneer of the cotton spinning and weaving industry in India. He was a kind and generous-hearted man, and on the death of his wife set apart Rs 30,000 for different charitable institutions. He never withheld pecuniary assistance from the poor, and was always ready to exercise his kind offices in the settlement of domestic disputes among his co-religionists. Manakji's two sons Dinshaw and Nasirvanji have made the name of Peti memorable in the history of Bombay by their shrewd commercial sagacity, as well as by the benevolence of their character. Their generous spirit first manifested itself soon after the death of their father. To commemorate his name they established a fund of Rs 5,000-6,000 out of their father's estate, and to that sum they themselves added 136 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2. Yes. 25,000 each, and the interest of the whole amount is applied to charitable purposes by trustees specially appointed. We have spoken of the shrewd commercial sagacity of Messrs. Dinshaw and Nasirvanji. During the period known as the share mania they were among the few who kept their heads clear, and, though it was impossible to protect themselves from losses, they happily were among those who preserved a good portion of their fortune. Their chief losses were due to irrecoverable advances to friends. It is said of Mr. Dinshaw that he sacrificed no less a sum than 30 lakhs of rupees by the failure of his friends. He never went to law to recover any money thus lost. The same has been said of the younger brother Mr. Nasirvanji. To Mr. Dinshaw Manakji Peti the cotton spinning and weaving and dyeing industry owes very much of its development and prosperity. He is the chief shareholder in the Manakji Peti, Dinshaw Peti, Mazagon, Victoria, Framji Peti, and Gordon Mills. His firm, composed of himself and his sons, acts also as accents to these concerns. Mr. Dinshaw is said to be the richest Parsi, we might add the richest native in Bombay at the present time, and his liberality and generosity keep many useful and charitable institutions alive, not only among the Parsis but among all castes and creeds. His charities are all dictated from Chap 2. Mr. Dinshaw Petit. 137 A generous heart and by a sense of duty. Even poor dumb animals have not been left out of the pale of his sympathy. It was only last year that he gave the handsome sum of ES. 45,000 to the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, for building a hospital for the care and treatment of the Jador silent creatures that cannot take care of themselves. This society was formed in Bombay a few years ago under the presidency of the Honourable Mr. Justice Bailey, and owes much of its success and the good it does to that learned and humane judge. Through the generosity of Mr. Dinshaw, charitable dispensaries have been established in Bombay and several places in Gujarat. He has spent thousands of rupees in supplying water to Pune, Alamnagar, and other places by digging wells and tanks. He is a prominent subjugator of charitable schools, libraries, and book clubs, and a ready patron of poor and needy students. He is a great champion of vernacular literature. He has subscribed most liberally to many books that have been published within the last 20 years, and has distributed them among his employees as well as others who apply to him for them. Through his munificence a hospital for incurable lepers has been established at Eatnagari. He has always been the largest contributor to the building of fire temples and towers of silence in various places. His contributions to the sufferers from famine. 138 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Fire, flood, and storm have always been characterized by the greatest liberality. He has been one of the chief supporters of the funds for the relief of the poor Zoroastrians of Persia and the Persians in Bombay. He has given nearly 1 lakh of rupees to the funds of the Parsi Panchayat for the benefit of the poor of we the community. Have not gone into details, it is enough for us to indicate the various purposes to which Mr. Dinshaw's charities have been directed. But his private charities, which are extensive, cannot be known. He maintains many poor and struggling families by giving them pensions. He has extricated many deserving persons from anxieties and troubles by discharging their debts. He has relieved the minds of many parents by defraying the marriage expenses of their daughters, and has spared the feelings of many poor families by defraying the funeral expenses of their deceased members. The one great merit of Mr. Dinshaw's charities is their unostentatiousness, and this quality, as well as the charming simplicity of his character, has secured for him the golden opinions of his countrymen. Mr. Nasirvanji Manakji Petit has also given large sums in charity. He has, to say nothing of his other gifts, given Rs 50,000 to the Parsi Panchayat for the benefit and maintenance of the poor of his community. He has built a fire temple in Bombay at a cost of Rs 26,500, given Rs 55,700 towards the maintenance Chap 2. Mr. Nasirvanji Petit. 139 of the Bombay Native Dispensary, and a further large sum for the maintenance of the dispensary at Kurgam. He also bestowed Rs 25,000 on a boarding school in Persia. His private charities are believed to be very extensive. Mr. Nasirvanji is a large mill owner, and has the entire management and control of the Oriental spinning and weaving mills established by his father Manakji. Among the Parsis who have been celebrated for their extensive charities, no name will be held in greater veneration in that community than that of Mervanji Framji Pandey, an enterprising and energetic merchant who died in the year 1876. He was the founder of Mervan Bag, the convalescent home for Parsis. In times of lono, continued sickness and tardy convalescence, the poor Parsis had no place to go to for a change from their own homes and crowded and ill-ventilated rooms. The need of such an institution had therefore been long felt, and Mervanji Pandey's kind and merciful heart was moved to supply this want. He gave Rs 425,000 for building a sanitarium in one of the healthiest parts of Bombay, and Rs 40,000 as an endowment fund. The building was completed in 1865, and contains 68 well-ventilated AJ apartments. Admission is granted to convalescents on production of medical certificates. It is said that about 1,000 I40 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Individuals enjoy annually the benefit of a change in this home, and there can be no doubt that many a life has been thus saved which would otherwise have gone to an untimely grave. The same charitable gentleman has also founded a dharmshala for travellers in another locality in Bombay at a cost of about $50,000. In a former chapter we have referred to some of this gentleman's charities in Persia. He has also established a trust fund of ₹1.5 lakh of rupees from which poor and needy Parsis receive pecuniary help. Nor were Mervanji's charities limited to the relief of the people of his own caste. He gave largely in every direction, and for the relief of distress wherever it was to be met. But the Parsi sanitarium alone will keep his name fresh among the Parsis through all time. The name of the late Sir Kavasji Jahangiri Adamani is well known over the whole of India, and to some extent even in Europe, on account of his princely benefactions. He belonged to the ready money family of whom we have made mention in previous pages. He commenced life as a godown keeper to a European mercantile firm, and, being a man of enterprise and shrewd commercial perception, he soon raised himself to a position of affluence. Of him it was observed on his death that his career in the pursuit of wealth was one of uninterrupted prosperity, and it should be mentioned to his honor that all his dealings were chap 2. Sir Kavasji Ready Money. 141 characterized by an honesty and uprightness which won him the esteem and confidence of all who were brought into business relations with him. He was, indeed, qualified by nature to be a successful man of business, for there was no undertaking in which his rare business talents did not enable him to distance his competitors and achieve renown. But it was more on account of his anxious desire to alleviate the Sufi *errings of the poor, and of the munificent sums bestowed by him in the cause of charity, that his name was most favorably known. For nearly a quarter of a century the stream of his benevolence was constantly flowing. He built a hospital at Surat at a cost of Rs. 72,000, and an eye hospital in Bombay at a cost of Rs. 112,000. He contributed Rs. 50,000 towards the construction and establishment of a lunatic asylum at Hyderabad, Sindh, and gave largely to dispensaries in several towns in the presidency, some of which were established and maintained at his own expense. He ever did his utmost to promote the S23 of education amongst his countrymen, and his efforts in this respect will always be remembered with gratitude, and will form an imperishable monument to his name. For a permanent building for the Elphinstone College he gave 2 lakhs of rupees, for erecting the University Hall 1 lakh, and for the Pune Engineering College Rs. 50,000. His generous donations. 142 History of the Parsis. Chapter 2 Towards educational institutions, and the scholarships he founded in connection with them, are well known. The different charitable institutions in the Bombay Presidency have often benefited by his unstinted liberality. He contributed Rs. 50,000 for a home for European strangers, and to every establishment for the maintenance of the poor, the aged, the infirm, and the friendless orphan, which required monetary aid, he invariably extended a helping hand. Neither was the thirsty wayfarer forgotten, for through his benevolence many drinking fountains have been erected throughout the city. Nor were Sir Kavasji's charities confined to his own country, they extended to Europe. His munificent donations to charitable institutions in England, and his handsome subscription for the relief of the sick and wounded of both nations during the last Continental War, will long remain fresh in the recollection of everyone. In consideration of his philanthropy and benevolence, the companionship of the most exalted order of the Star of India and afterwards the dignity of knighthood were conferred upon him by Her Majesty the Queen Empress, honors which he well deserved. His friends and admirers, European as well as native, also honored him by raising a subscription among themselves and placing a marble statue of him in the University Hall, Bombay, towards the construction of Chap 2. The Victoria Gardens. 143 which he had, as we have just said, given 1 lakh of rupees. The statue is from the sympathetic hand of Mr. Woolner, and cost Rs. 20,000 When His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales was in Bombay, he honoured Sir Kobusji by presenting him with a silver medal, a book, and a portrait of himself and of his amiable princess. The name of the late benevolent Adilji Framji Alblas, who died in 1865, will ever be remembered among the Parsis in connection with the Alblas Bag, a building erected and endowed out of funds left by him. As already explained, this building is set apart for Parsi marriages. Adilji was the architect of his own fortunes, and a very pious man. Among the distinguished Parsis still living is the Venerable Framji Nasirvanji Patel, of whose valuable services in connection with the Parsi Law Association, the Persian Zoroastrian Amelioration Society, and the Parsi Girls' School Association, we have made mention in previous pages. He is further well known to the native and Urajatin community of Bombay for his great liberality. He was one of those who were chiefly instrumental in giving the city of Bombay its only garden worthy of the name, viz. the Victoria Gardens, towards the formation of which he gave a most handsome donation. He has always evinced a deep interest in the education and general enlightenment of his countrymen, and any measure 44 history of the Parsis. Chapter 2 tending to further this object always receives his best sympathies, and his purse is ever ready to minister to the wants of institutions which have for their object the promotion of the welfare and happiness of the people. The Anglo-Vernacular School at Ketwadi, which bears his name, was founded and handsomely endowed by him, for which he received the warmest acknowledgments of government. He is a gentleman who by his admirable tact and liberal sentiments has often reconciled conflicting views between the old and young generations of Parsis, and thus secured harmony in carrying out projects, the aim of which has been for the common good. Mr. Framji was a member of the Bombay Legislative Council during the administration of Sir Seymour Fitzgerald. Another Parsi gentleman, who is still alive and who has conferred many benefits upon Bombay and some of the cities of Gujarat, is Mr. Karsheji Fardunji Parak. From 1841 to 1857 he was a member of the firm of Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, Sons, and Company. In 1857 he extended his trade to Calcutta and Madras, to China and Urajata. He amassed a large fortune during the American War. It was by his liberality that in 1845 the asylum for the aged and blind at Chowpatty was repaired and extended. He gave a princely donation of Rs.25,000 to the Lancashire Relief Fund. During the Gujarat famine of 1862 he sent Rs 80,000 worth chap 11. The Flora Fountain. 145 of rice to be given gratuitously to the poor of the province, and also distributed about Rs 90,000 among poor families in Gujarat. He has also built a dharmshala near the railway station at Surat at a cost of Rs 25,000. He contributed Rs 0.55,000 to the Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai Zend and Pahlavi Madrasa, also Rs 30,000 for founding scholarships in the same college. Besides the munificent acts of liberality mentioned, Mr. Karsheji Fardunji maintained several charitable dispensaries in Bombay and other towns of the Presidency during the days of his prosperity. The Fardunji Sarabji Parak Industrial School at Surat was founded by him in memory of his father. Towards the establishment of this institution he gave the sum of Rs 50,000. The Els and beautiful Flora Fountain in Bombay is another gift of Mr. Karsheji's munificence. It was constructed by the Esplanade Fee Fund Committee at a cost of Rs 0.40,000, one-third of which sum was contributed by Mr. Karsheji himself. As a slight recognition of Mr. Karsheji's liberality in the days of his prosperity, Sir Philip Wodehouse appointed him Sheriff of Bombay in the year 1877. With him we may bring our sketch of the distinguished Parsis of Bombay to an end. Vol. 2 Chapter 3. Zoroaster. The Parsi faith its most flourishing period. The reformer Ardashir date of Zoroaster account of his life. Earliest possible date. The Abasfa and cuneiform languages. Origin of name of Zoroaster. His miraculous birth. Attempt to destroy him. Appears at court. The sacred fire. A mighty gathering. His first address. His first disciples. His sons and daughters. The Avesta language. 2 dialects Sanskrit and Avesta. The ancient books. The 21 volumes. Their meaning and significance. The faith professed by the Parsis in India is one of the most ancient in the world. It was once the religion of a famous empire. It has had its day of greatness. Like everything human, it has known that of decline. During a period of over 30 centuries it has undergone more than the usual fluctuations and vicissitudes. Its most flourishing period was for the space of 1,000 years, from the reign of Gushtasp until the conquest of Persia by Alexander the Great. For 556 years after the subversion of the Persian dynasty by the Macedonian conqueror, the religion of Zoroaster seems to have declined, until revived by Ardashir Babekin in AD. Zoroaster. Chap 3. Birth of Zoroaster. 147–226. In the reign of this monarch great efforts were made to restore its primitive purity, according to the doctrines propounded by Zoroaster. The king himself was a person of great piety and religious enthusiasm. He collected the sacred books of the Parsis and caused them to be translated into Pahlavi, the Lano-Uao, then current in Persia, built fire temples for the worship of God, and restored the ancient religion of Persia to its pure and original state. This reformation by Ardashir Babekin endured during 416 years, that is, until the religion and monarchy of Persia were overthrown by the Arab invaders in the year 651, at the Battle of Nahavand, when Caliph Omar destroyed most of the religious books. There is some dispute, even now, among the Parsis as to the exact date of the birth of Zoroaster. European authors do not facilitate inquiry, for they too are in doubt as to which of the 6 philosophers who bore, at different times, the name of Zoroaster should be selected as the Lawaber of the Parsis. One is described as a Chaldean or Assyrian, another as a Bactrian, a third as a Pamphylian, a fourth as an Armenian, a fifth as a Median, and a sixth as a Persian. Of all these the one who is specially recognized as the lawgiver of the Parsis was born at Eae in Media and flourished in Bactria, and we propose to give here a brief sketch of his life. As to the date of his birth, 148 History of the Parsis. Chapter High. Dr. Hogg says, under no circumstances can we assign him a later date than BC 1000, and one may find even reasons for placing his era much earlier. Mr. Karsheji Eastamji Kama, a well-known Oriental scholar among the Parsis, has, on the authority of Greek and Jewish writers and on that of the cuneiform inscriptions, very clearly shown in his Zar-Nama-i Hasht, i.e. the life of Zoroaster, that Zoroaster lived at least 1,300 years before Christ, or nearly 3,200 years ago. Before the light of new scholarship fell upon this point, it was the accepted belief among the learned that Zoroaster flourished in the 6th century before Christ. The mistake arose from the fact that they took the Chaonian king Gushtasp, in whose reign the prophet flourished, to be the same as Darius Histasps, the well-known king of the later Achaemenian dynasty who lived about BC 521. Not only did the two kings belong to different dynasties, but the latest researches have shown that a period of more than 800 years intervened between them. This fact affixes as the earliest possible date to the reign of Gushtasp, and in consequence to the birth of Zoroaster also, the year BC 1300. That Zoroaster flourished loegf before the time of the Achaemenian kings is also satisfactorily established by the fact that the current language spoken in the country at that age, as may be judged from Chap 3. The meaning of Zoroaster. 149 The inscriptions of Cyrus and Darius BC 559–521, was what is now known as the cuneiform tongue, while the writings of Zoroaster are in the Avesta language. The latter has been ascertained to be the parent language from which the former descended. Thus in about BC 559, when we come in contact with the cuneiform inscriptions, Avesta had already become a dead language, and had been succeeded as the spoken dialect by another descended from it, viz. the cuneiform. To effect such a vast chano, as that of convertins, a vernacular into a classical language and bringing out of it, in the slow process of formation, a new dialect, a very long period of time must have necessarily elapsed, and it cannot be computed at less than 1,000 years. Consequently this long 2-3 period must have separated the age of Zoroaster from the times of the Achaemenian monarchs. Various meanings have been suggested for the name Zoroaster. Professors Bernhoef and Lassen and doctors Windishman, Miller, and Hogg have all attempted to attribute to it a different signification. Dr. Hogg himself has suggested not fewer than 3. Of all these several meanings, Mr. Karshegi, the Parsi scholar, has adopted the first that was suggested by Dr. Hogg, but which was subsequently withdrawn by him, viz. that of old camel keeper, from Zen Zarath, Sanskrit Zarad, meaning old, and ISO history of the Parsis. Chapter Hi Ilatra, meaning camel. In support of this meaning it has been put forward that many ancient personages derived their names from horses, camels, cows, and other animals, which formed the chief portion of the wealth of the ancients. Such names as Baviraspa, Jamaspa, Purushispa, Frashayastra, and others that are derived from animals are instances in point. Zoroaster was a member of the family of Spitama, a descendant of King Feridun of the Peslatidaean dynasty of Persia. From the Dinkard and Bundhesh, 2 well-known books in Pahlavi, it appears that Zoroaster W as the great-grandson of one Hechadispa, the 5th in descent from Spitama. He is therefore often spoken of in the Avesta as Spitama Zarathustra, i.e. Zoroaster of the family of Spitama. From the 9th chapter of the Yasna and from the Abanyasht it appears that one Purushispa, remarkable for a righteous life, was selected by God to be the father of the Proj Het. In Pahlavi works it is said that an angel presented Purushispa with a glass of wine, soon after drinking which his wife Dogdo conceived and bore a son destined to create a new era in Eastern history. The wine here alluded to was, according to the more ancient authority of the Avesta, Yasna, chapter 9, the juice of the well-known Homa plant so often spoken about in that book. The juice of this plant is still drunk by the Parsi priests while performing the Yasna chap 3. A miraculous birth. 151 ceremonies. This Homa corresponds to the Soma of the Hindus, Soma being the Sanskrit form of the Avesta word Homa. This plant is the Astegias acida or Sarcostemma viminale of botanists. It is said to possess medicinal and stimulating properties. According to the 9th chapter of the Yasna, it was Purushispa, the father of the prophet, who, having performed certain religious ceremonies and prayers, drank of the juice of this plant, which possessed properties that improved the health, soothed the mind, and strengthened the energies. The purport of that passage seems to be that under the effects of this soothing elixir, drunk after solemn prayers and ceremonies, he prayed to the Almighty to favor him with a child. This request was granted, and Zoroaster was born unto him. No mention is made of the name of Zoroaster's mother in the Avesta, but in Pahlavi works she is known by the name of Dogda. Zoroaster's birthplace, the town of Ray, was, according to the Vendidad, chapter 19:4, situated on the banks of a river named Darji. This river flowed from a mountain named Jabra situated in Ayana. We meet with no authentic account of Zoroaster's infancy in the Avesta. But it appears from the Pahlavi books that the extraordinary circumstance of Purushispa's performing the Homa ceremonies and getting a son in answer to his prayer, as a reward for his extreme piety and virtue, W.S. publicly talked 152 History of the Parsis. Chapter High about, and that the governor of the province resolved, at the instigation of wicked counselors, to destroy the infant. The hands of the would-be destroyers are said to have been in every attempt arrested by divine agency. As a youth, Zoroaster passed his time, we find from the Avesta, in the deep study of philosophical questions and in divine meditation on the top of a mountain, named Ushadarina. On the divine inspiration he received during this solitary study he based his teaching, and, according to the 8th chapter of the Oussta, undertook the mission to guide the leaders of houses, streets, villages, and towns in the path of virtue. In the Pahlavi book still existing, the Persian prophet is said, at the age of 30, to have left his native town of Ray and to have proceeded to Balkh, the capital of Gushtasp, at that time king of Iran. In the 30th year of the reign of Gushtasp, Zoroaster is reported to have appeared at the court of the king, bearing with him into his presence the sacred fire, called the Darburdan Mare, and a cypress tree. Firdusi, the Persian Homer, thus describes the first interview between Zoroaster and Gushtasp. Learn, said Zoroaster to Gushtasp, the rites and doctrines of the really two ion of excellence. For without religion there cannot be any worth in a king. When the mighty, or excellent, monarch heard him speak of the Excel chap 3. Zoroaster's speech. 153 Lent religion he accepted from Liam the excellent rites and doctrines. Zoroaster was at first disbelieved and persecuted by the courtiers of Gushtasp, but he, having established his claim as a divine prophet and convinced the king and his court by performing several miracles, was taken into favor. From the celebrated speech of the prophet, preserved in the 30th chapter of the Oussta, it appears that he propagated his new religion, not by force and persecution, but by persuasion and argument. Before a mighty gathering of men and women assembled from the most distant parts he announced his mission, addressing them thus, I will now tell you idio are assembled here the DSE sayings of Mazda, the praises of Ahura, and the hymns of the good spirit, the sublime truth which I see rising out of these flames. You shall therefore hearken to the soul of nature. Contemplate the beams of fire with a most pious mind. Every one, both men and women, ought today to choose his creed. Ye offspring of renowned ancestors, awake to agree with us. Gushtasp not only himself embraced the religion of Zoroaster, but used all his influence to spread it among other kings and the wise men of the world. The king's prime minister, Frashayashtra and Jamaspa, the two most learned men of the AOE, were Amans, the first disciples of the prophet. These two illustrious personages traversed different parts of Iran as the 154 history of the Parsis. Chapter high apostles of the Zoroastrian doctrine, and succeeded in converting all the people of Iran to the new religion. The exam-le of the king was soon followed by the nobles and the people. When the monarch accepted the new religion there was little difficulty in propagating it among his subjects. On learning that the king was prepared to acknowledge his claims, Zoroaster produced the sacred books of the Avesta, which he had brought with him to court. These books were written in the Avesta language, a language understood to have existed as far back as 3,000 or 4,000 years. Besides Frashayashtra and Jamaspa, whom we have already mentioned, there are named in the Fravardan Yasht about 200 persons as his principal disciples. Medioma is given the first rank, and Gushtasp the 20th, Hudosh, the queen, is also mentioned as one of them. Of the latter days of Zoroaster's life we know nothing from the Avesta. But the later Pahlavi and Persian books assert, in reference to his death, that one morning when engaged in prayer he was killed by a sharp instrument thrown at him by Turbaratur, a general of King Argisp, who hated the new monotheistic religion. Zoroaster is then stated to have flung at Turbaratur his rosary, which killed him on the spot. It appears from the different parts of the Avesta that Zoroaster had 3 daughters Freni, 30, chap the Avesta language. 355 and Porukliasti, and from the Peli Levi works that he had 3 sons Isidvastara, Urvadatnara, and Havarishithra. We will now speak of the language in which the great prophet taught. The Avesta language belongs to the Iranian branch of the Aryan stock. Dr. Hogg divides the Iranian branch into 2 classes: first, the East Iranian or Bactrian branch, and 2d, the Avest Iranian, or the languages of Media and the adjoining countries. The Avesta language belongs, as stated, to the former branch. Of the Parsi scriptures which are now extant, a portion, and that the more important, is written in the Gatha dialect of the Avesta language. The 5 Gathas, chapters XXVII to Liv of Yasna, known as the writings of the great prophet himself, and various other pieces, here and there, are composed in this dialect. The rest is written in the ordinary Avesta-Lano-Yowagi according to Dr. Hogg. Both these dialects, the Gatha and the ordinary Avesta dialect, represent the same Avesta language at two different periods of time. The Gatha dialect, from its more ancient and fuller grammatical forms, as well as from its more primitive state, appears to be older than the ordinary Avesta language by about 2 or 3 centuries. The difference between these two dialects is the same as that between Vedic Sanskrit and the ordinary classical Sanskrit. IS 6 History of the Parsis. Chapter High. The Avesta language is erroneously called Zend. This word Zend, as its root, Zan, to know, implies, must be applied only to that portion of the Avesta which is explanatory of the original text. The word generally used for the Parsi scriptures is Zend-Avesta, a compound of these two words. Scholars are agreed in the opinion that the language in which the Parsi scriptures are written originated in the province of Bactria, which in the first chapter of the Vendidat is called Bhakti, and which, of the 16 places mentioned therein as created by God, is the fourth in point of order. Sanskrit was first spoken in the country adjoining the east of Bactria, and hence the similarity between the two languages. The celebrated Professor Bopp is of opinion that the Avesta is a much more improved language than the Sanskrit, and is as old as the language of the Vedas, which were composed 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. This learned author, who has compiled a comparative grammar of several European and Asiatic classical languages on the basis of the Avesta, says that the Zend, Avesta, displays that independence of the Sanskrit which Basque claims for it perhaps in too high a degree, and adds that we are unwilling to receive the Zend, Avesta, as a mere dialect of the Sanskrit, and to it we are compelled to ascribe an independent existence, resembling that of the Latin chap 3. The Zend Avesta. 157 as compared with the Greek, or the Old Northern with the Gothic. It in many respects reaches beyond, and is an improvement on, the Sanskrit. The relation between the two languages is that of sisters, rather than of daughter and mother. The Old Gatha dialect agrees with the Vedic Sanskrit, and the ordinary Avesta dialect with the ordinary classical Sanskrit. Dr. Hogg considers these languages to be genuine sisters, and says, the languages of the sacred hymns of the Brahmins and of those of the Parsis are only the two dialects of two separate tribes of one and the same nation which is called Aryas both in the Yedas and Zend-Avesta. The books of the Zend-Avesta at one time consisted of 21 nusks or volumes. The following table shows the Avesta names of these volumes with their corresponding ones in Pahlavi, 1 Yatha 2. Ahu. 3 Vario 4. Atha. 5 Ratush 6. Asha. 7 Chid. 8 Hacha 9. Van Hush 10. Dazda, 11. Mananho 12. Shkayath Nanam 13. And Husli 14. Mazday 15. Kshathrim Chisudkar. Varshtamauser. Bako. Damdad. Nada. Pajak. Edosh Titi. Barish. Kashakis Rob. Vishtasp Sasto. Dadak. Chidrasto. SJ, Ent. Bacon Yasht. Nakajam. 158 History of the Parsis. Chapter High. 16 Aliare. A17. 18 Yim. 19 Dragubyo 20. Dotted. 21 Vastaram Dubasrajt. Husparam. Sakatam. Vidabedada. Hadakt. Studyasht. These 21 volumes derive their names from the 21 words of a very old and sacred prayer of the Parsis known as Yatha Aim Vario. The majority of these works are not in the possession of the Parsis of this day. They are supposed to have been destroyed either during the invasion of Persia by Alexander or immediately after the conquest of that country by the Arabs, who entertained so great a hatred for the ancient religion of Persia that they sought out and collected all the works of Zoroaster and his disciples which they could find in that country, and destroyed nearly the whole of them. The supposition that some of the books were destroyed by Alexander the Great is contained in the introductory chapter of the Pahlavi Virav Nama, a book written in the Sasanian times, about the 6th or 7th century, and in which the event is thus chronicled: the wicked accursed Gunamino, the evil Sj, Irid, in order to make the people skeptical about their religion, instigated the accursed Alexiadar, Alexander, the Yuman, the inhabitant of Egypt, to carry war and hardships to the country of Iran, Persia. He, Alexander, killed the monarch of Iran and destroyed and made chap, in the Rabbaites. 159, desolate the royal court. And this religion, that is all the books of Avesta and Zend, written with gold ink upon prepared cow skins, was deposited in the archives of Stakar, Istakar or Persepolis, a Papuk. The accursed, wretched, wicked Ashmach, destroyer of the pious, Alexiadar, the evildoer, took them, the books, out and burnt them. Although the volumes in question are now lost, a description of their contents is given in the Pahlavi Dinkard, vols. 8 and 9, and in the Persian Rabbaites, which are the miscellaneous writings in Persian of the Dasturs after the overthrow of the Persian monarchy. These volumes are reported to have contained at one time about 2 million verses. They seem to have formed the whole of the Avesta literature, religious and scientific, current at the time, because, as Dr. Hogg says, they treated not only of religious topics, but of medicine, astronomy, agriculture, botany, philosophy, etc. This statement will be borne out by the perusal of the following short sketch of their contents collected from the well-known Persian Rabbait by Berzo Camden, and by the ejitemy of their contents given by Dr. Hogg in his essays and by Professor Harles in his Introduction à l'étude de one Avesta et de la religion Mazdine, Introduction to the study of the Avesta and of the Mazdayasanan religion. 1. The first book, called Sudkar, contained 20/60 History of the Parsis. Chapter High 2 chapters. It enforced upon the mind of its readers the advantages of saying prayers and practice inner virtue. 2 Varjdamansar, literally, excellent law, 22 chapters. It treated of piety and faith in the Zoroastrian religion. 3 Bako or Bag, God, 21 chapters, 20 according to the Kabayat. It treated of the advantages of prayers, piety, religion, laws, and virtue, and of those of shutting against oneself the road to hell and Satan, but opening that to the world of eternity and heaven. 4 Damdad, Creation, or Dvazde Hamist, 32 chapters. From the description of its contents, as given in the Evayat of Berzo Camden, it appears that it treated of metaphysical questions and scientific subjects. On one hand it treated of resurrection, future existence, the return to be met with in the next world for good or bad actions committed in this, and other questions of a like nature. On the other it dealt with an explanation of physical objects like earth, water, fire, sky, trees, quadrupeds, etc. 5. Nada or actor, star, 30-5 chapters. It treated of the stars, planets, and the different constellations, and of the influence which they exerted upon the destinies of mankind. In short, it discussed astronomical and astrological subjects. The Evayat Chap 3. Religious books. I6I says that the book is translated into Arabic under the name of Najm, i.e. star. 6 Pajak, 20-2 chapters. It treated of several questions about religious usages prevalent then and now. For example, what kinds of shiharpe, i.e. quadrupeds, it is lawful to slaughter for food, especially for Gahambar feasts, what benefits accrue to those who perform these Gahambar ceremonies, what azodad, literally, gifts to the pious, in money and clothes must be given to the priests of different grades, viz. To the Urbads, Mobeds, and Dasturs, the last named being the priests of the highest rank, what kind of pious deeds should be done during the Fravardigan holy days, which fall at the end of a Parsi year. 7 Edoshtiti, Sovereignty, 50 chapters, of which 37 were burnt by Alexander the Great. It treated of miscellaneous subjects, of the orders and commandments of kings, dasturs, leaders, governors, and pious persons, of the erection of new cities, of the geographical distribution of land and water on the surface of the earth. 8 Barish, direction, 60 chapters, of which 48 were burnt by Alexander. It dwelt upon the different ways of governing a country, also upon the orders which were to emanate from the kings as the temporal heads of the people, and those from the dasters as the spiritual heads. Vol. 2 M162 History of the Parsis. Chapter 3. 9 Kasliakis Rob, 60 chapters, of which 45 were destroyed by Alexander. It dealt wdth the subjects of wisdom, sagacity, and prudence, virtue and piety, vice and unholiness, and the causes that lead one to greatness and goodness. 10 Vishtasp 60 chapters, of which 50 were destroyed at the time of Alexander's invasion. It was a historical book treating of the reign of King Gushtasp and of the propagation of the religion of Zoroaster in his time. 11 Dadok, Law, or Yashti, 22 chapters, of which only 6 were known after Alexander. It treated of the attributes of Ahura Mazda, of religious duties, resurrection and creation, of agriculture and arboriculture, of obedience to the dasters, and of the 4 grades in which society was divided at the time, viz. 1. The Athrivans, priests, 2. Cathasterans, warriors, 3. Vastradophians, husbandmen, and 4. Huides, artisans. Firdusi, the great Persian epic poet, refers to these 4 classes as being made by King Jamshid of the Peshtadayan dynasty. He gives them under the 4 names of Katuza, Nisari, Nasiudi, and Anukishi. 12 Chidrasto or Girusht, 20-2 chapters. It seems to have been written exclusively on a medical subject treating of obstetrics or midwifery from the time of conception to that of childbirth. It also explained the circumstances after birth marriage among relatives. 3 163 Under Oliach several men rose to eminence and greatness. 13 Spent, 60 Cleage, Ters. It contained an account of the early years of Tly Prophet's life. According to the Rabbiat and Dr. Hogg's authority, it treated of the doings of Zoroaster till he was 10 years of age, but according to Professor Harlez, till he was 20. Great importance is attached to this book in the Rabbiat, where it is said that a close study of it led a man to acquire all that he desired. 14 Bacon Yasht, Worship of God, 17 chapters. It treated of the greatness of Ahura Mazda and of the Amishashuens, his archangels. 15 Nakajim, 50-4 chapters. It contained precepts about preserving and adding to one's wealth, and treated of what is ordained by God. It also treated of deliverance from hell, of innocence of life, and of what is in the soul and body of man. 16 Dubasrajt, 65 chapters. It treated of Kvedidith, i.e. marriage among relatives. This word is capable of being otherwise explained. It literally means giving oneself to. In this latter meaning it is used for the act of giving oneself to the cause of religion or God. In the Avesta it is used in this sense. 17 Husjat Aram, 64 chapters, some authorities give 65 and some 60. It treated of what is incumbent upon all men to know, viz. The Punish 164 History of the Parsis. Chapter High meant of sinners and what is allowable or proper and what is not so. 18 Sakadiim, 50-2 chapters. It treated of the ways of exercising authority, of sagacity, and resurrection. 19 Vidavadada or Vendidad. Of all the 21 nusks or books this is the only one that has we come down to us entire. Will therefore speak of it at some length with the other books of the Avesta now extant. 20 Hadukt, 30 chapters. It treated of good actions and prayers and of the final fate or results of good and evil actions. Fragments of this book, about 3 chapters, have been preserved and are still in existence. 21 Stud Yaslit, Prayer of Praise, 30-3 chapters. It treated of the praises of Ahura Mazda and his Amishaspen's and of thanksgivings to them. Of all these 21 volumes which we have now described, the 19th, i.e. the Vendidad, is the only book that has come down to us intact. Together with the Yasna and Visparad, this book forms what is known as the Vendidad Sada. Few fragments only of the Hadakt and Vishtasp Nusks exist. Chapter 4. The Parsi Seed. A book of prayers, the Vudidad, the Yasna, the Visparad, the Khorde Avesta, the 5 Gazdanishas, the Yashtlayer importance, the Afringans, the Padits, prayers of Rei intense, an exhaustive list of sins, the Afrins, the Prophet's own prayer, the oldest copies of the Parsi books, Professor Westergaard's texts, the Pahlavi language, conjectural meanings connected with Parthi, a list of Pahlavi works, some of the more important Klipas and language. What is the Parsi religion? Zoroaster's mission, monotheism, Ahura Mazda, the one God, Zoroaster's theology, the account of Herodotus of Dr. Hogg, Zoroaster's philosophy, the resurrection of the body, Zoroaster's moral teaching, Ardashir Babekin calls an assembly, the vision of Ardavir, of 2 foreign critics on the Parsis, expression of Reget at the decay of the old Parsi religion. Besides the religious works named in the last chapter, a book of prayers, called the Khorde Avesta, is still in existence. May therefore proceed to take a brief survey of the books of the Vendidad Sada and the Khorde Avesta, which form the bulk of the Parsi scriptures remaining to the present day. It is not certain whether these 3, not mentioned in our list of the 21 volumes, viz. the Yasna, Visparad, and Khorde Avesta, existed as different books. The probability is, perhaps, that they formed a part of some of those 21 volumes. 166 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4. We will first speak of the books which form the Vendidad Sada, viz. the Vendidad, Yasna, and Visparad. 1. The Vendidad, i.e. what is given to guard against the demons, which signifies against evil influences, is, in the words of Dr. Hogg, the code of the religious, civil and criminal laws of the ancient Iranians. It is made up of 22 pargarads or sections. Dr. Hogg divides these sections as to their contents into 3 parts. The first, chaps, I2 contains 3, an enumeration of the 16 countries then known in which the Zoroastrian religion had been propagated, an account of the legend of King Yama, and lastly the recommendation of agriculture as a pursuit of men. The second, chaps, 4-17, dwells upon the Zoroastrian law, ceremonies, and observances. The third, chaps, 18-XXII, treats of miscellaneous matters, such as the attempts of the devil to counteract the influence of Zoroaster's good actions, the fate of the soul after death, the ways of curing diseases by various means, and other similar subjects. 2. The Yasna is, as its root implies, a composition which includes prayers that are to be offered with certain rites and ceremonies. It is nowadays recited by 2 priests, known as the Zayati and the Rathvi, before a sacred fire. The articles required during the recital are consecrated water, Zayathra, consecrated bread, Drana, with ghi or butter spread over it, goat's milk, twigs of the Lyoma plant and of the Pome chap 4. The Roman Flamines. 167 granite tree, hair of a purely white ox, and a bundle of metallic wires known as barsum. These metallic wires are now used as substitutes for the twigs of a plant that were formerly employed. The 8. Reverend Dr. Murin, the able and learned bishop, Vicar Apostolic, of Bombay, in his very interesting pamphlet entitled Zoroaster and Christ, says that a similar custom prevailed among the Flamins, the ancient fire priests of the Romans. These Flamins, whenever they went before their sacred fire, held the twigs of a certain plant in their hands. The Yasna is made up of 70-2 has or chapters. In it we come across both of the dialects of the Avesta language previously mentioned, viz. the Gatha and the ordinary Avesta dialect. The Gatha portion of the Yasna is, in the words of Dr. Hogg, a metrical composition containing short prayers, songs, and hymns, which generally express philosophical and abstract thoughts about metaphysical subjects. Dr. Spiegel, in the words of his translator, A. H. Bleek, says, Yasna, the principal part of the Mazdayasanan liturgy, signifies offering with prayer. The Yasna is divided into 2 parts, the former of which, comprising chaps, I to XXVII, is more strictly of a liturgical character, while the latter, which is written in a different dialect, contains the Gathas, which are ancient religious hymns somewhat resembling those of the Vedas. I68 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4. 3. The Visparad is, as its name implies, an invocation to Visparatus, all lords, i.e. to the chiefs of spiritual and terrestrial creation. It is written in the ordinary Avesta language, and is made up of 22 cartas or sections. It also, like the Yasna, forms a part of the Mazdayasanan liturgy. Unlike the Yasna, it is never recited alone. Interspersed in the various chapters of the Yasna, it is recited on the occasions of the 6 Gahambars, that is, the 6 periods commemorating, according to the opinions of some authorities, the 6 season festivals of the year, and according to others, the creation of heaven, the waters, the earth, the trees, the animals, and man in their order. Interspersed with the Yasna and the Vendidad, it is recited after 12 at midnight. In the words of Dr. Spiegel, the contents of the Visparad are almost exclusively an invitation to Ahura Mazda, the good genii, and other lords of purity to be present at the ceremonies about to be performed. This liturgy bears no resemblance whatever to the Jewish or Christian liturgies, because it was to be recited for the most part by the priests alone, during the performance of certain religious ceremonies, and the presence of the laity was neither required nor expected. Now we will speak of the Corde Avesta, or, as its meaning implies, the small Avesta. It contains all the remaining portions of the Zendavesta. It Chap 4. The 5 prayers. 169 consists of the Galas, Tlinishes, the Yashts, the Afrinans, and other detached pieces. Unlike the Yasna, the Visparad, and the Vendidad, the recital of the Corde Avesta, with the exception of the Afrinans, is not restricted to the priests. Any layman, after performing ablutions, can recite the whole or any portion of it. Its recital is not accompanied by any rites or ceremonies. It is written in the ordinary Avesta dialect. We will here say a few words about the contents of the above-named different parts of the Corde Avesta. The Gas are 5 in number, and are, as their name Ga, time, signifies, prayers to be recited during the 5 parts of the day. These 5 parts are: first, Havan, which runs from the break of day to noon; second, Rapathavan, from noon to 3 p.m., third, Uzaran, from 3 p.m. to nightfall; fourth, Isruthrem, from nightfall to midnight; fifth, Ushane, from midnight to the break of day. The Nishas are also 5 in number, and are, as their names signify, Sujay, placation Jaitrayers praising the Almighty for his best creations. The 5 Nishas are as follows: 1 and 2, Kershed and Mer Nyash about the sun and his light at the dawn of day; 3, Mali Nyash about the moon; 4, Aban Nyash for water; and 5, Adish Nyash for fire. In these Nishas the benefits bestowed by 170 Histoyob the Parsis. Chapter 4. The best creations upon the animal and vegetable world are enumerated, and the Almighty, the Creator of all, is praised and thanked. The Yashts are 22 in number, and are prayers in the form of invocations to different angels or guardian spirits which, under the sovereignty of one supreme God, the Almighty, preside over different physical objects and mental qualities. These Yashts, which form the bulk of the Corde Avesta, differ from the Yasna in this, that in each of them are sung praises of only one attribute of God, whereas in the Yasna all his attributes are praised and invoked together. The devotee implores the assistance of the guardian spirit presiding over that particular attribute, and in so doing enumerates the services done by that guardian spirit to other illustrious persons of antiquity. These Yashts serve as an important record of the lives and doings of ancient personages. I therefore meet in the Yashts with historical allusions about the lives and achievements of almost all the kings of the Peshtadian and Kayanian dynasties of ancient Persia, from King Kayamurs down to Kai-Gushtasp. The description of these kings found therein corresponds to a great extent with that given by the eminent poet Ferdowsi in his world-renowned Shalinama, or the Book of Kings. For their historical value the Yashts form a very important part of the Corde Avesta. Chap 4. Prayers of Repentance. 171 Afrinans are the only prayers of the Khorde Avesta that are required to be recited by the priests alone, and also with some rites and ceremonies different from those of the Yasna. They are recited on a carpet spread on the floor, on which are placed either in a metallic tray or on plantain leaves the choicest fruits and the most fragrant flowers of the season, while glasses are filled with fresh milk, pure water, wine, and sherbet. These prayers are recited either with the object of expressing remembrance for the souls of the dear departed or with that of invoking the aid of guardian angels. Besides all these different kinds of prayers in the books of Khorde Avesta now extant, we come across several compositions known as Paydids and Afrins. They are written in the Pasand language, and seem unmistakably to be later additions. Of these two, the Paydids are prayers of repentance or confession. They contain a very exhaustive list of all possible sins and crimes, whether moral or social, religious, or political. The reciter of these prayers enumerates all these sins and crimes, and says, if I have wittingly or unwittingly committed any of these sins or crimes through my thoughts, words, or actions, whether they refer to corporeal objects or mental, whether to heavenly objects or earthly, pardon, God. I repent of all these sins. An allusion in this paytet refers to a custom which 172 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4 seems to have been prevalent among the Parsis at the time it was composed, that of confessing one's sins and crimes before the head priest. The custom is now no longer observed. Afrins are another set of prayers in the Pasand language. They are, as their names imply, prayers of blessing. They are recited by the priests at the conclusion of the Afrinan ceremonies and prayers. In them the priest invokes blessings upon the person under whose instructions he recites the prayers. Of these Afrin prayers the one best known is that of Spitaman Zarathusht, i.e. of the Prophet himself, by whom it is said to have been composed when conferring blessings on the king of Persia, Shah Gushtasp, in whose reign he flourished, and who helped him, as we said before, to a great extent in propagating his new religion. This is the only Afrin in the Avestalan Uaoe. It may be mentioned here that the oldest manuscript copies now existing of the Vendidad and Yasna were deposited in the Coil Library at Copenhagen by Professor Erasmus Rask, who, in the year 1820, visited Bombay and passed through ugly Persia. The copy of the first named work bears date the 24th day of the 4th month of the year of Yazd as at 692, i.e. AD 1323. The latter work is dated 10 months later. In India the oldest manuscript copy of the Vendidad is to be found in the library of the late J.Lula Chap 4. The Zen texts. 173 Firaz, High Priest of the Kadmai sect of the Parsis. Manuscript copies of these works are also deposited in the Imperial Library, Paris, in the University Library, Oxford, and in the British as well as the Indian Museum, London. Professor N.L. Westergaard of Copenhagen has published all the Zen texts in 4 parts, the last of which was brought out in the year 1854. Professor Spiegel has also published the Zen texts of the Vendidad, Yasna, and Visparad, together with the original Pahlavi translations. He has also published a German version of the whole of the Zendavesta now extant. This was translated in the year 1864 into English by Mr. A. H. Bleek at the request of Mr. Manchurji Hormasji Kama, a devout Zoroastrian and a highly respected member of the Kama family, who distributed it gratuitously to his co-religionists. A new and revised edition of Westergaard is being prepared by Dr. Karl Geldner, professor of Iranian languages in the University of Tübingen, of which the new and most striking feature will be the arrangement by the learned professor of the texts in the form of verses. He is of opinion that almost the whole of the Avesta, and not the Gatha portion alone, is a metrical composition. To ensure the correctness of his new publication he has sent for the oldest manuscripts from Bombay. The oldest one in the Mullah Firaz library above referred to has 174 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4 been sent to Liam, and the 2 learned Dasturs of Bombay have also forwarded the oldest manuscripts in their possession. It is very gratifying to note here that one of them, Dastur Jamaskji Minakirji, has been specially honored by the University of Tübingen with the honorary degree of Doctor of Philosophy and Master of Arts as an acknowledgement of his high merits in the Pahlavi literature, and his extreme liberality in communicating the precious manuscripts of his Zend library. Besides those sent by these two high priests, other old manuscripts have been sent by Dastur Irakji Mirjarana and other priests of Bombay. Of all these, the manuscripts of the Pahlavi Yasna, Sanskrit Yasna, and Sanskrit Khorde Avesta belonging to Dastur Jamaspji are respectively 500, gu, and 500 years old. Besides the Avesta in which the original Parsi scriptures are unfolded, some of their religious books are written in other languages. They are all necessarily of a subsequent date. Languages Pahlavi is the foremost. Among these we may give here a brief outline of this language and of its literature. Pahlavi was the current language of the Sasanian epoch. The inscriptions and books in the times of this dynasty were all written in this language. Its alphabet is not as perfect as that of the Avesta. The Chap 4. The Parthians. 17's Clive difficulty in the study of this language consists in reading it, because several letters are written in the same form. It also belongs to the Iranian branch of the Aryan stock of Lanoyao, es. Some authors trace its descent from the Semitic stock because the earliest Sasanian inscriptions contain a large admixture of Semitic words. This was due to the foreign Assyrian rule that was established in Iran for some time. Various meanings have been attached to the word Pahlavi by different authors. Ainquetil derived it from Palu, side, meaning thereby that it was the language spoken on the frontiers of Iran. Spiegel connects it with Avesta ir/t*, wide, meaning thereby a widespread language. Dastur Peshhotanji derives it from Paratluya, road, meaning thereby the language of the road or way, that is, the current language. Dr. Hogg identifies it with Parthva of the cuneiform inscriptions, that is, the Parthia of the Greeks and Romans, meaning thereby the land to Uaf of the Parthians. Dr. House thus connects the word with the meaning. The Parthians were the actual rulers of Persia for nearly 500 years, and made themselves famous and respected everywhere by their fierce and successful contests with the monotheist nation of the ancient world, the Romans. It is not surprising therefore that the name which once struck terror into the hearts of the Roman 176 history of the Parsis. Chapter 4 Generals and Emperors was remembered in Persia, and that everything connected with antiquity, whether in history, religion, letters, writing, or language, was called Pahlavi or belonging to the ancient rulers of the country, the Parthians. Drive West agrees with Dr. Hogg. Whether Dr. Hang's way of connecting it with Parthia is right or not, this much seems certain, that the name was derived from that of a place, because we see that all other subsequent Lanojueo, es derived their names from the countries where they were spoken. As to its literature, Drive West, a well-known Pahlavi scholar of our times, and a coadjutor of the late Dr. Hogg, says that, though we must look to the Avesta for information regarding the main outlines of the Parsi Relioian, it is to the Pahlavi writings we must refer for most of the details relatino, to the traditions, ceremonies, and customs of this ancient faith which styles itself emphatically, the good religion of the Mazdaasnans, and calls its laity Badanan or those of the good religion. In the fragments of the Avesta which still exist we may trace the solid foundations of the religion laid by philosophic bards and lawgivers of old, with many a mouldering column and massive fragment of the superstructure erected upon them by the ancient priesthood. While in the Pahlavi texts we find much of the medieval edifice built by later Persian priestcraft upon the old founded Chap 4. Pahlavi literature. 177 chins with a strange mixture of old and new materials, and exhibiting the usual symptom of declining powers, a strong insistence upon complex forms and minute details with little of the freedom of treatment and simplicity of outline characteristic of the ancient bards. The Pahlavi literature which has come down to the present day is certainly more extensive than that of the Avesta. The reason seems to be clear. Being of a later date, it was more widespread, and therefore did not fall so completely a victim to foreign conquerors. Dastur Peshhotanji, in the introduction to his Pahlavi grammar published in 1871, gives the following of list of the Pahlavi books now extant, 178 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4. 30 Mkades Ran I Haft Amishus 42. Made Ganigoses Light Chap 4. Mainaski R. 179 Astrology, and Religious Customs, and contains an account of the 21 Nusks of the Avesta already referred to. It is the largest Pahlavi book in existence. Vazirkardidini is a miscellaneous collection of injunctions and details regarding religious matters. The third book treats of different narangs, i.e. an account of religious rites and ceremonies. The fourth, Shayist La Shayist, lawful and unlawful, treats, as its name implies, of injunctions as to what constitutes sins and crimes, and what actions are therefore to be avoided. The 12th, Dadistanidini, religious opinions or decisions, consists of 92 questions put to the high priest Mainaskir on religious subjects and his answers. According to Drive West, the questions are upon the following various subjects: the righteous and their characteristics, the temporal distress of the good, why mankind was created, good works and their effects, the account of sin and good works to be rendered, the exposure of corpses and reasons for it, the parts, destinations, and fate of departed souls, with the ceremonies to be performed after death, the contributors to the renovation of the universe, the translated by Drive West in Tly 5th volume of Tly series edited by Max Jameluer under the title of the Sacred Books of the East. 2. Translated by Drive West American Samoa, the 18th volume of Max Miller's Oriental series. Also translated into Gujarati by Irvad Shirayaji and Temilji as a prize essay. Iato History of the Parsis. Chapter 4 Contrast between the good and evil spirits from the creation till the resurrection, works of supererogation, the sacred shirt and thread girdle, apostasy and its prevention, the use of fire at ceremonies, and other details, duties, payment and position of priests, details regarding ceremonies, lawful and unlawful trading in corn, wine, and cattle, with a definition of drunkenness, adoption, guardianship and inheritance, right of foreigners and infidels, the origin of mankind and next of kin marriage, the cost of religious rites, the causes of the rainbow, phases of the moon, eclipses, and river beds, things acquired through destiny and exertion, the sins of unnatural intercourse and adultery, imperfect prayer before drinking, ceremonies and payments for them, the 7 immortal rulers before Zarathustra, the sky, the source of pure water, and the cause of rain and storms. In his replies to these questions, says Drive West, Mainaskir displays much intelligence and wisdom. The morality he teaches is of a high standard for the age in which he lived. The 13th book treats of arguments proving the existence of God as in those of the atheists. It criticizes Jewish and Christian doctrines. The 14th, Bundhesh, is a very important. Its Pahlavi text is published by Westergaard. Its translation by Drive West is published in the 5th volume of Max Miller's series. Its Gujarati translation by the late Dastur Adilji Jamaspasa is still extant. Chap 4. The Spirit of Wisdom. Ayat book. Its name, Original Creation, is applicable enough, says Drive West, to much of the earlier part of the work which treats of the progressive development of the creation under good and evil influences. The whole book seems to be a collection of fragments relating to the cosmogony, mythology, and legendary history taught by Mazdayasanan tradition. The 15th, Mino Krad, Spirit of Wisdom, as its name implies, contains an account of the tenets, legends, and morals of the Mazdayasanan religion. The 16th is an account of some deep and mystical enigmas asked by a sorcerer named Octave Ghosh Tyfriano, who solves them. The 19th is an account of Artaviraf's vision of heaven, and his description of what he saw in heaven and also in hell. The 20th is a book which contains a list of practical good advice given by Adarbad Merspan to his son Zarathustra. The 21st, as its name implies, is a historical account of the actions of King Ardashir Babekan. The 22nd book is otherwise known as the Pandnama Buzarjmer, that is, the advice given by the Prime Minister of this name of Nayashirvan the Just. It is known by the name given in the first list because it was said to be deposited in the royal treasury. A Gujarati translation of this book was published by Sharayaji Dada by Barusha in 1869. 182 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4. The 23rd contains the praises of angels. The 24th, 26th, and 27th give accounts of the 30 days of the month, and for what works they are propitious, the special qualities possessed by the 30 angels, and of the 6th day of the first month of a Parsi year now known as Kordadsal or Naoraz-i-Kash, and why the latter was held so important and holy. The first of these 3 books is also known by the name of Madganisaras. The 29th and 30th contain descriptions of the ceremonies of Darun i.e. consecrated bread, and of 7 Amashaspens i.e. archangels. The 31st contains advice by a wise man. The 32nd book, known also as Bimanyasht, professes, says its translator, Drive West, to be a prophetical work in which Ahura Mazda gives to Zarathustra an account of what was to happen to the Iranian nation and religion in the future. The rest of the books require no special mention. The written OS in the Pazand and Persian languages are not of very great importance. Those in the former are very few. They are the Afrias and Ashirwads i.e. blessing prayers. Among the Persian compositions those of some importance are the Evayats, which are not older than 300 years. They contain answers to Chap 4. The word God are 183 questions Ut to the Dasturs of Iran by their co-religionists in India on certain religious matters. Those best known are the Evayats of Burzo Kamdan and Darab Hormazdi these later Pahlavi books and Persian Evayats are not published. Copies of some of them are to be only found in the libraries of the present high priests, Dasturs Peshhotanji and Jamaspji. Now, what, it will be asked, is the religion of the Parsis as propounded in the sacred works enumerated? What do we find on examination of the Zendavesta to be the nature of the religion of Zoroaster? The Persians, before the advent of that prophet, were professedly believers in one God, but were more or less polytheists. The mission of Zoroaster, therefore, was to effect a thorough reformation of the religion, or rather superstition, prevalent in Persia, and to lead the people into the path of virtue and piety. That the mission of Zoroaster was to inculcate in the minds of men monotheism and to suppress polytheism is clearly shown by the fact that whereas in most of the Aryan nations the word for God is derived from the very old Aryan root div, to shine, in the Zendavesta the word for God, Ahura Mazda, has no connection whatever with it. For example, God is called Deva in Sanskrit, Dios or Zeus in Greek, Dios in Latin, Tins in German, Dios in Lithua. 184 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4 Nean, Dia in Irish, Dut or Du in Cymric, Dui in Armoric, Dei in Cornic, Teot in Mexican, and so on. All these words in different languages for God have been derived from the common old Aryan root to shine, which is the most important attribute of God that presents itself to the mind of man. Now, how is it that the word for God in the Avesta, a most important branch of the Aryan stock of languages, is not taken from that common old root? The answer is simple. When Zoroaster saw that the belief of the people of his time was tending to polytheism, and that therefore they were using the word Deva for many of his created objects instead of restricting it to the name of God alone, he abstained from employing it in the Avesta as the name for God, but gave it instead a bad meaning, viz. All that is evil. Bishop Murin in his pamphlet, previously referred to, thus expresses himself on this point, that in no other, the Zoroastrian religion this name Deva bears the meaning of an evil spirit is a proof that Zoroaster, on seeing it bestowed on many beings who were not God, rejected it altogether as the name of the only one God, and stamped it in his reformatory zeal as a designation of the diabolical opponents of the one supreme being. The late learned Dr. Hawke says in his essays, the leading idea of his, Zoroaster's, theology was monolycism, i.e. there are not many gods but only Chap 4. Ahura Mazda. 185 1, 6, and the principle of Lee's speculative philosophy was dualism, i.e. the supposition of two primeval causes of the real world and of the intellectual, c, while his moral philosophy was moving in the triad of thought, word, and deed. Now let us see what were the theology, speculative philosophy, and moral philosophy of Zoroastrianism as taught by its great philosopher and prophet. Firstly, as to his theology. The religion propounded by him is a simple form of theism, recognizing but one God, Ahura Mazda, the creator, ruler, and preserver of the universe, without form and invisible. To him is assigned a place above all, and to him every praise is to be given for all the good in this world and all the blessings we enjoy. Zoroastrianism does not require any image of God to be made for the purpose of worship, as to him is attributed no form, shape, or color. He is an immense light from which all glory, bounty, and goodness flow. He is represented as the mightiest, the most just, and the most benevolent. His mercies are as boundless as his being. The adoration or worship of any other object is blasphemous. Such, in short, is the idea of God as inculcated in the religion of Zoroaster. The account given by Herodotus so early as BC 484 is well known. He says, they, the Persians, have no images of the gods, no temples, nor altars, and consider the use of them a sign of folly. This 186 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4 comes, I Tliok, from Tlier not believing the gods to have the same nature with men. We cannot do better than quote here Dr. Hogg, who says, Spitama Zarathustra's conception of Ahura Mazda as the Supreme Being is perfectly identical with the notion of Elohim or Jehovah, which we find in the books of the Old Testament. Ahura Mazda is called by him the creator of the earthly and spiritual life, the Lord of the whole universe, in whose hands are all the creatures. He is the light and source of light, he is the wisdom and intellect. He is in possession of all good things, spiritual and worldly, such as the good mind, vohumano, immortality, amirtad, health, orbitad, the best truth, ashavahishta, devotion and piety, armati, and abundance of every earthly good, kshatravirya. All these gifts he grants to the righteous man who is upright in thoughts, words, and deeds. As the ruler of the whole universe he not only rewards the good, but he is a punisher of the wicked at the same time. All that is created, good or evil, fortune or misfortune, is his work. Now let us speak of his speculative philosophy about the two primeval causes above alluded to. According to the Parsi scriptures, there are two causes or principles or spirits, maniash, working in the universe of God. These are the spento maniash, the increasing or creative spirit, and chap 4. Dualism. 187 The engross maniash, the decreasing or destructive spirit. God, Mazda, through the agency and interaction of these two spirits, is the causer of all causes in the universe. He is the creator as well as the destroyer of all things. These two causes have been working under one Almighty, day and night, and have been creating and destroying ever since the universe began. Some writers have not clearly understood this philosophical point, and have therefore said that Zoroaster preached dualism. Patient study of the early Avesta literature clearly shows that it is not the case that Zoroaster ever placed the destructive spirit, engross maniash, as an independent spirit against God. Dr. Hogg very lucidly refutes this charge. He says, the opinion so generally entertained now that Zarathustra was preaching a dualism, that is to say, the idea of two original independent spirits, one good and the other bad, is owing to a confusion of his philosophy with his theology. Having arrived at the grand idea of the unity and indivisibility of the Supreme Being, he undertook to solve the great problem which has engaged the attention of so many wise men of antiquity and even of modern times, viz. How are the imperfections discoverable in the world, the various kinds of evils, wickedness, and baseness, compatible with the goodness, holiness, and justness 188 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4 of God. This great thinker of remote antiquity solved this difficult question philosophically by the supposition of T/Y0 primeval causes which, though different, were united, and produced the world of material things as well as that of the spirit. The one who produced the reality is called Vohumeno, the good mind, the other through whom the non-reality originated bears the name Akameno, the evil mind. All good, true, and perfect things which fall under the category of reality are the production of the good mind, while all that is bad and delusive belongs to the sphere of non-reality, and is traced to the evil mind. They are the two moving causes in the universe, united from the beginning, and therefore called twins. They are present everywhere, in the Ahura Mazda as well as in men. These two primeval principles, if supposed to be united in Ahura Mazda himself, are not called Vohumeno and Akameno, but Spentomaniash, the beneficent spirit, and Engrossmaniash, the hurtful spirit. That Engrossmaniash is no separate being opposed to Ahura Mazda is to be gathered unmistakably from Yes. 19:9. Here Ahura Mazda is mentioning his two spirits who are inherent in his own nature, and are in other passages distinctly called the two creators and the two masters. And, indeed, we never find Engrossmaniash men chap 4. The two spirits. 189 Tionid as a constant opponent of Alinra Mazda in the Getlias. The evil against which Enra Mazda and all good men are fighting is called Drukshir / a personification of destruction or lie. The same expression for the evil spread in the world we find in the Persian cuneiform inscriptions, where, moreover, no opponent of Ahura Mazda like Engrossmaniash is ever mentioned. God, Ahura Mazda, in the rock records of King Darius is only one, as Jehovah is in the Old Testament, having no adversary whatever. Spentomaniash / Yas regarded as the author of all that is bright and shining, of all that is good and useful in nature, while Engrossmaniash called into existence all that is dark and apparently noxious. Both are as inseparable as day and night, and though opposed to each other are indispensable for the preservation of creation. The beneficent spirit appears in the blazing flame, the presence of the hurtful one is marked by the wood converted into charcoal. Spentomaniash has created the light of day and Engrossmaniash the darkness of night, the former awakens men to their duties, the latter lulls them to sleep. Life is produced by Spentomaniash, but extinguished by Engrossmaniash, whose hands by releasing the soul from the fetters of the body enable him to rise into immortality and everlasting life. I-90 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4. Thus we see clearly the supposition of two primeval principles working under one Almighty is no dualism. In connection with this speculative philosophy of Zoroaster we will speak about a few other notions of the Zoroastrian faith. In the Gathas we come across the names of 6 Ameshaspens, i.e. immortal increasers or benefactors. It appears clearly from their description and from the etymology of their names that they are, in the words of Dr. Hogg, nothing but abstract nouns and ideas, representing all the gifts which Ahura Mazda, as the only Lord, grants to those who worship him with a sincere heart by always speaking truth and performing good actions. They are taken as archangels or guardian spirits under the Almighty and presiding over the following gifts. They are thus described by Dr. Hogg: 1. Vohumeno, afterwards changed into Biman, is regarded as the vital faculty in all living beings of the good creation. He pervades the whole living good creation, and all the good thoughts and words and deeds of men as wrought by him. 2. Ashavishta, Ardibisht, represents light and brightness in all different forms. Light being of the nature of Ahura Mazda and being believed to pervade the whole good creation, Ashavishta represents the omni-presence of the divine being. Light maintaining the vitality of the whole creation, animate and inanimate, and Biano, the cause of all crowth. Chap 4. Zoroaster's philosophy. 191 Ashavishta is the preserver of all life and all Tliat is good. 3. Kashatlira Vaiya, Shalivar, as the name, rule, power, implies, presides over the gift of wealth. 4. Spenta Armate, Spenderad, represents the pious and obedient heart of the true worshipper of Ahura Mazda who serves God alone with body and soul. 5 and 6. Orvatad and Amirtad, Kordad and Amurdad, represent prosperity and immortality. They represent the preservation of the original uncorrupted state of the good creation and its remainano, in the same condition as that in which it was created by God. As regards man, the speculative philosophy of Zoroaster takes cognizance of two intellects, viz. Asnokratu, i.e. born wisdom, and Jashazrudo i.e. acquired wisdom, literally, wisdom heard or acquired by the ear. All men are guided by these two kinds of wisdom. The first is what a man has innate in him from the very time of his birth. The second is what he acquires on the surface of the earth by education, observation, and experience. The former that is innate in a man is heavenly and divine, and is far better than the latter, which is liable to err. Zoroaster's philosophy also takes notice of two lives. Dr. Hogg says, they are distinguished as 192 History of the Parsis. Chapter Forest Vat, bodily, or Parihua, prior life, and as Manahaya, mental, or Dayatya, the second. They express the idea of body and soul. To be distinguished from these two lives are the first and the last lives, which mean this life and that hereafter. The idea of future life and the immortality of the soul is expressed very distinctly in the Gathas and pervades the whole of the Avesta literature. The belief in a life to come is one of the chief dogmas of the Zendavesta. Closely connected with this idea, says Dr. Hogg, is the belief in heaven and hell which Spitama Zarathustra himself clearly pronounced in his Gathas. The name for heaven is Garodamana, Garotman in Persian, house of hymns, because the angels are believed to sing hymns there, which description agrees entirely with the Christian idea as founded on Isaiah 6. And the evolution of St. John. Garodmana is the residence of Ahura Mazda and the most blessed men. Another more general name for heaven is Aim Vahishta, the best life, afterwards shortened to Vahishta only, which is still extant in the modern Persian Hahisht, paradise. Hell is called Drujodmana, house of destruction, in the Gathas. The later name is Duzanha, which is preserved in the modern Persian, IW2, hell. Between heaven and hell is Chinvad Paratu, Chinwad Pul, the bridge chap 4. Resurrection of the body. 193 of the gatherer, or the bridge of the judge / which the soul of the pious alone can pass, while the wicked fall from it down into hell. As regards the resurrection of the body at the time of the Last Judgment, Dr. Hogg is of opinion that this important doctrine is a genuine Zoroastrian dogma which developed itself naturally from Spitama Zarathustra's sayings. There is not the slightest trace of its being borrowed from a foreign source. Besides, it agrees completely with the spirit and tendency of the Parsi religion. All life of the good creation, especially that of man, bodily as well as spiritual, is a sacred pawn entrusted by God to man, who must keep his body free from impurity and his soul from sin. If death destroy the body, in the natural course, it is not the fault of man who falls to an inexorable fate, but it is considered as the duty of God, who is the Reserver of all life, to restore all life that has fallen a prey to death, to destroy this arch-enemy of human life, and so make life everlasting. This is to be clone at the time of the resurrection. In the Bundheshan old song is embodied, the purport of which is to show that though it appears to short-sighted mortals impossible for the body, when once dissolved into its elements and those elements scattered in every direction, to be restored again, yet nothing is impossible for the hand of the Almighty Baal. 194 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4 Who created heaven and earth, endows the trees with sap, gives life to embryos in the womb, etc. Lastly, as to the moral philosophy taught by Zoroaster. The whole moral foundation of the sacred or religious works of the Parsis is, as it were, built upon three important injunctions, which pervade the Parsi scriptures, and are pithily expressed by three significant terms used in the Avesta, viz. Humata, Hukta, and Varshta, which mean purity of thought, purity of speech, and purity of action. These represent the teaching of the Parsi religion, and on them the whole structure of the Zendavesta is raised. A perusal of these works will show that they inculcate those sublime doctrines and sound precepts of morality which command the respect of every civilized nation on earth. Evil actions are placed in their proper light and condemned, whereas the practice of every virtue is enjoined, highly extolled, and sanctioned by reward in this as well as in the next world. The Zendavesta insists in emphatic terms that virtue alone is happiness in this world, and that its padli is the path of peace. Virtue is a garment of honor, while wickedness is represented as a robe of shame. The most acceptable sacrifices to God are good actions, while intentions, as well as deeds, must be good to be acceptable to Him. The best court of equity is a clear conscience. Truth is laid down as the basis of all excellence, untruth is punishable as chap 4. A famous assembly. 195 One of the worst of sins. Industry, inasmuchly as it is never unfruitful, and always a guard of innocence and a bar to temptation, is ligeally recommended, while idleness is represented as the parent of want and shame. Principles of hospitality, general philanthropy, and benevolence are strongly inculcated. That the whole of the Zendavesta, the sacred work of the Parsis, abounds with high moral precepts does not admit of a doubt, and that it impresses upon the minds of its believers the principles of moral duty is evident from the customs, mode of living, and character of the Parsis. With Relioian Zoroaster has combined moral philosophy in a remarkable degree, and it was in the same spirit that Ardashir Babekin attempted to revive his system. That monarch assembled all the learned men and priests of the empire to deliberate upon and devise the best plan for restoring the ancient purity of the national faith, which had been neglected and forgotten since the days of Alexander. More than 40,000 men invited from all parts of the kingdom are said to have been assembled by the king. Of these the ablest were selected, and under the guidance of the pious and learned Artavirov a code of morals, called the Evelations of Artavirov, was composed and published for the guidance of the people. This celebrated work was dictated by Artavirov. It professes to be a descript 196 history of the Parsis. Chapter 4 Shin of Oliat he beheld in a vision wherein he was transported to the other world, and visited the abodes of the deceased who had inherited either heaven or hell, according to their acts while they sojourned upon earth. The description given in this book of hell and of the punishments awarded therein to the wicked bears, as Dr. Hogg says, a striking resemblance to the accounts to be found in Dante's Inferno. In some points it resembles the vision of the prophet Isaiah in the Old Testament. Many Parsis believe in the reality of the narrative, and regard the revelations as genuine, whilst others, holding a more philosophic view, look upon the work as simply a vivid imaginative picture of the future destiny of men who follow the good or bad examples described in the revelations. They believe the work was composed for the vulgar with the object of encouraging virtue and morality, and deterring them from immoral conduct and pursuits. The J.I.posed object of the revelations was one greatly to be desired, namely, to banish heresy and schism from the earth, and to restore the worship of the true God to its wonted purity as taught in the Zendavesta. The national religion of Persia, from the invasion of Alexander to the accession of Ardashir Babekin, had become much corrupted, and these revelations effected a reform. Egerted in this light, the Artavirov Nama is in chap 4. Rewards and Punishments. 197 Excellent work, which no one can read without being impressed with an idea of the greatness and goodness of God, and the advantage to be gained from the practice of morality. Captain J. A. Pope has translated the work into English, and, on publishing it in the year 1816, declared that the motives which led him to undertake its publication arose from a strong desire to be more intimately acquainted with the principles of a morality he admired, and of the daily exercise of benevolence that sprang from those principles. He further trusted that it would be the means of removing many an ill-founded opinion with regard to the morality of this interesting tribe. Zoroaster has said, and the Zendavesta proclaims in every page, that men are saved only by their good deeds in this world, and that every soul is punished or rewarded according to his conduct and the motives by which he was actuated in his mundane career. Nothing can be more true, nothing more compatible with the nicest sense of justice, rewards according to merit, punishments according to crime. And these, in fact, are the very objects which the revelations of Artavirov profess to show and prove. The description which the Parsi a1 muckly better translation of it, from the text prepared by Dastur Hoshangji Jamaspji of Pune, was published in 1872 by the late Drive Hang, assisted Ly Drive E.W. West, an eminent Pahlavi scholar of our time. 198 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4 Sage gives of heaven Aid little, the Lyapi state in which the good and virtuous souls were located, and the torments and miseries which those who had walked in evil ways were condemned to suffer, are eminently calculated to stimulate virtuous conduct and induce the bad to amend their ways and lead lives of piety and holiness. Artavirov speaks of a place that he beheld, which seemed to him to be composed of diamonds and rubies, the splendor of which surpassed that of the sun at noonday, and bore resemblance to flashes of vivid lightning, that it appeared like a spacious garden, planted with trees and shrubs of various kinds, and adorned with rivulets and springs, that the trees were alive with singing birds, filling the air with their melodious notes, that the springs sent out the scent of roses, that this was the residence of those who had worshipped none other than one God, and had walked in the way of holiness and devotion all their lives, performing the duties enjoined by the laws of God with zeal and activity, that the gems represented their virtues, while their souls were absorbed in splendors which could not be gazed upon. On the other hand, the place of the sinner, the evil-disposed, and the wicked, is described in the darkest colors imaginable. Abhen it is remembered that this picturesque style of writing appeals forcibly to an Eastern mind. It cannot be doubted that it held forth the chap for Artavir's vision. 199 Most powerful inducements to the practice of virtue and the shunning of evil. What the nature of the religion, revived in the reign of Ardashir Babekin, and up to this day professed by the Parsis of India, is, will be best explained by the following injunctions given to Artavirov when he is said to have returned from his mission for the instruction of the people in the way of righteousness. Listen, Artavirov, said the angel, without trouble nothing can be attained, the poor day laborer is worthy of his hire, and thus those who perform good actions will have their reward in eternal life according to their several merits. The life of man is of short duration, and many troubles and anxieties fall to his lot, and a man, after 50 years of prosperity and happiness, may be, by some unforeseen accident, reduced to sickness and poverty. Many are tried by this criterion, and but few are found worthy. To suffer a day of pain, after 50 years of pleasure, is too much for them, and they complain, in bitterness of spirit, to the Creator of all good of his injustice and cruelty, without remembering the good they have so long enjoyed, or calling to mind the eternity of punishment in reserve for the wicked. Therefore, Artavirov, walk yourself in the paths of righteousness, and teach others also to do so. Kiko yuk that your body will return to dust. 200 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4 But that your soul, if rich in good works, will mount to immortality and partake of the happiness you have already witnessed. Take less care of your body, and more of your soul. The pains and aches of the body are easily cured, but who can minister to the diseases of the soul? When you set out on a journey in the lower world you provide yourself and take with you money, clothes, provisions, and are prepared against all the exigencies of the road, but what do you provide yourself with for your last journey of the soul from the lower to the upper world, and whose friendship have you to assist you on the way? Here, Artavirov. And I will describe to you the provisions requisite for the voyage to eternal life. In the first place, the friend who will assist you is God, but to attain his friendship you must walk in his ways, and place in him the firmest reliance. The provisions must be faith and hope, and the remembrance of your good works. Your body, Artavirov, may be likened unto a horse, and your soul to its rider, and the provisions requisite for the support of both are good actions. But, as with a feeble rider the horse is ill managed, so with a feeble horse the rider is but ill accommodated. Care ought to be taken that both are kept in order, so, in a spiritual sense, the soul and body must be kept in order by a succession of good actions. Even in the world the multi-chap 4. Human vanities. 201 Tude would sneer at a man Olio took more care of his horse than of himself, for this reason a man ought to take more care of his soul than of his body. God, Ardavirov, requires only two things of the sons of men, the first, that they should not sin, the second, that they should be grateful for the many blessings he is continually bestowing on them. Let the world, Ardavirov, be taught not to set their hearts on the pleasures and vanities of life, as nothing can be carried away with them. You have already seen the rewards given to the good and deserving, how they have been repaid for all their trouble. The QQY and the rich, the king and the peasant, here receive honors and distinction according to their good works. You have also seen the condition of the herdsman and shepherd. In youth and in the prime of manhood, when blessed with health and vigor, men suppose that their strength will never fail, that their riches, their lands, their houses, and their honors will remain forever, that their gardens will be always green, and their vineyards fruitful, but, Ardavirov, teach them not to think so, teach them the danger of such a way of thinking. All will pass away as a dream. The flowers fade, and give lessons unto man that he is unwilling to profit by. Yet, the world itself will pass away, and nothing will remain but God. We have quoted this pale of e-book of Ardavirov 202 History of the Parsis. Chap. 4, at very great length because its contents exhibit, in the words of Dr. Hogg, a fair specimen of the practical working of the Zoroastrian religion and code of law. All the sins and crimes mentioned by Ardavirov, and considered as such by the present Parsis, are divided by Dr. Hogg into two classes, thus, those which are regarded as such by the Christians also. It. Those which are taken for sins and crimes only from a Zoroastrian point of view, being a violation of the precepts of the Zoroastrian religion. The following sins and crimes belong to the first class, that is, they are considered to be so by Christians and are punishable according to the English law: murder, infanticide, poisoning, adultery on the part of men as well as on that of women, sorcery, sodomy, cheating in weight and measure, breach of promise whether made to a Zoroastrian or non-Zoroastrian, telling lies and deceiving, false covenants, slander and calumny, perjury, dishonest appropriation of wealth, taking bribes, keeping back the wages of laborers, misappropriation of religious property, removal of a boundary stone, turning people out of. Some of these are mentioned previously under the head of marriage customs. The priests mention these and ask those about to be married to abstain from thuyeth. Chap 4. A list of sins. 203 Their property, maladministration and defrauding, apostasy and liarcy, and rebellion. The following are condemnable from a religious point of view: l. Abandoning the husband, 2. Not acknowledging one's children, on the part of a father, 3. Cruelty towards subjects, on the part of a ruler, 4. Avarice, 5. Laziness, 6. Illiberality and egotism, 7. Envy. The following actions are regarded as sins punishable in hell from a merely Zoroastrian point of view: 1. Not heeding the laws regarding menstruation, on the part of women, by touching water or fire, 2. Pollution of water and fire by washing in standing or running water, or throwing impure matter into it as well as into fire, 3. Intentional extinction of fire in general, and that of the most sacred fire in particular, 4. Use of public warm baths, frequent and contaminated by many, 5. Unlawful and unnecessary slaughter of cattle and sheep, 6. Ill-treatment of the animals of the good creation, such as cattle, sheep, dogs, water otter, by starving, beating, or killing them, 7. Carrying a dead body alone, lest in so carrying it alone the person is overtaken by a danger, to withstand which he is helpless, 8. Destruction of a bridge over a rapid river, 9. Intercourse with a menstruous woman, 10. Eating when talking and not saying grace, 11. Eating the grain which is destined to be sown, 12. Devouring dead refuse, 13. Disregard of the poor and good, Jadran c. 204 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4 Pally of Travelers, by not giving them what they ask for or by charging for what is given them, 14. Distressing parents and obstinacy, 15. Lamentation and weeping, 16. Disobedience of a wife to her husband, 17. Beautifying of faces and wearing the hair of others, 18. A mother nursing other children, leaving her own without milk, 19. Violation of a next of kin marriage on the part of women, 20. Walking without shoes, 21. Unbelief in the religion of Ahura Mazda, 22. Idol worship. A jacinth perusal of the actions enumerated above, which are considered as crimes by the Zoroastrians, will show even the casual reader that they have been denounced as deserving of punishment with a view to secure the physical, moral, and social welfare of the people. What is intended is to impress upon the mind of the believers of the Zoroastrian faith the observance of sanitation, kindness to animals, hospitality to strangers and travelers, respect to superiors, and help to the poor and needy. Having enumerated all the crimes and evil actions which are punished in hell, we proceed to describe some virtuous and good actions which are rewarded in heaven. Dr. Hogg gives the following list: 1. Liberality, 2. Piety and observance of the religious rites, 3. Kvedidith, marriage among relatives, or, as others understand it to mean, giving oneself up to the cause of God and religion, 4. Just govern. Chap 4. A foreigner's opinion. 205 Ment, 5. Truth, 6. Obedience, 7. Keeping water and fire free from impurities, 8. Killing of noxious creatures, 9. Tending of skeep, 10. Making desolate places prosperous, 11. Irrigation, 12. Teaching, 13. Intercession and mediation for friends. We will finish this brief survey of the theology and speculative and moral philosophy taught by the Zend, Avesta of the Parsis by citing the opinions of two unprejudiced European authors of known reputation in this branch of Oriental literature, as to what Parsiism truly is. Anquetil du Perron, the celebrated Frenchman, who was the first European who examined the Zend Avesta, is an able illustrator of the Parsi faith. His extensive acquaintance with the facts of the system which he has unfolded is a sufficient guarantee of the weight to be attached to his opinions. In his critical view of the theological and ceremonial system of Zarathustra he says, "The first point in the theological system of Zoroaster is to recognize and adore the master of all that is good, the principle of all righteousness, Hormizd, according to the form of worship prescribed L3ym, and with purity of thought, of word, and of action, a purity which is marked and preserved by purity of body, which must always accompany it, and which is found only in entire submission to the law of Zoroaster. Next, to have a respect, accompanied with gratitude, for the 206 history of the Parsis. Chapter 4 into license to which Hormizd has committed the care of nature, to take in our actions their attributes for models, to copy in our conduct the harmony which reigns in the different parts of the universe, and generally to honor Hormizd, the Almighty, as he is styled in the Avesta, in all that he has produced. The second point of the religion of the Parsis consists in detesting the author of all evil, moral and physical, Ahriman his productions, and his works, and to contribute, as far as in us lies, to exalt the glory of Hormizd, by enfeebling the tyranny which the evil principle exercises over the world which the good principle has created. On these 2 points bear the prayers, the religious practices, the civil usages, and the moral precepts which are presented in the Zend and Pahlavi books, and these different objects arise, as we shall see, from the theoical ideas of the legislator of the Persians. Prayer is one of the duties most strongly enjoined, because man, continually exposed to the assaults of Ahriman, the evil principle, stands in need of the succor which it procures, and because it affords opportunity for those intelligences to whom it is addressed, to fulfill the object for which they were created. The priest prays for himself, for all the Parsis, and in particular, as in the days of Herodotus, for the king whom Hormuzd has placed over his people, and, chap 4. An error. 207 To give greater efficiency to his prayers, unites them to those of all the Parsis, of all the souls acceptable to Hormuzd, which have existed, or shall exist until the resurrection. He declares also that he takes part in the good deeds of all the righteous, and that he joins his action to theirs. This communion of prayers and actions appears in all the forms and all the offices which compose the liturgical works of the Parsis. It is well adapted to maintain the spirit of peace and union which ought to characterize a people who profess to adore the author of all good. The Parsis commence prayers with a sincere confession of the sins they have committed. This is a sufficiently accurate account of the theological system of Zoroaster reduced to practice, though Ankhjuatil du Peron commits the grave error, alluded to before in the words of Dr. Hogg, of not clearly understanding the speculative philosophy taught by Zoroaster himself, inasmuch as he places Ahriman, the bad principle, directly in opposition to Ahura Mazda, whereas it ought to be to Spentamaniash, the good principle. Dr. Hyde also, in his celebrated work on the ancient Parsi religion, says that the Persians, from the beginning of their existence as a nation, always believed in only one and the same true and omnipotent God. They believed in all the attributes of translated from the Frankly by the Reverend Dr. Murray Mitcleal. 208 History of the Parsis. Chapter 4 The deity believed by us, and God is called in their own writings the doer, the creator, the governor, and the preserver of the world. They also believed that the deity was eternal, without beginning or end, and omnipotent, with a great many attributes, which to enumerate particularly would be tedious. They also believed this deity to be the judge of all men, and that there was to come a general resurrection of every man, to be judged and accounted according to his merits or demerits. And they also believed that God has prepared for the blessed a place of happiness called heaven or paradise. And as there was a heaven for the good, there was also a place of torture for the wicked, as may be proved from their old works, where they undergo a punishment for their faults and misdeeds. They acknowledged that they sinned daily, but professed themselves to be penitent for all the sins committed by them either by thought, word, or deed. In alluding to these remarks of Dr. Hyde, Sir William Ouseley says, I sincerely join in respecting the old Persian worship, and sympathize in lamenting the infamous persecution which has caused its decay. Chap TV Moxatheism and Fie Reverence. Tli Parsis are monotheists. Fire temples. Respect for fire, the best symbol of the Almighty, the purification of fire 9 times purified, repudiation of idolatry, the antiquity of fire, reverence the Roman flamens. Bishop Murins Antidingstein Prido on the Parsis Anquetil du Peron. Further evidence in favor of Parsi religion. The name of fire worshippers. Unmerited poet's opinion. Parsi fidelity, firm but not bigoted. Parsi toleration. A Parsi martyr. Innovations. A religious form association. Successful essay. Religious books. A translations into Gujarati. The Parsi priesthood. Hereditary Profession. Educating the priests. The present Dasturs. The Darshanam ceremony. The dignity of Navar. The induction of a priest. We have already mentioned in the 2 preceding chapters a certain number of facts which tend to prove that the Zoroastrians are and have always been theists. There is no doubt also of their being monotheists. They tolerate no other worship than that of a supreme being, and we are confirmed in this view not only by European authorities but by the practices and religious prayers of the Parsis at the present day. That the Parsis are not idolaters has been plain to all Europeans coming into contact with them. Zoroaster raised his powerful voice against the idol worship prevalent at his epoch in Persia, and active efforts are said to have been made to extinguish heretical Vol. 2p2io History of the Parsis. Chapter V Forms of Worship, and to destroy the idols worshipped in the bordering countries. Xerxes, the immediate successor of Gushtasp, was filled with such hatred of idolatry that he destroyed all the Grecian temples dedicated to the gods. The charge of worshipping fire, sun, water, and air has, however, been brought against the Parsis by those imperfectly acquainted with the Zoroastrian faith, and consequently unable to form a just opinion. The Parsis repel these charges with indignation. Ask any Parsi whether he is a worshipper of the sun or fire, and he will emphatically answer no. This declaration itself, coming from one whose own religion is Zoroastrianism, ought to be sufficient to satisfy the most skeptical. God, according to Parsi faith, is the emblem of glory, refulgence, and light, and in this view, a Parsi, while engaged in prayer, is directed to stand before the fire or to turn his face towards the sun, because they appear to be the most proper symbols of the Almighty. In Bombay at Tli present clay there are Tleri Adisli Balarams or chief fire temples for Nblik worship. The first was built in the year 1783 by Dadabhai Nasirvanji Dadist. The second was built by the sons of Hormasji Banianji Wadia in 1830, and the third was built in the year 1845 at the joint expense of Framji Kabasji Banaji, Karshaji Kabasji Banaji, and Dadabai Rostamji Banaji. There is one Adishbiram at Nafsari, and there are two at Sarat, and one, the oldest of all, at Udvada. Fire temples next in grade to the Adishbiram are called Adishadarans, of which more than 100 exist in different cities of India. Fire temples are open day and night for the firing up of prayers. Parsis can pray there at any hour by themselves. Chap. V. The symbol of God. 211 All Eastern historians have acknowledged that the Persians from the earliest times were not idolaters, and that they worshipped one God, the creator of the world, under the symbol of fire. Such is still the present practice among their descendants in India. It will not be out of place here to examine some of the causes that induce a Parsi to reverence fire. Firstly, fire is held by a Parsi to be the emblem of refulgence, glory, and light, the truest symbol of God, and the best and noblest representative of his divinity. In the words of a learned author, in the eyes of a Parsi its fires, brightness, activity, purity, and incorruptibility bear the most perfect resemblance to the nature and perfection of the deity. He looks upon fire as the most perfect symbol of the deity on account of its purity, brightness, activity, subtlety, fecundity, and incorruptibility. Secondly, fire is the noblest, the most excellent, and the most useful of God's creations. Take it in its visible form as the manifestation of heat and light, or in its invisible form as heat, light, etc., it serves innumerable purposes in the animal, vegetable, and mineral worlds. As an important agent in our innumerable arts and manufactures, as an invaluable helpmate in our domestic life, and as an essential factor in the production of hundreds of natural phenomena, not only on the surface of our earth but in the 212 history of the Parsis. Chapter V. Whole solar system, is it not worthy of the reverence paid to it by the ancient Aryans and continued to it even up to this hour by the present generation of Parsis? Are not the numberless blessings which fire in all its different forms bestows upon the surface of the earth sufficient to justify man in paying his respect to this the noblest of God's creations? Looking at the innumerable uses to which fire is put and the numberless blessings it confers upon us, we can, without the least fear of being contradicted, put the same question as regards fire which Professor Theodore Cook of the Pune College put as regards the sun in his Natural Philosophy. Is not the sun, therefore, worthy of the reverence which has been paid to him by the early races of mankind and by Parsis and others in our own time? These two causes would justify any man, of whatever nationality he might be, in paying his reverence to the symbol of the deity and to this noble and divine creation. Thirdly, a new element of Jayurity is added to the fire burning in the Adishadarans and Adishbirams, fire temples, of the Parsis by the religious ceremonies accompanied with prayers that are formed over it, before it is installed in its proper place on a vase on an exalted stand in a chamber set apart. The sacred fire burning there is not the ordinary fire burning on our hearths. It has chap. V. Purifying fire. 213 undergone several ceremonies, and it is these ceremonies, full of meaning, that render the fire more sacred in the eye of a Parsi. We'll briefly recount the process here. In establishing a fire temple, fires from various places of manufacture are brought and kept in different vases. Great efforts are also made to obtain fire caused by lightning. Over one of these fires a perforated metallic flat tray with a handle attached is held. On this trab are placed small chips and dust of fragrant sandalwood. These chips and dust are ignited by the heat of the fire below, care being taken that the jade perforated tray does not touch the fire. Thus a new fire is created out of the first fire. Then from this new fire another one is created by the same process. From this new fire another is again produced, and so on, until the process is repeated 9 times. The fire thus prepared after the 9th process is considered pure. Fire produced by lightning was obtained for Hormasji Wadias Atish, Bilaram at Bombay from Calcutta through the exertions of a highly respected Parsi citizen, Naorozji Sarabji Bengali, who was then living in the latter city. This gentleman /ing received information that a tree some miles distant from Calcutta had caught fire through lightning. He and his friends immediately proceeded to the place and secured a block of the burning tree, and kept its fire alive for several days by feeding it /y /v sandalwood. It was afterwards conveyed to Bombay by land in charge of Parsis. This presented in those days no slight difficulties. Naorozji Bengali, grandfather of the present Mr. Sarabji Shapurji Bengali, CIE, of Bombay, had established himself as a merchant at Calcutta, and was well known for his charitable and generous disposition. He built a tower of silence at Calcutta for the use of his Siorili Ionists. 214 History of the Parsis. Chapter V. The fires brought from other places of manufacture are treated in a similar manner. These purified fires are all collected together upon a large vase, which is then put in its proper place in a separate chamber. Now what does a fire so prepared signify to a Parsi? He thinks to himself, Ahen, this fire on this vase before me, though pure in itself, though the noblest of the creations of God, and though the best symbol of the divinity, had to undergo certain processes of purification, had to draw out as if it were its essence, nay, its quintessence of purity, to enable itself to be worthy of occupying this exalted position. How much more necessary, more essential, and more important is it for me, a poor mortal who is liable to commit sins and crimes, and who comes into contact with hundreds of evils, both physical and mental, to undergo the process of purity and piety, by making my manashini, gavashini, and kunashini, thoughts, words, and actions, pass as if it were through a sieve of piety and purity, virtue and morality, and to separate by that means my hiimata, hukta, and varshta, good thoughts, good words, and good actions, from dushmata, duzukta, and dusvarshta, bad thoughts, bad words, and bad my actions, so that I may, in turn, be enabled to acquire an exalted position in the next world. Ask, therefore, is the reverence paid to such a sacred chap, v. Bishop Meurin? 215 Fire, which acts as a perpetual monitor to us to preserve piety and purity, idolatry. The answer cannot be doubted. These considerations will show even the casual reader that any charge of idolatry against the Parsis would be altogether groundless. If there be any who choose to persevere in the accusation, the following words of Bishop Meurin, the learned head pastor of the Roman Catholics of Bombay, are a sufficient reply. I am, therefore, very far from supposing that the pure fire worship is idolatry. Whoever accuses the Parsis of that most heinous of crimes, and is not able to prove that they believe fire or the sun to be God himself, is certainly guilty of the most detestable sin of calumny. This learned divine, in his pamphlet entitled Zoroaster and Christ, wherein he, in answer to the questions of a Catholic layman, shows some points of similarity between Christianity and Zoroastrianism, says, Zoroaster restored not only the unity of God but also the most ancient and characteristic Aryan form of divine service, the worship of fire, as the most suitable representative of God, corresponding to their idea of God as eternal legate. Further on he says, pure and undefiled flame is certainly the most sublime natural representation of him who is in himself eternal light. We end / now say a few words about the antiquity of the reverence paid to fire. According to that 2i6 History of the Parsis. Chapter V, learned Orientalist Max Mdiller, this fire reverence has come clown to us from time immemorial. In his lectures on the origin and growth of religion, this learned author shows that fire, sun, moon, and such other intangible objects were the first to direct the attention of man, the primitive man, to his maker. Again, the learned divine Bishop Murin, in his pamphlet just referred to, proves by indisputable facts that fire reverence was prevalent among the Aryans of very ancient times. The first proof adduced is that of the identity of the Persian, Indian, and Roman names of the fire priests, the Atharvans of the Avesta, the Atharvans, Brahmins, of the Vedas, and the Flamins of the Romans. The customs, usages, and practices of the Flamins, the old Roman fire priests, as described in Becker's Roman Antiquities, are in many respects similar to those of the Atharvans, Parsi priests, of the present day. Again, the second proof to be adduced to show the antiquity of this fire reverence is that of the perpetual fire among the ancient Aryans. On this point Bishop Murin says, the traces of this primeval Aryan worship of light or fire are so widespread, various, and numerous among the descendants of the Aryan family that their enumeration and description would fy more than one book. From all this it is quite clear that the reverence chap, v. Religious similarities. 217 paid to fire by the Parsis of Tli present day is not of a recent date. It was prevalent in one shape or other among almost all Aryan nations. It points to the conclusion that all these Aryan nations must have borrowed their ideas, forms, and expressions relating to the divinity from light and fire at a time when their forefathers dwelt in one land, the Aryana Vyagya of the Avesta and the Aryavit of the Vedas. In fact, it may be declared that we have no knowledge of any religion which failed to pay its share of reverence to sun and fire. It is worthwhile to quote Bishop Murin again on this point. He says, "It must, therefore, not surprise us to find a great similarity between those noble ancient Aryan ideas and names of God with those which the Mosaic religion exhibits in its sacred text." A little further on he says, "The Jewish religion was only a preparation and prefiguration of the Christian. If, then, we find shining flames and burning fires as emblems of God's majesty and presence used in the most important and essential circumstances of the Jewish religion, in the vocation of Moses, the deliverance of the Israelites from the Egyptian bondage, their guidance through the desert, the proclamation of the Ten Commandments, the Ark of the Covenant, the first sacrifice, the perpetual occupation of the altar, and the predictions of the future Messiah and of his church, I believe we have a full right to expect 2:8 History of the Parsis. Chapter V. The same emblems to be used also for the same purpose in the Christian Church. And so it is in fact. Then the Christian divine proceeds to quote passages from the New Testament showing the connection of light and fire with divinity. Then as to the use of fire in the Christian ritual, the bishop says, glance at the ritual of the Church shows, then, that the very same position which our Aryan ancestors, following the light of reason, assigned to fire and light in their divine worship in order to represent God's divine majesty and his presence among his worshippers, is likewise, and largely, given to the same convenient and deleohideful creature as symbol of God's sublime splendor and living pre-ascence among his beloved children. Little further on, writing about the similarity between the Parsi fire temple and the Christian sanctuary, he says, "On we this landing let us rest for a while. Have before us the sanctuary of the Parsi fire temple and the sanctuary of the Christian church. In both we see a perpetual flame indicating the presence of God, there the omnipresence of God the Creator, here the sacramental presence of God the Redeemer. I am unable to express in words the deep and vehement feelings which move my heart when I kneel in the sanctuary of my chapel and think of the Parsi fire temple a few yards off in which a fire is ever burning like the flame in our sanctuary lamp. Here is one of the chap, v. Dean Prideaux. 219 similarities justly said to exist between the Parsi and Christian religions. Having thus examined what causes justify a Parsi in paying his reverence to fire, having ascertained the antiquity of this fire reverence, and having seen how far the same spirit was exhibited by almost all ancient nations, and how it is observed even now by many religions, Christianity included, we will proceed to quote the opinion of a few authors who on account of their studies and knowledge are capable of forming an authoritative opinion about the faith of the Parsis, the only people on the surface of the earth that have adhered to this ancient fire reverence in its original pure and simple form. The following is the opinion of Dean Prideaux on this subject. They, the Persians, abominating all images, worshipped God only by fire. Light was the truest symbol of the good God, and therefore they always worshipped him before fire as being the cause of light, and especially before the sun, as being, in their opinion, the perfectest fire, and causing the and perfectest light. For this reason, in all their temples, they had fire continually burning on altars erected in them for that purpose, and before these sacred fires they offered up all their public devotions, as likewise they did all their private devotions before their private fires in their own houses. Thus did they pay the highest honor to light, as being, in 220 History of the Parsis. Chapter V. Their opinion, the truest representative of the good God, good creative principle, but always hated darkness as being what they thought the truest representative of the evil God, destructive principle, whom they ever had in the utmost detestation, as we now have the devil. Sir William Ouseley perfectly agrees with Dean Prideaux, and says, I shall here my express firm belief that the first Persian altars blazed in honor of God alone, as likewise, that the present disciples of Zarathustra, both in India and the mother country, Iran or Persia, have no other object when they render to fire a semblance of veneration. Dr. Hyde, an English theologian, whom we have already quoted, does not hesitate to declare that the ancient Medes and Persians were worshippers of the true God, a race of the faithful, and haters of idolatry. Anquetil du Perron says that the religion prevalent in Persia till the destruction of the empire, and carried into India by the Parsis, who still profess it, merits more attention than almost any other. It was at first pure theism, though even in the time of Abraham debased by heterodox opinions, but they have ever zealously preserved the doctrine of the unity of God, and we are not to conclude from the veneration they showed, and still show, to fire and the sun, that they have ever adored either the element or the luminary. Zoroaster, their great chap, v. The unity of God. 221 teacher, directed them to turn towards the sun or the fire when they prayed, but the prayers which they recite in this position are addressed solely to the sovereign being, and not to the symbols of him. The doctrines, however, which these miracles, i.e. those of Zoroaster, confirmed were wise and rational. They taught the unity of God, his omnipotence, his goodness towards men, a great veneration for fire, the visible type of the invisible divinity, and a great aversion for Ahriman, the evil principle, the instigator of evil thoughts, but not so eternal with God. The morality contained in the books of Zoroaster is very pure, and all founded on the love of Rnei. The following extract from Forbes's Oriental Memoirs also proves that the Parsis are not worshippers of the elements. These fires, i.e. the sacred fires of the Parsis, are attended day and night by the Andiarus or priests, and are never permitted to expire. They are preserved in a large chafing dish, carefully supplied with fuel, perfumed by a small quantity of sandalwood or other aromatics. The vulgar and illiterate worship this sacred flame, as also the sun, moon, and stars, without regard to the invisible Creator, but the learned and judicious adore only the almighty fountain of light, the author and disposer of all things, under the symbol of fire. Zoroaster and the Ancient 222 History of the Parsis. Chapter V. Magi, whose memories they revere, and whose works they are said to preserve, never taught them to consider the sun as anything more than a creature of the great Creator of the universe. They were to revere it as his best and fairest image, and for the numberless blessings it diffuses on the earth. The sacred flame was intended only as a perpetual monitor to preserve their purity, of which this element is so expressive a symbol. But superstition and fable have, through a lapse of ages, corrupted the stream of the religious system which in its source was pure and sublime. The great historian Gibbon in the 8th chapter of his history says, the elements, and more particularly fire, light, and the sun, whom they call Mithra, were the objects of their religious reverence, because they considered them as the purest symbols, the noblest productions, and the most powerful agents of the divine power and nature. The following extract from Hanway's Travels is one of the numerous evidences that the Parsis are monotheists. He, Zoroaster, the founder of the ancient religion of the Persians, considered light as the most perfect symbol of true wisdom and intellectual endowment, and darkness the representative of things hurtful and destructive. From hence he was led to inculcate an abhorrence of all imau, and to teach his followers to worship God only, under the form of fire, considering the brightness, activity. Chap. v. Light and darkness. 223 Purity, and incorruptibility of that element as bearing the most perfect resemblance to the nature and perfections of the good deity. For the same reason the Persians showed a particular veneration to the sun, which was founded on their belief that it is the noblest creature of the visible world. He taught that there is one supreme, independent, and self-existent being. Sir John Malcolm, in his splendid work on the history of Persia, acknowledges that the reproachful name of fire worshippers is not merited by the Parsis. He says, God, he, Zoroaster, taught, existed from all eternity, and was like infinity of time and space. There were, he averred, two principles in the universe, good and evil. Light was the type of good, darkness of the evil spirit, and God had said unto Zoroaster, light is concealed under all that shines. Hence the disciple of that prophet, when he prays in a temple, turns towards the sacred fire that burns upon its altar, and when in the open air towards the sun, as the noblest of all lights, and that by which God sheds his divine influences over the whole earth, and perpetuates the works of his creation. Captain J. A. Pope, who has studied the Parsi religion, and has deliberately expressed his opinion on the morality of that faith, thus writes, they, the Parsis, follow as near as possible the tenets of 224 History of the Parsis. Chapter v. Zort professing their belief in one God, considering fire only as an emblem of his purity, and the sun as the most perfect of his work, they believe also in the rewards and punishments in a future state, as related in the Revelations of Arda Europe. The following is an extract from Niebuhr's Travels through Arabia and other countries in the East. The Parsis, followers of Zarathustra, or Zoroaster, adore one God only, eternal and almighty. They pay, however, a certain worship to the sun, the moon, the stars, and to fire, as visible images of the invisible divinity. Their veneration for the element of fire induces them to keep a sacred fire constantly burning, which they feed with odoriferous wood, both in the temples and in the houses of private persons who are in easy circumstances. The following extract from Butler's Horse Bihiki also explains the nature of the Parsi faith. Fire was considered by Zoroaster as the purest symbol of the divinity, and the original element from which Hormuzd produced all beings. He therefore enjoined his disciples to keep up a perpetual fire, and to perform other devotional exercises in the presence of fire, and every supposed corruption of fire is forbidden, under the severest penalties. To every act of devotion purity of heart is necessary, and to purity of heart Zoroaster supposes purity of body greatly contributes. Chap. v. The poet Ferduslo 225. The following is from Aeolin's Ancient History. As the Magi held images in utter abhorrence, they worshipped God only under the form of fire, looking upon that, on account of its purity, brightness, activity, subtlety, fecundity, and incorruptibility, as the most perfect estiable of the deity. Various Mahomedan authors have /DSE freed the Parsis from the charge of worshipping the elements. The authors of the Tariq-i-Taril, Shalinama, and Dagestan take the same view of Parsi worship as the European authors whom we have quoted. Of these Mahomedan writers, the protest made by the great epic poet Ferdowsi against the charge of fire worship is powerfully expressed in the following well-noted lines: Ma goi ke adish parastan bukad parastandi ganai jak yazdan budand ie say not, that they, the Persians, were worshippers of fire, they were worshippers of one God. Having taken this brief survey of the religion of the Parsis as taught by our great prophet, we will cast a glance upon the present religious condition of the Parsis. It is remarkable how well the Parsi still loves his Relioion. His sacred books are written in a Foroian language. they are written for him in Gujarati character, and he does not understand what he repeats. Vol. 2Q 226 History of the Parsis. Chapter V. By way of prayer, but Li's strong point is that Li believes he is praying to God, and hopes that he, who understands all languages, will hear his prayers, forgive his sins, and guide him in the path of righteousness. He has been taught to believe from his infancy that his religion is the religion of the one true and living God. He has seen from his childhood his father praying, and he follows his example. He has been told that there is only one God, the Creator and Governor of the universe, and that there is no other God superior to that God. He is instructed to believe that the worship of any other object except God is sinful and not allowed by his religion. He is taught from his earliest infancy that the whole fabric of his religion rests on three words: humata, hujeshta, and varshta, good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, and he sees at once instinctively that a religion founded upon such principles is a good and true religion. Parsi youths of the present day, however deeply versed in Western education, have not only unreservedly accepted the religion without question, but with the light of their increased knowledge they are better able to understand its excellence, thanks to the researches of European scholars. While the Parsi loves his religion dearly, he is not a bigot, and while he reveres it he does not think ill of the religion of others. His own creed, no dual, teaches hatred of idols and enjoins their destruction. Chap. V. Spirit of Tolerance. 227. But in India the Parsis became a most tolerant people and never attempted to do anything of the kind. Even the idea of doing so can hardly have presented itself to their minds. As a nation, they had no power, and when they came to India they naturally considered that the religion professed by the people of that country was as dear to them as their own was to themselves. They had not forgotten how the gross outrage on their own religion by others had pained them, and therefore they never interfered with the religion of any different sect, nor did they do anything to wound the religious feelings or susceptibilities of others. When they came into contact with the Mohammedans they did not regard them with hatred, but were always disposed to live peaceably with them. After the fall of the Persian Empire thousands of the Zoroastrians in Persia must have preferred the fate of the sword to losing their custody, but happily in India there had been nothing approaching a cruel or harsh religious persecution of them beyond certain disabilities which might be expected from Mohammedan rule or Mohammedan teaching, and the first and the only instance of which we can find record of a Parsi having sacrificed his life as a religious martyr occurred at Broch in the year 1702. 1 Kamaji Hamaji. The memory of Kamaji Hamaji is held in great veneration in Broch even at this day, and benedictions are pronounced upon Li's name in all religious ceremonies by the priests of the place. 228 History of the Parsis. Chapter V. A was a poor weaver of Brockley. Dispute about his wages arose between him and a Mohammedan Syed, and the latter took great offense and falsely charged Kamaji with having called him, the Syed, a Kafir, infidel. The complaint was taken before Ahmed Beg, the then Nawab of Broch, who consulted the Qazi and the Mulvi of the city as to the punishment to be awarded to the Parsi who had dared to call a true believer a Kafir. These officers gave their opinion that by the offense with which the accused was charged he had rendered himself unfit to live in this world, and should therefore be put to death, but if he renounced his religion and embraced that of the Prophet, Islamism, he might be pardoned. In countries subject to Mohammedan sway the lawgiver and the judge is invariably the Qazi, and his opinion is law, and his decisions are tantamount to decrees of court. Kamaji was therefore given the option of either forfeiting his life or becoming a Mohammedan. Like a true Zoroastrian and a worthy descendant of those who had for the sake of their conscience and religion abandoned their country and their homes and sacrificed all that they possessed in this world, he expressed his contempt for so ignoble a purchase of life, and preferred death to displeasing his God. He met his fate by the sword. First Parsis in India had of necessity to follow certain of the Hindu practices in order to secure the chap. V. Innovations. 229 Protection, assistance, and goodwill of Fly Hindu princes, in whose country they took refuge. Time rolled on, and succeeding generations of Parsis fell into the error that these borrowed practices were sanctioned by their own religion. Our forefathers did so, they said, and, according to Asiatic ideas, they thought that their ancestors could do no wrong. The study of the few religious books which they had with them was not cultivated, for there were few learned men among the body. The result was that many of the usages, customs, practices, and prejudices of the Hindus were received and acted on by the Parsis. It is thus that we may easily explain how it was that ignorant Parsis, or their wives, used even up to 25 years ago to send offerings of cocoa nuts to the holy, or cups of oil to the Hanuman. The Parsi Panchayat, some 50 years ago, took steps with the view of eradicating such ceremonies and practices as had crept into their religion since their expatriation from Persia, but they did not succeed, to the extent of their wishes, with the majority of the people. Religious usages which the Parsis of India had observed for nearly 12 centuries could not easily be eradicated. What the Panchayat failed to do by compulsory measures is now sought to be done by an appeal to the good sense of the people. An association composed of many influential and wealthy Parsis, and a number of 230 history of the Parsis. Chapter V Young and Educated Men of the Race, was formed the year 1852, under the title of the Inume Mazdayasanan Sabha, or Religious E-Form Association, which has for its object the regeneration of the social condition of the Parsis and the restoration of the Zoroastrian religion to its pristine purity. In the face of considerable opposition from the ignorant classes of the community, this association has done much good and wrought considerable changes in the social condition of the Parsis. Essays, composed in eloquent and impressive language, showing the disadvantages resulting from adhering to practices and usages which really do not belong to their religion, are read in public meetings before a crowd of eager listeners. Pamphlets have been circulated by thousands among the people, and, judging from present-age appearances, the efforts of this body seem to have had a beneficial influence on their minds. The latest good work initiated by this society is that religious education is being imparted under its auspices to Parsi children in private schools. Again, it offers prizes for the publication of a series of books on Zoroastrian religion and morality for the use of the children. It has lately started funds for the delivery of lectures on religious topics. The trustees of the Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai Translation Fund have been contributing their share to Chap. V. A prize essay. 231 this much desired object. Their first effort was to invite an essay on the origin and history of the Zendavesta, with an account of the investigations of European authors regarding the Zend books, with suggestions for enhancing religious education among the Parsis, and particularly among the priests. Prize of Rs.500, or £50, was offered to the successful competitor. There were 3 candidates for the prize, and the essay by Mr. Saurabhji Shapurji Bengali, formerly secretary of the Religious Reform Association just mentioned, secured the prize. This brochure is distinguished by considerable research, and is remarkable for the ability with which the subject is treated. Mr. Saurabhji's name is well known in the Parsi community as the coadjutor of the indefatigable Mr. Naorazji Fardunji in his labors for the improvement of the social and religious condition of the Parsis. Since this first publication, many other books of interest to the Oriental world have been published under the patronage of the same fund. The latest of importance that is being published under its support is the translation of the Pahlavi Dinkard by the learned Dastur Peshhotanji. 4 volumes of this work have already appeared. Besides the books brought out by the pecuniary assistance of this fund, many Parsi scholars, both of the priestly and the lay class, have been publishing 232 history of the Parsis. Chapter V books on their own account or under the auspices of societies, such as the Ranume Sabha, and the Zarthashti Dharmni Kal Karnari Mandli, i.e. Society for Making Researches into the Zoroastrian religion, will mention a few praiseworthy works for the promotion of this object. Dastur Peshhotanji, the learned principal of the Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai Madrasa, has published, besides the Dinkard, a Pahlavi grammar, the Pahlavi text of Vazirkard I Dini, and the translation of the Pahlavi Karnama I Ardeshar Babekan. Das Tärjemesbg is compiling a Pahlavi dictionary, of which 4 volumes have been published. This book will supply a want long felt by Pahlavi students. Das Terhashangji Jamasjadji, the learned professor of Persian in the Deccan College, Pune, has published, under the supervision of Dr. Hogg, the texts of an Old Zend Pahlavi glossary, of an Old Pahlavi Pasand glossary, and of Arda Virafnama, to which we have already alluded. Urvad Kavasji Adalji Kanga, the able headmaster of the Mullafiraz Madrasa, has established his reputation as an Oriental scholar by the publication of his Gujarati translations of the Vendidad, of the Khorde Avesta, and of an English translation of Ainquetil du Perron's account of his visit to India. The first work, which was undertaken as an essay for a prize of Rs.800 offered by Mr. Karsheji Kama of Bombay, together with his Khorde Avesta, will for chap. v. Interesting books. 233 CT, long time to come remain, in the words of Dr. Hoff, the standard translations for the use of the Parsi community. Besides these large works, the translations of 7 yashts by the late Manjurji Wacha and Dastur Irakji Mirjarana, the translation of the Pandnama Iyadarbad Mirspand as a prize essay in honor of the late Dr. Hogg by Urvad Sharayaji Dada by Barusha, a diligent scholar of great ability, and the translation of Abanyasht by Urvad Temuraz Dinshaw, late Sanskrit teacher of the Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai Madrasa, deserve honorable mention. These last 2 well-known scholars have also translated into Gujarati the Pahlavi book of Datistan and have with another learned scholar, Urvad Adalji Antia, author of Zortliashti Dharam Sishak i.e. teacher of the Zoroastrian religion, and the late Framji Jamaspasana, B.A., the learned compiler of the first book of the Avesta language, called Zend Sijaksha JC the i.e. Zen teacher, distinguished their madrasa career by winning gold medals and fellowships for competency in Oriental languages. Among the laymen we have to notice the works of Mr. Karsheji Rostamji Kama, an Oriental scholar of known reputation and great ability. His Zarthashtnama i.e. Life of Zoroaster, is, and will always continue to be, a very valuable book indeed, full of original research and investigation. Though it professes to do nothing more than chronicle the chief 234 history of the Parsis. Chapter V points in the life of that great prophet which could be collected from the Avesta. It is a book that very few authors who write on Zoroastrian subjects can afford to dispense with. To this learned gentleman the previously named young and educated Urvads and many others who are now prosecuting their studies owe a debt of gratitude, for he has ever been ready wdth his purse, mind, and body to promote the cause of religious education among the Parsis. He is, so to speak, the founder in Bombay of the present school of the philological way of studying Oriental languages. Having laid the foundation of his philological studies in the ancient lands fuage of Iran under that learned German scholar, Professor Oppert of Paris, and Havino continued it under the Dist Iranist Professor Spiegel of Erlangen, he introduced that system into Bombay by personally imparting knowledge to a class of young mobeds. His zeal for the propagation of religious knowledge was displayed in his starting a periodical called Zartjas Lidi Ahyas, Zoroastrian Studies, in publishing translations from known German authors on Oriental subjects, and in delivering valuable and interesting lectures on similar questions. We will now say a few words about the condition of the Parsi priesthood. At one time it demanded improvement. Very few of them understood their liturgical works, although able to recite in Parrot chap. v. The priesthood. 235 fashion all the chapters requiring to be repeated on occasions of religious ceremonies, for which services they received the regulated fees, and out of which they mainly derived their subsistence. The priesthood is a hereditary profession among the Parsis. The priest does not acquire his position from sacerdotal fitness or sujay, iri or learning. Strictly speaking, he cannot be called a spiritual guide. The son of a priest is also a jist unless he chooses to follow another profession, which is not prohibited to him. But a layman cannot be a priest. They resemble the Levites. The Parsi religion does not, however, sanction this hereditary office, which is, indeed, contrary to the ancient law. The custom is merely derived from usage. Ignorant and unlearned as these priests were, they did not and could not command the respect of the laity. The latter were more enlightened and educated than the former, and hence the position of the so-called spiritual guides had fallen into contempt. The consequence was that some of the priests had of late years given up a profession which had ceased to be honorable, and had betaken themselves to useful and industrious occupations, whilst a few had become contractors for constructing railroads in the Bombay Presidency. 25 years ago an attempt was first commenced to impart a healthy stimulus to the priesthood for the study of their religious books by the 236 History of the Parsis. Chapter V Establishment of Talimuafiraz Madrasa under the superintendence of competent teachers of Zend, Pahlavi, and Persian. This madrasa has, we are glad to say, done good work, and the sons of many Parsi priests as well as laymen are studying their ancient religion and literature under the headmastership of Urbad Kavasji Adalji Kanga, the translator of the Vendidad and the Khorde Avesta. There is another madrasa in Bombay, the Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai Zend and Pahlavi Madrasa, founded to commemorate the name of the first Parsi baronet. Here the Pahlavi studies are superintended by the learned principal, Dastur Peshhotanji, and the Zend studies by Urbad Adalji Antia, a learned scholar who had gained a fellowship in this very madrasa for his proficiency in the study of Oriental languages. All the young Urbad authors, except Mr. Kavasji Kanga, were at one time students at this institution. There is a third madrasa in Bombay known as Seth Jajibhai Dadabai Madrasa. Here also instruction in the Avesta is imparted, but not philologically. This madrasa is supported out of the funds left by the late well-known Jajibhai Dadabai, whose charity still supports several schools in Bombay and the Mufassal and a fire temple in the former place. There is a fourth madrasa at Nafsari known by the name of the late Sir Kavasji Jahangir Kidi Muni. Chap. V. The Darshanam ceremony. 237 Zend, Peli Levi and Persian Lan Uaoes are taught there under the superintendence of Urbad Shariaji, the well-known translator of the Pendnama. Of these four institutions, the first, second, and the fourth grant scholarships to deserving students. The present Dasturs, or chief priests, among the Parsis in Bombay namely, Dastur Peshhotanji, the successor of the learned and renowned Adal Daru, and Dastur Jamaspji, successor of the well-known Adal Daru Jamaspasana are intelligent and well-informed men, possessing a considerable knowledge of their religion, but some of the priesthood are profoundly ignorant of its first principles. As the minds of the Parsi people have now been awakened, and as active measures have been and are being devised for improvement, the darkness and gloom of the past will doubtless be succeeded by a bright dawn in the future. We will conclude this chapter with a description of the ceremonies required to qualify a priest. He has to undergo two grades of ceremonies, those of Nabar and of Muratab. For the first of these he is required to know the Yasna and the Visjay, Arad together with the 5 Gas, the 5 Nishas, and a few Yaslits, the knowledge of Yasna being essential. The candidate who has learnt these is first required to undergo the Darshanam ceremony. It will not be out of place here to say a few words. 238 History of the Parsis. Chapter V about this ceremony. It is intended for the purification of man's body and soul. Great deal of importance is attached in the Avesta books to the purity of body as well as to the purity of mind. The candidate is required to undergo certain ablutions, wherein he has to apply to his body cow urine and sand or clay, which seem to have been the most common and cheapest disinfectants known to the ancient Iranians, and then to wash his body with water. He afterwards goes to a fire temple, where he has to pass his time in prayers and religious contemplation. During this time he is not to touch any man, water, fire, and vegetation. In this pious and secluded retreat he is to remain 9 days and nights, washing his body twice during the interval, once on the 4th day and again on the 7th. On the 10th day the Darshanam ceremony is over, when he is free to go about as he likes and mix with the people. In order to attain to the priestly dignity of a Nabar, the candidate goes through 2 periods of retreat with Darshanam, 6 days of retreat at his own house, and the final initiatory ceremony, which lasts for 4 days, in the fire temple. 2 priests. For full details and for a plan of the Bears Lenam Gali, the place where the candidate undergoes the ceremony, the reader is referred to the appendix to Drive West's translation of the Pahlavi texts, Part 11. Vol 18, of Max Mahiller's series of the Sacred Books of the East, Chap. V. The Grade of Navar. 239 Initiate him into Liali orders. For this purpose they have previously performed the Asna ceremony for 6 consecutive mornings. Unless they have done this they are not qualified to initiate the candidate into the grade of Navar. On the morning of the day the candidate has to go to the fire temple for the initiatory ceremony. The parents or guardians invite friends and a few priests to witness the final ceremony of declaring him a Navar. The priests generally sit down on carpets and the guests on chairs or benches. One of the qualified and officiating priests brings the candidate before the collected assembly, holding the candidate's left hand in his right hand. He stands with the candidate just in front of the head priest or a senior member of the acknowledged priesthood, and asks the permission of the assembly to admit him into their order in the following words: Gentlemen of this gathering, Anjuman, doth it please you that this candidate be admitted? The head priest, after an interval of half a minute or so, taking the silence of the gathering as a consent, nods his head in the affirmative. The candidate is then led away for the performance of the requisite ceremony. Flowers and rose water are then distributed among the invited visitors. While the visitors disjaters, the candidate is engaged with the initiating priest at the Yazishni Ghat, the place for performing 240 History of the Parsis. Chapter V. The Yasna ceremony. In reciting the Yasna prayer, he acting as the Zayota and the initiating priest as the Kathwi. During the clay he performs the Afrinan and the Baj ceremonies. For 4 consecutive days he is required to repeat similar ceremonies, and he is then fully qualified as a Navar. This entitles him to adopt the prefix of Urvad, Herhad, from Avesta Athrapati, before his name, just as the word Reverend is applied to Christian priests. Though he has obtained the grade of a Navar, he is still not allowed to take part in the higher rituals of Zoroastrian ceremonies. He can, however, officiate at the Afrinan, marriage or thread ceremonies, and the like, but he cannot perform the Vendidad, Yasna, Baj, and similar high religious offices. Then, again, he is not entitled to the right or privilege of initiating any other candidate into the order of priesthood. To entitle him to take part in these higher rituals he must pass through the degree known as that of Maratab. For this high degree he must study the Vendidad, in addition to what has already been acquired by him. Yet the ceremonies in connection with it are simpler than those of the Navar. He has only to undergo one Darshanam ceremony, and then, in conjunction with a duly qualified priest, has to perform the Yasna ceremony during the morning. On the same day, or the following, he performs a similar chap, v. the Maratab. 241 Ceremony in honor of the guardian angel or spirit Srash. At midnight he performs the Vendidad ceremony, which completes the Maratab. Thus qualified, he has the privilege of a priest, and can take part in any of the Zoroastrian rituals and prayers. Vol. 2R Chapter 6. Progress and Present Position. Parsi qualities. The Bauya, the commerce of Bombay. Extent of Parsi A enterprise. Parsi bankers. Cotton mills. Large engine. Old Parsi weavers. The construction of railways. Parsi share in them. Parsi Shi, V lights. The China trade. Jews V Parsis. The share mania. Some of the staple trades. Commercial morality of Parsis. Parsi officials. The salt of the Bombay community. Parsi benevolence. Special cases. The public works of Bombay. Female doctors. Hindu charity. Parsi mendicants. Parsi loyalty. Prayers during Crimean War. Speech of Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai. The Indian mutiny. The Queen Empress. The royal family. The Prince of Wales. His serious illness. Prayer for his recovery. Parsi Thanksgiving Day. The Prince of Wales in India. His reception in Bombay. The national anthem. The Gujarati text. A Parsis well-behaved. Parsi converts. Period of excitement. Drive Wilson. The present position of Parsis. When strangers in India are reminded that Parsis of Bombay are the descendants of a small band which emigrated from Persia under the most miserable circumstances, it is a matter of surprise to them that they should hold at the present day in that city a re-eminent position among the natives. The causes are not far to seek. Descended origin ally from an enterprising, courageous, industrious, and self-sacrificing people, who at one time were masters of a vast empire. They did not absolutely lose those characteristic qualities of their race, although Chap 6. The Shrewd Banfa. 243 Adverse circumstances forced upon them a life of inactivity for more than 1,000 years. The old fire of their ancestors continued to burn, however faintly, in their breasts, and it only required the least encouragement to revive. Situated as they were in the midst of alien races, following different faiths and constantly at war with each other for territorial supremacy, it was not possible for the Parsis to lift up their heads. They had perforce to be content with the occupation of agriculture, in which their ancestors were famous for their skill. It was under the peaceful rule of Akbar that their pent-up energies at last found opportunities of development, and from that wise monarch the Parsis first received some encouragement and assistance to improve their condition. But it is to the British power in India that the Parsis are chiefly indebted for their present position. The arrival of Europeans and the establishment of trading factories in western India, and especially at Surat, opened up an unexpected field for the energy, industry, and enterprise of the Parsis, and from that time the commercial activity by which they have made a name may be said to take its date. No doubt the shrewd Bania of Surat, of whom European travelers of the 16th and 17th centuries speak, possessed all the commercial instincts of his race, but he seldom sought any scope for them beyond the walls of the town where he carried on business. 244 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6. The spirit of foreign adventure was almost wholly absent. The oppression and rapacity of the conquering races who swayed the country in turn had diminished that spirit, if at any time it existed. As Spain, the barriers of caste and custom, which even a century and more of British rule has not availed to demolish, acted as a formidable obstruction. The Parsis, however, had always been free from caste prejudices, and on the advent of Europeans soon betook themselves to occupations they had never attempted before. In the factories of the Portuguese, the Dutch, the French, and the English, the chief native agents were Parsis, acting as middlemen between the Europeans and natives. In this capacity a field for commercial enterprise was open to them of which they were not slow to take advantage. Niebuhr has made mention of them. Anquetil du Perron has remarked on their enterprise from personal experience acquired during a stay of some years in the city of Surat. After the decadence of Surat as a commercial center, the Parsis came to Bombay and there found increased opportunity for the employment of their energy, as the biographical sketches of the most prominent of them show. Lavji and some of his descendants continued their connection with the government dockyard, but members of the other branches of his family established themselves as merchants. Large number of Parsis also began business as merchants, traders, shahjaj keepers, Chap 6. Widespread commerce. 245 and contractors. The business of commission agents to tile European merchantmen which used to arrive annually in Bombay was entirely monopolized by them. The Parsis were foremost to seize and take advantage of every opening created by the increase of British power and the advent of British merchants. Within a few generations of their settling in Bombay they themselves commenced to trade with the most distant countries of Europe and Asia, and to follow the history of the commerce of Bombay is to trace that of the commercial enterprise of the Parsis. It is said that their direct trade with Europe was not very extensive, but it is unquestionable that from the time the island of Bombay was ceded to the English up to 40 years ago the whole of the European trade of the port passed through their hands as middlemen in one shape or another. As regards their eastern trade, it was direct and most extensive. The bulk of the commerce, including the valuable opium trade, of Bombay with China, in some of the ports of which they had established their own firms, was, until 40 years ago, entirely in their hands, and many of the ships which carried the merchandise belonged to them. They, however, did not confine their operations to China alone. They had business relations on an extensive scale with Bengal, Burma, and the Straits, and at one time there were Parsi firms even in Java and the Mauritius. 246 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6. It was the Eastern trade which brought the Parsis a madam of wealth. The ready monies, the Dadi Seths, the Banajis, Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai the first baronet, the Kamas, and many others amassed their wealth in this trade. It will thus be seen that the Parsis were the first to bring prosperity to Bombay, which prosperity, as times went on, supported and fostered by British power and the enterprise of British merchants, has raised Bombay at this day to the proud position of second city of the British Empire. Not long after their settlement in Bombay, a great many Parsis went to northern, southern, and central India, and established themselves as shopkeepers dealing in European articles, a business which was beset a century ago with innumerable obstacles on account of the difficulty of transit from one place to another. There were then not only no railroads but no roads of any kind for traffic. 10 miles a day in bullock carts was all that could be accomplished in those times. Then, again, the goods had to be protected from the depredations of the lawless marauders who infested the country, yet it was Parsi energy alone which supplied the wants of the increasing British forces in the different military stations in India. The persons who engaged themselves in this kind of business in both Bombay and other cities were honest and respectable, and at all the principal stations in former years they acted as the bankers. Chap 6. The cotton spinning industry. 247 of European officers. In fact, wherever wealth was to be acquired, or wherever the English standard was carried, the Parsis followed with fearless energy. The Parsi tradesman accompanied the British army to Kabul, and is now to be found in almost every city in India, foremost in every enterprise, and ready to take advantage of every opportunity. Nor did the Parsis confine their attention to commerce and business. In the establishment in Bombay of banks and various other joint stock companies, the Parsis have been the prime movers. The Oriental Bank was started by a Parsi. When the Great Indian Peninsula Railway Company was projected, the Parsis greatly assisted by taking up a large number of its shares. One grand industry which has greatly assisted in increasing the prosperity of Bombay, and in which 4 million sterling are invested, and which gives employment to thousands of persons, is the outcome of Parsi enterprise. To Kavasji Nanabai Dabar is due the credit of having first directed Parsi capital into this channel. His sagacity and commercial shrewdness established in 1854 the first cotton spinning factory worked by steam in Bombay. Little did the citizens of Bombay know that he then laid the foundation of a new staple industry which they see so prosperous and flourishing among them today. Kavasji Dabar's concern was a joint stock company, 248 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6 And the profits it made immediately after starting were such as to attract the notice of another enterprising capitalist, Manakji Nasirvanji Peti. This gentleman, in company with another Parsi, Mervanji Framji Pandey, started in 1855 what is now known as the Oriental Spinning and Weaving Company. Notwithstanding that there was then no Suez Canal, that all the machinery had to be imported by sailing vessels MD the Cape, that the operatives had to be thoroughly trained, and all the drawbacks attendant on the sale of the products of a new industry which had to meet the formidable competition of English manufacturers, the profits earned were considerable. The Oriental divided among its proprietary as its first fruit more than 25%, or ES.700 per share of the value of KS 2,500 paid up. The popularity and success of the two undertakings soon led to the starting of the Manakji Peti mills, now so ably managed by Mr. Dinshaw Manakji Peti. To Kavasji Dabar in the first instance, and next to Manakji Nasirvanji Peti and Mervanji Framji Pandey, must be given the credit for the new enterprise which has made Bombay what it is today, the Manchester of the East. Mr. Dinshaw Peti is now the largest proprietor of cotton mills in the city, and has charge of 5 mills, all paying good dividends and affording employment to thousands of persons. Yet another instance or two in connection with Chap 6. Silk factories. 249 spinning and weaving by machinery remains to be noted. 2 silk factories had been at work for some years but without any success despite European management. At last the owners of one of them, /Isras. Sassoon & Co., engaged the services of a skilled Parsi artisan, Pestanji Dosabai Kapadia. He as a native of Surat, and fully conversant with silk weaving by manual labor in all its variety of colors and details. The rich kinkobes and other silk fabrics of Surat have deservedly established their reputation for color, brilliancy, pattern, and glossiness, and though it is a matter of regret that the industry is gradually decaying for want of adequate support and patronage, there are yet enough native weavers who can live upon their products, and there is still room for hope that the industry may revive. Meanwhile, it is worthy of note how the skill and enterprise of the Surat Parsi engaged by the Sassoon mills have altogether altered the prospects of that factory for the better. His ingenuity, derived from previous practical experience, has enabled the factory to turn out very handsome fabrics which sell freely in the bazaar at a good profit. So great has been the success of this mill that a rival concern managed by the respectable and enterprising Hindu firm of Messrs. Tapadas Varjadas & Co. has amalgamated with it. This Parsi manager has now shown the way to making silk manufactories as successful in Bombay as cotton mills. 250 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6. Again, the enterprise of another Parsi gentleman of the well-known family of the Wadias, who has been connected with the 5 large cotton mills managed by Mr. Dinshaw Manakji Petty, has now given to Bombay one of the largest engines in the world. Though the engine had been manufactured at Bolton, where the question of its utility was much discussed, the idea of its construction is entirely due to Mr. Naorazji Nasirvanji Wadia. Isolt, after all, is the best test, and since the huge monster was set a-going at the Manakji Petty mills, it seems to have given every satisfaction, and it is expected that by savings in coal as well as increase in production there will be an annual gain of 1,00,000 of rupees. Thus in every useful branch of industry the genius and enterprise of the Parsi are conspicuous. He possesses, in fact, many of those qualities which have made the Teutonic race in Europe so powerful and flourishing. While we are on the subject of weaving, we must do justice to Parsi ingenuity in the art of hand weaving and spinning in days gone by. Many a Parsi family in old times in Surat, Daman, Navsari, and other small villages and towns where the Zoroastrians had made permanent settlement, occupied itself with the manufacture of silk and cotton fabrics. Whether they learned the art from the Hindus of Gujarat or the Portuguese of Thana, they had the knack of devising new patterns and new contrivances. Chap 6. The Portuguese settlements. 251 Two Parsi brothers, Eastamji Madakji and Mervanji Manakji, originally hailing from Surat, established at Daman, under the protection of the Portuguese government, a factory for weaving and another for dyeing. These concerns were on an extensive scale. Under the generous and fostering care of the state, they were enabled to make a name in this new branch of industry and to accumulate wealth. The era was one when protection and free trade were unknown shibboleths. Neither was reciprocity known. Monopoly, which is another but most aggravated form of hard, and, fast protection, was the rule, and the Portuguese subsidized the two brothers, and gave them the monopoly of the manufacture. The Portuguese were so much impressed with the value of the new enterprise that the owners of the factories were allowed a grant of a village for 3 genera dom Jos, by the grace of God the reigning Prince of Portugal and of Algarves in and out of the Sea of Africa Lord of Guiana, and the conquests, navigation, commerce, and of Ethiopia, Arabia, Persia and of the Indies. Make known to all those who, by a new grace for 3 lives, generations, may see this charter of lease that Modi Mervanji Manakji and Modi Eastamji residing in Daman, Persian inhabitants of the port of Surat, merchants protecting the Portuguese factory, having presented a petition signed by them to Francisco Antonio de Villegas Cabral de Correira Pimentelcinth, of my council, Staff General of my force and Governor and Captain General of India, saying that they, having been induced by Jacinto Domingos de Fonseca, formerly a director of that factory and now residing in Daman, that they the petitioners should come with him to that port, of Daman, there to establish manufacturing houses of all sorts of cloth as they used to do in Surat for the consumption of the metropolis, encouraging 52 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6. One of the conditions of the grant was that within a year of its date the two brothers should the petitioners that they would obtain great indulgence and graces from the protection of the said governor and captain general. Wherefore the petitioners, who were ever since brought up under the Portuguese protection in Surat, with great delight acceded to the proposal of the said Jacinto Domingos. They rapidly came down to Daman, where they founded an establishment of manufacturing with various tanks of tincturing, calling out from Surat and other parts able manufacturers, advancing to them sums of money, and employing various other manufacturers from Daman who were unemployed for about 4 years, supporting themselves by other means of life. Meanwhile the increase up to that day was very great. Tlia's undertaking was never before so well realized by any subjects in those dominions, although many were desired so to do. That the petitioners had greatly increased the manufacturing business by employing numerous manufacturers and by manufacturing chintz of brooch and its colors. And whereas in Daman the jealousy of rivals was increased, and in consequence of this the proprietors, the petitioners, suffered much in their merchandise in Surat in recovery of their money, so that they were not attended to. That it was necessary for the petitioners to have some sure means of subsistence to their families, to remove themselves to Daman and there to establish their merchandise, and for the reasons above mentioned and with a view to remedy any unforeseen eventuality requested the above mentioned governor and captain general to grant them, the petitioners, upon a lease by a reasonable tax the village Varakanda now belonging to my royal treasury. That the charter may be granted to them for thie lives, generations, the first being in favor of the son of the first petitioner Shapurji Mervanji, the second in favor of the grandson or in favor of any other person whom he may appoint, and the third in the same way. First, on condition that the said petitioners should together with their families go to the port of Daman within a year, there to establish perpetually their residence. Second, not to disturb any workmen who might be now residing in the manufacturing houses of Kanakamais which are now being manufactured there. They, the petitioners, should rather bring other workmen from outside of that port for manufacturing kadayas and other cloth. Third, to promote the cultivation of cotton upon all the ground of the above mentioned village where it may be productive, and to bring it up well as that no part of it may remain uncultivated. Chap 6. A railway contractor. 253 settle Daman with their families, and promote the cultivation of cotton in the village of Varakanda. One more instance of the enterprising spirit of the Parsis deserves to be prominently noticed. As soon as the construction of railways in India commenced, several Parsis obtained employment for themselves as contractors for the railroads. In a field of labor entirely new to them they have made a name and attained distinction. The name of Jamshedji Durabji will always find a prominent place in the history of a railway enterprise in western India. Brief sketch of his career as a railway contractor will, we think, be read with interest. When tenders for the contract for the first section of the Great Indian Peninsula Railway from Bombay to Thana were invited in 1850, Jamshedji was bold enough to tender for it. The contract, being the first public work of the kind, necessarily comprised many novel and difficult operations. By these he was undaunted, but the railway company could not bring themselves to entrust their experimental undertaking to a contractor who had no previous experience in the construction of railways. Not disappointed by the failure of his first effort, he entered again into competition for the second contract, but this was even a more formidable work than the former, and for the same reason as in the first case he again failed to obtain the commission. Persevering and rising, he again offered to undertake the third contract, at a 254 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6. Very considerable reduction on the estimate of the chief engineer, Mr. Berkeley, and his tender was accepted. The manner in which it was executed not only gave great satisfaction to the engineers of the company, but considerably surprised them. Jamshedji subsequently obtained another and a more important contract from the company. It was then predicted that the work was beyond his strength, or more than he could perform, but, to the surprise of the railway authorities, it was finished within the appointed time, and, in the words of Mr. Berkeley, in a style worthy of any contractor of any country, and of the approbation of any engineer. Jamshedji celebrated the successful completion of this work on the 30th of April 1855, by giving an entertainment near the Kali Viaduct, to which were invited the elite of Bombay society, both Europeans and natives. The words of high praise used by Mr. Berkeley, in proposing the toast of the host of the evening, are worth recording. Jamshedji has now earned for himself, he said, a public claim to be regarded as the finest native contractor in India. He has promulgated a favorable and worthy name for railway operations throughout the remote sources of labor and material upon which we so greatly depend, and he has this day on a munificent scale added to those many developments of which we have heard so much as the natural results of Indian railways. Another development, I mean the developed Chap 6. Natural obstacles. 255 meant of Lihospitali iu the jungle. I feel the greatest satisfaction in rendering justice to a man who has done justice to his countrymen, justice to his employers, and justice to the railway cause. After this, Jamshedji successfully contracted for several other works on the great Indian peninsula railway. These undertakings were very formidable, and partook very much of the same character as the great works subsequently executed on the two Ghat inclines. They lay in a difficult and unfavorable district nearly covered with jungle, full of rocky hills and mountain torrents, exceedingly unhealthy in certain parts, difficult of access, and nearly devoid of water during the hot season. The district was also very thinly populated. His arrangements for these great works were remarkably successful. Notwithstanding the great demand for labor, he had at one time 17,000 hands working under him, and by his judicious provision for their health and necessities, he succeeded in keeping them on the works even during the most unhealthy months of the year. Besides these works on the great Indian Peninsula Railway, it fell to Jamshedji's lot to construct some of the old quays and bandars, mills, and public buildings in Bombay, and latterly a large portion of the railway beyond Ahmedabad. The works contracted for and successfully constructed by him cost nearly £1 million sterling. 56 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6. Eminently of a retiring disposition, at the close of a long and laborious career, Li withdrew from active life some 10 years ago. In September 1882 he died at the advanced age of 78. He never had the advantage of attending a school even to learn his letters, but he was naturally gifted with faculties of a very high order. He was remarkably quick, and by mere mental calculation, to the great astonishment of the best European engineers with whom he came into intimate contact, he arrived at correct results in computations relating to his works. He was, in fact, an adept at the difficult task of accurately estimating large and varied undertakings. He possessed a powerful and very retentive memory, which never failed him in life. In the words of a European writer, his success in life may in no small degree be attributed to the frankness and suavity which characterized him in his business relations, and that sterling simplicity which appears to be peculiar to all great minds. An excellent master to his workmen, not only liberal in wages, but pleasant of speech, and constantly throwing himself into contact with them, it is not at all extraordinary that native laborers should have cheerfully taken employment with him, even in the worst districts, for the supply of water and unhealthiness of climate. T trained in a household which supplied the Chap 6. Jamshedji Darabji. 257 leading shipwrights on the European system in Western India. One is hardly surprised to find that he should have become imbued with the emulative spirit of his chiefs. The wonder, however, is not that he became the first of shipwrights, but, after being shipwright, cooper, house builder, he should open a new mine of enterprise, and work that mine with such success as to earn for himself the reputation of the native pioneer of railway construction in India, and the father of native application and skill to the development of the race of iron horse in Hindustan. When the history of Western India shall be written in another generation, free from the influences which beset us, when truth can portray without fear or favor the men and the times in which we live, among those men whose existence is one continued illustration of ability, activity, and courage, as it must be of exhaustless benefit to their race and country in the examples they offer to posterity, will appear prominently the name of Jamshedji Darabji. While we have thus expatiated at length on the commercial spirit, industry, and enterprise of the Parsis, it is but right to state here that their position in the commercial community of today is not what it was a quarter of a century ago. Shortly after the First War between England and China, about 1842, the Parsis, who had until then monopolized the Chinese trade, began to encounter Vol. It. S. 258 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6 Rivalry from other sections of Fly Indian population. Their rivals at first were the Khojas and other Mohammedan merchants from Bombay, who commenced to establish firms in China. But being as a class men of little or no education, they at first but slightly affected the position of the Parsis. Subsequently, however, some of the Jewish residents of Bombay and Calcutta entered into competition, and, being keener and more highly educated men of business, succeeded in gradually displacing Parsis in the China trade. While the Parsi merchants of China remained in the old groove, the Jews took better advantage of the new treaty ports in China and the opening up of trade on new lines of business. The extension of steam communication between India and China gradually extinguished the Parsi merchants' service of sailing vessels, and last of all, when the Civil War row in the United States of America in 1862, the attention of the Parsis was to some extent diverted from their Chinese trade, by the greater attraction of the enormous profits in cotton trading with England. Long before this time the wealthy Khamas had established in 1855 a firm in England, which enjoyed a high reputation in the monetary circles of the great metropolis. The end of the American War, however, followed by what is termed the share mania period in Bombay, brought ruin to many Parsi houses, and a chap 6. The Parsis of Broach. 259 large number of their best China firms had to suspend business. There are still, however, a few Parsi commercial establishments in Hongkong and Shanghai, but the Jews now enjoy the monopoly of the trade between India and China which formerly belonged to the Parsis. In the commerce of Bombay with Europe the Parsis, as has already been remarked, acted more as middlemen between the Europeans and natives than as direct traders. The native merchants and dealers, who are chiefly Hindus of Katkali and Kathiawar, have so far advanced, under British auspices, in education and knowledge that they can now deal directly with Europeans. The Parsi middleman is consequently no longer a necessity as he was in days of yore. We will now take a brief survey of the present position of the Parsi population in Gujarat and other places outside Bombay in the Western Presidency of India. In point of prosperity the Parsis of Broach rank next to those of Bombay. They trade largely in cotton, and are owners of several cotton gins. The other staple trades which are almost entirely in the hands of the Parsis are timber, fuel, and Maura flowers from which liquor is manufactured. In Broach as well as in Ankleswar and other towns in Gujarat the Parsis, owing to their industry and enterprise, are better off than other natives. The Parsis of Balsar, Gandavi, and Billimora carry on a large trade in 260 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6 Timber, Fuel, Food Grains, Castor Oil, Maura Flowers, Dry Fisli, and Molasses. The Parsis of Balsar have farmed many villages in the neighboring native states of Dharampur and Bansta, while those residing at Bhavnagar are mostly cotton merchants. Surat, as we have said before, ceased long ago to be an important trade center, but some of the old resident Parsi families who did not migrate to Bombay were large landholders, and enjoyed their rich holdings till they were unfortunately tempted to follow the dangerous example of Bombay speculators. After the crash of 1864–65 their property passed into other hands. At Navsari the families of the Desais are, however, still enjoying those possessions which were granted to their ancestors long ago by the Gaekwars government in reward for the valuable services they had rendered. The Parsis who have settled in other parts of India outside the Bombay Presidency are all more or less engaged in commercial and industrial pursuits. There are several Parsi firms in Calcutta where the spinning and weaving industry has also been fostered under their influence. They have established themselves as merchants, traders, and shopkeepers in the chief towns of all the districts of the Bombay Presidency, and in southern and central India, the Punjab, in Sindh, Kutch, Kathiawar, Ceylon, and Aden beyond Kavasji Diesli of Aden is a well-known name. He is the head chap 6. Commercial probity. 261 India, for instance at Mozambique and Zanzibar, Parsi traders are also to be found. The commercial morality of the Parsis has always ranked high. Complete strangers have borne testimony to this. They have always been upright and honorable in their dealings. It is within the recollection of many old Parsis that among themselves, as well as with the Bania merchants, written agreements were unknown. Their word was their bond, and the same system was extended to most of the Europeans with whom they had dealings. Sir Charles Forbes, the head of the great house of Forbes & Co. in Bombay, in reply to an address given to him on his departure for Europe about 50 years ago by the native merchants, who were then mostly Parsis, said that an experience of 22 years enabled him with pride and satisfaction to declare that in the intercourse he had with them he had witnessed acts of generosity, fidelity, and honor, which could not in any country be surpassed. To have been connected with such men, he added, for so long a period was an advantage which he would never cease to acknowledge, and to obtain their confidence and esteem was a distinction which of Tli Parsi community of Tli place, and a man of great energy, enterprise, and liberality. He has founded a charitable reading room and library in Bombay and a fire temple at Aden. He had the high honour of reading the address of welcome to His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales on his arrival at Aden on his way to Bombay. 262 History of the Parsis. Chapter Yeli would always be anxious to preserve with his life. This is surely no slight testimony to the high character of the Parsis as merchants, for it records a quarter of a century's experience among them of a respected member of the British mercantile community. While circumstances have forced the Bombay Parsis to recede somewhat from the foremost position they had occupied in the commercial community, they have lost none of their general character for industry and enterprise, as must have been evident from the previous pages. Half a century ago Bombay afforded few opportunities for following other professions and pursuits than those of merchants and traders. With the progress of time, however, the activity of the Parsis has found scope in a variety of new outlets. They are now taking actively to the professions and all honorable vocations. 30 or 40 years ago Parsis in the higher ranks of the government service could be counted on the fingers of one's hands, whereas at the present day several of the highest positions in the uncovenanted branch of the service are occupied by them, and some have even entered the covenanted civil service by open competition in England. As we have pointed out in another chapter, many have embraced the professions of law, engineering, and Chap 6. Parsi influence. 263 Medicine, in which they are honorably distinguishing themselves. The Parsis still maintain their high social position in the community. It has been justly said that they are the salt of the Bombay community. Their influence, guidance, and aid are just as requisite as ever to the success of any undertaking or movement for the public good. Political associations derive weight from their connection. Indeed, Parsi influence and Parsi cooperation first gave them birth, and for a long time alone sustained them. Occasionally it happened that on some of the active Parsi members withdrawing from these bodies they lingered on without much vitality. It was often owing to the impetus of an enthusiastic Parsi that they revived at all. Our Hindu and Mahomedan brethren will, not be slow to acknowledge the truth of what we have said. When a Hindu gentleman has performed any public service meriting recognition, the Parsis have been invited to take the lead and give it, so to speak, the stamp of popular acknowledgement. In the civic government of the city of Bombay of the body known in London as Tli East Indian Association /IR Abhinay Orozji, a Parsi, was the first honorary secretary, and it is well known that it was through his exertions that this useful association, which is doing considerable good by its advocacy of liberal principles in the conduct of the government of Her Majesty's India Empire, was established. 264 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6. Parsis have been the most active participators, and the success which has attended this experiment of local self-government is in no small measure attributable to their public spirit, their persevering industry, their singleness of purpose, and their practical instincts. The first native honored with the highest position in the civic parliament of the city, the chairmanship of the corporation, was a Parsi. He was elected chairman by the suffrages of both Europeans and natives. The same Parsi was also the first native who was appointed chairman of the bench of justices. A member of the corporation, Mr. Naorazji Fardunji, is popularly designated the tribune of the people, on account of the unflinching integrity and indomitable courage with which he represents in this body the interests of the ratepayers. This popular verdict has been ratified by no less a personage than that keen observer of men and manners Sir Echard Temple, late Governor of Bombay, while others have often termed him in compliment the Joseph Hume of the local parliament. Conspicuous among the many good qualities and virtues for which the Parsis have been remarkable is their benevolence, the spirit which they have inherited from their ancestors, who were distinguished. There are about 411 justices of the peace for the town and island of Bombay, of whom 206 are Europeans, 88 Hindus, 85 Parsis, and 32 Mahomedans. Chap 6. An excellent quality. 265 for clear love of clarity. Some may even carry this virtue to a fault and forget that charity begins at home. It is sufficient to satisfy a wealthy Parsi that there is an object deserving of relief or support, and his purse is at once opened. This excellent quality, which is natural to Parsis, has been noticed by the earliest Europeans. Have referred in previous pages to several instances of the charitable disposition of the Parsis, and described the numerous benefits they have conferred upon their fellow countrymen. The English newspapers of the day abound in notices of such liberality, and they speak in the highest terms of praise of the Parsis for feeding thousands of people of different castes during the famines which raged in western India at the close of the last and the commencement of the present century. The benevolence of Sarabji Manchurji Eadamani is thus referred to in a Bombay newspaper, dated 1790, are happy in the 02 port unity of pointing out the liberality of Sarabji Manchurji, whose conduct does honor to humanity. During the present scarcity of provisions he daily feeds upwards of 2,000 people, of different castes, at his OTL expense. Mrs. Graham, in her Journal of a Residence in India in the years 1805 and 1806, says, the Parsi merchant Ardeshir Dadi fed 5,000 Jeopal, besides 266 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6 Contributing in other ways towards the support of the starving population. This recent evidence is amply borne out by that of an earlier period. The Eve. Mr. Ovington, who published an account of his voyage to Surat in the year 1689, has said that the Parsis are ever ready to provide for the sustenance and comfort of such as want them. Their universal kindness, either in employing such as are needy and able to work, or bestowing a seasonable bounteous charity to such as are infirm and miserable, leave no man destitute of relief, nor suffer a beggar in all their tribe, and herein so far comply with that excellent rule of Pythagoras, to enjoy a kind of community among friends. Major Moore, in his narrative of the operation of Captain Little's detachment, says, the benevolence of the Parsis is not restricted to persons of their own sect. Their industry and extensive mercantile spirit have enabled many of them to amass considerable fortunes, which they spend with generous profusion in acts of charity and hospitality. We could fill pages with similar testimony from various other authors, but as this excellent trait in the Parsi character is universally known and admitted, we shall simply adduce here a few facts showing the various directions in which the charitable impulses of the Parsis have been exhibited, and how great are the benefits they have conferred upon their fellow beings, without reference to caste, color, or creed. Chap 6. Great Charities. 267 Several Parsi names appear in the list of the contributors to the patriotic fund raised in Inuiand in the year 1804. In the year 1807 a fund was raised in Bombay for the support of the Scottish Corporation, a charity which was established in London by Charles II, and the Parsis were among the principal subscribers thereto. The names of several Parsis are also among the subscribers to the funds raised in England in the year 1808 for the London Hospital. In the year 1810 a fund was raised in London by a body called the Aberdeen Society for the benefit of the orphans of clergymen and professors of the University of Scotland, and here also the names of many Parsis appear as contributors. They were also foremost in subscribing to the funds raised in England in the year 1816 for the benefit of the families of the soldiers who fell at the Battle of Waterloo, and contributed largely to the funds raised in Ireland to relieve the distress occasioned by the failure of the potato crop in 1822. They have also subscribed handsomely to funds raised in England to preserve the memory of her great men. Many Parsis contributed to the fund which was raised in England in the year 1803 for erecting a statue of Pitt, and in 1806 for erecting a monument and statue over the grave of Lord Cornwallis. We need not multiply such instances of the generosity of the Parsis, both in the past generation and at the present day, ESECI 268 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6 Ally as the Parsis since they became known in Europe, that is, since the commencement of the 17th century, have uniformly up to now preserved their high character for benevolence. All the Parsis whose names we have recorded in chapters I and II of this volume were men who raised themselves to opulence and distinction by their own exertions, and the short notices we have been able to give of them prove that they one and all devoted, from the store with which Providence had blessed them, a large portion for the benefit of their poorer brethren. The Parsi religion enjoins its followers to help the poor and succor the needy. In all ceremonies, religious and social, the Parsis are continually reminded of the duty of the rich to provide for the poor. The latter, therefore, are never absent from the thoughts of the former on all occasions, whether of mourning or rejoicing in their families. Large sums are given in charity on the death of a man or woman for the benefit of the deceased soul, as the flourishing funds in charge of the trustees of the Parsi Panchayat testify. On occasions of rejoicing the Parsi invites, as it were, the blessings of heaven by acts of charity and generosity towards the poor. Let the traveler look around the city of Bombay, excluding the other places in which the benevolence of the Parsi character has effected much good and relieved considerable distress, and what will he find? Chap 6. TJVO Prominent Instances. 269 hospitals, dispensaries, educational institutions, dharmshalas, roads, bridges, tanks, wells, and drinking fountains, as lasting monuments of Parsi generosity and munificence. These works display the broad and intelligent character of the Parsi mind. The Dadi Setlis, the Banajis, the Wadias, the Patels, the Ready Monies, the Vikaji Mirjas, the Pandays, the Kamas, the Petties, and the Jamshedji Jajibhais, and a host of others who could be mentioned, made their names immortal in western India, and spread their fame in all parts of the world by their charity and munificence. Hardly a year passes in which some generous Parsi in Bombay does not come forward to perform a work of public generosity. We make no apology for mentioning here two prominent instances which have occurred only within the last few months, viz. those of Mr. Pestanji Hormasji Kama and Mr. Sarabji Shapurji Bengali. These gentlemen cannot be said to be very wealthy, yet the character of their benevolence shows the largeness of their hearts. The women of India have been kept by social usage and customs existing for centuries from the gaze of man, and naturally and voluntarily shrink from his presence. Hence thousands of them prefer to die rather than allow themselves to be treated by a male doctor, particularly in those cases in which personal examination is necessary. It was therefore a most happy idea of two citizens of Bombay, Messrs. 270 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6. George Kittredge and Sarabji's Bapirji Bengali, to introduce lady doctors into the city, and to establish under their superintendence a hospital for the exclusive treatment of women. When this benevolent plan for Brino Eno, under medical treatment thousands of poor creatures, who would without it have gone to an untimely grave, was brought to the notice of Mr. Pestanji Hormasji Kama, one of the descendants of the Kama who founded the family of that name, and whom we have noticed in a previous chapter, he generously offered to build such a hospital, and tendered the handsome sum of 1,60,000 rupees for the purpose. When this building is complete, Mr. Pestanji's name will be blessed by countless thousands of those who will hereafter reap the benefits of his humane generosity. Mr. Pestanji's act is all the more creditable to him, because Parsi women have no aversion whatever to male doctors like their Mahomedan and Hindu sisters, and Mr. Kama's charity is for this reason the more Catholic. The other recent instance is that of Mr. Sarabji Shapurji Bengali, who gave a sum of ES.G5,000 for L, wielding a house for the principal Parsi girls' school, to which we have already adverted. In all subscriptions raised in Bombay for charitable and useful objects, the Parsi subscriptions are not only as a rule the highest, but, considering their Chap 6. Surat Relief Fund. 271 small numbers in comparison with the Hindus and Mahomedans, the total amount subscribed by them is usually in excess of that contributed by the two combined. Whatever may have been the case up to the middle of this century, it cannot now be said that the Hindus and the Mahomedans of the present day are not rich, because wealth is pouring into their hands in a greater degree than into those of the Parsis, but the latter still occupy their place in the first rank among the citizens of Bombay in the exercise of munificence and charity, in witness of which we may cite the case of the Surat Relief Fund, which was raised for the relief of the sufferers from the inundation in 1883. While we write thus, we are far from wishing to depreciate in any way our Hindu and Mahomedan countrymen, among whom many benevolent and generous men may be found. They will themselves, however, admit that the great name which Bombay bears for generosity and benevolence is owing chiefly to the Parsis. Then, again, the character of Parsi charity, not neglecting the special interests of its own community, has always been Catholic, while, with the solitary exceptions of Mr. Premchand Payachand and the late Mr. Gokaldas Tejpal, benevolent Hindu and Mahomedan gentlemen have restricted their charities to objects specially benefiting their own respective races. 272 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6. The Parsis have always taken care of their own poor. They have never invited the aid of the professors of other religions for the support of their charitable institutions. They have iobide dharmshalas for the poor, aged, decrepit, and blind of their community, and various funds, most of which are in charge of the trustees of the Parsi Panchayat, while others are in the hands of trustees appointed by the benevolent donors, exist for the relief and assistance of poor Parsis. The last census of Bombay gives a return of 6,618 male and 2,966 female mendicants, amongst whom there were only 5 male Parsis and 1 female. Even these few persons do not beg from others than their own race. The Committee of the District Benevolent Society, an institution maintained by contribution from government and funds endowed by the late Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, Baronet, and other charitable individuals, thus publicly acknowledged the fact in one of its reports: the public at large owe a debt of gratitude to the Parsis of Bombay, for not one beggar of that caste has ever applied to this society for relief, nor is a Parsi pauper ever to be seen in our streets. There is one trait in the Parsi character which has greatly helped the community to keep itself foremost among the natives of India, and it is one of many reasons explaining why the government itself attaches more importance to this community than to any other. Chap 6. Parsi loyalty. 273 Asiatic race, and that is Trier loyalty to the British Crown. Under whatever form of government the Parsis have lived in India, they have always been noted for their loyalty to their rulers. They were loyal to their Hindu chiefs, as was well proved when they shed their own blood in defending the territory of the Khana of Sanjan, who extended to them a kind welcome after their exile from Persia. As subjects of the British Crown, it is admitted on all hands that among the natives of India the Parsis are undoubtedly the most loyal. Their loyalty is not one of empty show, nor the result of fear of a strong and powerful government, but it is the offspring of deep-rooted conviction. When they compare their condition in India with that of their co-religionists in Persia, who were reduced until recently to a miserable state by persecution, they fully and rightly appreciate the blessings which they enjoy under the British government. When they see that for more than 10 centuries they had few opportunities of increasing their material prosperity, and that their own enterprise and spirit could bring them no reward, that it was with the arrival of Europeans and the advent of British power that they first began to emerge from obscurity and to rise step by step, as that power was extended in the country, and that they became perfectly free to exercise all their rights, civil as well as religious, that Vol. 2, T 274 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6 Tlidi had equal justice even with the people of the governing race. Bearing all this in mind, they find when they reflect upon their present prosperous condition, and inquire into its causes, abundant reasons to pray that the sovereignty, which the Almighty God in the wise dispensation of His providence has been pleased to place over them, may be forever preserved. Whenever fitting opportunities have occurred, the Parsis have not forgotten or neglected to show their love towards their rulers. When the British government appointed a day of humiliation and prayer for the speedy restoration of peace and for the success of the arms of England and France during the war with Russia, the Parsis showed themselves the most worthy subjects of the British crown. In a highly loyal spirit they made arrangements for the observance of that day according to the invitation of their much respected government. No fewer than 6,000 of their race met together in one of the fire temples, for the purpose of firing up prayers for the success of the Allied powers and the restoration of peace. In the following prayer, which was prepared for the occasion, the rich and the poor joined alike wdth heart and soul. May I offer prayer to Thee, glorious and exalted God, that the sovereign of this realm may gain the victory with honor and triumph in the war. May Chap 6. Waj. With Russia. 275 The sovereign of sovereigns inspire with wisdom and endow Wth strength her army and navy. Long live the sovereign, and may the empire flourish. May God annihilate her enemies, and may His blessing rest upon her. May He watch over all the events, and destroy the enemy. I make my prayer and supplications unto Thee, Almighty God, that success may attend the cause of our Queen in the field of battle. May our Queen continue her rule in justice and mercy, and may her name and her power be handed down to many generations. May she ever maintain in all its integrity her exalted position, my which is illumined with light and glory. Such is prayer. Amen. To show how sincere the Parsis were in what they were doing, it must be mentioned that, previous to the prayer, they performed certain regious ceremonies, similar to those which the ancient Zoroastrians were in the habit of performing when their Oti monarchs were engaged in war with their enemies. At this day the Parsis acknowledge Her Most Gracious Majesty, the Queen of England and Empress of India, as their lawful sovereign, and they therefore feel bound to do that for their present ruler which their forefathers were wont to do for their ancient kings. When a day was appointed, on the capture of Sebastopol, for a general thanksgiving to the Almighty, 276 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6 The Parsis again performed a similar ceremony, and we here give a translation of the prayer which was composed for the occasion, as it not only shows the feeling and spirit of the Parsis in their brightest light, but strongly displays their appreciation of the government under which they live. Almighty God, let Thy shadow always fall wherever the British rule exists. Grant it, God, success in all its undertakings, vanquish by the aid of Thy powerful hands all its enemies, and grant that its greatness may still rise, and its moral effect be spread over a still greater portion of the world. Receive our humble acknowledgments, Lord, for having placed us under such a beneficent rule, and we pray to Thee to preserve us under it. Grant, Heaven, that the government over our head be actuated in ruling over us with still greater kindness, and its effects be spread still wider. Almighty Protector, preserve forever secure our lives and properties, as they now are, and grant that the security may be still more strengthened. Bestow, Lord, a still more merciful heart to the Queen who reigns over us. Pray to Thee, Almighty God, to bless her armies with success in the great war in which they are now engaged, and bring to a speedy termination the great strife, by granting victory to those who have gone to shed their blood in the right cause. Grant, gracious God, that we may continue Chap 6. The Patriotic Fund. 277 To live, as we now do, with perfect security to ourselves under the government in which we now are, and that we may ever be impressed with a grateful sense of the advantages which we enjoy under this benign reign. Amen. We may add that a similar course was taken by this loyal race on the final termination of this great war. In connection with this subject we reproduce here the speech of Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, delivered on the occasion of the Patriotic Fund meeting in the Town Hall of Bombay, January 3, 1855. Though the interest in this war has long since waned, we are anxious to record in these pages the views and feelings of /HQ, Parsis in India in Rio Ardwituid, uttered through the mouth of their leader. Have no doubt that even at this distant day the speech will be read with interest by the European community, as the unprejudiced voice of the natives of India on a subject which had so lately engaged the attention of the whole civilized world. The reader is requested to particularly mark the Venerable Parsi's expression of attachment to the Queen. Addressing Lord Elphinstone, who presided on the occasion, Sir Jamshedji said, "I should not be able to offer any apology for addressing you, if I did so in the feeling that I had a right to demand your attention to my own personal sentiments on the subject which has brought you together. But if I endeavor, in the few remarks 278 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6. I have the honor to opound for, to make you acquainted with the sentiments of the most reflecting portion of the Parsi community on this subject, I trust that you will not consider any apology necessary, but that I shall perform an acceptable service. I am sure all must feel that great seriousness becomes such a meeting as the present. Of none of the great evils which afflict our race do we form such inadequate conceptions as of the evils of war. Avar is exhibited to us in the dazzling dress of poetry, fiction, and history, where its horrors are carefully concealed beneath its gaudy trappings, or we see, perhaps, its plumes and epaulets, and harlequin finery. We hear of the magnificence of the apparatus, the bravery of the troops, the glory of the victors, but the story of the wholesale miseries and wretchedness and wrongs which follow in its train is untold. What nation is not groaning under war debts, the greatest of national burdens? Had the inconceivable sum wasted in the work of human butchery been applied to promote individual comfort and national prosperity, the world would not now be so far behind as it is in its career of progress. But if the earth has always groaned under the pecuniary expense of war, how much more deeply, in a different sense, has it groaned under the expense of human life incurred in war? It is estimated that not less than 18 times the present population of the Chap 6. Russian despotism. 279 globe have perished in war. Oh, what lamentations and wailings of heartbroken widows and helpless orphans, and destitute old age, have been caused by the butchery of so many husbands, fathers, and sons. While all confess, however, that war is an evil, we must consider that it may be a necessary evil, and if necessary, then justifiable. I believe there is but one feeling in the Parsi community regarding the justice of the war which Britain is now waging. I all feel that there never was, in the history of the world, a more honorable spectacle than that which has been exhibited by the British and French nations. The arms of Britain and France raised in combat for the purpose not only of supporting the weak against the strong, but of supporting the sacred principles of international right, the violation of which would have turned the world upside down. The arms of Britain and France raised in combat, not seeking conquests for selfish objects, but for those of the most noble and generous character, for the peace of the world, for the progress of civilization, and for the interests of freedom. Truly has it been said that, in the great European movement towards free institutions which has been the keynote of history since 1815, Yusha has always headed the party of absolutism and reaction. The whole weight of the Russian monarch has been thrown into the scale of despotism. His aid has always been ready to put down liberty, and it has 280. History of the Parsis. Chapter 6 been rendered with an unscrupulous and unconscientious zeal, and the position of Russia, more than that of any government in existence, or that ever existed, puts tremendous evil in her power, unless the mercy of the Almighty shall check it by the arms of Britain and France. She is the only power which has partly the command of 2 landlocked seas. By her diplomacy directed against Denmark, and her arms directed against Turkey, she has been trying to get full possession of these seas. Had she succeeded, her fleets would soon have swept the ocean, and ravaged the world. She has betrayed her diabolical designs, and she will now be deprived, I trust, of both the Baltic and Black Seas. Her diabolical designs. Yes, the last mail brought us the Tsar's manifesto, in which he expounds his policy and the object which Russia seeks to attain by the present war, and that object is to put down Britain, and the free government which Britain is extending over the earth. Such is the plain avowal of the Tsar. Our duty to relieve the sufferers in this great war would have remained the same whether the war had been a just one or not, but, considering the nature and objects of this war, we extend this relief now more as a privilege than as a duty. There is a luxury at any time in relieving the sufferings of the broken-down soldier who has manfully and bravely fought the battles of his country, or in alleviating the chap 6. The Parsi response. 281 Orif of the soldier's desolate widow and fatherless children, but there is a peculiar bliss in doing it on such an occasion as the present. Moreover, the Queen has made an appeal to us, and it is our duty to respond to it. I cannot refrain from eulogizing our gracious Queen. Religious sovereigns are scattered at distant intervals along the centuries of the world's history, like angels' visits, few and far between. In all this dreary length of way they appear like 5 or 6 lighthouses on as many thousand miles of coast. But the greatest nation now on earth is favored with the best of earthly sovereigns. The present appeal of Her Gracious Majesty is dictated by her pious heart, and I must say in reference to it, in the language of another, I should just as soon expect to see British soldiers refuse to bear their share in the storming of Sebastopol, because they did not approve of the general plan of the siege, as to find men who call themselves leal-hearted subjects hesitate to meet this otherwise irresistible call, because the mode in which it is proposed to achieve the object jars somewhat unpleasantly with their preconceived notions of political economy. To the call of our gracious sovereign, and to the my call of humanity, the Parsis, Lord, will cordially respond. And so they did most handsomely. When the unhappy revolt broke out in the upper provinces of India, the Parsis had further opportunities. 282 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6 of displaying their loyalty to Trier rulers. They embraced the first opportunity of presenting an address to the governor, Lord Elphinstone, assuring him of their loyalty and attachment to the British government, and offering their services in whatever way they might be required in suppressing the mutiny. So great was the loyalty of the Parsis known to be, that, while all the other races were after the commencement of the rebellion looked upon with distrust, not even a breath of suspicion was directed against them. Every European and the whole of the English race acknowledged that this race would never be inimical to British rule. The best and most convincing proof of the loyalty of the Parsis will be found in the fact that, if there was an individual of this sect at any station where the revolt occurred, he suffered equally with the Europeans at the hands of the rebels, the sympathy of his race with the government being so well known. If, unhappily, a disturbance ever occurred in Bombay, the Europeans and Parsis of the place would share the same lot, the latter being so notoriously attached to the present rulers, and having no sympathy whatever with any who might dream of supplanting them. We do not think we can say more on this subject than that our sentiments are shared to the fullest extent by every Englishman in India. In fact. Chap 6. Devotion to the Royal Family. 283 Nothing is more gratifying to the Parsis than that the English people should have admitted their right to be called the most loyal of Indian races. Loyalty to Her Majesty the Queen Empress includes of course loyalty to all the members of the royal family. The Parsis take as much interest in the royal family of England, and have as much love for them, as their ancestors had for their ancient kings. They have not forgotten the names of their wise and beneficent rulers and the glory of their empire under kings like Jamshid, Cyrus, and Shapur, nor have they forgotten the heroic deeds of Jal, Custom, and Sarab, but their glory is now only treasured in pious memory. The foremost place in the Parsi heart is now occupied by our gracious Queen Empress and her sons and daughters. In the joys and sorrows of the royal family the Parsis heartily and sincerely participate. Marriage in a Parsi family is an occasion of great rejoicing, and as our readers have been told in previous pages, the toast of the royal family is never omitted. On the marriage of His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales the rejoicings in Parsi families were as great as if they had Elaine living under their own kings. The most superficial observer who entered a Parsi house on that day could not fail to have been convinced of Parsi loyalty. Then, again, when news was received in India in 1871 of the serious illness of His Royal Highness the 284 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6. Prince of Wales. Every Parsi family in the land showed as much concern and anxiety as the most loyal of English families in the very heart of the United Kingdom. In their private as well as public prayers they began and continued to pray for the restoration to health of His Royal Highness, long before the day specially set apart by government for offering prayers to the Almighty. On this officially appointed day they performed in their fire temples grand and solemn ceremonies, such as their ancestors were in the habit of observing under their own kings. In the fire temjadal of Kavasji Biramji 2000 Parsis assembled, and, when the regular prayers had been offered, the whole congregation marched along the Queen's Road in Bombay to a large open spot near the seashore, about half a mile distant from the fire temple. There again they fired up prayers to God for the recovery of His Royal Highness. The procession was most solemn and imposing. The priests and the laymen repeated prayers as they proceeded towards the seashore. The Europeans who happened to pass by on the occasion were much struck with this impressive proof of Parsi loyalty. At the same hour another large concourse of Parsis gathered at the fire temple of Hormasji Bamanji Wadia. Dastur Peshhotanji Biramji Sanjana and about 300 priests joined in a united chap 6. Prayer to the Almighty. 285 Prayer to the Almighty, of which the following is an extract. Almighty Ahira Mazda, we, thy humble servants, the Zoroastrians, offer our united, sincere, and earnest prayer to thee, to restore His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, the eldest prince of Her Most Gracious Majesty Queen Victoria, to health and streno. Thou his medical advisers have given up hopes of his recovery, yet we humbly beseech thee, as the supreme healer, to restore him to health. Preserver of health, let thy beneficent influence work upon our beloved prince, so that the malady may be immediately removed, and that he may be spared to rule over us hereafter. Merciful Providence, grant us the boon that we ask of thee. That our heart may be relieved of the deep anxiety into which we have fallen. A large sum of money was also distributed by the Parsi Panchayat on that day in almsgiving to the we poor. All know that the prayers then sent up to heaven were answered. Great was the joy of all Her Majesty's subjects in India, and notably of the Parsis, at the prince's recovery. The Parsis gave expression to their joy in the following thanksgiving: on this earth when the children of a family unite in asking a favor of the Father, He is induced to grant their request, would not then the great Father of all, to whose kindness and mercy there is no bound, hear 286 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6 and GMNT sincere and heartfelt prayers of all His we children on earth, thank thee, God, for thy goodness and thy mercy in delivering to us again our beloved Prince. On the day set apart as a day of thanksgiving for the restoration to health of His Royal Highness, the hall of the chief fire temple was filled to suffocation. By the appointed hour 3,000 Parsis had assembled together, each taking with him pieces of sandalwood to feed the sacred fire. Handbills containing a special prayer composed for the occasion by Dastur Peshhotanji, the learned chief priest of the Parsis, were distributed to all present, and as the Dastur repeated the prayer all stood up and joined we in it. Give here the substance of that prayer which, we venture to think, a Christian bishop might without any impropriety have adopted. Almighty Ahura Mazda, Lord of Immortality, etc., Thou hast declared in the Avesta, through our holy prophet the pious Zarathustra, that there is one specific remedy for illness which the most learned doctors failed to cure, and that remedy is prayer. Thou, Lord of Truth, hast shown us an instance of the promise by rescuing Albert Edward the Prince of Wales from his late serious illness, and hast gladdened our hearts by restoring to him his usual health. We, the Mazdaeasnans, believers in one God, therefore humbly and sincerely thank thee. Chap 6. The Prince of Wales in India. 287 In the evening many Parsis gave large dinner parties, at which toasts to the health of His Royal Highness were drunk with great enthusiasm. His Royal Highness's illness and restoration to health by the kindness of benign Providence were yet fresh in the minds of the natives of India when 4 years later His Royal Highness landed on their soil. The joy of the Parsis men, women, and children at beholding the very prince for whose recovery they had so earnestly and fervently sent up their prayers to heaven, was unbounded, and it could and did not escape the observation of His Royal Highness himself and of the members of his suite. Every man, woman, and child, came out to behold the face of their beloved sovereign's son, their future king and emperor, and to offer him a hearty welcome. On another occasion, when a miscreant fired at the Queen, the Parsi community offered up special prayers of thanksgiving for Her Majesty's providential escape. It was a subject of particular pride and gratification to the Parsis that the first to express words of welcome to His Royal Highness on behalf of the inhabitants of the city of Bombay was one of their own race. The author has studiously refrained from mentioning himself in various connections in the preceding pages, but in this one instance he hopes to be pardoned for stating that most loyal, pleasant, and honorable duty devolved upon him as chairman. 288 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6 of the Municipal Corporation of the City of Bombay, for he considers that the duty which fell to his lot of Habansk to welcome to India the eldest son of his gracious sovereign, and his future emperor, was the proudest event in his public career. We feel that it is unnecessary to pursue the subject. The loyalty of the Parsis to Her Majesty's person and government requires no further demonstration. It is well known to the government, the European community, and their other fellow subjects. This loyalty is due to more than one consideration. It arises as much from a perception of the advantageries of Innoyish education and attainments as from gratitude for the benefits derived through them. We cannot, however, refrain from giving here this one fresh indication of Parsi loyalty. Our readers may be aware of the movement set on foot under influential auspices in England by Canon Harford for the purpose of popularizing the British national anthem in India, through the medium of the various vernaculars. It is due to a Parsi gentleman, the late Mr. Adilji Darashistna, superintendent of the Parsi Girls' School Association. Tins is shown not merely by the zeal of the Parsis in learning English, in which they are singularly fluent, but also in the avidity with which they take to games of strength and athletic sports. Cricket is quite popular with them, and they are very proficient at it. It may be also mentioned that Freemasonry has gained many recruits among Parsis. Chap 6. The National Anthem. 289 To say that, long before the idea of translating the national anthem into Indian languages was mooted in England, he felt the want of some kind of general prayer for Her Majesty the Queen for the use of his schools. He adapted one of the patriotic songs in Gujarati to the tune of the British national anthem. It was, however, reserved to another Parsi gentleman, Mr. Kaikos Rone Orozji Kabraji, who has devoted considerable attention to the study and cultivation of native music, to give us in Gujarati, the language spoken by the Parsis and also by the Hindus of Gujarat, a translation of the British national anthem. He has succeeded in preserving in his version the noble sentiments expressed in the original anthem, at the same time that he has adapted it to the British music. When their Royal Highnesses the Duke and Duchess of Connaught landed in Bommelmy in the autumn of 1883, the national anthem was sung in Gujarati by a choir of Parsi children. Give here the text of the national anthem with its Gujarati translation in Roman letters. I God save our Empress Queen, Ek Sher Dev Tun Matkani, long live our gracious Queen, Bahujav Jo Prad Rani, God save the Queen. Roxley Dev Rani. Vol. To send her victorious, M. Karjavant Mas, happy and glorious, Sukh Kirtanoda Yas, long to reign over us, Lambafraj Bahuvaras, God save the Queen. Ek Sher Dev Eni. U290 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6. 2-4. Lord our God. Arise. Is Jagdish. Tunuth. Scatter her enemies, very Vildir Varuth, and make them fall. And temno kal. Bid strife and discord cease, bond pad dveskles bad ho, wisdom and arts increase, dinian any hunner bad ho, filling our homes with peace, amgur jamp samp sad ho, blessing us all. Kalyan Servkal. Guard her beneath thy wings, Tunjay Pankman M. Dar. Almighty King of Kings, Saktiman Ishwar, Esovirain unseen. Nath Magdiniani. Long may our prayer be blessed, the Prarthna Bahu Subhar, rising from east to west, Purvathai Paskam Par. As from one loyal breast, Rajbakt Ek Dil Speaker, God save the Queen, Rakshare Devrani. Special second verse. 3. Thy choicest gifts in store, Genjatha Dan Shoras Tunkar, still on Victoria Por Jatha Victoria Par health, might, and fame. Bal, Idrati, Kashem. While peasant, I, rinse, and peer, rank Rasad Blyamana. Proudly her sway revere, M. Rajpujay Jain, nations afar and near Jintayana Lokane, honor her name. Nam Prat Ye Prem. For her majestiff's armies in time of war. Lord our God. Arise. Is Jagdish. Tunuth. Scatter her enemies, very Vikar Varuth. And make them fall. And temno kal. Bless thou the brave that fight, Ashisarvernda. Sworn to defend her right. Panhak Kai Ladva Le, bending before thy might, Namtan Tunjay Vir Prat Ye, ruler of all. Butter Bupal. Chap 6. Good citizens. 291 Special second weeks. In time of famine or pestilence. Lord our God. Arise. Is Jagdish. Tunuth. Help while destruction flies Jinho Markanai cut, swift o'er us all. Lem Samhal. Stay now thy chastening hand, seeks Akar hath Tunvar, heal thou our stricken land, De Kirutuk Niver, Father. In grief we stand, Tat. Santapman Avar, on thee we call. Amvar Chal. The Parsis are the most hit-abiding subjects of the British Crown. The returns of the criminal courts furnish incontestable proof of the fact. They are naturally averse to rioting. They may at times have had to defend themselves, but they have never been the aggressors. Fully recognizing the obligations of modern citizenship, they would never think of resorting to violence or of taking the law into their own hands. The leaders of the community are always prepared to seek constitutional remedies if their co-religionists suffer any wrong, but they never encourage a spirit of lawlessness. The feelings of the entire Parsi community were never more outraged, nor were the Parsis ever more excited since their arrival in India, than when two Parsi youths named Denjibhai Naorazji and Hormasji Pestanji were induced by the late Reverend Dr. Wilson to change their religion for Christianity. It was in the year 1839 that these two Parsi youths, who are today respected ministers of the Christian religion, were 292 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6 Converted. The Parsi community, which had always staked everything for its religion, became exceedingly excited, and various rumors were circulated in the English newspapers of the day of an intended outbreak amongst its members. However excited they may have been, such an idea never really entered their minds. So anxious were they to preserve their good name and character as law-abiding subjects that the Parsi leaders made a communication to government upon the subject, which we insert below, showing how desirous the Parsis have it is with the deepest concern and with the most painful feelings that we have perused the outrageous attacks, lately made in the public prints of this place on the whole native population, but especially against the Parsi community and the members of their panchayat. In consequence of the excited state of public feeling relative to the conversion of two Parsi boys to the Christian faith. In these papers we have been accused of inciting others to a breach of the peace, and of the intention of forcibly getting possession of the boys with the ulterior object of sending them to Nafsari and there terminating their existence. Nothing can be more scandalous and false, and we beg that you will immediately bring to the notice of the Honorable the Governor in Council that every measure of precaution has been taken by, and especially by the most influential, members of the Parsi community to preserve the public peace and to soothe down the justly irritated feelings of the people. One of our body and one of Her Majesty's Justices of the Peace personally waited upon the Superintendent of Police yesterday evening, and requested that every means might be taken to prevent any disturbance, and the Panchayat are at the very time this letter is being written giving public notice throughout the town calling upon all well-we disposed persons to aid in this much desired object. Have further to request that you will laying to the notice of the Honourable Board that we have every reason to believe that the missionaries themselves are the authors of some of the disgraceful paragraphs. Chap 6. Dr. Wilson. 293 ever been to be reckoned loyal and peaceable subjects of the British government. As further evidence of the spirit of tolerance general among the Parsis, it will not be out of place here to mention that when Parsis were first converted to Christianity the event was viewed with great alarm and consternation, and their religious instincts were greatly injured, though they always kept themselves within bounds. Dr. Wilson and the Christian missionaries were considered devils in human shape, who had come to Bombay to desecrate the hearths of families, to import misery and unhappiness among the people, and generally complained of, particularly of those which have appeared in the Bombay Gazette, in order, as we believe, to prejudice the mind of government and the European members of the community against us during the trial of the question which we regard as of vital importance to our best interests. In vindication of our character so shamefully assailed, and to point out to government who are the real disturbers of the public peace, it is our intention to make this letter as public as the accusations themselves have been. To the above letter the Parsis received the following reply from the Secretary to Government. In reply I am directed to assure you that Government will never form its judgment either regarding public bodies or individuals from the unsupported representations or statements published in the public prints. I am directed at the same time to convey to you the satisfaction which Government has derived from receiving the assurances of your desire and endeavor, especially those of you who are the Justices of the Peace, under the present excitement of the Parsi community that the public peace shall not be disturbed, of which the best indication will be that no assembling together takes place on the occasion, but that the matter is left to be decided by the tribunal to which it has been appealed. 294 History of the Parsis. Chapter 6 To sow disaffection in the public mind towards the government. Half a century of education and increased intercourse with Europeans and a better understanding of the labors of the missionaries have brought about a wonderful change in these views of the Parsis. They now regard their movements with perfect indifference, and many of them would nowadays say it is better to have the company of a good Christian than that of a bad Parsi. They perfectly understand and sincerely believe that the government itself does not entertain the slightest idea of interfering with the religion of any of its subjects, and that if any Parsi forsakes his religion it is his own act. They would not even blame the missionary who, they are willing to believe, is acting conscientiously and in the service of his great master. The late lamented Dr. Wilson was probably the best hated European in India at the time the two Parsi lads were converted, but during the last few years of his life no European, whatever may have been his rank, was more honored or esteemed than that venerable missionary. On his death the grief in the Parsi community was not less marked than among Christians, a fact which speaks volumes in favor of the Parsi spirit of toleration and liberality of thought and of appreciation of virtues in the professors of a creed other than their own. Chap 6. God bless the Queen. 295 With regard to the present position of Fly Parsis, it may be said that they are well launched on the path of progress. With the advent of British power in India better and brighter days dawned for them. With the rise of that power have they risen from poverty and oppression to security and wealth. Upon that power they depend and implicitly rely. It has developed again in their race those high qualities which history attributes to their early ancestors. With its aid they have been able to help and relieve their oppressed brethren in a distant land. To it they owe everything, and from it they hope to gain still more. Can it then be wondered at that loyalty consistent, deep, and abiding loyalty coupled with a touching reverence and affection for the royal family, has become a part of the Parsi nature, almost a part of the Parsi religion % so that with one consent the whole community daily prays God bless the Queen. Appendix A. The PC Chattels EEAL Act. Legislative Department, Fort William, the May 15, 1837. The following Act passed by the 8th Honourable the Governor-General of India in Council, on the May 15, 1837, is hereby promulgated for general information. Act No. 9 of 1837. It is hereby enacted, that from the first day of June 1837, all immovable property situate within the jurisdiction of any of the courts established by His Majesty's Charter shall, as far as regards the transmission of such property on the death and intestacy of any Parsi having a beneficial interest in the same, or by the last will of any such Parsi, be taken to be and to have been of the nature of chattels real and not of freehold. 2. Provided always, that in any suit at law or in equity which shall be brought for the recovery of such immovable property as is aforesaid, no advantage shall be taken of any defect of title arising out of the transmission of such property upon the death and intestacy of any Parsi having a beneficial interest in the same or by the last will of any such Parsi if such transmission took place before the said first day of June 1837, and if such transmission were either according to the rules which regulate the transmission of freehold property or else took place with the acquiescence of all persons to whom any interest in that property would, according to the rules which regulate the transmission of chattels real, have accrued upon the death of such W. H. Macnaghten, Secretary to the Government of India. Appendix B. The PC Marriage and Divorce Act 1865. Act No. 15. Of 18G5. The following Act of the Governor-General of India in Council received the assent of His Excellency the Governor-General on the April 7, 1865, and is hereby promulgated for general information, an act to define and amend the law relating to marriage and divorce among the Parsis. Whereas the Parsi community has represented the necessity preamble of defining G and amendine, the law relating to marriage and divorce among T Parsis, A and 1D, whereas it is expedient that such law should be made conformable to the customs of the said community, it is enacted as follows. I. Preliminary. Short title. This Act may be cited as the Parsi Marriage and Divorce Act 1865. 2. In this Act, unless there be something interpretation clause II, repugnant in the subject or context, words in the singular number include the number plural, and words in the plural number include the singular. Priest means a Parsi priest, and includes Dastur and Mobbed. Appendix 299 Mariaoi means a mariae between Parsis whether con marriage tract before or after the commencement of husband and wife. This act, and husband and wife respectively mean a Parsi husband and a Parsi wife. Section. Section means a section of this act. Chief Justice. Chief Justice includes senior judge. Art. Court means a court constituted under this act. British India means the territories which are or shall be vested in Her Majesty or her successors by British India. The Statute 21 and /T22 Vic, Cap-II 106, entitled An Act for the Better Government of India. And, in any part of British India in which this Act operates, local government. Local is to government. Administer means the person author R. Executive Government. Such part of India, or the chief executive officer of such part when it is under the immediate administration of the Governor-General of India in Council, and when such officer shall be authorized to exercise the powers vested by this Act in a local high court government, and high court means the highest civil court of appeal in such part. 2. Of marriages between Parsis. 3. No marriage contracted after the commencement of this Act shall be valid, if the contracting parties are requisites to Vaud. Ity of Parsi Mar related to each other in any of the degrees SES. Qf consanguinity or affinity prohibited among Parsis, and set forth in a table which the Governor-General of India in Council shall, after due inquiry, publish in the Gazette of India, and unless such marriage shall be solemnized according to the Parsi form or ceremony called Ashirwad by a Parsi priest in the presence of 2 Parsi witnesses independently of such officiating priest, and unless, in the case of any Parsi who shall 1 memo, by the Secretary to the Parsi Law Association. The table of the degrees of consanguinity and ai sweetie eneth in which marriage is prohibited among the Parsis is published in the Gazette of India of September 9, 1865, and is reprinted in this book at the end of this Act. 300 Appendix. Not have completed the age of 21 years, the consent of his or her father or guardian shall have been previously given to such marriage. For no Parsi shall, after the commencement of this Act, remarriage save contract any marriage in the lifetime of his or after divorce unlawful during lifetime of first wife or bus JG. JFG, happy face, husband, except after his or her lawful divorce from such wife or husband by sentence of a court as hereinafter provided J, and every marriage contracted contrary to the provisions of this section shall be void. V. Every Parsi who shall, after the commencement of this punishment of act and during the lifetime of his or her wife bigamy, happy face, husband, contract any marriage without having been lawfully divorced from such a wife or husband, shall be subject to the penalties provided in sections 494 and 495 of the Indian Penal Code for the offence of marrying again during the lifetime of a husband or wife. The following are the sections 494 and 495 of the Indian Penal Code herein referred to. 494. Whoever, having a husband or wife living, marries in any case in marrying again der liach such marriage is void by reason of its taking place in the lifetime of hus during the life of such husband or wife, shall be punished with imprisonment of either description for a term which may extend to 7 years, and shall also be liable to fine. Exception. This section does not extend to any person whose marriage with such husband or wife has been declared void by a court of competent jurisdiction, nor to any person who contracts a marriage during the life of a former husband or wife, if such husband or wife, at the time of the subsequent marriage, shall have been continually absent from such person for the space of 7 years, and shall not have been heard of by such person as being alive within that time, provided the person contracting such subsequent marriage shall, before such marriage takes place, inform the person with whom such marriage is contracted of the real state of facts so far as the same are within his or her knowledge. 495 Whoever commits the offence defined in the last preceding section, same offence with ig concealed from the person with whom the subs concealment of lia for mare marriere from trio person willi oleum subsequent marriage is contracted. Cook marriage is contracted the fact of the former mar, 8 *halali I punished weat hj imprisonment are of xi either description for a term which may extend to 10 years, and sihal nel I also ibt 11 liable j to line. Appendix 301-6. Every marriage contracted after the commencement of certificate registry of degree and mar shall, immediately on the solemnization thereof, be certified by the officiating priest in the form contained in the schedule to this act. The certificate shall be signed by the said priest, the contracting parties, or their fathers or guardians when they shall not have completed the age of 21 years, and 2 witnesses present at the marriage, and the said priest shall thereupon send such certificate, together with a fee of Rs.2 to be paid by the husband, to the registrar of the place at which such marriage is solemnized. The registrar, on receipt of the certificate and fee, shall enter the certificate in a register to be kept by him for that purpose, and shall be entitled to retain the fee. 7. For the purposes of this act a registrar shall be AP appointment appointed, who may be the registrar appointed registrar. Der Act 16. Of 1864 to provide for the registration of assurances. Within the local limits of the ordinary original civil jurisdiction of a high court, the registrar shall be appointed by the Chief Justice of such court, and, without such limits, by the local government. Every registrar so appointed may be removed by the Chief Justice or local government appointing him. 8. The register of marriages mentioned in the 6th SEC marriage register to be open for pubic inspection. happy face, reasonable times, be open for inspection, and certified extracts therefrom shall, on application, be given by the registrar on payment to him by the applicant of Es.2 for each such extract. Every such register shall be evidence of the truth of the statements therein contained. 9. Any priest knowingly and willfully solemnizing any marriage contrary to and in violation of the 4th Emnisino Mariaoe section shall, on conviction thereof, be punished contrary to section with simple imprisonment for a term which may extend to 6 months, or with fine which may extend to Rs.200, or with both. X. Any priest neglecting to comply with any of the requisite 302 appendix tions affecting him contained in the 6th section shall, on penalty law priest's neglect of requirements of section 6. Conviction thereof, be punished for every such offense with simple imprisonment for a term JJJ extend to 3 months, or with fine which may extend to Rs.lu, or with both. 11. Every other person required by the 6th section to subscribe or attest the said certificate who shall tincture * to subscribe and attest the same willfully omit or neglect so to do, shall, on conviction thereof, be punished for every such offense with a fine not exceeding Rs.lu. 12. Every person making, or signing, or attesting any such penalty FF or maki, ing, etc., false certificate containing G equals a statement which is false and which he either knows or believes to be false, or does not know to be true, shall be deemed to be guilty of the offense of forgery as defined in the Indian Penal Code, and shall be liable, on conviction thereof, to the penalties provided in section 46G of the said code XIIL. Any registrar failing to enter the said certificate purpuilty for failure iosuant to the 6th section shall be punished to register certity with simple imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 year, or with fine of each may extend to ks.looo, or with both. 14. Any person secreting, destroying, or dishonestly or penalty for secreting, destroying, or altering the register, fraudulently altering the said register in any part thereof shall be punished with imprison / of either JI description as defined in JT/he Indian Penal Code, for a term which may extend to 2 years. The section 406 of the Penal Code is as under, 466. Whoever forges a document, purporting to be a record or preceding forgery of a record of a court of justice, or of a ILWI, register of UIIII of or in a court of justice, or a register of birth, baptism, for marriage or burial, or a register kept by a public SCR as such, or a certificate or document purporting to be made by a public servant in his official capacity, or an authority to institute or defend a suit, or to take any proceedings therein or to confess judgment, or a power of attorney, shall be punished with imprisonment of either description for a term which may extend to 7 years, and shall also be liable to fine. Appendix 303. Or, if he be a registrar, for a term which may extend to 5 years, and shall also be liable to fine, which may extend to Es.500. 3. Of Parsi matrimonial courts. 15. For the purposes of hearing suits under this Act, a constitution of Special Court shall be constituted in each of special courts under the Presidency towns of Calcutta, Madras, and Bombay, and in such other places in the territories of the several local governments, as such governments respectively shall think fit. 16. The court so constituted in each of the Presidency Parsi chief matri towns shall be entitled the Parsi Chief Matrimonial Courts. Monial Court of Calcutta, Madras, or Bombay, as the case may be. The local limits of the jurisdiction of a Parsi chief matrimonial court shall be conterminous with the local limits of the ordinary original civil jurisdiction of the High Court. The Chief Justice of the High Court, or such other judge of the same court as the Chief Justice shall from time to time appoint, shall be the judge of such matrimonial court, and in the trial of cases under this Act he shall be aided by 11 delegates. 17. Every court so constituted at a place other than a Parsi district Presidency town shall be entitled the Parsi Trimonial Courts. District Matrimonial Court of such place. Subject to the provisions contained in the next following section, The local limits of the jurisdiction of such court shall be conterminous with the limits of the district in which it is held. The judge of the principal court of original civil jurisdiction at such place shall be the judge of such matrimonial court, and in the trial of cases under this act he shall be aided by 7 delegates. 18. The local government may from time to time alter power to alter territorial jurisdiction of district courts. N are the local limits of the jurisdiction of any Parsi district matrimonial tsioyurt, and may one include within such limits any number of districts under its government. 304 Appendix 19. Any district which the local government, on account certain districts to be within the jurisdiction of the chief matrimonial of the fewness of the Parsi inhabitants, shall, deem it inexpedient to include within the jurisdiction 01, any district matrimonial court degree * shall be included within the jurisdiction of the Parsi chief matrimonial court for the territories under such local government where there is such court. AXX. Seal shall be made for every court constituted under this act, and all decrees and orders and copies of decrees and orders of such court shall be sealed with such seal, which shall be kept in the custody of the presiding judge. XXI. The local governments shall, in the presidency towns appointment of and districts subject to their respective governed delegates, ments, respectively appoint persons to be delegates to aid in the adjudication of cases arising under this act. The persons so appointed shall be Parsis, their names shall be published in the official gazette, and their numbers shall, within the local limits of the ordinary original civil jurisdiction of a high court, be not more than 30, and in districts beyond such limits not more than 20. XXII. The appointment of a delegate shall be for life. But power to appoint whenever a delegate shall die, or be desirous new delegates of relinquishing his office, or refuse or become incapable or unfit to act, or be convicted of an offense under the Indian Penal Code or other law for the time being in force, then and so often the local government may appoint any other person being a Parsi to be a delegate in his stead, and the name of the person so appointed shall be published in the official gazette. XXIII. All delegates appointed under this act shall be con-delegates to be cited to be public servants within the mean and deemed public servants. ISC 01. The IT NDI and Penal CCODEXXIV. The delegates selected under the 16th and selection of delegates under Section 16 and 17. To be from those appointed under Section XXI. 17th sections to aid in the adjudication FGIGJJG. JJGGJUG. The orders of the presiding judge of the court. JJG. Rotation from the delegates appointed by the local government under the 21st section. Appendix 305 XXV. All advocates, vakils, and attorneys at law entitled practitioners IU to practice in a high court shall be entitled to matrimonial courts, practice in any of the courts constituted under this act, and all vakils entitled to practice in a district court shall be entitled to practice in any district matrimonial court constituted under this act. XXVI. All suits instituted under this act shall be brought court in which in the court within the limits of whose jurissuits to be brought, diction the defendant resides at the time of the institution of the suit. When the defendant shall at such time when defendant has left British India, have left British India, such suit shall be brought in the court at the place where the plaintiff and defendant last resided together. 4. Of matrimonial suits. A. For a decree of nullity. XXVII. If a Parsi at the time of his or her marriage was in case of lunacy, lunatic, or of habitually unsound mind, such or mental unsound marriage may at the instance of his or her wife or husband be declared null and void upon proof that the lunacy or habitual unsoundness of mind existed at the time of the marriage and still continues. Provided that no suit shall be brought under this section if the plaintiff shall at the time of the marriage have known that the respondent was a lunatic or of habitually unsound mind. XXVII. In any case in which consummation of the marriage in case of no consummation out causes is from natural causes impossible, such marks MGQ may, at the instance of either party thereto, be declared to be null and void. B. For a decree of dissolution in case of absence. XXIX if a husband or wife shall have been continually in case of absence absent from his or her wife or husband for 7 years. Space of 7 years, and shall not have been heard of as being alive within that time by those persons who would naturally have heard of him or her had he or she been alive, the marriage of such husband or wife may, at the instance of either party thereto, be dissolved. Vol. 2x306 Appendix C. For divorce or judicial separation. XXX any husband may sue that his marriage may be dissolved the giond of solved, and a divorce granted, on the ground tly wife's adultery. JJGJFGJGG since the celebration thereof, been guilty of adultery, and any wife may sue that her marriage may be dissolved, and a divorce granted, on the ground on the otoimd of since the celebration thereof, her husband the husband's adult has been guilty of adultery with a married, happy face, or fornication with an unmarried woman not being a prostitute, or of bigamy coupled with adultery, or of adultery coupled with cruelty, or of adultery coupled with willful desertion for 2 years or upwards, or of rape, or of an unnatural offense. In every such suit for divorce on the ground of adultery the plaintiff shall, unless the court shall otherwise order, make the person with whom the adultery is alleged to have been committed a co-defendant, and in any such suit by the husband the court may order the adulterer to pay the whole or any part of the costs of the proceedings. XXXI if a husband treat his wife with such cruelty or grounds of duty personal violence as to render it in the judge oil separation meant of the court improper to compel her to live with him, or if his conduct afford her reasonable grounds for apprehending danger to life or serious personal injury, or if a prostitute be openly brought into or allowed to remain in the place of abode of a vip by her own husband, she shall be entitled to demand a judicial separation. XXXII in a suit for divorce or judicial separation under suits for divorce or judicial separate degree, happy face, * registered trademark court be satisfied of the truth of the allegations contained in the plaint, and that the offense therein set forth has not been condoned, and that the husband and wife are not colluding together, and that the plaintiff has not connived at or been accessory to the said offense, and that there has been no unnecessary or improper delay in instituting the suit, and that there is no other legal ground why relief should not be granted, then and in such case but not otherwise, the court shall decree a divorce or judicial separation accordingly. Appendix 307 XXXIII. In any suit under this Act for divorce or judicial alimony IFA separation, if the wife shall not have an independent income sufficient for her support and the necessary expenses of the suit, the court on the application of the wife may order the husband to pay her monthly or weekly during the suit such sum not exceeding 1/5 of the husband's net income, as the court, considering the circumstances of the parties, shall think reasonable. XXXIV the court may, if it shall think fit on any decree permanent degree yali for divorce or judicial separation, order that the husband shall, to the satisfaction of the court, secure to the wife such gross sum, or such monthly or periodical payments of money for a term not exceeding her life as, having regard to her own property, if any, her husband's ability and the conduct of the parties, shall be deemed just, and for that purpose may require a proper instrument to be executed by all necessary parties and suspend the pronouncing of its decree until such instrument shall have been duly executed. In case any such order shall not be obeyed by her husband, he shall be liable to damages at her suit, and further to be sued by any person supplying her with necessaries, during the time of such disobedience, for the price or value of such necessaries. XXXV in all cases in which the court shall make any payment of ali decree or order for alimony, it may direct the money to wife or to same to be paid either to the wife herself or to any trustee on her behalf to be approved by the court, and may impose any terms or restrictions which to the court may seem expedient, and may from time to time appoint a new trustee, if for a&j reason it shall appear to the court expedient so to do. D. For restitution of conjugal rights. XXXVI where a husband shall have deserted or without suit for restitution cause cease to cohabit with his wife, portion of conjugal where a wife shall have deserted or without lawful cause cease to cohabit with her husband, the party so deserted or with whom cohabitation shall have so 308 appendix ceased, may sue for the restitution of his or her conjugal rights, and fly court, if satisfied of the truth of the allegations contained in the plaint and that there is no just ground why relief should not be granted, may proceed to decree such restitution of conjugal rights accordingly. If such decree shall not be obeyed by the party against whom it is passed, he or she shall be liable to be punished with simple imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 month, or abath fine which may extend to Rs.200, or with both. XXXVII notwithstanding anything hereinbefore contained, no suit to be zero suit shall be brought in any court to enforce marriage or contract arising out of marriage when husband under 16 years or wife under 14 years. JJJY marriage between Parsis or any contract connected with or Arizmg. Out/oy any sus a marriage, if, at date of the institution of the suit, I the high usaband in shall not have completed the GGGF 15 years, or the wife shall not have completed the age of 14 years. XXXVII in every suit preferred under this act the case suits may be heard with closed doors giu be tried with closed doors should such be, the wish 01 either ot the parties. XXXIX every plaint and petition of appeal preferred stamps on plaints under this act shall bear a stamp of Rs.32, and petitions. GJIXL other instruments and writings of the kind specified as requiring a stamp in Schedule B to Act No. X of 18G2 to consolidate and amend the law relating to stamp duties, and exhibited in a suit under this act shall be stamped in AC Courtance with the provisions of the said Act No. X of 1862. XL the provisions of the Code of Civil Procedure shall, so provisions of Civil Procedure Code to apply in suits under this act. Far as the same may be applicable, apply to its instituted under this act. XLI in suits under this act all questions of law and pro-determination of questions of law and procedure, and of seizure shall be determined by the presiding judge, but, the decisio tuoni the facts in shall ibjg decision of the majority of the delegates before whom the case is tried. Appendix 309 XLII. An appeal shall lie to the High Court from the Deci appeal to High Zion of any court established under this act, whether a chief matrimonial court or a district matrimonial court, on the ground of the decision being contrary to some law, or usage having the force of law, or of a substantial error or defect in the procedure or investigation of the case which may have produced error or defect in the decision of the case upon the merits, and on no other ground, provided that such appeal be instituted within 3 calendar months after the decision appealed from shall have been pronounced. Slien when the time hereby limited for appealing against liberty to parties iij decree dissolving a marriage shall have to marry agam, expired and no appeal shall have been presented against such decree, or when any such appeal shall have been dismissed, or when in the result of any appeal any marriage shall be declared to be dissolved, but not sooner, it shall be lawful for the respective parties thereto to marry again, as if the prior marriage had been dissolved by death. V. Of the children of the parties. XLIV in any suit under this act for obtaining a judicial custody of clealed separation or a decree of nullity of marriage, Renpondant light. QJ. FQJ. Dissolving a marriage, the court may from time to time pass such interim orders and make such provision in the final decree as it may deem just and proper, with respect to the custody, maintenance, and education of the children under the age of 16 years, the marriage of whose parents is the subject of such suit, and may, after the final decree, upon orders as to cause application by petition for this purpose, make toti of children from time to time all such orders and provisions atur na. Decree. Respect to the custody, maintenance, and education of such children as might have been made by such final decree, or by interim orders in case the suit for obtaining such decree were still pending. XLV in any case in which the court shall pronounce a appendix decree of divorce or judicial separation for adultery of the settlement of wife, if it shall be made to appear to the wife's property for court that the wife is entitled to any property may benefit of children. Possession or reversion, the court orders such settlement as it shall think reasonable to be made of such property or any part thereof, for the benefit of the children of the marriage or any of them. 6. Of the mode of enforcing penalties under this Act. XLVI All offences under this Act may be tried by any cognizance of, or officer exercising the powers of a magistrate. Offences under trias unless the period of imprisonment to of which the offender is liable shall exceed that which such officer is competent to award under the law for the time being in force in the place in which he is employed. When the period of imprisonment provided by this Act exceeds the period that may be awarded by such officer, the offender shall be committed for trial before the Court of Session. Slay if any offence which by this Act is declared to be punishment of punishable with fine, or with fine and imprison offences under this nyant not exceeding 6 months, shall become within local limits nyaded by any person within the local limits of High Court. Circumflex Q Ordinary original civil jurisdiction of the High Court, such offence shall be punishable upon summary conviction by any magistrate of police of the place at which such court is held. XL8. All fines imposed under the authority of this Act levy of fines by may, in case of non-payment thereof, be levied distress. JY distress and sale of the offender's movable property by warrant under the hand of the officer imposing the fine. XLIX in case any such fine shall not be forthwith paid, such procedure until return is made to distress warrant. OFFIR may order the offender to be arrested and kept in safe custody until the return can be, conveniently made, to, such warrantal see dis appendix. 311 Tres, unless the offender shall give security to the satisfaction of such officer for his appearance at such place and time as shall be appointed for the return of the warrant of distress. L. If upon the return of the warrant it shall appear that no imprisonment if sufficient distress can be had whereon to levy no sufficient distress, GCH fine, and the same shall not be forthwith paid, or in case it shall appear to the satisfaction of such officer, by the confession of the offender or otherwise, that he has not sufficient movable property whereupon such fine could be levied if a warrant of distress were issued, any such officer may, by warrant under his hand, commit the offender to prison, for any term not exceeding 2 calendar months when the amount of fine shall not exceed ES.50, and for any term not exceeding 4 calendar months when the amount shall not exceed Rs.Lu, and for any term not exceeding 6 calendar months in any other case, the commitment to be determinable in each of the cases aforesaid on payment of the amount of fine. 7. Miscellaneous. Subject to the provisions contained or refited to in this Rules of Parst Act, the High Court shall make such rules and of Parsi matrimonial courts to be made by the High Regulations concerning the practice and Parst Year 01 the Rarsi Z2 ROEA and ETXR District Matri Degree T-monial courts in the Presidency or Government in which such High Court shall be established, as it may from time to time consider expedient, and shall have full power from time to time to revoke or alter the same. All such rules, revocations, and alterations shall be published in the official Gazette Li. The Governor-General of India in Council may invest the Chief Executive Officer of any part of Chief Executive Officer with powers of local government. British India under the immediate administration of the Government of India with the powers, vested, by this AKCT1 in AII local government. 1. These rules are published in the Bombay Government Gazette of 270 Li September 1866. 312 Appendix. LIII This Act shall commence and take effect on the first commencement day of September 1865, and shall extend to and extent of Act. The whole of British India. Schedule ***% E Section 6. Date and names of condition rank place of the at the time or husband of prof's marriage. And wife. Marriage, Sub. Appendix. 313 Judicial Department. The following notification, published in the Gazette of India, dated 90 Li September last, pages 981 and 982, is republished for general information, number 1720. With reference to Section 3 of Act 15. Of 1865, the following table of the degrees of consanguinity and affinity within which marriage is prohibited among the Parsis, is published for general information. Table. A man shall not marry ms1. Paternal grandfather's mother. 2 paternal grandmother's mother. 3 maternal grandfather's mother. 4 maternal grandmother's mother. 5 paternal grandmother. 6 paternal gx and father's wife. 7 maternal grandmother. 8 maternal grandfather's wife. 9 mother or stepmother. 10 father's sister or stepsister. 11 mother's sister or stepsister. 12 sister or stepsister. 13 brother's daughter or stepbrother's daughter, or any direct lineal descendant of a brother or stepbrother. 14 sister's daughter or stepsister's daughter, or any direct lineal descendant of a sister or stepsister. 15 daughter or stepdaughter, or any direct lineal descendant of either. 16 son's daughter or stepson's daughter, or any direct lineal descendant of a son or stepson. 17 wife of son or of stepson, or of any direct lineal descendant of a son or stepson. 314 Appendix. 18 wife of daughter's son or of stepdaughter's son, or of any direct lineal descendant of a daughter or stepdaughter. 19 mother of daughter's husband. 20 mother of son's wife. 21 mother of wife's paternal grandfather. 22 mother of wife's paternal grandmother. 23 mother of wife's maternal grandfather. 24 mother of wife's maternal grandmother. 25 wife's paternal grandmother. 26 wife's maternal grandmother. 27 wife's mother or stepmother. 28 wife's father's sister. 29 wife's mother's sister. 30 father's brother's wife. 31 mother's brother's wife. 32 brother's son's aviv. 33 sister's son's aviv. A woman shall not marry her 1 paternal grandfather's father. 2 paternal grandmother's father. 3 maternal grandfather's father. 4 maternal grandmother's father. 5 paternal grandfather. 6 paternal grandmother's husband. 7 maternal grandfather. 8 maternal grandmother's husband. 9 father or stepfather. 10 father's brother or stepbrother. 1 mother's brother or stepbrother. 12 brother or stepbrother. 13 brother's son or stepbrother's son, or any direct lineal descendant of a brother or stepbrother. 14 sister's son or stepsister's son, or any direct lineal descendant of a sister or stay-sister. 15 son or stepson, or any direct lineal descendant of either. Appendix 315-16. Daughter's son or stepdaughter's son, or any direct lineal descendant of a daughter or stepdaughter. 17 husband of daughter or of stepdaughter, or of any direct lineal descendant of a daughter or stepdaughter. 18 husband of son's daughter or of stepson's daughter, or of any direct lineal descendant of a son or stepson. 19 father of daughter's husband. 20 father of son's wife. 21 father of husband's paternal grandfather. 22 father of husband's paternal grandmother. 23 father of husband's maternal grandfather. 24 father of husband's maternal grandmother. 25 husband's paternal grandfather. 26 husband's maternal grandfather. 27 husband's father or stepfather. 28 brother of husband's father. 29 brother of husband's mother. 30 husband's brother's son, or his direct lineal descendant. 31 husband's sister's son, or his direct lineal descendant. 32 brother's daughter's husband. 33 sister's daughter's husband. No. In the above table the words brother and sister denote brother and sister of the whole as well as half-blood. Relationship by step means relationship by marriage. By order of His Excellency the Governor in Council, C. Gon, Secretary to Government. Bombay Castle, 8/I January 1866. Appendix C. The Parsi Succession Act. Act No. XXI. of 1865. The following Act of the Governor-General of India in Council received the assent of His Excellency the Governor-General on the April 10, 1865, and is hereby promulgated for general information, an Act to define and amend the law relating to intestate succession among the Parsis. Whereas it is expedient to define and amend the law relat preamble. To intestate succession among the Parsis it is enacted as follows, where a Parsi dies leaving a widow and children, the property of which he shall have died intestate perdi amono widow shall be divided among the widow and children of ingo that the share of each son shall be double the share of the avido, and that her share shall be double the share of each daughter. 2. Where a female Parsi dies leaving a widower and children, the property of she shall have perdi aman widower and children of intgsttltgicd intestate shall be divided among the widower and suckly children, so that his share shall be double the share of each of the children. As to what property a deceased Parsi is considered to have died intestate, see Section 25 of the Indian Succession Act. Appendix 317.3. When a Parsi dies leaving children but no widow, the division of property of which he shall have died intestate perdi amongst ghh be divided amono st the children, so that kluldru of male intestate who leaves the share 0-1 each son tn shall 1 be. 4. The no widow share of each daughter. 4. When a female Parsi dies leaving children but no division of widower, the property of which she shall have children of degree female intestate who leaves no widower. Intestate shall be divided children in equal shares, amongst the v. If any child of a Parsi intestate shall have died in his or division of her lifetime, the widow or widower and issue surredent tats property among the widow or widower and issue of such chili off such child shall take the share which such child would have taken if living at the intest, in such manner as a 11 such deceased child had died immediately after the intestate's death. 6. Where a Parsi dies leaving a widow or widower, but division of without leaving any lineal descendants, his or perdi when the in her father and mother, if both are living, or widower ne01 them to the other is dead, shall take but no lineal de one moiety of the property, as to which he or she shall have died intestate, and the widow or widower shall take the other moiety. Where both the father and the mother of the intestate survive him or her, the father's share shall be double the share of the mother. Where neither the father nor the mother of the intestate survives him or her, the intestate's relatives on the father's side, in the order specified in the first schedule hereto annexed, shall take the moiety which the father and the mother would have taken if they had survived the intestate. The next of kin standing first in the same schedule shall be preferred to those standing second, the second to the third, and so on in succession, provided that the property shall be so distributed as that each male shall take double the share of each female standing in the same degree of propinquity. If there be no relatives on the father's side, the intestate's widow or widower shall take the whole. 31.8 Appendix 7. When a Parsi dies leaving neither lineal descendants, division of property when the testate leaves neither widow nor widower nor lineal descent degree nor a widow nor widower, his or her next of __ kin, in the order set forth in the second schedule hereto annexed, shall be entitled to succeed to the whole of the property as to which he or she shall have died intestate. The next of kin standing first in the same schedule shall always be preferred to those standing second, the second to the third, and so on in succession, provided that the property shall be so distributed as that each male shall take double the share of each female standing in the same degree of propinquity. 8. The following portions of the Indian Succession Act 1865 shall not apply to Parsis, that is to Parsis from certain say, the whole of Part 3, the whole of parts of the Indian Succession Act 1865. Excepting Section 25, the whole, of R, Part TTV, and Section CL, Happy Face, Lordy 3. The first schedule. 1. Brothers and sisters, and the children or lineal descendants of such of them as shall have predeceased the intestate. 2. Grandfather and grandmother. 3. Grandfather's sons and daughters, and the lineal descendants of such of them as shall have predeceased the intestate. 4. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother. 5. Great-grandfather's sons and daughters, and the lineal descendants of such of them as shall have predeceased the intestate. The second schedule. 1. Father and mother. 2. Brothers and sisters and the lineal descendants of such of them as shall have predeceased the intestate. 3. Paternal grandfather and paternal grandmother. 1 Memo, Hi the Secretary to the Parsi Law Association. This is intended for brothers and sisters by the father's side. Brothers and sisters by the mother's side are separately specified in Item 7 of this schedule. Appendix 319, 4. Children of the descendants of such of intestate. Paternal them as grandfather, and the lineal shall have predeceased the. 5. Paternal grandfather's father and mother. 6. Paternal grandfather's father's children, and the lineal descendants of such of them as shall have predeceased the intestate. 7. Brothers and sisters by the mother's side, and the lineal descendants of such of them as shall have predeceased the intestate. 8. Maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother. 9. Children of the maternal grandfather, and the lineal descendants of such of them as shall have predeceased the intestate. 10. Son's widow, if she have not remarried at or before the death of the intestate. 11. Brother's widow, if she have not remarried at or before the death of the intestate. 12. Paternal grandfather's son's widow, if she have not remarried at or before the death of the intestate. 13. Maternal grandfather's son's widow AB, if she have not remarried at or before the death of the intestate. 14. Widowers of the intestate's deceased daughters, if they have not remarried at or before the death of the intestate. 15. Maternal grandfather's father and mother. 16. Children of the maternal grandfather's father, and the lineal descendants of such of them as shall have predeceased the intestate. 17. Paternal grandmother's father and mother. 18. Children of the paternal grandmother's father, and the lineal descendants of such of them as shall have predeceased the intestate. Whitley Stokes, Ofc. Asf. Secchi, to the Government of India, Home Department Legislative. Appendix D. The Jamshedji Jajibhai Bianetsi Patent. Victoria, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, Queen, Defender of the Faith, to all to whom these presents shall come, greeting. Whereas our late royal progenitor, King James I, ordained, erected, constituted, and created a certain state, degree, and dignity, name, and title, of a baronet with his then King Dom of England, to endure for ever, and that the said state, title, dignity, and degree of a baronet should be, and be reputed to be, a middle state, title, dignity, and degree of hereditary dignity between the degree of a baron and the degree of a knight. Now, know ye, that we, of our especial grace, certain knowledge, and mere motion, have erected, appointed, and created our trusty and well-beloved Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, of Bombay, Knight, a man eminent for family inheritance, estate, and integrity of manners, to and into the dignity, state, and degree of a baronet, and him, the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, for us, our heirs and we successors, do erect, appoint, constitute, and create a baronet by these presents, to hold to him, and the heirs male of his body we lawfully begotten, and to be begotten, for ever. Will also, and by these presents of our especial grace, certain knowledge and mere motion, for us, our heirs and successors, do grant unto the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, and to his heirs males aforesaid, that he, the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, and his said heirs male may have, enjoy, hold, and take place and precedence by virtue of the dignity of a baronet aforesaid, and by force of these presents, as well in all commissions, writs, letters patent, writing, appellations, nominations, and directions, as in all appendix. 321 sessions, meetings, assemblies, and places whatsoever, next, and immediately after, the younger sons of Viscounts and Barons of this our United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, and before all knights, as well of the Bath as knights bachelors, and also before all knights banneret now created or hereafter to be created, except those knights banneret which shall happen to be created under the royal banners of us, our heirs or successors, displayed in our royal army in open war, and the Queen herself being personally present, and also those knights banneret which shall happen to be created under the royal banners of us, our heirs or successors, displayed in our royal army by the firstborn son of us, our heirs or successors for the time being Prince of Wales, there personally present in open war, and not otherwise, for the term of their lives only, and no longer respectively, and also except all knights of the noble order of the Garter, all of the Privy Council of us, our heirs and successors, the Chancellor and Under-Treasurer of our Exchequer, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, the Chief Justice of the Queen's Bench, the Master of the Rolls in Chancery, the Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, the Chief Baron of the Exchequer, the Vice-Chancellors and all and singular judges and justices of either bench, and the Barons of the Exchequer of the degree of the coit for the time being, who all and singular, by reason of their honourable order and labour, sustained in affairs concerning the state, and the administration of justice, shall have, take, and hold place and precedence in all places and upon all accounts before all baronets now created or hereafter to be created, any custom, usage, ordinance, or any other matter to the contrary in any wise notwithstanding. And that the wives of the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, and of his heirs male aforesaid, successively and respectively, by virtue of the said dignity of their said husbands, shall have, hold, enjoy, and take place and precedence, as well during the lives of such their husbands as after the deaths of the same husbands, for and during the natural lives of such wives, next and immediately after the wives of the younger sons of Viscounts and Barons and the daughters of Viscounts and Barons, and before the wives of all persons before whom the husbands of such wives by force of these presents ought to have place and precedence. And in regard that the Vol. 2y 322 Appendix. Said degree of a baronet is a degree of hereditary dignity, the firstborn son or heir male Apjame Rent and all the rest of the sons and their wives, and the daughters of the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai and of his said heirs male respectively, shall have and take place and precedence before the firstborn sons and other sons and their wives and the daughters of all knights of whatsoever degree or order respectively, and also before the firstborn sons and other sons and their wives and the daughters of all persons respectively before idiom the fathers of such firstborn sons and other sons and daughters by force of these presents ought to have place and precedence, so that such firstborn sons or heirs male apparent and their wives, as well during the lives as after the deaths of their said husbands, for and during their natural lives, and such daughters, those daughters following immediately and next after the wives of the firstborn sons of such baronets, shall have and take place and precedence before the firstborn sons and the wives of the firstborn sons of every knight of what degree or order soever, and that the younger sons of the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai and of his said heirs male and their wives successively and respectively, as well during the lives as after the deaths of their said husbands for and during their natural lives, shall, in like manner, have and take place and precedence next and immediately after the firstborn sons and the wives of firstborn sons, and before the younger sons and the wee wives of the younger sons whatsoever of knights aforesaid. Will also, and do by these presents for us, our heirs and successors, grant that the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai and his heirs male aforesaid shall be named, appealed, called, plead, and be impleaded by the name of baronet, and that the style and addition of baronet shall be put at the end of the name of the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai and of his said heirs male in all our letters patent, commissions, and writs, and all other charters, deeds, and letters, by virtue of these presents, as the true, lawy full, and necessary addition of dignity. Will also, and by these presents, for us, our heirs and successors, do ordain that before the name of the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai and of his heirs male aforesaid successively, in English speech and in all English writings shall be used and set this addition, to wit, Sir, and that in like manner the wives of the said Sir Jamshedji Appendix 323 Jajibhai and of his said heirs male shall use, have, and enjoy this appellation, to wit, lady, madam, and dame respectively, according to the manner of speaking. And, moreover, of our more abundant grace and of our certain knowledge and mere motion, we have granted, and by these presents for us, our heirs and successors do grant unto the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, and to his heirs male aforesaid, that they and their descendants shall and may bear either in a canton in their coat of arms, or in an escutcheon, at their pleasure, the arms of Ulster, to wit a handcules or bloody hand in a field argent, and that the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, and his heirs male aforesaid, successively and respectively, shall and may have place in the armies of us, our heirs and successors, in the troop nigh to the banner of us, our heirs and successors, in defence of the same, which is the middle station between a baron and a knight. And further, we do hereby grant that the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, and his heirs male aforesaid, shall have 2 assistants of the body to support the pall, 1 principal mourner, and 4 assistants to the same principal mourner in their funerals, to have, hold, use, and enjoy the same state, degree, dignity, style, title, place, and precedence avith all and singular the privileges and other the premises before granted to the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai and his said heirs male of his body. Lawfully begotten, for ever. Willing and by these presents for us, our heirs and successors granting, that he, the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai and his said heirs male, and every of them successively, shall and may bear, and have the said name, state, degree, style, dignity, title, place, and precedence with all and singular the privileges and other the premises. And that the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai and his said heirs male, and every of them, shall successively be held baronets in all things, and shall be treated and reputed as baronets. And further, of our more especial grace, certain we knowledge, and mere motion, have granted, and do by these piecents for us, our heirs and successors, grant to the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai and his said heirs male, that they and their said heirs male respectively shall forever hereafter have, hold, and enjoy their place and precedence among all baronets of England, Scotland, Great Britain, Ireland, and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, heretofore created and here 324 Appendix. After to be created, according to the priority and seniority of his creation of a baronet aforesaid, and not otherwise nor in other manner. And moreover, of our more abundant grace and of our certain knowledge and mere motion, we have granted, and do by these presents for us, our heirs and successors, grant unto the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai and his said heirs male, that neither we, nor our heirs or successors, will hereafter erect, ordain, constitute, or create avith in this our United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, any other degree, order, name, title, style, dignity, or state, nor give or grant place, precedences, or preeminence to any person under or below the degree, dignity, or state of a baron of Parliament of this our United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, who shall be, or may be, or accounted, used, or reputed to be, superior or equal to the degree, dignity, or place of a baronet aforesaid, nor shall any person under the degree of a baron, except before excepted, by reason or color of any constitution, order, dignity, degree, office, service, place, business, custom, use, or other thing whatsoever, now or hereafter have, hold, or enjoy, place, precedence, or preeminence, before a baronet aforesaid, but that as well the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai and his said heirs male, as the wives, sons, daughters, and the wives of the sons of the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai and of his said heirs male respectively, from henceforth forever, shall freely and quietly have, hold, and enjoy their said dignity, place, precedence, and privilege before all persons, except before excepted, who shall hereafter be created of such whom degree, state, dignity, order, name, style, or title, or to the title, place, precedence, or preeminence as aforesaid, shall be given or granted, or who shall claim to have, hold, or enjoy any place or precedence by reason or color of any constitution, order, dignity, degree, office, service, place, business, custom, use, or any other thing whatsoever, and before their wives and children respectively, according to the true intent of these presents. Without the hindrance of us, our heirs or successors, or any other persons aviatsoever, saving nevertheless and always reserving to us, our heirs and successors, full and absolute power and authority to continue and restore to any person or persons from time to time such place and precedence as at any time hereafter shall be due to them, which by any accident or appendix 325 occasion whatsoever shall hereafter be changed, anything in these presents, or any other cause or respect aviatsoever to the contrary thereof notwithstanding, will, moreover, and do by these presents for us, our heirs and successors, grant and appoint, that if any doubts or questions as to any place, precedence, privilege, or other thing touching or concerning the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai and his said heirs male, and their wives, the firstborn sons and their wives, the younger sons, daughters, and wives of the younger sons, or any of them, shall hereafter arise, which neither by these our letters patent nor by other letters patent heretofore made in this behalf are determined, such doubts or questions shall be determined and adjudged by and according to other such rules, customs, and laws, as to place, precedence, or other things concerning them, as other degrees of hereditary dignity are ordered, governed, and adjudged. Lastly, we will, and do by these presents for us, our heirs and successors, grant to the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai and his said heirs male, that these our letters patent, or the enrollment thereof, shall be in and by all things good, firm, valid, sufficient, and effectual in the law, as well against us, our heirs and successors, as against all others whomsoever according to the true intent of the same, as well in all our we courts as elsewhere wheresoever. Will also, and by these presents grant to the said Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, that he may and shall have these our letters patent duly made and sealed under our great seal of our United Kingdom of Oriat Britain and Ireland, without fine, or fee, great or small, to be for the same in any manner rendered, done, or paid to us, in our we exchequer or elsewhere to our use. In witness whereof, have caused these our letters to be made patent. Witness ourself at Westminster, the 6th day of August, in the 21st year of our Keen. By warrant under the Queen's Sign Manual. CEO Millie. Index. A. 2. 158 Aban, I 185 Aban Nyash, 2. 169 Aban Yasht, 2. 150, 233 Abbasid Caliphs, I 27 Note of Dalai Afghans, I 56 Abnel Reman, 2. 25 Aberdeen Society, the 2. 267 Abada, I 14 Abu Fazal, 2. 4 Abyssinian Expedition, 2. 71 Notic Feminian Dynasty, I 5 Notic Feminian Kings, 2. 148 Akban, 2. 86 Act of Legislature, and I 249 Adal, the Just, I 10 Adar, Day of the Month, I 136 Adar, Angel, I 185 Adar Bad Marespand, I 132, 133, 144, 2. 181 Adar Burden Mare, 2. 152 Adar Jazan, I 151 Adams, Mr. A, 2. 15 Note Aden, 2. 260 and Note Jean C, the, I 3 Afrajab, I 56 Afrinaus, the, I 140, 204, 2. 169, their recital, 171, 172, 240 Afrins, the, 2. 171, 172, 182 Agabana, 2. 83 Aga Muhammad Khan, I 59, 61 Agarni, I 154 Agriaman, I 186 Agricultural School, I 300 Ahmedabad, I 50 Note, 254, 2. 255 Ahmed Beg, 2. 228 Ahmednagar, 2. 125, 137 Anakuzi, 2. 162 Araman, I-39, 184, 2. 206, 207, 221 Ahu, 2. 157 Ahinavati Gatha, I-193, 194 Ahunavat Gas, I-144 Ahurai, 2. 158 Ahura Mazda, I-31, 139, 140, 145, 151, 182, 184, 186, 191, 204, 2. 162, 163, 164, 168, 182, 183, description of, 185, 186, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, 285 Ahura Mazda, day of the month, I-134 Ahu Vahishta, 2. 192 Awaz, I-19 I Lavi, Mr. W, 2. 15 Note Ice Ruthrem, 2. 169 Athrapati, 2. 240 Ajunta Caves, I-26 Note Akbar, 2. 3, 4, 243 Okta, I-87, 88 Akamano, 2. 188 Oct, 2. 181 Actor, 2. 160 Akola, 2. 127 Ala Ndi Diokilji, I-43 Alblas Bag, I-177 Note, 2. Il, 143 Albuquerque, I-27 Note Alexander the Great, I-9, 56, 2. 146, 158, 161, 162 Alexandra Native Girls Institution, I-325 Al-Istakiri, I-38 Ala, I-16, 17 Abna, 2. 328 Index. Alp Khan, I-43 Note, 46, 47 Amber, I-14 Amerdad, Day of the Month, I-136 Amerdad, Angel, I-184, 2. 191 Amerdad Sal, I-146 Amirtad, 2. 186, 191 Amishaspenz, I-180, 2. 163, 164, 182, 190 Amintus, I-126 Andar Zayadarbad Mirspand, 2. 177 Anderson, Honorable Mr., I-273, 2. 89 Anderson, Mr., 2. 31 Anderson, Mr., 2. 33, 40 Anderson, Sir George, 2. 95 Andy Aruhor Masjidarabji Laskari, I-224 Andrew, Mr., 2. 33, 34 Anaran, Day of the Mouth, I-138, 143 Anaran, Angel, I-185 Angraka, I-117, 119 Angros Maniash, 2. 187, 188, 189 Anhush, 2. 157 Al-Rahara of Avan Bandat Madun, I-36 Note Anjamal, I-228 Anglesvar, I-35, 39, 216, 2. 72, 259 N, the, 2. 72 Antioa, I-9 Arabia, I-10, 11, 2. 37 Arabic, 2. 161 Arab levies, I-20 Arabs, I-16, 19, 2. 8, 46, 158 Ardafrosh, I-203, 204 Ardavirov, 2. 181, 195, Revelations of, 195, 197, 198, His Vision, 199 to 200 Ardavirov Nama, I-216, 2. 6, 232 Ardaslyer, I-45, His Valor, 46, Death of, 47 Ardashir, Dadabhai Nasirvanji Dadi Seth's son, 2. 77, 265 Ardashir III, I-11 Ardashir Babekin, I-9, 2. 146, Reforms Religion, 147, 181, 195, 196, 199 Ardashir Danjisha, Mr. 2. 21, 29, presented with a medal, 32, charge against, 33, his suspension, 34, exonerated, 34 to 5, his death, 36 Ardashir Framji Wadia, Mr. 2. 76 and note Ardashir Hormasji, Mr. 2. 72, 74 Ardashir Karsheji, Mr. I-256 Ardashir Karsheji Wadia, /IR, I-75 Ardibiasht, day of the month, I-134 Ardibiasht, month, I-147 Ardibiasht, angel, I-184, 2. 190 Ardibiasht Amishasbend, I-146 Ardashira Anahita, I-151 Aries, 149 Arjasp, King, 2. 154 Armadi, 2. 186 A Imenia, I-9 Armenians, I-61, 2. 28 Arnold, Justice Sir Joseph, I-255, 256, 271, 275 Arshasang, I-184 Arthur, Sir George, 2. 97, 105 Aryans, practice among, 2. 217 areas, 2. 157 Ariabid, 2. 217 Ascanian, I-5 note, C. Parthianisari, 2. 124 Ashat, 2. 157 Ashavahishta, 2. 186, 190, 191 Asherwad, I-179, 2. 182 Ashish Vang, I-142, Sikrat Ashmak, 2. 159 Aslitted, day of the month, I-142 Ashtad, angel, I-185 Asiatic Society, Coil, 324 and Notasim Amin, I-18 Asman, day of the mouth, I-142 Asnian, angel, I-185 Asnocliratu, 2. 191 Azodad, 233 note, 2. 161 Aspandi Arji Kamdanji, Daster, I-30 note Assyrian, I-3, 5 note Astrologer, B. I-161 Istvat, 2. 192 Adhoc, I-162 note Adishadarans, 2. 210, IAC Adishbirams, I-108, 145, 2. IL note Adishbirni Salgari, I-148 Adishnayash, 2. 169 Atha, 2. 157 Atharvans, 2. 216 Athens, 2. 104 Atharvans, 2. 162, 216 Aden Mag, I-36 note Audid Nair Zitanak Gabra, 2. 178 Index. 329 Aurangabad, 2. 127, 128, 130 Aurangzeb, 2. 10 Avan, Day of the Month, I-137 Avan, Angel, I-185 Avan Ardajurajazan, I-151 Avesta, 1. 150, 185, 195, 2. 149, 150, 154, 2 branches of, 155, 156, 163, 174, 177, 192 Avesta, I, Danan Fro Aaron Yasht, 2. 178 Avestas and Piramun Yasht, 2. 178 Ariana Yigia, 2. 158, 217 Azar Kevin bin Azar Gosp, I-42 Note B Babylon, I-6 Babylonian Empire, I-3 Bakbay, I-131 Bakti Ia, I-6, 149, 2. 147, 156 Bag, 2. 160 Baghdad, I-13, 23 Bahtalau, 50 Note Bahadur, a title, 2. 29 Baisht, 2. 192 Bahrain, I-19 Barut, I-47 Bayavabai, I-316 Note by Bikaji Shapurji Bengali, I-318 by Dabaiji, I-316 Note by Hai Rabbi, I-84 by Manak Bai, 317 Note Badge, I-202, 2. 240 Bajirao Peshwa, 2. 40, 41 Bacon Yasht, 2. 157, 163 Bakdi, 2. 156 Baktiri Mountains I-89 Bako, 2. 157, 158 Balk, 2. 152 Balsar, I-48, 2. 259, 260 Bamanji, Rostam Manak's son, 2. 12 Bamanji, Labji Istazarvanji Vyadia's son, 2. 62, his death, 64 Bamanji Framji comma, /IR, I-312 Note Bamanji Hormasji, Mr., 2. 72, 73, 74 Bamanji, son of Jajibhai Dadabai, 2. 134 Bamanji Karsheji comma, Mrs., I-328 Note Banaji family, the, 2. 54 Banaji Limji, Mr., 2. 54, Trades with Burma, 55 Bans, Me Star. J, 2. 15 Note Bandobast, I-221 Bandora, I-42 206 Note, 2. 105 Banganga, 2. 129 Bania, 2. 243, 261 Bank of Bengal, I-288 Bansda, I-47, 2. 5, 24, 26, 260 Bershanam, the, 2. 237, 238, 240 Barish, 2. 157, 161 Barj Orji Darabji Dada Barjorna, Mr., I-224 Note Baroda, Gakwar of, I-93, 254, 2. 7, 34, 78 Barad, Mons. A, 2. 75 Note Barrow, Mr., 2. 80 Bar. Som, 2. 167 Bartha, 2. 90 Basra, I-26 Note Bassin, 2. 53, 124 Batalas, 2. 19 Baxi, the, 2. 35 Bailey, Mr. Justice, 2. 137 Bazaar Gate Street 2. 17, 59 Note Beaconsfield, 2. 43 Note Becker's Roman Antiquities, 2. 216 Badami, I-26 Note Badam, Speech of A, I-16 Badanan, 2. 176 Badins, I-216, 219, 220, 221 Behemaniyar, the, 2. 72 Bahirman Khan, 2. 22 Balihumji Street 2. 59 Note Biman, Day of the Month, I-134, 152 Biman, Archangel, I-184, 2. 190 Biman Aspandiyar, I-216 Biman Jatuye, I-12 Biman Jazan, I-152 Biman Kaiko Badsanjana, I-27 Biman Yasht, 2. 182 Biram, Day of the Month, I-140 Biram, Angel, I-185 Biram Gore, I-25 Note Bajanji Sarabji Bahirman Khan, Mr. 2. 23 Bajat of Mabajdi, I-36 Note Balapur, 2. 127, 130 Belpool, the, 2. 8330 Index. Banaras, I-328 Note Benkolan, 2. 133 Bengal, I-308, 2. 55 Bengal, Bay of, 2. 87 Biramji, Bhikaji Barda's son, 2. 45 Biramji Bliamji, Mr., 2. 124 Biramji Humji, Mr., 2. 77 Biramji Jajibhai, Mr., I-312 Note, 2. 134 Biramji Jajibhai Kliapgar, Mr., I-331 Biramji Karsheji Gandhi, Mr., I-306 Note Biramji is Dazarvanji, Mr., I-173 Baram Jithra, 2. 6 Note Baram Pawa, I-36 Note Bayrar, 2. 126 Berkeley, Mr., 2. 254 Bethune, Mr. D, I-307, 308 Bejiat Andy, 2. 54 Bandar, I-200, 203, 204 Baunagar, 2. 38, 260 Bliavnagris, the, 2. 38 Bhikaji, Biramji Bhikaji Barda's son, 2. 45 Bhikaji Biramji Pandey, Mr., 2. 52 Note, 56 Bhikaji Barda, Mr., 2. 44, robbed by Pindaris, 44 Bhikaji Adalji, Mr., I-48 Note Bhikaji Adalji Koga, Mr., 2. 5 Note, 6 Naib Hills, 2. 32 Bhimardi, I-42 Bhimji Kavarji, Mr., 2. 19 Pona, I-160 Bidas, I-178 Billy Mora, 2. 259 Billers, Mr. W, 2. 15 Note Birdwood, Lieutenant C, 2. 40 and MTE Birdwood, Sir George, I-82 Births, Ceremonies Attending, I-155 to 162 Baviraspa, 2. 150 Black Sea, the, I-3 Bleak, AH, 2. 167, 173 Board of Control, 2. 95, 97 Bodam, Mr. RH, 2. 64 Note Bodan, 2. 24 Bokhara, 1. 22 Bombay, I-1, 2, 16, Parsis arrive at, 51, 52 Note, 66, 93, 95, 96, 98, riots at, 105, 109, 148, 149, 151, 152, 169, 171, 177 Note, 205 Note, 206 Note, 207, Adishbirams at, 210 Note, public meeting at, 226, 228, Judges of Supreme Court of, 239, 242, 247, 248, 260, 261, Governor of, 270, Works of Charity in, 268 to 9, 270, 273, 281, Native Education Society at, 282, 282, 287, Schools in, 288, 293, 300, and Note, 306, 307, 318, 323, 327, Press of, 331, 2, 7, 11, 12, 13, 17, 18, 19, 21, Government of, 25, 31, 40, 45, 46, Ceded to English, 48, Fort, 48, Parsis of, 49, see Chapter 2, Early Revenue of, 49 and, IO/E, 50 Note, 51, 54, Dockyard at, 61, High Sheriff of, 73, 77, 78, 110, 167, 172, 215, Parsis arrive in, 244, Session of, 245, Cotton Industry at, 247, Census of, 272, Passam Bombay Gazette, the, extract from, I-209 to 10-331, Bombay Presidency, Gazetteer of, I-36 Note, 44 Note Bombay Samachar, the, I-330 Bombay Times, the, I-233 No/E, 2. 120 Bonnell, Mr. 2. 11 Note Book of Fate is sealed, I-160 Bop, Prof. 2. 156 Borrowdale, Mr. I-247, 249, 250, 257 Baltu, Mr. R. 2. 15 Note Borgia, Honorable Mr. 2. 58 Borgia, Mr. R. 2. 64 Note Briggs Cities of Maharashtra, I-28 Note, 2. 24 Note, 30 British Museum, 2. 173 Broach, I-30 Note, 39, 93, 100, 107, 114, 216, 242, 254, 2. 40, 227 and Note, 228, 259 Bruce, Mr. 2. 50 Note Brunswick, the, 2. 79, 80 Buist, Drive, 2. 120 Bujargaten, I-36 Note Bundhesh, the, 2. 150, 193 Bundihishni, 2. 177, 180 and Note Bird, I-14 Burgess, Drive, I-26 Note, 289, 290 Burke, Right Honorable E2. 42, thanked by Peshwa, 42, his letter, 43 to 44 Note, 90 Burma, 2. 55, 245 Index. 331 Bayerns, Sir A, I-39, 93 to 94 and Note Bernov, Professor, 2. 149 Berdigar, I-86 Bayerzo Camden, 2. 159, 160, 182 Bushire, I-66 Butlers Hora, Biblicfee, 2. 224 Byzantium, I-8 Calcutta, I-228, 273, 307, 308 2. 55, 126, 213 Note, Parsis in, 260 Calendar, Mr. A, 2. 64 Note Cambay, I-35, 36, 216, 2. 40 Cambay, Gulf of, I-27 Cambrian, the, 2. 80 Cambridge, HRH the Duchess of, I-326 Cambyses, I-7 Karnak, Sir James, 2. 92 Carnatic, 2. 41 Cartier, Mr., 2. 55 Caspian Sea, the, I-3 Catherine, Princess of Portugal, I-51, 2. 48 Census Report, I-329 to 30 Ceremonies, Birth, I-155 to 162, Sudra Kusti, 165 to 168, Marriage, 174 to 188, Death, 192 to 196 Salon, 2. 81, 83, 133. 260 Champaner, I-43 Note Chandrafli, I-39 Chandulai, Ija, 2. 126, 128 Changa Asa, I-216, 2. 4, 5, 6 Charles I.L., 2. 48, 51 Charnabanda, I-42 Chattels Real, I-249, 250 Chal, I-35, 40 Chowpatty, I-241, 2. 57 Note, 144 Shrazai, 2. 23 Kellier Pay, 2. 161 Chelsea Hospital, 2. 103 Chide Avesta Gazaif Zui, 2. 178 Chadrasto, 2. 157, 162 Child, Destiny of A, I-160 Child, Mr. F, 2. 15 Note China, I-27 Note, 94 2. 19, 39, 45, 54, 57, 59, 79, 88, 126, 144, 245, 257 China, Emperor of, I-10 Chinwad Pul, 2. 192 Chinvat Paratug, 2. 192 Chit, 2. 157 Koli, I-122 Chouth, 2. 7 and Note Crisis, I-6 Janum, I-154, 199 Church, Mr. R, 2. 64 Nokuri Gars, I-114, meaning of, 114 Note, 115 Civil Service of India, I-296 and Note Close, COL, 2. 41 Connaught, HRH the Duchess of, I-300 Note, 2. 289 Connaught, HRH the Duke of, I-300 Note, 2. 289 Constantinople, I-108 Continents, the 7, I-180 Cook, Professor Theodore, 2. 212 Copenhagen, 2. 172, 173 Cornwallis, the, 2. 66 Cornwallis, Lord, 2. 267 Courtney, Mr., 2. 12 Court of Requests, 2. 73 Cowan, Mr., 2. 12 Cricket among PAR.Sis, 2. 288 Note Crommelin, Honorable Charles, 2. 23 Crow, Mr., 2. 24, 25 Note, 26 Ctesiphon, I-14, Cmatane Cuneiform Inscriptions, 2. 148, 149,189 Cunningham, Captain, 2. 26 Note Cyrus the Great, I-5, His Conquests, 6, His Character, 7, 2. 149, 283 D Dabistan, 2. 225 Dabalai, 2. 23. Abai Biramji, Mr. 2. 55. Abhai Jamshedji Gamadia, Mr. 2. 59. Abai Kabasji Sayer, Mr. I 224 Note. Abai Naorazji, Mr. I 75, 295, 296, 317 Note, 2. 263 Note. Abai Nasservanji, Mr. I 223 Note. Abai Nasservanji Modi, JLR, 2. 36, His Adishbiram, 37. Abai Pestanji Wadia, Mr. I 48 Note. Abai Rostamji Banaji, Mr. 2. 122, 123 2. 210 Note, Dotted, 2. 158 3Y Index. Abhai Nasservanji. Ist, Mr. I 108 and Note, 2. 77, 210 Note. Ist family, the I 116, 2. 76. Ist this fire temple, I.L 73, 224,229,233. Ist an Idini, 2. 177, 179, 233 Dadak, 2. 157, 162 Daftar Ashkara Press, B. I 330 Dahaman Ibihan Afrin, 2. 178 Dabatya, 2. 192 Dalmatia, Duke of, 2. 75 Note Daman, I 30, 2. 43, 45, 250, 251, 253 Damdad, 2. 157, 160 Danda, village, I 42 Dandas, I 200 Danish ships, 2. 84 Darab Hormuzdyar, 2. 183 Darisha Pesh Hotanji Sanjana, Dastur, I 133 Note Dari, I 190 and Note Dari Din, I 87 Darius Kodomanus, I 9 Darius Histisps, I 4, 7, invades Greece, 8, his death, 8, 25 Note, 2. 148, 149, 189 Darji, 2. 151 Darun, I 140, 2. 182 Darun Narang Pavanzend, 2. 178 Dasalar Cast, I 36 Note Dasatir, I 109 Note Dastur, I 28, at Sanjan, 30, 259 Davar Framji Nanabai, I 224 David Scott, B. 2. 77 Day of the Bridge, I 12 Dasda, 2. 157 Deccan, 2. 89, 117, 232 Deccan College, the, 2. 109 Decker, Mr. Matthew, 2. 13, 15 Note Dev, I 149 Dira Dun, I 38 Delhi, 2. 3, 4, 10, 18, 22, 23 Deepadar, Day of the Month, I 136 Deepadar, Angel, I 184 Dipin, Day of the Month, I 141 Dipin, Angel, I 185 Dipmur, Day of the Month, I 138 Dipmur, Angel, I 185 Desais, B. 2. 4 Debband, I 4 Denjibhai Nasservanji, Mr. I 310, 312 Note, 316 Note Denjibhai Sarabji Ready Money, Mr. I 224 Note Denjibhai, of Sarad, 2. 60 Denjibhai Naorazji, Mr. 2. 291 Danjisha, grandson of Sarabji Neksant Khan, 2. 23, his valor, 24, Lee's death, 25 Danjisha Manjisha, Mr. I-107, 2. 19 Danjisha Naorazji Perak, Mr. I-298 Dar Emperor, 2. 24, 26, 28, 35, 45, 260 Dharmshalas, 2. 15 Din, Day of the Month, I-142 Din, Angel, I-185 Din Baram, I-36 No Dinkard, the, 2. 150, 159, 177, 178 179, 231, 232 Dinshaw Dosabai Kambata, Konsahab, I-102 Dinshaw Manakji Peti, Mr. I-79, 89, 124, 242, 2. 134, 135, His Generosity, 136, Develops Cotton Spinning Industry, 136, His Charities 137, Founds Leper Hospital, 137, Lee's Private Charities, 138, 248, 250 Dinshaw Petit Mill 2. 136 Directors, Court of, 2. 13 Din, I-27 and Note, 28, 31, 33, 2. 7 QDIB, 2. 183 Divorce, Law of, I-226 to 227 Dog, Gaze of A, I-197 Dog, 4-eyed, I-198 Dogdo, 2. 150, 151 Dicamus, I-40, 196, Description of, 199 to 201, Dimensions of, 201 Note, Founding, 201 to 202, Sacrilege in A, 205 and Note Dal, I-125 Durabji Fardunji, Mr. I-223 Note Durabji Framji, Mr. I-223 Note Durabji Framji Panthaki, Mr. I-224 Note Durabji Nanabai, 2. 49, First Parsi in Bombay, 49 Durabji Padamji, Mr. I-102 Dosabai Framji Kama, Mr. I-312 7 IOTE Dosabai Hormasji Kama, Mr. I-312 Note Dosabai Nasser Vanji Wadia, Mr. I-289, 297 Index. 333 Dodi, I-236 Note Dowson, Professor, I-39 Drana, 2. 166 Dragubia, 2. 158 Drujudamana, 2. 192 Drukshire, I-194, 2. 189 Druklishne Sush, I-197 Note, Druinanand, Mr. J, 2. 15 Note Dubashis, I-99, 2. 135 Dubasrajed, 2. 158, 163 Dudley, Mr., 2. 60, 61 Duncan, Honorable Mr. Jonathan, I, 109 Note, 2. 7, 65 Note, 78 Dundas, Captain, 2. 87 Dungri Fort 2. 51 Dushniata, 2. 214 Dutch, the, 2. 9, 18, 38, 244 Duzak, 2. 192 Duzan Ha, 2. 192 Duzukta, 2. 214 Duzvarshta, 2. 214 Dvazde Harast, 2. 160 Dworka, I-25 Note Dworkanath Tagore, 2. 123 East Indian Association, 2. 263 Note East India Company, 2. 125 Ethram, I-147 Eastwick, Mr. I-76 and Note Eccleston, Mr. J, 2. 15 Note A Daldaru, Daster, 2. 237 Ediclaru Jamaspasana, Daster, 2. 237 Adalji Antia, Urbad, 2. 233, 236 Adalji Darashasthna, Mr. I 317 Note, 2. 288 Adalji Darabji Sanjana, Daster, I 110 and Note Adalji Framji Alblas, Mr. I 177 Note, 2. 143 Adalji Jamaspasa, Daster, 2. 180 Note Adalji Kamaji, Mr. 2. 59 Edinburgh, HRH the Duke of, I 327 and Note, a pleasant experience of, 328 Note, 2. 71 Note Education, Board of, I 311 2. 112 Education Commission, the, I 318 Education, Female, I 303, Free, 313, Progress of, 301, 306, Voluntary Teaching, 309 Egypt, I 6, Conquest of, 7 Egyptian Expedition, 2. 71 Note Ihan Panak, I 36 Note Elliot, Sir H.M., I 25 Note, 39, 44 Note Elphinstone, Honorable Mount Stewart, I 282, 283, Tribute of Respect to, 284, 295, 2. 27, 41, 112 Elphinstone Circle 2. 59 Note Elphinstone College, 2. 141 Elphinstone High School, I 291, 297 Elphinstone Institution, I 284 to 285, 296, 301, 302, 305 Note, 309, 316 7 IOFE Elphinstone, Lord, 2. 101, Speech of, 102 to 104, 277, 282 Elphinstone, Honorable W, 2. 65 Note Engineering College, I 299 England, 2. 13, 42 English, the, 2. 9, 244 English Language, Parsi Knowledge of the, I 324, 329 English Law, I 261, 263 Enti, 2. 38 Irakji Merjarana, Daster, 2. 174, 233 Iraq, I 12, 19 Erlangen, 2. 234 Erla Parla, 2. 90 Erskine, Mr. W, 109 Note Aruzaba I Bundi Heshni, 2. 177 Urbad, 2. 240 Esplanade Fee Fund, 2. 145 Essay, a Prize, 2. 231 Euphrates, I 3. Eurasians, I 281 Europe, 2. 13 Europeans, I 281 F Fakir Kairala, I 50 Note Falkland, Lord, I 311 Falspay, 2. 82 Fardunji, son of Karsheji Nasservanji Koyar, 2. 39, 40 Fardunji Martbanji, Mr., I 110, 330 Fardunji Sarabji Parak Industrial School, 2. 145 Fairs Khan, I 50 Note Farkujid, 36 Note 334 Index. Fars, I 11, 54 Tasto, Captain, 2. 86 Faradun, I 4, 2. 150 Ferguson, quoted, 26 Note Ferguson, Sir James, I 298, 300 Noel Ferdusi and his epic, I 4, 25 Note, 2. 152, 162, 170, 225 Fire, removal of sacred, 2. 38, regarded as a symbol, 211, purifying, 213, what it signifies, 214, antiquity of reverence of, 219, how attended, 221 fire temple at Sanjan, I-35 Firman, A, 2. 20 Firuza, 2. 52 Note, Firuzan, Prince, I-12, 13 Fitzgerald, Lord, 2. 95 Fitzgerald, Sir Seymour, I-290, 2. 109, 144 5 Ancient Monarchies, Historian of, I-8 Flamens, the, 2. 167, 216 Flora Fountain, the, 2. 145 Forbes, Mr. John, 220 Note Forbes, Mr. John, 2. 92 Forbes's Oriental Memoirs, 2. 221 Forbes, Sir Charles, 2. 72, 105, 261 Fort, the, I-318 Fort George, 2. 51 Fort High School, the, I-294, 298 Fort Proprietary School, the, I-294, 298 Framji, Lavji Wadia's grandson, 2. 64 Framji Jamaspasana, Mr., 2. 233 Framji Kabasji Banaji, Mr., I-116, 224 Note, 237 and Note, 241, 2. 55, 111, becomes agent for East India Company, 112, his worth, 112, his love of agriculture, 113, styled the Lord Leicester, 113, his estate at Pave, 114 to 116, sends present of mangoes to the Queen, 117 and Note, his death, 118, building erected to his memory, 119, institute called by his name, 120, establishes English paper, 120, Moy Women's of Lee's Benevolence, 121, 210 Note Framji Kavasji Institute, I-318, 2. 120 Framji Kavasji Tank, 2. 121 Framji Manakji, Presentation 2, 2. 65 Note Framji Nasirvanji Patel, Mr., I-89, 116, 242, 253, 255, 279, 310, 312 Note, 316 Note, 322, 2. 59, his services to various associations, 143, founds an Anglo-Vernacular school, 144 Framji Nasirvanji's scholarship, I-316 Note Framji Petit Mill 2. 136 Framji Rostamji, Rostam Manak's son, 2. 12 France, 2. 76, Warwith, 79, 100 Eraser, Professor A.G., I-289 Frasheistra, a name, 2. 150 Frasheistra, a minister, 2. 153, 154 Frabardigan, I-212, 2. 161 Frabarden, month, I-106, 113, 144, 146 Frabarden, day of the month, I-140 Frabarden, angel, I-185 Frabarden Jazan, I-150 Frabarden Yasht, I-150, 212, 2. 154 Fravishis, I-149, 150, Sifrahars Free Church Institution, the, I-285 Freemasonry, I-149, among Parsis, 2. 288 French, the 2. 9. 244 French, the Empress of the I. 327 French government, 2. 75 Note Frenny, 2. 154 Frere, Lady, I. 317 Note Frere, Sir Bartle, 2. 105 Friend of India, the 2. 122 Friendship, the 2. 77 Frahars, I. 140, 149, 150 Frjer, Drive, I. 51 Funeral, a public, 2. 27 to 28 Funerals, Parsi, I. 198 Gigahambers, I. 112, 146, 147, 148, 2. 161, 168 Gaz, 2. 169, their number, 169, 237 Gaiakor, the I. 208, 2. 78 Gamard, I. 3 Gallica, I. 178 Gambir, Mr. R, 2. 64 Note Gandavi, 2. 259 Ganjai Saigon, 2. 177 Index. 335 Jayamutaye, I. 32 Jace Hasrudo Kredu, 2. 191 Gart Habio Kings, I. 25 Note Garodianana, 2. 192 Garodman, 2. 192 Gathas, I. 106, 148, 2. 155, 157, 167, 190, 192 Gatlia Gahambers, I. 149 Gavaslmi, 2. 214 Gayer, Sergey, 2. 11 Note Geldner, Drive, 2. 173 Gentus, I. 246 George Nama, I. 109 Note GM, 2. 106 Gilji Afghans, I. 56 G Mistas, I. 246 Gibbon, 2. 222 Gifts of Fly Ocean, 2. 31 Gladwin, quoted, I. 26 Note Glenelg, Lord, 2. 92 Goa, 2. 11, 110 Gode, Day of the Month, I. 141, Siyata Gode, Angel, I. 185 Gom, I. 67 God, Aryan name of, 2. 183 to 184 Gokaldas Tejpal, Mr., 2. 271 Good Hope, Cape of, 2. 82 Gapapu IA, 2. 76 Gorab, I-85, Gordon Mills 2. 136 Gosh, Day of the Month, I. 138 Gosh, Angel, I. 185 Gosht IFRJ Anno, 2. 181 Goslin, Mr. W, 2. 15 Note Gul June, Mr. F, 2. 15 Note Govind Eaogakor, 2. 7 Gram, Mrs., 2. 265 Grant, Captain, 2. 80, 83 Grant, Mr. Charles, 2. 65 Note Grant Medical College, I. 298, 299, 2. 89 Great Indian Peninsula Eelway Company, 2. 247 Greeks, the I. 8, Testimony of, 23 Green, Professor Henny, I. 288 Greenwich Hospital, 2. 103 Gwebries, I. 38, 39, 60, 63, 64, 94 Note Gujarat, I. 28, 36 Note, 43 and Note, 170 to 171, 205, 215, 217, 2. 2, 3, 6, 32, 37, 38, 43, 58, famine in, 72, 89, 137, 145, 250, 259 Gujarati, I-252, 281, course of instruction in, 314, class books, 315, 324, magazine, 332, 225 Gushtasp, I-5, 25 note, 146, 148, 152, 153, 154, 162, 210 H Hacha, 157 Haddocked, 158, 164 Hechadispa, 150 Haftajar, I-85 Hamaspatmadine, I-148, 150 Hanmantro, 42 and Note Hanuman, 229 Hanavis Travels, 222 Harford, Canon, 288 Harles, Professor, 159, 163 Harrison, Mr. Edward, 13, 15 Note has, the 7, I-193 to 196 Hastings, Lord, 44 Hogg, Drive, Kjooded, I-25 Note, 127, 195, 197, 258, 148, 149, 155, 157, 159, 163, 166, 175, 176, 184, 190, 192, 193, 196, 197 Note, 204, 207, 232, 233 Hamvatted, 186, 191 Houseman, Baron, 100 Haven, 169 186, 202, Havarekathra, 155 Hethkot, Mr. J, 13 Heaven, Parsi, 192 Heavens, the 7, I-180 Herod, I-56 Urbads, 161 Hero, the 72 Herodotus, 185, 206 Hindus, I-244, 267, 308, Prejudices of, 229 Hira, I-14 Herji by Hormasgisthua, Mr., I-279, 242, 322 Herji by Mervanji, Mr., 71 Herji by Rostamji Kabasji Patel, Mr., 54 Herji Bhimji, Mr., 124 Herji Jivanji, Mr., 223 Note 33 Index. Herji Jivanji Ready Money, Mr., 57, Trades with Shiwa, 57 Herji Wacha, Mr., I-51 Note Hor, Captain, 68 Holy, 229 Hoven, I-19 Homa Plant, 150, 151 Hamaji Jamshedji, I-114 Humji Biramji, Mr., 77 Hong Kong, 259 Hope, Mr., Series of, I-315, 12 Hormasji Banianji Wadia, Mr., I-148, 210 Note, 235 Note, 241, 71, 72, 213 Note, Fire Temple of, 284 Hormasji Biramji Patel, Mr. I, 173 Hormasji Pestenji, Mr. 2. 291 Hormuz, I-12 Hormazan, I-19 Hormazd, 2. 205, 206, 207 Hornby, B, 2. 57 Hornby, Governor W.M., I, 218, 219 Note, 2. 53, 64, Note Hornby Row I 290 Hosbam, I 167 Hoshang, I 3 Hoshangji Jamasji, Daster, 2. 197 Note, 232 Hotel des Invalides, 2. 103 Hudson, Mr. R, 2. 15 Note Hughes, Surrey, 2. 63, 64 Note Huides, 2. 162 Hukta, 2. 194, 214, 226 Humida, 2. 194, 214, 226 Hunter, Drive WW, I 319 Husparam, 2. 158, 163 Hudasli, 2. 154 Huzifa Ibn Ali Oman, I 21 Varshta, 2. 194, 214, 226 Hayat Banu, I 88 Hyde, Drive, 2. 207, 208, 220 Hyder Ali, Nawab, 2. 19 Hyder Kuli Khan, I 50 Note Hyderabad, Deccan, I 108 Note, 2. 127, 130 Hyderabad, Sindh, 2. 141 Ibrahim, the Ghaznavid, I 38 Imam Jada Hazrati Maysuma, I 67 India, 2. 39, Emperor of, I 10, Population of, 91, Empress of, 279, History of, 314 Indian Legislature, I 249 Indian Museum, 2. 173 Indian Mutiny, Parsis during, 2. 281,282 Indian Penal Code, I 267 Indus, the, I 3, 7, 8, 10 Inkerman, 2. 100 Iran, I 106, 137, 2. 6, 152, 154, 234 Isid Vistara, 2. 155 Isfahan, I 58, 89, 108 Isfandiyar, I 25 Note Islam, I 15, Mission of, 16 to 18 Istakra, I 22 Isis Hain, I 60, Siyazishni Jabitla, I 117, 165 Jabr, 2. 151 Jacob, Mr. H, I 291, 292 Jati Rana, I 30, 34 Jal, I 5, 2. 283 Jalalabad, I 94 Note Jal by Ardeshir Seth, Mr. 2. 17 Note Jalila, I 19 Jamas, I 119, 177, 178 Jamasji Framji Babnagi I, Mr. 2. 38 Janyasp, I 106 Jamaspot, a name, 2. 150 Jamaspot, Ud Saman, 2. 153, 154 Jamasbitai, 2. 177 Jamasji Minakirji, Daster, 2. 174, 183, 232, 237 James Drummond, the, 2. 80 Jamshed Bogamodai, I 219 Note, 223 Note Jamshedi Ne Oraz, I 4, 113 Note, 148, 2. 39 Jamshedji Ardeshir Dale, Mr. I 297 Jamshedji Bamanji, Mr. 2. 64 Note, 65 and Note, 66, Letter 2, 67 to 68, receives testimonial, 69, his reply, 69-70, his rewards, 70 Jamshedji Biramji Laskari, Mr. I 228, his punishment, 229 to 230 Jamshedji Denjib High, Mr. 2. 71 Note Jamshedji Durabji, Mr. 2. 253, his index. 2Z7 Railway Exploits, 254 to 255, Lee's Other Works, 255, Opinion of, 256 to 257 Jamshedji Jajib High, Sir, First Bart, I 241, 286, Address to, 287, Bis Reply, 287, 294, his birth, 2. 78, goes to Bombay, 78, his first journey to China, 79, his later journeys to China, 79, his fourth voyage, 79, captured by French, 79, his letter describing his captivity, 80 to 88, returns to Bombay, 88, his commercial success, 88, first notice of his charity, 89, objects of his charity, 89 to 90, generous character of his benevolence, 90, knighted by the Queen, 90, receives an address from Parsis, 91 to 93, proposal to raise a fund to, 93, his noble scheme, 94 to 95, presented with patent of knighthood, 95, receives a medal, 96 official statement as to his munificence, 97 to 99, his speech, 99, presented with freedom of City of London, 99, public objects of his charity, 100 his donation to French inundations, 100 to 101, statue voted to him by his admirers, 101, Lord Elphinstone's speech on the subject, 102-104, created a baronet, 109, his death, 109, grief of the community, 109, great speech of, 277 to 281 Jamshedji Jajib High, Sir, 2D Bart, I 84, 209. Note, 2. 109 to 110 Jamshedji Jajib High, Sir, 3D Bart, I 117, 242, 210 to 27 Q Note, 2. Il Jamshedji Jajib High, I 288, Lady, builds the Mahim Causeway, 2. 105 to 108 Jamshedji Jajib High Hospital, Sir, I 298 Jamshedji Jajib High Translation Fund, Sir, 2. 230 Jamshedji Jajib High Parsi Benevolent Institution, Sir, I 313 Jamshedji Nanabigas Dar, Mr., I 48 Note Jamshid, Irani, I 107 Jamshid, King, I 4, 148, 2. 162, 283 Jamiad, Day of Month, I 142 Jamiad, Angel, I 185 Janjara, 2. 51 Jasons, I 147, 150, 2. 6 Note J Zavalas, the, 2. 56 Vol. 2 Jot Afram, I 36 Note Java, 2. 245 Jacksarts, the, I 3 Jazia, I 61, Imposition of, 62, 73, 74, 78, Abolition of, 79, Firman on, 80 Jeddah, 2. 37 Jahangir Biramji Martban, Mr., I 331 Jalayangar Ne Orazji, Mr., 2. 71 Jahangir Kazarvanji Wadia, Mr., I 312 note, 2. 75, his relations with France, 75 7 IOTE, his charity, 76 Jehovah, 2. 189 Jerusalem, I 6 Jesuits, I 285 Jews, the, I 6, 7, 61, 2. 28 258 Jajibhai Dadabai, Mr. 2. 132, Introduces Steam Navigation, 132 to 133, his extensive trade, 133, his charities, 134, 236 Jajibhai Jamshedji Modai, Mr. 2. 55 Girajt, 2. 162 Johnstone, Mr. J, I 69 Joshi, I 160 to 161, 164, his knowledge of human nature, 165 Julian, Emperor, I 9 Justices of the Peace, 2. 264 and note Justinian, I 9 K Kabir, 2. 39 Kabir Panth, 2. 39 Kabaisada I.L06, Controversy, 109, 111, 112, 114, 115, Conti Oversea, 2. 18 Kabul, 94 and note, 2. 100 Khadijia, I 18, 19 Cadmus, I 105 and note, 107, 108, 109, 111, 112, 11.3, 114, 115, 116, only a minority, 116, 144, 2. 19, 173 Coffin, I 12 Kai Gush Tasp, 2. 170 Kaikos Ru, I 184 Kaikos Ru Ne Orazji Kabraji, Mr. 2. 289 Kaikos Ru Piastamji Dadavisthna, Mr. 2. 13 Note Kaiko Badmahayar, Merji Enos son, 2. 4, 7 Kayamers, King, I 56, 2. 170 Kalsaya, I 12 338 Index. Kali Viaduct, 2. 254 Kalian Ray, I 36 Note Kalia 2, I 42, ASA, I 216, Family, the, I 116, 2. 59, 258, Miss DF, I 327 Note Hamaji, Mr. 2. 227 Ami Note, 228 Kamaji Kavarji, Mr. 2. 59 Kamdiu Yardosht, I 37 Kanarese, I 25 Note Kankleri, I 122 Kandahar, I 56, 94 Note Kanarkis, I 25 Note Karnama I Ardashir Babekan, 2. 177, 232 Karad, 2. 24 Kashakis Row, 2. 157, 162 Kashgar, I 6, 93 Kach, 2. 259 Kadiawar, I 25 Note, 28, 2. 259 Kataiza, 2. 162 Kaz, I 184 Kabas Fribaraj, 2. 6 Kabasji, son of Biramji Bhikaji Barda, 2. 45 Kabasji Biramji, Fire Temple of, 2. 284 Kabasji Bhikaji, Mr., I 223 Note Kabasji Dajibli Bovala, Mr., I 317 Note Kabasji Dinshaw, Mr., 2. 260 to 261 Note Kabasji Adalji Kanga, Daster, I 50 Note, 2. 232, 236 Kabasji Jangir Riawanani, Sir, I 317 Note, 2. 140, his early life, 140, his charities, 141 to 142, knighted by the / Queen, 142, his statue, 143, receives presents from the Prince of Wales, 143, 236 Kabasji Nanabai Davar, IMR. 2. 247, 248 Kabasji Patel Street 2. 54 Kabasji Rostamji, Mr. I-42, 223 Note, 2. 53, Supplies Ships, 53, Issues Passes, 53 and Note, his death, 54 Kabas Rustam Jalal, Mullah, I-107 and Note, 108, 110 Kawa, I-4 Kayanian Dynasty, I-4, 5 Note, 186, 2. 148 Kazi, 2. 228 Canary Caves, I-36 Kerman, I-54, 55, 57, 59, 68, 81, 2. 4,6 Karad Kram, I-36 Note Karad Iviyard, I-36 Note Khalif Omar, I-11, 14, 2. 147 Khalid Ben Walid, I-12 Khan Bahadur, title, I-102 Note, 2. 21 Kandala, 2. 89, 90 Kandish, 2. 125 Klyangam, 2. 126 Clears Liji, 2. 109, C. Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, 2d Baronet, Karsheji Fardunji Perak, Sir, I-242, 2. 144, Founds and Asjadam, 144, his gift of the Flora Fountain, 145, appointed Sheriff of Bombay, 145 Karsheji Jamshedji of Nafsari, Dastur, I-224 Note Karsheji Jamshedji Jamodai, Mr. 2. 40, serves under Peshwa, 41, charges against, 41 to 42, poisoned, 42 Karsheji Kabasji Banaji, Mr. 2. 122, 123, 124, 210 Note Karsheji Kabasji Bandupvala, Mrs. I-328 Note Karsheji, son of Nasirvanji Koyar, 2. 39 Karsheji Manakji Shroff, Mr. I-110, 224 Note, 237, 2. 130, arranges family quarrels, 131 to 132 Karsheji Nasirvanji Kama, Mr. I-59 Note, 89, 310, 312 Note, 322, 323 Karsheji Pocheji Pandey, Mr. 2. 48 Karsheji Rostamji Kama, Mr. I-37 IOIE, 36 Note, 111, 317 Note, 2. 148, 149, 232, 233 Katun Banu, I-85, Legend of, 86 to 87 Kabatabad, I-37 Note Clearad, I-142 Kurgam, 2. 139 Ketvadi, 2. 54, 144 Kikri, 2. 86 Kilat, A, 2. 53 Kadaband Khan, I-50 Note Konunian, I-140 Kojas, the, 2. 258 Kurasan, I-21, 24 Kordad, Day, I-135, 146 Index. 339 Kleordad, Angel, I-184, 2. 191 Kordad Sal, I-146, 2. 182 Corday Avesta, I-60, 2. 165, its meaning, 168, its recital, 169, 232, 236 Kos Rupervez, I13 Kliatin, I93 Chitperveria, 2. 186, 191 Xliathra 7 Glaya, 2. 157 Kur, I137 Kurslide, I185 Kyr Shednesli, 2. 169 Kvedidith, 2. 163 King George, the, 2. 77 King Cobes, 2. 249 Kirkham, Mr. TB, I291 Kirkis, I12 Kissa Isanjan, I27, 28, 30 Note, 43 Note, 47 Kittredge, Mr. G, 2. 270 Koli I Chukmaku, I88 Koyars Gahambar, 2. 38 Kalas, I36 Note Konkans, 2. 117, the 2, 125 Konkanazth Brahmins, I26 Note Koran, the, I22, 64 Cosmos Indicaplusts, I26 Note Kotval, 2. 29 Kufa, I20 Kumarika Kshitra, 36 Note Kimishwe, 2. 214 Kinku, I155 Kurla, 2. 73 Kusti, I32, 117, 165, 168 Lancashire Relief Fund, 2. 144 Lassen, quoted, I25 Note, 2. 149 Labat, M. de Chasselu, 2. 76 Note Labji Nasservaji Wadia, Mr., 2. 59, 60, M. Lloyd as shipwright, 60, his skill, 61, constructs dry dock, 62, his death, 63, 71, 244 Law, Honorable Stephen, 2. 56 Lee Warner, Mr. W, I 319, 320 Lageet, Mr., I 254, 2. 118 Legislative Council, I 248, 307 Lepers Hospital, I 177 Note Living, Burying the, I 211 London, 2. 13, City of, 99 Lord Mayor, the, 2. 99 Lot, Professor Eobert, I 288 Louis Philippe, King, 2. 75 Louise, HKH the Princess, I 326 Low, Captain TM, 2. 67 Luid, Mr. RD, 2. 33 Lugman, I 94 Note Lutf Ali Khan, I 57, 59 Lyle, Sir A, I 77 Lyle, Mr. G, 2. 92 Lydia, I 6 Lyell, Mr. B, 2. 15 Note Lytton, Lord, I 123 M Macedon, King of, I 126 Macedonia, I 8 Macintosh, Sir James, I 246 Macnalance, Captain, 2. 87 MA9 UDI, I 25 Note, 27 Note Madagascar, 2. 82 Madane, I 12, 14, 18, 19, 85 Maid Ganaya Hanvar, 2. 177 Slate Gan, I, Ivy Gano, Tushkuk, 2. 177 Maid Ga Iatrafaraba Farukzaden, 2. 178 Maid Ganai Avadushi Mout 3 Han, 2. 178 Maid Gan Bini Frabardan Yom Kier Dad, I 146 Maid Gan I Chutrang, 2. 178 Maid Ga I Darui Kursande, 2. 178 Slate Gan I Durhud, 2. 178 Late Gan I Gosht Farayan, 2. 177 Late Ga I Guzish Tabalish, 2. 178 Maid Gan I Haft Amish Aspend, 2. 178 Maid Gan I Hushrub Kobad, 2. 178 made Ganai Kordad Yamai Fravardiubina, 2. 177 made Ganai Lak Yam, I 133, 2. 177 made Ganai Madam Chimaidarun, 2. 177 made Ganai Razyazdan, 2. 177 made Ganai Saras, 2. 182 made Ganai Virov, Arda Virov Nama, 2. 177 Madras, I 273, 300, 2. 144 Madrasa, I 242, Mu Uafi Raz, 2. 34 degrees index. 232, 236, Setli Jajibhai Dottabli 236, Sir J. Zend, and Peli Levi, 145, 232, 233, 236 Max, I 39 Magi, the, I 25 Note, 2. 225 Magians, I 39 Magyas, I 39 Mal, I 137 Mahabad, I 3 Mala Abadian Dynasty, I 5 Note Mali Aidbar, I 36 Note Mal Aidbar, I 36 Note Mahal 2. 124 Muhammad, Afghan, I 56 Mal Bandad, I 37 Note Maghfarubag, I 37 Note Maghnayash, 2. 169 Rahar, I 63 Maharaja, Title, 2. 40, Budmati, A, 2. 24 Mahi, 1. 36 Mahim, 2. 92 Mahim Causeway 2. 105 Maniad Begada, I 43 Note, 50 Note Mahmud Shah, I 43 Note Muhammad, I 11, 2. 24 Muhammad Ali bin Muhammad Hussein Manahayat, 2. 192 Manak Bai, wife of Baram Jithra, 2. 6 Note Manakji Limji Antaria, Mr., I 72, 73, 75, 83, 87 Manakji Kavasji Damanvala, Mr., 2. 44, 45 Manakji, son of Lavji Nasirvanji Wadia, 2. 62, rewarded, 63, his death, 64 Manakji Karshji Shraf, Mr., I 233 Note, 235 Note, 324 and Note, 325, 328 Manakji Naorazji Seth, Mr., 2. 16, 17, 18 Manakji Naorazji Wadia, Mr., I 223 Manakji Nasirvanji Peti, Mr., I 73, 84, 89, 253, 279, 312 Note, 2. 134, his early life, 135, his generosity, 135, 248, Manakji Peti Mills 2. 136, 248, 250 Manakji, Rostamji Kavasji Banaji's son, 2. 123 Manaksha Chainga Asa, 2. 6 and Note Mananho, 2. 157 Manashni, 2. 214 Manchurji Framji Kama, Mr., 2. 59 Rogi, Mr., 2. 58 Muhammad Ali Rogi, Mr., 2. 58 Note Muhammad Karim Khan, Shah, I 108 Mahomedan Law, I 64 Mahomedans, their triumph, I 22, defeat of, 46, 244, 267, 285 Note, 2. 227 Mahayar, I 38 Maniash, 2. 186 Macronese, 2. 46 Malabar, 2. 51, 133 Malabar Hill I 207, 209, on, 209 Note, 2. 57 Note Thikamus Malacca, 2. 88 Malcolm Khan, I-77 Oyot Mancherji Hormasji, Mr. I-84, 2. 59 Note, 173 Mancherji Jivanji Ready Money, Mr. 2. 57, Goes to China, 57, Builds Dakama, 57 Note Mancherji Kamaji, Mr. 2. 59 Mancherji Kavasji Martban, Mr. I-300 Mancherji Karshji, Mr. 2. 7 Mancherji Karshji Seth, Mr. I-107, 2. 17 Note Mancherji Naorazji Banaji, Mr. 2. 124 Mancherji Pest Anji Karigat, Mr. I-296 Note Mancherji Pest Anji Wadia, Mr. I-48 Malcolm, Sir John, quoted, I-20 to 22, 57, 64, 2. 31, 35, 105, 114, his opinion quoted, 114 to 117, 223 Malik Nania Ashuri Pavanak Parsi, 2. 178 Note Mancherji Wacha, Mr. 2. 233 Manvi, 2. 24, 45 Mangoes, 2. 117, 118 Maniar, 2. 42, Visits England, 42 and Malta Expedition, 2. 71 Note Malwa, I-39, 2. 45 Mamlatdar, 2. 24, 26 Note Mansion House, 2. 99 Menorah, I-42 Index. 341 Maniski R, 2. 179, 180 Muratab, 2. 237, 240, 241 Marathas, 2. 7 Note Marathi Schools, I-309 Marathon, I-8 Martinsha, I-36 Note, Marduias, I-8 Marengo, B, 2. 80 Marespand, Day, I-143 Marespand, Angel, I-185 Marakhedi, Baron, 2. 104 Marriage Contract, July, I-175 Martinsat, I-37 Note Marwaha, I-12 Mary Adelaide, HRH the Princess, I-326 Mispadon, I-19 Matan Aidbar, I-36 Note Mathabana, I-121 Matrimonial Conra, I-273, 274 and Note Mauritius, 2. 81, 87, Sugar Cane, 114, 245 Mazagon, 2. 59, Mazagon Mills 2. 136 Mazandaran, I-37 Ilazde, 2. 157 Mecca, 2. 37 Media, 2. 147 Median, the first, I-5 Note Median, the second, I-5 Note Median Po Wer, overthrow of, I-6 Mediarum, I-147 Ildicene, training females in, I-299 Medina, I-12 Medioma, 2. 154 Mediazarum, I-146 Mediterranean, I-3 Maerbanu, I-85 Murmadabad, 2. 134 Mare, Day, I-147 Mare, Angel, I-185 Nyash, 2. 169 Mikar, 2. 127 Melville, Mr. Justice, I-275 to 278 Note Merji Rana, I-37, 2. 3, 4, 7 Merv, I-21 Mervan Bag, 2. 139 Mervanji Framji Pandey, Mr. I-84, 87, 88, 89, 2. 48 Note, 139, founds a sanitarium, 139, his charities in Persia, 140, 248 Mervanji, son of Jajibhai Dadabai, 2. 134 Mervanji Manakji, Mr. 2. 251 Mesopotamia, I9 Murin, Bishop, 2. 167, 184, 215, 216, 217, 218 Migna, I26 Note Miran, I13 Milford, the, 2. 72 Minden, the, 2. 67, 68 Minokrad, 2. 177, 181 Miryais, I56 Ilirza Muhammad Ali Beg, 2. 28 Mitchell, Dr. Murray, 2. 207 Note Mithra, I138, 139 Mobds, the, I219 Modi, I260, 264 Modi family, 2. 55 Elides, the, 2. 19 Mufussil, I242, 243, 244, 245, 255, 260, Schools in, 289 Mogul, the, 2. 9 Mower, I185 Momin Khan, 2. 12 Money, Mr. T, 2. 61 Monotheism, 2. 209 More, Major, 2. 266 Morley, Mr. James, 2. 64 Note Morris, Mr. 2. 80 Ilos Anna, I12 Muslim, Killing A, I65 Mosul, I19 Mulvi, 2. 228 Elount Abu, I39 Mustad, the, I67 Mozambique, 2. 45, 261 Mubaraka, 2. 78 Mohammed Shah, I43 Muhammad Shah Tughlik, I44 Note /Iulia Paz, I27 Note, C Mobds Mukasifal Azar Kevin, I43 Note Mutad, I146, 149, 212 Mutiatma, I149 Mu Uafi Raz, I109 and Note, 224 Note, 2. 173 Mullahs, the, I67 Miller, Professor Max, IISO Note, 2. 149, 179 Note, 216, 238 Note 342 Index. Municipal Corporation, Tli, 2. 124 Munpisar, I42 Merv, I42 Muscat, I56, 2. 135 Musulmans, 2. 8 Muth, I42 Myazd, I140 Mysore, 2. 17 N Nata, 2. 157, 160 Nader Shah, I58 Nagmandal, I37 Nahan, I145 Nahavand, I11, 20-21, 2. 147 Najam, 2. 161 NAL, I14 Names among Parsis, I162 to 163 Note, choosing, 162 Nanabai Biramji, Mr., I223 Note Nanabai Biramji Jajabli Mr., 2. 134 Nanabai Nasirbanji, /IR, I292 Nanabai Punjab High, Mr., 2. 19 Naoraz, I144 Naoraz Ikash, 2. 182 Naorazji, Rostam Manak's son, 2. 15, 16 Naorazji Fardunji, Mr., I75, 93, 253, 258, 261, 279, 323, 332, 2. 231, 264, his public reputation, 264 Naorazji Fardunji Scholarship, the, I317, Note Naorazji Hill 2. 16 and note ne Orazji Jamshedji Wadia, Mr. I 237, 241 ne Orazji Mahai Arji, JMR, I 224 note ne Orazji Nasirvanji Wadia, Mr. 2, 250 ne Orazji Rostamji, Mr. 2. 13 ne Orazji Seth, Mr. 2. 42 ne Orazji Sarabji Bengali, Mr. 2. 213 note ne Ashurvan, I9, his war with Tli Yemen.s, 9-10, his great achievements, 10, his surname, 10, 2. 181 Napaki Nashni Parvardk, 2. 178 Narbez, I50 note Nargal, I48 note, 2. 18 Narinian Ilos Hang, I216 Nasakina, I231, 241 Nasaridan Shah, I81-82 Nasir Vanji Biramji, Mr. I207, 209, of 242 Nasir Vanji Chandabai, Mr. I201 note, 206 Nasir Vanji Humji, Mr. 277 Nasir Vanji Koyar, Mr. 238, revives the Jams Hedi Ne Oraz, 39 Nasir Vanji Manakji Peti, Mr. I83, 134, 135, 136, maintains many charities, 138 to 139 Nasir Vanji Manakji Wadia, Mr. 2. 74, 77 Nasir Vanji Manchurji Kama, Mr. I 310 Nasir Vanji Manchurji Kama Fund, the I83 Nasir Vanji Eatonji Tata, Mr. I 201 note, 206 Nas Salas, I 196, 211, 231 Nashus, I 194 Nasyudi, 2. 162 Nach, I 132, 176, 188 National Anthem, the 2. 288, 289, in Gujarati, 289 to 291 Navar, 2. 237, 238, 239, 240 Nafsari, I27, 37, and note, 48, 56, 100, 201 note, 216, 217, 242, 2. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 57, 78, 89, 90, 110, 210 note, 236, 240, 260 Nazarana, 2. 127 Nexant Khan, 2. 22 Nestorians, I94 Newbold, Sir John, I246 Newton, Mr. H, I255, 271 New Year's Day, I144 Nicole and Company, Messrs. 2. 75 Nibor, 2. 224, 244 Nakajam, 2. 157, 163 Nile, the I39 Beat Kings, their riches, I6 Narangdian, I165 Naranjistan, 2. 177 Narangs, 2. 179 Narangyazishni, 2. 178 Nisari, 2. 162 Nishapur, coinage of, I181 Nizam, the, 2. 126, 127, 129 Noma Baram, I36 Note Noman Makaran, I15 Northbrook, Earl of, I290 Index. J4J1T Nosering, I122 to 123 Nagnadia Kuha, I28 Note Nyajit, I94 Note Nusks, 2. 157 Nishes, Tli, 2. 169, Tlier number. 169, 237 O Obelisk Road, 2. 121 Adaric, I-40 Agamdicha, 2. 177 Oldenburg, Duchess of, I-326 Olivant, Mr. ECK, 2. 74 Algiad, 2. 24 Oman, King of, I-27 Note. Oppert, Professor, 2. 234 Order of Fly Indian Empire, I-279 Oriental Bank, 2. 247 Oriental Mills 2. 139 Oriental Spinning Company, 2. 248 Ormus, I-24 Osorio, I-28 Notosley, Sir William, 2. 208 220 Obbington, Eve. Mr. 2. 266 Owen, Mr. E. 2. 15 Note Oxford, I-207, Library at, 2. 173 Oxus, B. I-3, 10 Padamji Pestanji, Konbayadv, I-102 and Note Page, William, Mr. I-206 Note Palu, 2. 175 Padita, I-145 Pajak, 2. 157, 161 Palanji Nasirvanji Patel, Mr. I-83 Palestine, I-6 Pachayet, I-127, 169, 173, 211, 215, 217, the first, 217, as a court of justice, 218, its power of inflicting punishment, 218 to 219, appointing a, 223, power of, 224, decision of, 226 to 228, 228, inflicts punishment, 229, 233, decline of, 236, impotence of the, 240, its want of power, 241, 243, 267, 273, 2. 16 Note, 229, funds of, 268 Panj Mahals, I-101 Pandnama, 2. 237 Pandnama Buzargjmer, 2. 181 Pandnama Ayadarbad Mares Pand, 2. 233 Panjab, I-7, 38, 2. 260 Panjabo Khat, I-36 Note Pansopari, I-177 Panthakis, the, 2. 56 Papak, 2. 159 Papilius, M, 2. 104 Parahua, 2. 192 Parbani, 2. 127 Parshal, 2. 23 Parganas, 2. 23 Pargarad, I-194 Paris, Imperial Library at, 2. 173, 234 Parnali, 2. 129 Pars, I-11, C. Pars Parsi Benevolent Institution, the Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, I-286 Parsi Dikama, I-51 and Note Parsi Girls School Association, I-312, 313, 314, 319, 2. 143, 288 Parsi Law Association, I-253, 254, 258, 266, 2. 143 Parsi Marriage Act, I-257 Parsi Religion, C2. Chaps, 3. 4, V Parsi Succession Act, I-257 Parsis, who are they? I-2, meaning of name, 11, nearly wi'ect when fleeing, 29, attempt to convert, 41 to 42, appealed to for help, 44, their reply, 44, in Persia, 53 to 55, see chap. 2, of Bombay appealed to, 63, character of, in Persia, 70, numbers of, 91, in Bombay, 92, in China, etc., 92, low mortality of, 96, proportion of children among, 96, vitality of, 97, proportion of males among, 97, occupations of, 98 to 99, not given to agriculture, 100, no soldiers among, 101, causes of this, 103 to 104, as volunteers, 102, their qualities, 104 to 105, sex of, 105, their year, 106, shrewdness of, 115, dress of, 117, dress of their ladies, 118 to 120, dress of their priests, 120, appearance of, 120, their women, 121, their mode of life, 123, their manner of taking meals, 124 to 125, 344 index. Parties among, 125, sociability of, 126, trier temperance, 126 to 127, position of women among, 127, as husbands, 127 to 128, 131 to 132, female accomplishments among, 128, their ladies, 129, matrimony among, 129, their fellow feeling, 130, freedom from restraint of, 131, domestic life of, 153 to 154, birth ceremonies of, 155 to 160, surnames of, 162 to 163. Note, question of proselytism among, 168-169, marriage laws of, 170, marriages among, 172, marriage ceremony of, 174 to 188, domesticity of, 189, death ceremonies of, 192 to 196, law about bigamy among, 225, their women, 231, superstitious practices among, 232 to 233, have no code of laws, 243, regarded as gentus, 246, in Bombay, 266, as justices of the peace, 272, official opinion of, 277. Note, their language, 281, as barristers, 300, their ladies, 304, female influence among, 305, girls' schools among, 307, school endowments of, 316, 316 to 317. Note, settle in Bombay, 2. 48, loyalty of, 50, as shipbuilders, 59, Sir John Malcolm's opinion of, 116 to 117, their panchayat, 138, their scriptures, 155, what is their religion? 183, Christian opinion of, 218, their priests, 235, present position in Bombay of, 242, their first connection with Europeans, 243, employed as middlemen, 244, begin to trade for themselves, 245, go to other parts of India, 246, follow other pursuits than trade, 247, lose monopoly of China trade, 257, how affected one, YRT, 259, outside Bombay, 259, as merchants, 262, styled salt of the Bombay community, 263, honors to, 264, objects subscribed to by, 267, charity of, 265. Distinction of their charity, 271, no beggars among, 272, loyalty of, 273 274, their prayer for victory of English arms, 274 to 275, their prayer on capture of Sebastopol, 276 to 277, loyalty of, during mutiny, 282, their fellow feeling with Englishmen, 282 283, rejoice at Prince of Wales's recovery, 285, their knowledge of English, 288 note, proficiency at cricket, 288 note, a case of conversion among, 291 to 292, their desire to retain a good name, 292 to 293 note, their future, 295, their abiding loyalty, 295, their religion, see chaps, 3, 4 and v.abal.2. 2 and sim. Parthia, 2. 175, 176 Parthian dynasty, I5 note Parthva, 2. 175 Pervez, I25 note Paterbakhat, I36 note Patasham, I147 Patel, or Headman, I42, 2. 51 Patel family, the, 2. 49 Patites, I166, 213, 2. 171 to 172 Pateti, I144, 149 Putna, I42 note Patriotic Fund, 2. 267, 277 Patton, Professor, I305 note, 309 Pave, 2. 113, 114 Pavi, I203 Pavis, I200, 2. 18 Pazand, I185, 2. 171, 172, 182 Peli Levi, I38, 133 note, 185, 213, 242, 2. 40, 147, 150, 151, 152, 157, 158, 174 to 175, 176, 177, 178, 197 note, 201, 206. Pelu, Suri, 2. 67 Parathu, 2. 175 Parathwa, 2. 175 Peron, Ainquitildu, I27 note, 50 note, 2. 5, 175, 205, 207, 220, 232, 214 Peri, Sir Erskine, I251, 311, 2. 112, 119 Persepolis, I4, 11, 2. 159 Persia, I2, size of ancient empire of, 3, 7, first Mahomedan invasion of, 12, the soil of Persia is ours, 18, intercourse of, with India, 24, 25 note, invasion of, 57 to 58, singular law in, 68, its ancient empire, 89, ancient, 182 215, first Parsi to visit, 216, 314, 2. 1, 4, 8, 38 39, 52 note, 78, 140, 146, 158, 172, 273 Persian Gulf, I8, 24, 26 7 IOTE Index. 345 Persian Migrations, I-26 Persian Zoroastrian Amelioration Fund, I-55, 72, 2. 143 Persian Zoroastrians, marriages among, I-189 to 190 Persians, ancient religion of, 2. 185 186, not idolaters, 211 Peshdad, I3 Peshdadayan JST, I4, 5 Note, 2. 150, 162 Peslakar, Rajarambaks, 2. 128 Peshhotan, 1. 109 Note, Peshhotanji Biramji Sanjana, Dastur, 2. 175, 177, 178 Note, 183, 231, 232, 236, 237, 284, 286, His Prayer, 286 Peshwa, 2. 125 Pestanji, I-40 Pestanji Bamanji Wadia, Mr., I-48 Note, 2. 71, 77 Pestanji Bhikaji Pandey, LLR. I-224 Note Pestanji Dosabli Akapadia, Mr., 2. 249 Pestanji Framji Kama, Mr., I-312 Note Pestanji J Hormadachi Kama, Mr., I-312 Note, 2. 59 Note, 269, 270 Pestanji Mirji, Mr., 2. 124, 128 Pestanji Sarabji Tali Arkan, Mr., 2. 23 Pestanji Vikaji, Affirm, 2. 127 Pestansli Coin, 2. 128 Petit Hall, I-124 Phipps, Governor, 2. 12 Firasha, son of Danjisha Balir Mand Khan, 2. 26 Firasha Mervanji Melita, Mr., 1. 297 Phoenicia, I-6 Phoenix, the, 2. 87 Pitch Oris, I-119, 177, 178 Pelaji Raugakor, 2. 7 Pindaris, inroads of, I-48, 2. 32, 44 Purisbai, I-256 Pit, 2. 267 Pochajis, the, 2. 56 Point de Gaulle, 2. 80 Pune, I-102 and Note, 254, 293, 2. 41, 42, 44, 89, 90, 125, 134, 197 Note, 212, 232 Pune Engineering College, 2. 141 Pope, Captain J.A., 2. 197, 223 Portsmouth, Shipyard at, 2. 68 Portugal, King of, 2. 48, 110 Portuguese, the, I-27 Note, 41, 50 Note, 2. 9, 11, 43, 45, 49, 244, 250, 251, a proclamation of, 251 to 252 Note Porakisti, 2. 155 Porushispa, a name, 2. 150 Porushispa, Zoroaster's father, 2. 150, 151 Prayer to the Almighty, A. I-29 Premchand Rayachand, Mr., 2. 271 Prito, Dean, 2. 219, 220 Priest Class, the, 2. 235 Prime, the, 2. 81 Princes Doc, 2. 16 Princep, quoted, I-25 Note Privy Council, the, I-256 Proby, Mr., 2. 11 Note Property, Law of, I-243 to 244, Law of Distributing, 250 to 251 Prussia, Crown Princess of, I-326 Prussia, the Queen of, I-326 Ptolemy, I-25 Note, his map, 37 Note Pulcasi, I-26 Note Parandukt, I-13 Qchu Eek, MKS, HMA, I-325, 2. 61, 117 and Note, TT, 281, Loyalty to, 283, C. Victoria, Queen Quetta, I-102 Array, I-19, 2. 147, 151, 152 Raghunathro Dada Sahib, I-42, 2. 53 Raghunathro Peshwa, 2. 42 Ranume Mazdayasanan Saba, 2. 230, 232 Railway, GIP, 2. 253, 255 Railways in India, 2. 253 Rajpipla, I-101 Rajputs, I-36 Note Ram, Day, I-140 Ram, Angel, I-185 Ramkandar Balkrishna, Miss, I-327 Note Ramsey, Mr. Andrew, 2. 53 Note Router, I-50 Note Rayaji Apogee Oandro, 2. 8 Rapathavan, 2. 169 346 Index. Rapat Libo, I-1 to 15 Rashid Meherban, I-66 Rashnu, Day, I-139 Rashiyu, Angel, I-185 Rask, Professor, 2. 156, 172 Razmai, I-105 Note Rostam Jidarabji, 2. 50, 51, Raises a Force, 51, Rewarded by Government, 52, A Romance in Lee's Life, 52 to 53 Note Rostam Ji Hormasji, Mr., 2. 72 Rostam Ji Jamshedji Jajibe, Mr., I-84 2. 110, Rostam Ji Kaikobadji, Mr., I-109 No Rostam Ji Kabasji Bahadurji, Drive, I-75 Rostam Ji Kabasji, Mr., 2. 122, Goes to Calcutta, 122, Called a Merchant Prince, 123 Rostam Ji Karslaiji Modi, Khan Bahadur, I-255, 2. 21 Rostam Jayanak, 2. 9, Speech of, 10, His Sense of Justice, 11, Claims of, 12 Rostam Ji Manakji, Mr., 2. 251 Rostam Ji Manakji, Mr., Abroach, I-100 Rostampura, 2. 16 East Gofter, the, I-330 Ratanji Manakji Enti, Mr., 2. 37, Travels in Arabia, 37, his nickname, 38 Kitanpur, Raja of, I-49 Radhashtarans, 2. 162 Rathvi, 2. 166, 240 Ratnagiri, 2. 137 Radosh Tidy, 2. 157, 161 Ratush, 2. 157 Rabayets, the, 2. 6, 159, 160, 163, 178, 182 to 183 Ravenscroft, Mr. Edward, I-220 Note Rawlinson, Sir Henry, I-75, 76 and Note, 93 Rawlinson's Ancient Monarchies, I-25 Note Ready Money Fivwheely, the, 2. 57 Ready Monsi, Origin of Name, 2. 57 Recorder's Court, I-245 Red Sea, the I-3 Riano, M, quoted, I-25 Note, 27 Note Read, Professor, I-305 Note, 309 Religion, Parsi, 2. Chaps, 3, 4, and V Religious Reform Association, 2. 230, 231 Remington, Mr., 2. 34 Resurrection, Doctrine of the, 2. 193 Ripon, Lord, I-318 Rivet Karnak, the Sir James, 2. 133 Robertson, /R, Account of Cambay, I-35 Roelkant, I-39 Rollins Ancient History, 225 Roman Catholic Missionaries, I-41 Roman Emperors, I-8 Romer, Mr., 230, 40 Rothschild, Messrs., I-101 Roxburgh, Duchess of, I-325 Royal Charlotte, the, 257 Royal Charter, I-245 Rujub Ali, I-66 Rupees, Yudishai, 238 Russell, Drive, I-209 Russian Government, I-61 Russians, the, I-94 Russia, War with, 274, Parsi Opinion of, 279 Rustam, I-5, 184, 283 Rustam, a General, I-12, 13, 14, 18 Sak : the, I-6 Sachin, 2. 24 Sadar Adalad, 2. 118 Sadar Emin, 2. 26, 29 Sadasib Bamankashvar, 2. 41 Sad Ben Abu Vokas, I-14 Saint Helena, 2. 86 St. Thomas's Cathedral, 2. 78 St. Xavier's School, I-285 Sakadam, 2. 158, 164 Salayung, Sir, 2. 129 Salabatpur, 2. 28 Salisbury, the, 2. 13 Sals et, I-40, 42, 2. 90, 114, 117 Sals et, the, 2. 67 Sanjan, Parsi settle at, I-30 and Nodi, 31, 34, 37, 176, 187, 215, 257, 2. 1, 2, 5, 273 Sanskrit, I-186, 2. 40, 2 kinds OL, 155, 156 Sarah, the, I-80 * sorry, I-117, 122, 155 Sarsubha, 2. 41 Index. 347 Sasorian Dynasty, I-5 Note, 8, 185, 2. 174 Sassoon Audiko, Messrs., 2. 249 Sayat, I-14 Saxe-Coburg, the Duchess of, I-326 Shloks, the 16, I-31-32 School of Dadatsign, 2. 89 Scientific Maktab, 2. 40 Scipio, P. Cornelius, 2. 104 Scotland, 2. 100 Scottish Corporation, 2. 267 Sebastopol, capture of, 2. 275 Seine, the, 2. 100 Seaston, I-21, 38, 57 Sessentilts, 2. 84 Sitayashna Yazdan, 2. 177 Seth Kondans, the, 2. 16 Seth Karsheji Ardeshur, the, I-224 Note Seth Mervanji Zaorazji, I-224 Note Seth Eastamji Shapurji, I-224 Note Shot, the, I-66, 69, Interview with, 75, 76-77, Appeal to, 78, 81 to 82 Shah Ardeshur, the, 2. 77 Shah Kaikoshru, the, 2. 58 Shah Mino Shir, the, 2. 58 Shah Nama, I4, 2. 170, 225 Shanghai, 2. 259 Shapur, I9, 2. 283 Shapurji Bamanji, I223 Note Share Mania, the, 2. 136, 258 Shastras, I170 Shayas La Sha 3 EST, 2. 177, 179 Julian Shayas, I105 and Note, 107, 109, LLO and WOC, 111,112,113,114, 115, 116, 117, 144, 2. 18, 72 Sharivar, Day, I134 Sharivar, Month, I147 Slyu Rivar, Angel, I184, 2. 191 Slyakan Gumani Vihar, 2. 177 Charayaji Dadabai Barusha, Urbad, I181 Note, 2. 179 Note, 233, 237 Sheriff of Bombay, 2. 145 Sheriff of Calcutta, 2. 123 Shara, Court of, I-64 Shiaposh Kafirs, I-94 and Note Shiraz, I-55, 66, 100 and H Irene, I-26 Note Shirwan, I-19 Shkayath Nanam, 2. 157 Sholapur, 2. 125, 130 Shopkeeper, The Honest, 2. 56 CDs, The, 2. 51 Sikh Ndar, Emperor, I-39 Sikandral, Ad, 2. 130 Sindh, I-25 Note Singapore, 2. 126 Sins, a list of, 2. 203 Skithi or rulers, I-25 Note Slippers, ladies, I-123 soldiers, native, I-10 Soma, plant, 2. 151 Somari, 2. 37 Sarab, 2. 283 Sarabji, son of Jajibhai Dadabai, 2. 134 Sarabji, son of Kavasji Rostamji Patel, 2. 54 Sarabji Kavasji, of Surat, 2. 21, obtains title of Jastek Sant Khan, 22, 23 Sarabji Jamsliji, Mr., son of Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, 2. 110 to 111 Sarabji Manchurji, Mr., I-223 Note Sarabji Manchurji Iadamani, Mr., 2. 58, His Charity, 58, 265 Sarabji Nanabai Seth, Mr., I-223 Note Sarabji Pest Anji Framji, Mr., I-312 Note Sarabji Shapurji Bengali, Mr., I-253, 279, staunch promoter of female education, 318, 2. 213 Note, 231, 269, builds a school, 270 Sarabji Wadhagandhi, /RR, I-224 Note Sparks, 3 IRR, 2. 64 Note Spencer, Mr. J, I-7, 2. 23 Spendamangas, I-144 Spendarmid, month, I-106, 149 Spendarmid, day, I-135 Spendarmid, angel, I-184, 202, 204, 2. 191 spent, 2. 157, 163 Spenta Armade, 2. 191 Spentomaniash, 2. 186, 188, 207 Spiegel, Drive, 2. 167, 16S, 173, 175, 178 Note, 234 Spitama, 2. 150 Spitamon Zarathusht, 2. 172 Srosh, Day, I-139 Srosh, Angel, I-185, 204, 2. 241 Srosh Raz, 148, C. Adishbiram Salgari 348 Index. Stakar, 2. 159 Stevens, Mr. James, Senior, I-220 Note Students Literary and Scientific Society, the, I-305, 306 and Note, 312, 322 Stud Yaslit, 2. 158, 164 Succession and Marriage Acts, I-278 Sudker, 2. 157, 159 Sudra, I-32, 117, 165, 167, 168 Sultan Hussein, I-56 Sultani Ne Oraz, I-149 Sunabai Nasser Vanji Kama, I-312 Note, Superb, July, 2. 63 Supreme Court The, I-245, Judges of, 246, 248, 256 Surat, I-27, 35, 36 Note, Removal of Fire to, 48, Anniversary at, 49, 50, Its Origin, 50 Note, 93, 106, 216, 221, 242, 247, 248, 254, 255, 260, 264, 281, 287, 323, 2. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 19, 30, 33, 36, 37, 38, 39, 54, 59, 60, 77, 89, 110, 141, 145, 210 Note, 243, 244, 249, 250, 251, 266, 271 Surat Athavizi, 2. 7 Suratji, I-50 Note Sutherland, Duke of, I-209 Sutherland, Mr., 2. 32 Syria, I-19 Taberi, I-19, 27 Note Table Bay, 2. 82 Tabriz, I-61, 65 Tajbakas, the, 2. 72 Tali Arkan, 2. 22 Tana Ceremony, I-202 Tandarusti, I-187 Tapadas Arjadas Co., Messrs., 2. 249 Tapti, I-50 No Tarapur, 2. 44, 124, 130 Tarakitabril, 2. 225 Chingrayacha, I-25 No Tihamuras, I-4 Tehran, I-55, 66, 75, 77, Poorhouse at, 85 Temuras Dinshaw, Urbad, 2. 233 Temple, Sir Richard, I-100, 206, 317 Note, 2. 109, 264 Temelji, Dastur, 2. 179 No Temelji Jivanji Ready Money, Mr., 2. 57 Temelji Eastamji Survey I, Mr., 2. 17, 2. 59 Thana, I-26 Note, 35, 40, 42, 254, 2. 53, 115, 124, 250, 253 Thanos, the, 2. 7, 46, and Note Thibet, I-89 Thompson, Mr. Ronald, I-79, 82 Thriddy, 2. 154 Tigris, the, I-3, 9, 89 times, the, I-208 times of India, the, I-328 Note, 331, 2. 120 Timur, I-38, 39 Tier, Day, I-137 Tier, Month, I-147 Tier, Angel, I-185 Topi, I-118 Torless, Mr. John, 2. 64 No Tower of Silence, Sidakamas Town Council of Bombay, the, 2. 124 Translation Fund, the Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai, I-287 Trimbakji Danglia, 2. 41 Trombi, I-42 177 Note Trowbridge, Sir T, 2. 65, 66 Troyer, quoted, I-25 No Trustees, Charitable, I-241 Tyabinjan, 2. 173, 174 Tuglikpur, I-39 TUR, I-56 Turanians, I-4 Turbaratur, 2. 154 Turk Merchant, A, 2. 10 Turkey, Sultan of, 2. 22 Turner, /IR, 2. 83 Tuster, I, 19 UTJCH, I-38 Udaipur, I-26 Note Udvada, I-48 242, 2. 45 210 Note Ulap Khan, I-44 Note Undari Chandari, 2. 80 Union Bank, 2. 122 University, the Bombay, I-290, degrees at, 293 University Hall, 2. 141, 142 IRF, I-64 Index. 349 Irvidatnara, 2. 155 Ushane, 2. 169 Usliadarana, 2. 152 Uslatabat Gas, I-144 Usman Kalebai, 2. 10 Uthamna, I-199 Uzaran, 2. 169 Yisrael, Seir, 2. 11 Yaukshtar Gas, I-144 Yahumano, 2. 186, 188, 190 Yulchers, I-196, 200 W Vahista, 2. 192 Yaio, 2. 157 Yajaipur, I-40 Yajiridini, I-178 Yakils, I-300 Yale Ryan, Emperor, I-9 Yali Ush, I-157 Vankaner, 2. 35 Yarakanda, 2. 253 Yariev, I-35, 36, Tragedy at, 49 Varshtomansar, 2. 157, 160 Vasility, 2. 162 Yastarum, 2. 158 Yastriovshians, 2. 162 Yata, I-141 Yazarkardai Dioi, 2. 177, 179, 232 Yazi Ayadarbad Ilarespand, 2. 178 Yazimaliganaya Vesta, 2. 178 Yetas, Tli, 2. 156, 157, 167, 216 Yeliash Toyash Gas, I-144 Yendidad, B, I-38, 60, 100, 194, 204, 2. 151, 156, 164, description of, 166, 169, oldest copy of, 172, 232, 236, 240 Yendidad Sada, 2. 164, 165, 166 Yesava, I-42 Victoria Gardens The, 2. 143 Victoria Mills 2. 136 Victoria, Queen, I-109 Note, 188 2. 90, 91, C Queen Empress, HM the Yidavada, 2. 158, 164 UKG Merji, 2. 124, 125, 129, 130 UKGs, the, 2. 124 Urufzama, 2. 158 Yishtasp, 2. 164 Yishtasp Sasto, 2. 157, 162 Yishtaspyasht, I-217 Yishtaspyasht Pavan Narang, 2. 178 Yisparad, the, I-39, 217, 2. 164, 165, 166, account of, 168, 169, 237 Wadikstux, General, I-290, 292 Wadia, the Famil J2. 60 Wadia Hormasji Bamanji, Mr., I-224 Note, Wadia Jamshedji Bamanji, Mr., I-224 Note Avade, Sir Nicholas, 2. 11 and Note B Yaldi Grave, the, 2. 87 Wales, HRH the Prince of, I-209, 261 Note, his marriage, 283, his illness, 283 to 284, 286, 287, his visit to India, 287, welcomed by a Parsi on landing in India, 287 to 288, 2. 71 Note, 143 Wales, HRH the Princess of, I-325, 326 Walton, Mr. Rienzi, 2. 73 Avalwood, 2. 24 Waterias, I-36 Note Weir, Dr. T.S., I-95, 329 Wellesley, the, 2. 70 West, Drive, I-197, 238 Note, 2. 176, 179 and it, 180, 181, 182, 197 Note Westergaard, Professor, I-60, 2. 173, 180 Whitehuns, I-25 Note Wickeross, 2. 102 Wilford, quoted, I-25 Note William, the, 2. 77 Williams, Mr. Munier, I-207 to 208 A William Tell of Persia, I-4 Willock, Sir. H, I-324 Note Wilson, Reverend Drive, I-43 Note, 62. 291, 293, 294 Wilson, his Ariana Antiqua, I-25 Note Windishman, Drive, 2. 149 Wodehouse, Sir Philip, I-102 Note, 2. 145 Y. Owener, Mr., 2. 143 Wordsworth Jr., Mr. J., 2. 15 Note Wordsworth Sr., Mr. J., 2. 13, 15 Note G Index. X Xiphons, 2. 50 Note Xerxes, I-8, 2. 210 Yama, King, 2. 166 Yarkand, I-6 Yashts, their number, I-170, 2. 169, 233, 237 Yasna, I-60, 185, 204, 2. 150, 151, 152, 153, 155, 164, 165, account of, 166, 167, 169, 237, 240 Yidlia, 2. 157 Yidlia Aim Vario, I-179, 2. 158 Yazishni, I-140, 168 Yazishni Kliand Ars, 2. 178 Yazislamga, 2. 239 Yazdan, I-39 Yazalan Parasts, I-137 Yazdas, I-138, 140 Yazd as it acknowledged sovereign, I-13, raises an army, 14, receives Muse Solman deputation, 14, his speakly 15, his fatal present, 18, his defeat and flight, 19, 20, his murder, 2285, 181, 187, year of, 2. 172 Yazd Ezed Shiryar, I-113 Yazd, I-55, 60, 66, 73, 81, 87, 88, 108 2. 38 Yim, 2. 158 Yules, Colonel, Cathay, I-26 Note Z Zanzibar, 2. 261 Zayota, I-185, 186, 2. 240 Zayathra, 2. 166 Zayadi, 2. 166 Zarad, 2. 149 Zarath, 2. 149 Zarthashti Abhi, is, 2. 234 Zort Liashtid Haram Sikh Shak, 2. 233 Zartho. Slitty Dalerman Kal Karnari. Modli, 2. 232 Zarthashti Daso, I-149 Zarthasht Nama, 2. 148, 233 Zarthashtra, I-184 Zarthustra, Adarbad's son, I-132 Zenut Tuareg, I-20 Zend, I-242, language, 2. 40, 149, 156, 206 Zendavesta, B. I-50 note, 192, 258, 2. 156, 157, 168, 183, 192, 194, 195, 196, 197, 205 Zendiavesta I Quarterly, 2. 177 Zendai Damdad, 2. 177 Zendai Hadoklid, 2. 177 Zendai Jabit Shidadad, 2. 177 Zendai Visparad, 2. 177 Zendinyazishni, 2. 177 Zen Sikh Shak, 2. 233 Zen Veumo Yasht, 2. 178 Zilla, I-272 Zohak, I-4, 56 Zoroaster, I-5, 23, 25 Note, 146, 149, 168, 170, 194, 207, 225, 314, 2. 3. His religion, 146, birth of, 147, different persons of same name, 147, doubts as to his epoch, 148, meaning of name, 149 to 150, his family, 150, his birth, 150 to 151, mother not named, 151, passes his time in study, 152, leaves Ray, 152, goes to Balkh, 152, his speech, 152, announces his mission, 153, produces sacred books, 154, his children, 154 to 155, his works destroyed, 158, references in Vendidad to, 166, his prayer, 172, his mission, 183, opposition to polytheism, 184. What he preached, 187, his speculative philosophy, 190 to 191, recognizes two lives, 191, moral philosophy of, 194, 197, crimes according to, 202, 207, opposed to idol worship, 209, Passim Zoroastrian books, I-267 Zoroastrianism, I-237 Note Zoroastrians, their monotheism, 2. 209, Sim printed by R. and RCL/KK, Kate by Erg. A University of Toronto Library. Do not remove the card from this pocket. Acme Library Card Pocket under Pat. REF Index IL. Made by Library Bureau.